The myriad beings exist, all empowered by my strength. When I attain enlightenment in the years to come, all spirits shall herald my name. Perhaps it is better to speak of this when the time arrives. With a cropped head and silver hair beneath my cloak, in this myriad of worlds, I shall reign supreme, my life one of perpetual battle. Silver hair is simple enough, but a cropped head perhaps not. As dawn broke, a cacophony erupted outside, reminiscent of an earthquake, filled with cries and wails. Yet, in a servant's chamber of the Wu family in Qingbei town, a youth of 15 or 16 remained furrowed in slumber. After a night of turmoil, one could not expect even a fully grown man to rise from bed. His frail frame surely bore the weight of exhaustion. As the commotion outside escalated, an imperceptible stream of dark gray gas surged from all directions, akin to phantoms, invading the youth's every orifice. As more of this gas coursed into him, a flicker of movement stirred between his brows, followed by a gradual relaxation. Success! Suddenly, with a whispering voice, Luo Tian opened his eyes and descended from his bed. In an instant, he felt a tremor throughout his body, as if all fatigue had been stripped away. The power of the heart. Luo Tian murmured to himself, quickly donning his attire before stepping outside. At that moment, the sun crested the horizon, casting radiant beams upon his face, imbuing him with warmth that gradually melted the ancient chill that enveloped him. In this world, all races revered cultivators, those who, through rigorous training, could traverse mountains and seas and vanquish demons from afar. Qingbei town boasted a populace of several thousand, with the Wu family being the largest clan of cultivators. Among the nearly 100 servants of the Wu family, most shared communal sleeping arrangements, making solitary rooms like Luo Tian's a rarity. By the heavens, if I ever lay eyes upon that butcher Zhao, I shall flay him alive. What butcher Zhao? Sounds like a pseudonym. This must be the work of those from another town. With the Qingbei reservoir opened, thousands of acres of fertile land have turned to a vast sea. What a cruel heart. Who knows how many will face hunger this winter? Alas, the most tragic is the deceased old man. He has perished, and his daughter. Voices of idle chatter wafted in from outside, all laced with indignation. Luo Tian's ears perked up at the mention of death. Initially, he paid no heed, but upon hearing that someone had died, his heart stirred. I only commenced my actions at midnight. It's astonishing that anyone ventured to the fields at such an hour. With this thought lingering, he slowly closed his eyes, only to open them again moments later. I know not how much time has passed since Panga's creation, yet my own time is limited. The only course left is to steel my heart. Perhaps that will afford me a sliver of hope. Drawing a deep breath, Luo Tian concentrated, immersing himself in a vast, empty chaos, where a faint gray silhouette stood resolutely at the center. This silhouette represented Luo Tian's soul, and this expanse of chaos was his spiritual realm. At that moment, the spectral image of Luo Tian cradled an antique silver lamp in his hands, as streams of dark gray gas flowed from all directions, pouring into the lamp, transforming into oil. With the oil, a pale white flame ignited atop the silver lamp. Bathed in this pale, white glow, Luo Tian's soul shimmered with newfound clarity. What a splendid treasure, he murmured to himself. Without it, he would have possessed no confidence whatsoever. He was once a modern youth who, by chance, traversed into the chaos, becoming one of the 3,000 heart deities. However, mere seconds after assuming the role of the heart deity, he was consumed in the cataclysm of creation, leaving only a fragment of his soul to dwell within this silver lamp. After eons of wandering, he had recently seized the power of the lamp to take over the body of the youth before him. From the fragmented memories of the heart deity, Luo Tian learned that before the world was formed, 3,000 heart deities existed in the chaos, each harboring a seed of the great Tao within. Should a heart deity fully grasp their own Tao and evolve that seed into a towering tree, they would reshape the very fabric of existence, obliterating all else to recreate the world. During Panga's creation, most deities perished, yet some managed to evade that great calamity. Thus, Luo Tian felt the urgency of his situation. He was oblivious to how long it had been since Panga's era. In the vast expanse of time, other deities had surely reached unimaginable heights. Having inherited the legacy of the heart deity, Luo Tian wielded the Tao of the heart, capable of absorbing the myriad emotional waves generated by other beings, thereby augmenting his own strength. This was why, the previous night, he had stealthily ventured forth to shatter the dam of the Qingbei reservoir, unleashing a deluge upon thousands of acres of farmland. Though he was branded as the Butcher Zhao, the villager's resentment, entangled in the web of causality, was siphoned into him, transforming into the oil for his silver lamp, subsequently transmuted into his unique heart power, represented by the pale flame flickering from the lamp in his spiritual realm. Suddenly shaking his head, Luo Tian affirmed his integrity. He would never engage in any wrongdoing that did not benefit him. Naturally, the opposite could be considered. He also found joy in performing good deeds, provided that such acts neither brought him harm nor proved troublesome. Taking another deep breath, he stood firm, gradually assuming a stance, and began practicing the martial arts according to the memories of this body. Through these recollections, Luo Tian understood that in this world, a peculiar blood flowed within every individual, known as silver blood. Only those who could activate this silver blood could become cultivators, and typically, only one in several dozen could achieve this activation. The former owner of Luo Tian's body had a sister who married into the Wu family, thus enjoying a degree of favor among the servants. She had imparted to him the Wu family's martial art, the fierce tiger fist. However, after 6 months of training, he had failed to activate his silver blood and become a true cultivator. The fierce tiger descends the mountain, leaps across the ravine, and battles ferociously. As Luo Tian executed each punch, his frail form radiated an imposing presence. This must be what is referred to as silver blood, he thought as he continued his practice, using his heart power to scrutinize his own body. Such introspection was typically reserved for those who had activated their silver blood. Others, like Luo Tian, who had not, could scarcely even dream of it. In his inner vision, Luo Tian could clearly see that with each punch he delivered, silver specks began to dance within his blood, akin to fish, gradually gaining vitality and coalescing into a singular mass. Then, a sudden thought struck Luo Tian, prompting him to amplify his heart power, permeating his entire being and stirring the silver specks within his blood, urging them to flow rapidly. Boom! In the instant he executed this maneuver, his spirit jolted, and simultaneously, the silver stars within him aligned, forming a silver dragon that spiraled in a wondrous cycle. I did it! Upon halting his movements, he exhaled a thick cloud of foul air, tainted with impurities, which wafted 3 feet away. Once an apprentice cultivator activates their silver blood, they ascend to the rank of a true cultivator. Cultivators are classified into ranks, beginning with true cultivators, followed by the silver secret realm, the black silver secret realm, and the colorful silver secret realm. The silver secret realm signifies the flow of silver blood within, further divided into 10 tiers. Ordinarily, a cultivator at the 10th tier of the silver secret realm could command a small town. The strongest cultivator in Qingbei town, Wu Lingfeng, was merely a 6th tier silver cultivator. However, upon attaining the 1st tier of the silver secret realm, Luo Tian felt no particular excitement. For him, the true foundation lay in the Tao of the heart, inherited from the heart deity. In his spiritual realm, the flame that danced from the silver lamp represented the heart power he had gathered. If he were to align his progress in the Tao of the heart with that of a cultivator, he would currently be ranked at the 1st tier of the silver secret realm. Only when the flame from the silver lamp in his soul's realm enveloped him in 2 circles would he ascend to the 2nd tier of the silver secret realm in the Tao of the heart. For Luo Tian, as long as he advanced in the Tao of the heart, elevating his rank as a cultivator would become exceedingly effortless. The power of the heart is a wondrous force, capable not only of granting him perfect mastery over himself, but also of enhancing his understanding, enabling him to swiftly grasp the myriad techniques and secrets of practitioners. Bang! 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 A series of knocks echoed at the door. Gong Liang, the eldest young master, is about to leave. Hurry and prepare yourself. A voice, cold and indifferent, called from outside. Gong Liang was the original name of the body that Luo Tian now inhabited. All right, Luo Tian responded. The one calling him was Chun Liang, a fellow attendant of the martial family's eldest young master, Wu Feiyun. However, unlike Luo Tian, who relied on connections, Chun Liang had already become a formal practitioner 2 years prior. Adjusting his attire, Luo Tian frowned as he made his way outside. His identity in this body was woefully inadequate as a servant. He had to tread carefully in all matters. Yet, he had no choice before seizing this body. He had not yet condensed the power of the heart. Thus he could only harness the strength of the silver lamp to usurp an ordinary individual like Gong Liang. However, it will not be long now. Suddenly, a glint of coldness flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. This time, by demolishing the sluice gate of the Qingbei Reservoir, he was uncertain how many would harbor animosity towards him. The resultant surge of emotional turmoil should be sufficient to elevate his heart power to the second tier of silver within the next few days. Once his heart power reached the second tier of silver, ascending to the same level among practitioners would become exceedingly simple, and a practitioner of the second tier of silver within the martial family could easily assume a minor managerial role. Of course, Luo Tian's ambitions extended far beyond such modest aspirations. Chapter 2. The Enchantment of Xiaoqian. The head of the Wu family, Wu Lingfeng, has two sons. The elder son, Wu Feiyun, possesses mediocre talent. Despite having abundant resources at his disposal, he has only reached the second tier of silver at nearly 20 years of age. Conversely, the younger son, Wu Feihong, though 2 years his junior, has already attained the third tier of silver. After stepping out of his small courtyard, Luo Tian made his way directly to the entrance of the Wu family estate, where he awaited their arrival. The Wu family resides on the eastern side of Qingbei town, occupying a modest estate of several acres nestled against the mountains. Among the thousands of inhabitants of Qingbei town, only the Zhou and Tong families, both clans of practitioners, can somewhat contend with the Wu family. Before long, Wu Feiyun emerged, accompanied by Chen Liang and a captivating woman. Dressed in black, Chen Liang had a somewhat sinister appearance with his triangular eyes, while Wu Feiyun, strikingly handsome in his white silk embroidered robe, resembled a refined young gentleman. However, those familiar with him knew that Wu Feiyun, relying on his father's favoritism, was undoubtedly the most notorious scion of Qingbei town, notorious for his bullying of both men and women alike. Upon seeing Wu Feiyun, Luo Tian promptly stepped aside and bowed respectfully. Wu Feiyun acknowledged him with a nod and, with a playful smile, remarked, "I have heard that last night, the Qingbei reservoir was breached, and the flood claimed the life of old Nian on the western side of the town. Let us go and take a look." Initially taken aback, Luo Tian stole a glance at the enchanting woman beside Wu Feiyun. Noting her almost imperceptible nod in his direction, he quickly replied, "Yes, I shall lead the way." The woman accompanying Wu Feiyun was named Gongzi, the sister of the original owner of this body, and the most favored concubine of Wu Feiyun. However, this was not the reason for Luo Tian's momentary distraction. Rather, it was the realization that with the death of old Nian, their household was left with only a young maiden of 18. Clearly, Wu Feiyun's visit was not merely a casual observation. Nonetheless, none of this pertained to Luo Tian. His current task was to wait, to bide his time for a day or two until his spiritual power ascended to the second tier of silver, allowing him to execute his subsequent plans. Following the trail of his memories, the group navigated effortlessly to old Nian's residence on the western side of the town. The door frame of the earthen house was draped in white cloth, surrounded by a throng of people, while a coffin stood in the courtyard before a figure clad in mourning, quietly weeping. Many in the crowd were cursing the scoundrel who had smashed the dam of the Qingbei reservoir, expressing sympathy for the plight of Nian Xiaoqian. Upon arriving, Luo Tian could distinctly sense the dark, sorrowful energies emanating from the crowd's curses, flowing into the silver lamp of his soul, nourishing his burgeoning spiritual power. Indeed, she was a body of alluring darkness, already in its initial stages of maturity, ripe for the taking. With this woman, my path to cultivation shall undoubtedly be smooth and unimpeded. Simultaneously, upon noticing the figure weeping in the courtyard, Wu Feiyun raised an eyebrow, his gaze brazenly roaming over her form. The crowd, upon seeing Wu Feiyun's approach, instinctively recoiled, parting to grant him passage. Some even turned to leave, unwilling to remain in his presence. As silence fell, the figure, who had been quietly mourning, sensed the shift in atmosphere and slowly turned to face him. Beneath a pair of delicate, smoke-enshrouded brows, her enchanting eyes shimmered with tears, while her petite, elegant nose stood out against her rosy lips, which were pressed together in a distinct and tasteful manner. Dressed in filial garments and adorned with cascading hair, her slender and graceful figure evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Such beauty would leave even Luo Tian awestruck, as if she possessed an enchanting allure that captivated the soul. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the silver lamp in Luo Tian's spiritual realm, snapping him from his reverie. This woman is not what she seems. His pupils constricted, and instinctively, he summoned a thread of heart energy to enhance his vision, allowing his gaze to lock onto the figure of Nian Xiaoqian, clad in white mourning attire, with the precision of an eagle's eye. Abruptly, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. To him, Nian Xiaoqian remained breathtakingly beautiful, yet he discerned that each minuscule pore of her skin bore nearly invisible fine hairs, reminiscent of the soft fur on a newborn creature. Just as Luo Tian began to form a vague suspicion, Wu Feiyun stepped forward, feigning sorrow as he regarded Nian Xiaoqian. "Miss Xiaoqian, I am deeply pained by the tribulations your father has faced. However, according to the customs of Qingbei town, it is best to lay him to rest as soon as possible. Conveniently, I have brought 2 servants to assist in Qingbei town. The custom dictates that the deceased must be buried on the same day of their passing. After Wu Feiyun's words, Luo Tian and Chen Liang moved to lift the coffin for burial, but Nian Xiaoqian's eyes were red with emotion as she swiftly approached the courtyard gate, blocking their path. With a fierce gaze directed at Wu Feiyun and the others, she exclaimed, "My father did not wish for your involvement, so please do not disturb his eternal rest." Oh? Wu Feiyun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Waving Luo Tian and Chen Liang away, he sneered, "If Miss Xiaoqian does not require our assistance, then we shall remain here to observe the spectacle. Surely, that is not illegal, is it?" Though the Wu family held dominion in Qingbei town, they were not the only prominent clan. The Zhou and Tong families also held considerable influence, with the Zhou family head serving as the town mayor. Thus Wu Feiyun typically refrained from overtly oppressive behavior. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Can't you see my young master needs to rest? Your home is nearby. Go fetch a chair for him." Luo Tian's gaze shifted, and he bellowed at a burly man not far off. A mere bully relying on power. The man glared at Luo Tian, seething with anger yet unwilling to retort, ultimately begrudgingly turning to fetch a chair. Luo Tian sensed the waves of dark emotions emanating from the man and couldn't help but smirk slightly. However, he was well aware that merely engaging in petty squabbles would not suffice to fully grasp the path of the heart. Even the previous act of demolishing the Qingbei reservoir was insignificant. He needed to strategize and execute significant actions to have even a glimmer of hope. Before long, the man returned, bearing 2 chairs. Luo Tian stepped forward to take them, offering one to Wu Feiyun and the other to Gongzi. Upon settling down, Wu Feiyun cast an approving glance at Luo Tian, whose performance had notably pleased him. However, Chen Liang, standing nearby, could not suppress a smirk of disdain. He looked down on Luo Tian, believing him to have attained his position merely through connections. Although he dared not express this too openly, especially given Luo Tian's sister, who was favored by Wu Fan as Wu Feiyun's actions unfolded, the onlookers began to disperse, fearful of incurring trouble for themselves. Even several individuals previously arranged by Nian Xiaoqian to assist her father in carrying the coffin quietly slipped away, not daring to utter a word. Witnessing this scene, Nian Xiaoqian's swollen eyes could no longer contain their tears, and she glared at Wu Feiyun, her voice icy as she declared, "You come to scheme against me just as my father has passed. Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" "Divine retribution?" Wu Feiyun scoffed. Reclining with his legs crossed, "If your father were to remain here and undergo decomposition, then perhaps divine retribution would indeed befall him. As for myself, heaven favors me." Nian Xiaoqian trembled with rage, yet Wu Feiyun showed no hint of compassion. He slowly spoke, "Now is the time for you to make a choice. Will you allow your father's remains to linger here, or shall I have my 2 subordinates bury him, and you, in return, come with me as compensation?" Nian Xiaoqian clenched her jaw, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes, adding an eerie quality to her beauty. After a moment, she inhaled deeply and replied, "There is no need for your concern regarding my father. I can see to his burial myself." With that, she turned resolutely back to the coffin of the old man Yin, extending her delicate hand to grasp the casket, and with a sudden exertion, hoisted it onto her shoulder. Seeing this, Wu Feiyun narrowed his eyes, frowning, while beside him, Gongzi and the sharp-eyed Chen Liang stared in disbelief at Nian Xiaoqian's frail figure, struggling to comprehend the astonishing strength concealed within her slender frame. Though the coffin appeared ordinary, combined with the weight of Nian's body inside, it amounted to 300 to 400 pounds. It was unthinkable that anyone lacking considerable strength could lift it that moment. Luo Tian's pupils constricted as he distinctly observed the fine hairs on Nian Xiaoqian's skin standing on end, seemingly elongated, visible even to the naked eye upon closer inspection. With a decisive step forward, Nian Xiaoqian's gaze remained steadfast, her stride steady. Yet, upon closer scrutiny, Luo Tian perceived a fleeting glimmer of green within her eyes, barely discernible. Chen Liang, Luo Tian suddenly retreated a couple of steps to evade Wu Feiyun. Leaning close to Chen Liang's ear, with the aid of his mental acuity, he conveyed in a barely audible whisper, "I have heard you have encountered otherworldly beings. Do you not think Nian Xiaoqian resembles some form of a transformed creature?" "Transformed creature?" Chen Liang initially froze, then his heart raced as he scrutinized Nian Xiaoqian intently. In this world, aside from humanity, there existed many other races, among which the demon race stood as one of humanity's greatest adversaries. The majority of the demon clan can only transform into human form after acquiring the treasures of the colorful silver secret realm. However, there exists a select few among the lesser demons, endowed with exceptional talent, who can assume human guise even with merely the cultivation of the silver secret realm. If what Luo Tian asserts is true, that Nian Shaoqian is a creature of demon origin, then should she approach Wu Feiyun unawares, injuring him in the process, both he and Luo Tian would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 3. The capture. Damn it, it truly is a demon. Chen Liang, possessing the cultivation of the first stage of silver, observed closely and finally discerned the peculiarities of Nian Shaoqian. Alarmed, he immediately intended to notify Wu Feiyun, but then a thought crossed his mind. Instead, he took bold strides towards Nian Shaoqian, blocking her path. Luo Tian, witnessing this scene, felt a glimmer of realization in his eyes but refrained from speaking. Just as Chen Liang had surmised, Wu Feiyun could not perish. His death would serve no benefit to Luo Tian. Yet, as Luo Tian had only just entered the silver secret realm and remained unaware of Nian Shaoqian's true strength, he was loath to take such a risk. While he could inform Wu Feiyun of the truth, observing Wu Feiyun's intense gaze nearly piercing through Nian Shaoqian's very essence, he ultimately abandoned that notion to avoid complications. Step aside. Nian Shaoqian's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, revealing her fury as she looked at Chen Liang, who stood in her way. Simultaneously, Wu Feiyun frowned at Chen Liang, perplexed by his sudden and unprompted action. Boom. Just as everyone was lost in speculation, Chen Liang suddenly clenched his fists, erupting like a ferocious beast. Raising his muscular arm, he struck Nian Shaoqian with a resounding crash, catching her completely off guard. Fool! What are you doing? Wu Feiyun sprang to his feet, glaring furiously at Chen Liang. At that moment, Nian Shaoqian, struck by Chen Liang's blow, coughed up a mouthful of blood, as her gaze dimmed. A surge of demonic mist enveloped her. In the midst of the swirling fog, her form shrank and transformed into a snow-white kitten over a foot long. Once on the ground, the little cat regarded the seemingly exhausted Chen Liang, and with a flash of cold light in her eyes, she raised her claws, slicing through the air and unleashing several sharp beams of frost. Rip! The icy light flashed, and before Chen Liang could evade, several gaping wounds appeared on his body, oozing blood. Yet, seemingly at the last moment, he covertly employed a certain secret technique to bolster his defenses, thereby preventing any fatal injuries. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Liang staggered backward, returning to Wu Feiyun's side. His slanted eyes assessed his injuries, and rather than displaying fear, he exuded a sense of pride and mockery. The wounds he sustained were a testament to his unwavering loyalty to the Wu family, an indelible achievement that could not be erased. Surely, the Wu family would lavish him with rewards afterward. As for Luo Tian, who had attempted to warn him that Nian Shaoqian was a cat demon, he scoffed. Who could have heard his barely audible words at that moment? In truth, he had concocted his plans for the aftermath while blocking Nian Shaoqian. Now transformed into a snow-white kitten, Nian Shaoqian's eyes sparkled with sharpness, and with her eyes flooded with crimson, she glanced sorrowfully at the coffin on the ground, which contained her father's remains, as if overwhelmed by grief. Meow. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry of a cat echoed from a distance, imbued with a sense of profound anxiety and urgency, as if it were summoning something. Upon hearing this cry, Nian Shaoqian momentarily froze, then instinctively turned to flee. Beast, seeking death. At that moment, Luo Tian, who had been standing behind Wu Feiyun, unexpectedly leaped forward, unleashing a powerful punch, exuding an aura as fierce as a tiger descending a mountain. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's formidable presence, Wu Feiyun initially expressed surprise, but his expression swiftly shifted, and he bellowed, "Stop! I want her alive!" Luo Tian, who had just struck, displayed a flicker of astonishment on his face. However, he reacted swiftly, transforming his fist into a claw with the aid of his mental prowess, aiming to grasp the snow-white cat that Nian Shaoqian had transformed into. With a swish, enveloped in a mist of demonic energy, Nian Shaoqian evaded Luo Tian's grasp as if she were a fish darting through the depths of the sea, and then swiftly turned to flee into the distance. Just as Luo Tian was about to pursue her further, a gust of wind signaled that Wu Feiyun had already outpaced him, extending his hand to capture Nian Shaoqian. His speed was nearly double that of Luo Tian's, and his aura was as fierce as that of the king of tigers. This exemplifies the prowess of a practitioner at the second tier of silver. While those at the first tier can summon their blood energy to coalesce into silver power, delivering a strike with a force of 400 to 500 pounds, those at the second tier possess a significantly amplified silver power, capable of delivering a blow of up to 1,000 pounds, complemented by various martial techniques that can shatter stone and break tablets. From Yin Xiaoqian's previous performance, it was apparent that she was merely a small demon at the first tier of silver. Though she possessed extraordinary talent, allowing her to assume human form, she was far from a match for Wu Feiyun. Meow. At that moment, a mutated raccoon cat, over a meter long and entirely black, suddenly leapt down from a wall. As it landed, its claws, imbued with a dense demonic aura, slashed towards Wu Feiyun. Seeking death, Wu Feiyun, infuriated, had no choice but to abandon his attempt to capture Yin Xiaoqian, turning instead to throw a punch at the mutated raccoon cat. With a thunderous impact, the mutated raccoon cat staggered, its claws gouging deep marks into the ground as it was forced back 3 to 4 meters. Though it possessed the cultivation of the second tier of silver, it too was no match for Wu Feiyun. Meow meow. After being repelled, the mutated raccoon cat immediately turned its head and let out a piercing howl towards Yin Xiaoqian. Tears welled in Yin Xiaoqian's eyes as she gazed at it deeply, and with a heart full of resolve, she dashed away. Capture her. I want her alive. Wu Feiyun bellowed in frustration at this sight. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the equally formidable mutated raccoon cat, he dared not act recklessly. With a swift motion, Luo Tian pursued Yin Xiaoqian without hesitation. Although Yin Xiaoqian was significantly faster, she had been gravely injured by Chen Liang's previous attack, and Luo Tian estimated she could not escape far. Chen Liang followed closely behind Luo Tian, feeling a complex mix of annoyance and frustration upon realizing that Luo Tian had quietly advanced to the first tier of silver. Previously, he had regarded himself as having achieved a great feat. However, should Luo Tian manage to capture Yin Xiaoqian, given Luo Tian's identity and his formidable strength at the silver 1 level, the rewards he would garner could very well rival his own. Thus, he resolutely refused to allow Luo Tian to bask in the glory alone and claim all the accolades for himself. Nonetheless, having previously employed a strategy of self-inflicted injury, he too had suffered considerable wounds. It wasn't long before he felt his stamina waning and the pain from his injuries becoming unbearable, forcing him to slow his pace while he helplessly watched Luo Tian gradually disappear from view. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he chose not to return immediately. Instead, he grit his teeth and persevered, pursuing the direction in which Luo Tian had vanished. Whoosh! Yin Xiaoqian, transformed into a white cat demon, moved with astonishing speed, darting through the alleys of Qingbei town, making several turns and scaling walls, until Luo Tian lost all trace of her. However, Luo Tian infused his eyes with mental energy, enhancing his vision to discern the faintest traces left behind, leading him to the direction of Yin Xiaoqian's escape. After following a few subtle clues, Luo Tian's gaze fell upon a large tree in the distance. Raising an eyebrow, he slowed his steps, skillfully controlling his body with mental energy, regulating his breathing and footfalls, approaching the tree silently. Suddenly, upon nearing the tree, Luo Tian leaped high into the air, thrusting his hand forward with the ferocity of a tiger, tearing through the tree bark and other obstructions. Reaching deep into the heart of the tree, a furious roar echoed, yet Luo Tian paid it no heed. As he landed, he withdrew his hand, revealing a pure white kitten grasped within it. This kitten was even smaller than the one Yin Xiaoqian had previously transformed into. Yet Luo Tian could unmistakably identify her as Yin Xiaoqian. It remained a mystery what secret technique she had employed to shrink her form and conceal herself within a hollow of this tree. Such smooth fur. One hand firmly gripping Yin Xiaoqian by the neck, Luo Tian instinctively ran his fingers over her sleek coat. This touch. Yin Xiaoqian's body stiffened immediately. Release me at once, or our feline clan shall not spare you. The feline clan. Does this imply you belong to a larger kin? Luo Tian pondered, initially seizing Yin Xiaoqian purely out of curiosity regarding the demon race. Yet, her words ignited a new thought within him. He had the ability to absorb the emotional fluctuations of others triggered by his actions. However, the mental resonance from a practitioner at the silver 1 level held a potency that could rival the combined essence of 10 or more ordinary mortals. Given that all demon races possessed a minimum strength of silver 1, those not reaching such a level were merely beasts devoid of intelligence. If there truly existed a multitude of cat demons, leveraging Yin Xiaoqian as a fulcrum to stir the emotions of that group would undeniably yield substantial benefits for him. Indeed, our clan resides within the Wolf Mang Mountains, and we have dozens of kin who have awakened their intelligence. Yin Xiaoqian threatened, her eyes glinting with defiance. Yes, that's so. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly brightened. This was indeed fortuitous. He then tightened his grip on Yin Xiaoqian's vital points and retraced his steps. You? Nian Xiaoqian exclaimed, her fury palpable, yet Luo Tian remained unfazed by her ire. Taking a few steps, Luo Tian suddenly appeared to have a revelation and inquired, by the way, that old notion, could it truly be your father? If he were also a demon, it seems unlikely that a mere flood could have claimed his life. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Nian Xiaoqian's thoughts shifted, and she replied, he is indeed not my biological father. However, in my childhood, he saved my life, and I vowed to repay him. You are quite the admirable demon, Luo Tian remarked, shaking his head. The demon race is humanity's arch-nemesis, yet not all demons are irredeemably wicked. What good is a virtuous demon if, in the end, they are still captured by you? Nian Xiaoqian's eyes twinkled as she feigned a pitiful demeanor, subtly unleashing an enchanting aura. Unfortunately for her, Luo Tian's soul realm was fortified by a silver lamp that thwarted any external demonic intrusion. Rendering him impervious to her charms, he sympathized with Nian Xiaoqian's plight. Yet the prospect of releasing her was utterly impossible. Gongliang, well done. I never imagined you would truly bring this demon back. Surely, the young master will reward you handsomely this time. Suddenly, a figure darted forth from in front of Luo Tian. It was Chen Liang. This is but a trivial matter. Brother Chen, your selfless act of saving the master was the true commendable feat. Upon seeing Chen Liang, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. Chen Liang strode confidently to Luo Tian's side. Gazing at the captured Nian Xiaoqian with a glint of intrigue in his eyes, he suddenly declared, though I have encountered demons before, I have never observed one up close. Gongliang, would you entrust this demon to me so that I may examine her more closely? Luo Tian regarded Chen Liang for a moment, sensing the various anxious emotions he exuded. Without further contemplation, he surrendered the cat demon into Chen Liang's hands, stating, of course, it's no trouble at all. Since Brother Chen wishes to observe, this demon is yours. However, the young master has specifically requested her to be captured alive, so exercise caution and ensure she remains unharmed. Chen Liang, trembling slightly, accepted Nian Xiaoqian and exhaled deeply before assuring, rest assured, I would never dare to neglect the young master's instructions. Chapter 4, Silver Stage 2. Upon witnessing Chen Liang's arrival, Nian Xiaoqian felt an overwhelming sense of despair, and after Luo Tian transferred her to Chen Liang, her animosity towards Luo Tian reached its zenith. All the emotional turbulence she experienced due to Luo Tian could be transformed into nourishing energy for him, and evidently, the more intense the emotional upheaval, the greater the benefits he accrued. Before long, Luo Tian and Chen Liang made their way back together. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as dust erupted. The pitch-black mutated raccoon that had been intercepting Wu Feiyun was seized by Wu Feiyun, who seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to its midsection. The mutated raccoon spasmed a couple of times before its body stiffened, becoming utterly still. Witnessing this, Nian Xiaoqian, held tightly in Chen Liang's grasp, let out a piercing scream and began to struggle violently. However, Chen Liang's hand was like a vice, rendering her efforts futile. Hearing the commotion, Wu Feiyun turned to see Nian Xiaoqian ensnared by Chen Liang, and his eyes lit up. Young master, your subordinate has successfully captured this demon as commanded. Chen Liang puffed out his chest, his face aglow with pride, though he was also panting heavily, as if utterly exhausted. However, as he uttered these words, he cast a disdainful glance at Luo Tian from the corner of his eye. He had meticulously planned this moment. The fact that Nian Xiaoqian was in his grasp was solely his achievement. Having no connection to Luo Tian whatsoever. As for Luo Tian's rebuttals, even Nian Xiaoqian's defense of him, they were utterly futile. After all, Luo Tian had only been a hair's breadth ahead when he captured Nian Xiaoqian. He was certain that Luo Tian possessed no evidence against him, and the revelation he had made about Nian Xiaoqian being of the demon clan had undoubtedly left her harboring resentment towards him. Her words could not be taken as testimony. Rest assured, when we return, I shall reward you handsomely. Wu Feiyun's gaze blazed intensely upon Nian Xiaoqian, his eyes seemingly on the verge of leaping from their sockets. He swiftly approached and seized Nian Xiaoqian from Chen Liang's grasp. Placed in the hands of Wu Feiyun, a practitioner of the second tier of silver, Nian Xiaoqian's face instantly transformed into one of utter despair. After securing Nian Xiaoqian, Wu Feiyun appeared eager to take action, intending to return to the Wu family immediately. Luo Tian, glancing at the coffin of old man Yin, spoke up, young master, it is not appropriate for this coffin to remain here. Besides, old man Yin is one of our own from Qingbei town. I shall take it upon myself to give him a proper burial. Very well, you may handle this matter as you see fit. Wu Feiyun regarded Luo Tian with surprise, but swiftly waved his hand in agreement to Luo Tian's request. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Nian Shaoqian cast a silent glance in his direction, her heart seemingly devoid of any tumult. Yet, Luo Tian could perceive the intricate emotions that flickered within her at that moment. This complex and entangled emotional wave felt far more potent than an ordinary emotional fluctuation after being absorbed by him. After acquiescing to Luo Tian's request, Wu Feiyun promptly departed with Gong Ziyi and Chen Liang, who was carrying the corpse of the mutated black raccoon cat. Just before leaving, Chen Liang shot Luo Tian a peculiar glance. Utterly taken aback by Luo Tian's unexpected compliance, not even bothering to contest his claim to the credit. Luo Tian noticed the confusion in Chen Liang's gaze, but felt little internal upheaval. Chen Liang, though somewhat cunning, lacked the broader perspective, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. He was but a servant of the Wu family, viewing them as his entire world. His ambitions were limited to attaining a higher status and generous rewards within the Wu family. In contrast, Luo Tian had never regarded himself as a subordinate, of course. This also stemmed from personal circumstance. Had Luo Tian been thrust directly into this body without the assistance of Yin Deng, he might have found himself in a similar predicament as Chen Liang, quarreling over trifles. After Wu Feiyun and the others vanished from sight, Luo Tian took a final look at old man Nian's coffin and set off, knocking on the doors of nearby residents one by one. His intention to bury old man Nian did not imply he wished to undertake the task personally. Hurry up, you bunch of mud-legged fools. You can't even manage such a trivial matter. In no time, he had gathered 7 or 8 sturdy villagers to bear the coffin. With a whip he had found in one household in hand, he cracked it with vigor, producing a resounding crack. Under his fierce authority, the villagers dared not voice their anger and could only obediently follow his orders, lifting old man Yin's coffin and making their way towards the burial site. Behind the pallbearers, there followed approximately 20 men and women of varying ages, all compelled by his coercion to weep a few lamentations during the burial of the old man. Undoubtedly, the root of this orchestrated spectacle lay in Luo Tian's intention to incite a deeper loathing among these individuals, thereby hastening the accumulation of his spiritual power to reach the second tier of silver as swiftly as possible. Previously, he had not been particularly anxious. However, after capturing Yin Shaoqian, he devised another scheme, necessitating an acceleration in the gathering of his spiritual energy. With a crack of the whip, Luo Tian distinctly felt the intensifying hatred directed towards him. He managed the tempo, and whenever their animosity began to wane, he would crack the whip again, reminding them of his presence, occasionally hurling curses. Under such conduct, the villagers' hatred and revulsion towards Luo Tian remained perpetually at a peak, while the white halo emitted by the silver lamp in his spiritual realm exhibited signs of instability. Seemingly on the verge of forming a second circle, by midday, the burial of the old man had long been completed. Yet, Luo Tian, still lacking the requisite spiritual energy to ascend to the silver second tier, commanded everyone to kneel before the grave and weep. The scorching sun beat down upon them like a furnace, causing beads of sweat to cascade down their backs as they gazed at Luo Tian, who leaned against a large boulder with his eyes closed in contemplation, their hatred gnawing at their very cores. Although there were merely 20 of them, the incessant waves of hatred and anger generated by their spirits nearly matched the collective loathing of the entire Qingbei town following his destruction of the reservoir's gate. As the sun began its descent in the western sky, Luo Tian, lost in thought, sensed a surge of intense spiritual energy. Under this fervent supply, the silver lamp in his spiritual realm flickered and astonishingly ignited a second white halo, signifying his spiritual power had indeed reached the silver second tier. He could finally take action. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and slowly rose from the rock, casting his gaze upon the weary figures kneeling before him. He suddenly adopted a look of feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, I've merely taken a nap, yet you all remain. Have you truly knelt yourselves into foolishness?" Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the villagers' faces contorted in rage, wishing fervently to rush forth and tear him to shreds. However, the weight of his status as a servant of the Wu family, coupled with his formidable strength, loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, deterring their advance. Sensing the sudden escalation in their spiritual turmoil, Luo Tian erupted into hearty laughter and, with a flourish of his sleeves, descended the mountain. In a short while, he returned to the Wu family estate. Yet, upon entering the main gate, he was met by Chen Liang, who appeared to have been waiting for him, bandaged and ready. Seeing Luo Tian, Chen Liang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why have you returned so late? Are you not aware that the eldest young master awaits your presence? He is waiting for me?" Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief dancing across his face. "As it happens, I have matters to discuss with him." "Where is he now?" Chen Liang's eyes narrowed. Sensing Luo Tian's unusual demeanor, but with guards stationed at the entrance, he refrained from commenting further, simply stating, "Come with me." Qian Liang led the way, navigating the winding paths of the villa until he swiftly arrived at a secluded area devoid of any onlookers. Without any prior indication, he halted abruptly, turning to face Luo Tian with a condescending gaze. "I have already received the reward from the young master. With my innate talent, coupled with those rewards, I shall soon break through to the second tier of silver. You have shown a modicum of discretion before, and I hope you shall continue to do so. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Luo Tian, possessing only a 16-year-old body, was significantly shorter than Chen Liang. He lifted his head to meet Chen Liang's gaze and suddenly, with an uncanny smile, retorted, "I understand your nonsense." "What?" Chen Liang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe that Luo Tian, who had always been subservient and courteous towards him, dared to speak in such a manner. "You must be bold as a bear to say that." After a prolonged silence, Chen Liang finally trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Luo Tian, his face contorted with rage. Smack! At that instant, Luo Tian struck out, harnessing the power of silver with unparalleled speed, delivering a resounding slap that sent Chen Liang crashing to the ground. Bang! Luo Tian advanced once more, lifting a foot to decisively plant it on Chen Liang's chest. He then leaned down, seizing Chen Liang by the collar with one hand while the other formed a fist aimed squarely at Chen Liang's face. "You are doomed. How dare you lay a hand on me? The young master will not let this slide." Bang bang bang. Luo Tian unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering Chen Liang's front teeth with several blows. In but an instant, Chen Liang's mouth was agape, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Luo Tian, no longer daring to utter another word. After delivering a relentless beating, Luo Tian released Chen Liang, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, and strode away towards Wu Feiyun's residence. "How dare you treat me like this? If I let you off easy, I shall not be surnamed Qin." Glaring at Luo Tian's retreating figure, Chen Liang gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with venomous resentment. He too was a practitioner at the first tier of silver and had reached the pinnacle of that level, even stronger than Luo Tian. However, he was injured and had never anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to strike him, resulting in his unpreparedness leading to his downfall. With these thoughts in mind, once Luo Tian's silhouette vanished, he struggled to rise, stifling his pain, and hastened towards Wu Feiyun's residence, intent on seeking retribution against Luo Tian before Wu Feiyun, ensuring that Luo Tian would pay 100-fold for his insolence. Though Luo Tian was Wu Feiyun's brother-in-law, the Wu family's rules were strict, and having just achieved a significant accomplishment, he was certain he could topple Luo Tian. Chapter 5. A Change of Identity. Wu Feiyun's residence was a 2-story building nestled against a mountain, adorned with climbing vines that enveloped it in a verdant embrace, exuding a unique charm. Upon arriving, Luo Tian first instructed the maid at the entrance to announce his presence. Once granted permission, he leisurely stepped into the small building and a study. Luo Tian encountered Wu Feiyun, who was accompanied by his sister, Gong Zi, the original owner of this body. "Gong Liang, I did not expect you to quietly become an official practitioner. Congratulations." Wu Feiyun sat gracefully in his chair, a smile gracing his lips in the absence of outsiders. He shed the airs of superiority that typically accompanied his presence, revealing none of the arrogant demeanor he often displayed before others. "I have always believed my brother to be extraordinary. Now that he has officially embarked on his journey as a cultivator, he will undoubtedly become your right-hand man. You must be generous in your rewards." Gong Zi stood behind Wu Feiyun, gently massaging his shoulders. She exhaled softly, her voice as fragrant as orchids. With her oval face, exquisite features, and enchanting beauty, she was adorned in a sheer, flowing dress that could not conceal her alluring figure. "Indeed, he deserves a reward," Wu Feiyun concurred, at that moment. However, Luo Tian suddenly interjected, "Sister, could you please step upstairs for a moment? I have something to discuss with my brother-in-law." Drawing upon the memories of the original owner, Luo Tian ceased to address Wu Feiyun as the esteemed young master in the absence of others. "Oh?" Wu Feiyun was taken aback, observing Luo Tian's serious demeanor. He gestured to Gong Zi. "Very well. Since your brother has requested it, you may go upstairs." Gong Zi cast a puzzled glance at Luo Tian, unsure of his intentions, yet ultimately complied with Wu Feiyun's request and ascended the stairs. "Now, may I inquire about the matter at hand?" Once the sound of Gong Zi's footsteps faded, Wu Feiyun regarded Luo Tian with a slightly grave expression. He knew his brother-in-law to be sensible. Such solemnity indicated the importance of the issue at stake. "Indeed, I have come here to..." Luo Tian began to speak softly, Inching closer to Wu Feiyun as he approached within a meter, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and a silvery radiance abruptly shot forth from his brow, penetrating Wu Feiyun's forehead before he could react. What are you attempting to do? In the chaotic realm of existence, Wu Feiyun's soul shadow gazed in horror at the sudden intruder in his spiritual domain. The silver lamp, and the soul of Luo Tian sheltered beneath its glow. He was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Gong Liang would conspire against him. And within the confines of the Wu residence, no less, no, you are not Gong Liang. Who are you? Wu Feiyun shouted again, his voice echoing with desperation. Typically, a person's soul bears at least an 80% resemblance to their physical form. Yet, Luo Tian's soul shadow bore no likeness to Gong Liang. Who I am is no longer significant, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head in the midst of Wu Feiyun's astonishment. He propelled the silver lamp like a blazing meteor across the vast expanse. Colliding directly with Wu Feiyun's soul shadow, Wu Feiyun cried out in agony as his soul shadow was shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, the two radiant rings of silvery light ignited upon the silver lamp, radiating with the brilliance of a blazing sun, consuming Wu Feiyun's disintegrated essence into nothingness. However, during this process, the silver lamp extracted Wu Feiyun's lifetime of memories, infusing them into Luo Tian's soul. It is accomplished. Moments later, as Wu Feiyun sat upright in his chair, his eyes fluttered open, revealing a glint of clarity. Yet, he was no longer Wu Feiyun. He had become Luo Tian. Wu Feiyun's body had been wholly claimed by Luo Tian. Creak! Luo Tian pushed the chair beneath him aside and rose to his feet. Before him stood the motionless form of Gong Liang, whose eyes now reflected not even the slightest hint of color. He gently caressed a ring on his finger, a storage ring capable of holding various items. Such treasures were rare within the Wu family. Aside from the family head, Wu Lingfeng, only Wu Feiyun possessed one. In a short while, guided by Wu Feiyun's memories, Luo Tian grasped the ring's function. With a wave of his hand, Gong Liang's figure vanished from his sight. The silver lamp in Luo Tian's soul realm not only assisted him in condensing his heart's power, but also served the significant purpose of safeguarding his soul and allowing him to seize control of other lives. However, having recently usurped Gong Liang, the prospect of taking over Wu Feiyun now rendered his soul somewhat unstable, making further usurpation unlikely for at least a year or two. Moreover, a prerequisite for seizing another life was that his heart's power must not be inferior to the cultivation level of that life. Thus, he had chosen to usurp a mortal like Gong Liang before advancing to the second tier of silver heart power, which enabled him to target Wu Feiyun. Resuming his seat, Luo Tian tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table while organizing Wu Feiyun's memories from the past 2 decades. With the aid of his heart's power and the silver lamp, he processed the memories swiftly, soon digesting all of Wu Feiyun's recollections. Bang, bang. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in, Luo Tian commanded. Lifting his gaze, creak, the door swung open, and a maid clad in a green dress entered. Young master, Chun Liang is outside and wishes to see you, the maid said, bowing respectfully. Chun Liang? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and replied. Allow him to enter. Upon receiving Luo Tian's directive, the maid promptly departed. Before long, she returned, escorting a bloodied Chen Liang, whose face was swollen to the extent that it resembled a pig's head. What happened to you? Luo Tian exclaimed, rising from his chair in shock at Chen Liang's appearance. Young master, you must stand up for me, Chen Liang cried out, collapsing to his knees and weeping profusely upon seeing Luo Tian. However, due to his front teeth being knocked out previously by Luo Tian, his speech was mumbled and distorted, resembling the lamentations of a centenarian. Luo Tian approached and helped Chen Liang to his feet, suppressing his anger. Rest assured, whoever has done this to you shall not escape my wrath. Now, tell me what transpired. Young master, it was Gong Liang who did this to me. Chen Liang sobbed. He was envious when he saw my reward. Having received Luo Tian's promise, Chen Liang was eager to embellish the tale of his brutal beating. However, abruptly, Luo Tian struck Chen Liang's pig-like head with a resounding slap. Why, young master? You? Chen Liang gasped, clutching his face in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock at Luo Tian's unexpected aggression. How dare you incite discord between me and Gong Liang? It seems you possess the audacity of a bear and the cunning of a leopard. Luo Tian snorted coldly, then reached out once more, seizing Chen Liang by the collar with a forceful grip. With a resounding rip, Chen Liang's garment was torn asunder, revealing a porcelain vial as pristine as snow, which Luo Tian extracted from the remnants of his clothing. Fixing his gaze upon Chen Liang, Luo Tian let out another derisive snort, declaring, You have gravely erred this time. I shall overlook your previous transgressions. My lord, Shan Liang's face was a mask of urgency, as if the very heavens were collapsing around him. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Luo Tian's blatant disregard for his promises was beyond comprehension. One moment he appeared intent on avenging him, and the next, he had turned against him. As for Luo Tian's accusation of him, sowing discord with Gong Liang, Chen Liang found it utterly implausible. He understood Wu Feiyun's character all too well. Although Gong Liang was ostensibly his brother-in-law, Wu Feiyun undoubtedly regarded him merely as a servant in his heart. Are you not hastening to depart? Luo Tian's brow furrowed, a palpable aura of menace brewing within him. Yes, I shall take my leave at once. Chen Liang bit down hard, retreating from Luo Tian's chamber with a heavy heart, yet a tempest of resentment brewed within him. His ire was directed not only at Gong Liang but also at Wu Feiyun. However, it ultimately coalesced around Luo Tian in that moment. What on earth was happening? No matter how he pondered, the answers eluded him. Luo Tian, sensing the undercurrents of Chen Liang's resentment, paid it little mind. To him, Chen Liang was but a trivial pawn. By subduing him, he merely served as a source of sustenance for Luo Tian's own burgeoning strength. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Luo Tian looked up to behold Gong Zi descending, clad in a delicate red gauzy garment that barely concealed her alluring figure. The sheer fabric, which barely reached the upper thighs, accentuated her long, slender legs, and the tantalizing glimpses between the fabric and her skin were a sight to behold. Why, lord, what transpired just now? Gong Zi inquired, her enchanting gaze imbued with a captivating allure. Nothing of consequence. Gong Liang had a scuffle with Chen Liang, who then came to me in complaint, but I sent him on his way, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. My brother fought with Chen Liang? A flicker of intrigue passed through Gong Zi's beautiful eyes. Where is he now? I have tasked him with an important endeavor. It serves as both a trial for him and a means to evade any potential backlash from Chen Liang, who might plot against him in the shadows. However, it may be quite some time before he returns. Luo Tian fabricated a tale regarding Gong Liang's absence. You truly are wonderful, Gong Zi beamed, pressing her body against Luo Tian's and gently swaying against him. In her mind, Luo Tian's decision to send her brother on a private mission signified trust. Thus, should her brother excel, she would undoubtedly garner even more favor. Experiencing the instinctive transformations of his new body, Luo Tian did not resist. With a gentle exertion, he melded the soft, delicate form of Gong Zi into his own. Chapter 6. Conspiracy. Following this possession, Luo Tian estimated that he would be unable to seize another body for at least a year or two. To avert any suspicion from Gong Zi, he engaged in an extended period of intimate liaison with her. This body possessed a prowess at the silver second tier, imbuing him with formidable strength. And coupled with the assistance of his equally adept mental fortitude, he was able to gain near-complete control over every aspect of his physical being. This mastery brought Gong Zi boundless ecstasy, a form of pure spiritual resonance that significantly surpassed the effects of typical mental fluctuations on Luo Tian. Naturally, he remained vigilant to regulate his essence, lest he inadvertently reveal the identity of his progeny, which could lead to unnecessary complications, particularly if she were to seek vengeance upon discovering the truth. Such a scenario would be overly melodramatic. Once their encounter concluded, Luo Tian shook his head. His desire to amass a multitude of spiritual resonances through the establishment of a harem was akin to the folly of a dreamer. After donning his attire, he descended from the bed, glancing back to find Gong Zi languidly sprawled upon the sheets, her flawless form adorned with a captivating blush. Shall I have dinner brought up? Luo Tian inquired. Gong Zi, with a faintly flushed visage, lifted her head wearily and shot him a glance. Do you think I am in any condition to go down now? With a chuckle, Luo Tian made his way downstairs. Yet his thoughts lingered on the potential future revelation to Gong Zi. The moment she learned of the possession of both her brother and husband, and the subsequent entanglements with an adversary, the ensuing emotional turmoil would undoubtedly be intricate. By now, twilight had descended, and the maid had arranged the evening meal. A plate of cat meat accompanied by several smaller dishes. The cat meat was unmistakably sourced from the deceased mutated raccoon cat. After instructing the maid to deliver a portion to Gong Zi, Luo Tian scrutinized the dish, furrowing his brow. In his previous life, he had abstained from consuming cat meat, but reflecting on the changed world, he realized that his former existence was but a distant memory, leaving only faint traces behind. With a sigh, he picked up his chopsticks, sampling a piece of the meat and chewing thoughtfully. After nearly half an hour of dining, Luo Tian stretched and exited the small building. Outside, The darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, save for a solitary full moon casting its cold luminescence through the gaps in the clouds. The array of structures belonging to the Wu family, illuminated by this ethereal light, resembled colossal beasts crouched in silence. Luo Tian ventured alone to the training ground, where Wu Feiyun practiced martial arts, and amidst the tranquil expanse, he gradually assumed a stance. The flesh of mystical beasts serves as a significant tonic for cultivators. It was essential for him to thoroughly absorb its benefits. A cultivator at the inception of the silver second tier could unleash a force of 1,000 pounds, and after 2 years of diligent training at this level, Wu Feiyun had reached its pinnacle, capable of delivering a punch with a force of 1,500 pounds. Boom, boom, boom. In the training arena, Luo Tian executed a series of punches with an extraordinary rhythm, the air around him stirring with palpable energy. The martial art cultivated by Wu Feiyun is the Black Tiger Fist, a mid-grade silver-level technique passed down from Wu Lingfeng. Coupled with its inherent mental method, it can be practiced up to the 6th tier of silver, and if one's comprehension is sufficiently profound, there exists a possibility of attaining the 7th tier of silver. In contrast, the Fierce Tiger Fist, previously practiced by Gongliang, is a lower-grade technique evolved from the Black Tiger Fist, capable of reaching a maximum of only the 3rd tier of silver, and its efficacy pales in comparison to that of the Black Tiger Fist. Beyond this Black Tiger Fist, Wu Feiyun has also trained in a set of Black Tiger grasping hands and a technique known as the Black Tiger Phantom Blade. Both the Black Tiger grasping hands and the Black Tiger Phantom Blade are purely martial arts secrets, differing from the Black Tiger Fist in that they do not tap into and amplify the silver power within the practitioner's body to enhance their cultivation. However, these two martial secrets are also mid-grade techniques, providing a significant boost to his strength. With the aid of his mental power, Luo Tian felt a remarkable enhancement in his grasp of the Black Tiger Fist after executing a set of movements. With the support of mental power at the 2nd tier of silver, Luo Tian estimated that if he devoted himself to diligent practice, he could likely achieve the 3rd tier of silver within a fortnight. Yet, to attain the 3rd tier of silver in merely half a month felt excruciatingly slow for him. Previously, after demolishing the gate of the Qingbei Reservoir, the myriad emotional ripples emanating from the affected villagers continued to surge towards him even after he had exchanged bodies. However, to leverage this to propel his mental power to the 3rd tier of silver was nothing but a pipe dream. In his mind, Luo Tian envisioned a bar reminiscent of experience points from his past life's games, subsequently filling it with the oil accumulated in the silver lamp, only to discover that he was still a staggering 97% away from condensing the mental power of the 3rd tier of silver. He realized that further efforts were imperative. Muttering to himself, Luo Tian strode towards the dungeon where Nian Shaoqian was imprisoned. Having obtained Wu Feiyun's identity and become the eldest son of the Wu family, he was now capable of undertaking numerous ventures. As he moved, the mental power expended during his earlier training began to replenish slowly. The power of the mind was boundless. The mental power he had already condensed could restore itself gradually, akin to a perpetual motion machine, without any need for external replenishment. Before long, Luo Tian arrived at the location where Nian Shaoqian was held captive. Nian Shaoqian was confined in the Wu family's dungeon for prisoners, yet her treatment was considerably more favorable than that of other inmates. Not only did she have a private cell, but there were also warm blankets inside, and attendants were available to provide her with food at any time. Upon Luo Tian's entrance, Nian Shaoqian was crouched in a corner in the form of a pristine white kitten. Upon seeing Luo Tian, her expression remained unchanged, her eyes as cold and indifferent as everlasting ice. In this world, certain individuals or beings of other races may possess unique constitutions. Nian Shaoqian, in particular, is endowed with the alluring yin body, a rare constitution. Women possessing such a physique, once discovered, are often concealed by practitioners who understand special techniques, serving as dual cultivation vessels to enhance their own cultivation. However, the alluring yin body is only beneficial to low-tier practitioners. Its significance diminishes greatly against those of higher cultivation levels. The reason Wu Feiyun sought to capture Nian Shaoqian alive was due to his fortuitous acquisition of a special technique known as the Great Young Art. However, for Luo Tian, the so-called Giant Sun technique holds little significance. At best, it serves merely as a reference, for his foundation lies entirely in the power of the heart. The dungeon keeper is a middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor, possessing the strength of a 2nd-tier silver, and holds a certain status within the martial family. He approached Luo Tian and said, "Young master, she has not eaten anything since this morning, I understand," Luo Tian replied, waving his hand. "You may leave now." Once the keeper departed, he moved a chair closer, seated himself, and gently tapped the armrest. "What is the matter? By the looks of you, Are you perhaps contemplating a hunger strike to end your life? Nian Xiaoqian shuddered slightly. Luo Tian could palpably sense the fear within her heart. With a faint smile, he continued, however, if you truly wish to take your own life, why go through so much trouble? Just use your claws to slice your throat, and it will be over. No, he added. Or are you merely a timid cat, preferring to endure humiliation rather than dare to end it all? As if Luo Tian had struck a nerve, Nian Xiaoqian finally broke her silence, lifting her head to gaze at him. What do you intend to do with me? With a swift motion, Luo Tian retrieved the giant sun technique from his storage ring and tossed it before her. Shameless! Nian Xiaoqian glanced at it, a guttural sound escaping her throat as her body trembled anew. You cannot use me to experiment with this technique. I will not transform into human form. Luo Tian shook his head. And what of it? The technique does not stipulate that one must be in human form to be effective. You? Nian Xiaoqian gasped, her eyes widening in horror as a myriad of distressing images flooded her mind, causing her body to convulse involuntarily. Ha ha ha. Seeing her reaction, Luo Tian suddenly erupted into laughter. Rest assured, I am not interested in you. I merely intend to use you as a reward. A reward? What kind of reward? I am organizing a gathering of practitioners from the 10 towns. All cultivators under the age of 25 from Qingbei town and the surrounding 10 towns are eligible to participate. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Whoever emerges as the champion in the gathering may claim you and this technique as their prize. You scoundrel! Nian Xiaoqian's eyes reddened, unable to suppress her curses. What? Are you unwilling? Luo Tian's expression suddenly darkened as he stood up. If you refuse, I can certainly demonstrate the effects of this technique right now. Nian Xiaoqian's body stiffened. Luo Tian approached her, crouched down, and stroked her lustrous fur, pressuring her. I advise you to comply. It would be best if you transformed into human form by tomorrow, looking splendidly beautiful. If so, I might consider inviting my younger brother to this gathering. Nian Xiaoqian, who had already been engulfed in despair, suddenly brightened at his words. Are you serious? Wu Feiyun has a half-brother, Wu Feihong, whose innate talent far surpasses his OWN.AT. Merely 18 years of age, he has already attained the 3rd tier of silver. However, Wu Feihong's mother was originally a maid of Wu Lingfeng, and he himself is an unintended product of a drunken encounter, thus he is not favored by Wu Lingfeng. However, due to past encounters where Wu Feiyun had troubled Nian Xiaoqian and was subsequently thwarted by Wu Feihong, coupled with their later interactions, Nian Xiaoqian developed quite a favorable impression of Wu Feihong. She firmly believed that among the human race, not all individuals were as malevolent as Luo Tian. There surely existed good-hearted individuals as well. Luo Tian did not respond to Nian Xiaoqian's words. Instead, he rose to his feet, clasped his hands behind his back, and exited the dungeon. Simultaneously, he sensed Nian Xiaoqian's delicate soul, which underwent a swift transformation from terror to despair, and then to the emergence of a flicker of hope, provoking within him waves of exhilaration, akin to a demon savoring a delectable morsel. Shaking his head, he recognized this as perhaps the residual effects of acquiring the fragmented memories of the heart demon. As night deepened, upon leaving the dungeon, Luo Tian inhaled the cool air while contemplating his future plans. He intended to leverage Nian Xiaoqian and the Jianggong as a lure to organize a gathering of young cultivators from 10 towns, aiming to dominate the assembly and secure a reputation that would echo throughout the 10 towns. He was convinced that once the envisioned gathering achieved resounding success, it would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. However, amongst the young cultivators under the age of 25 in the surrounding 10 towns, there were many who had already reached the 3rd tier of silver rank, and there might even be formidable individuals who had ascended to the 4th tier. To attain the strength necessary to overshadow his rivals, he knew he must further enhance his abilities before the gathering. Chapter 7. Wu Feihong. Wu Feiyun had yet to take a legitimate wife, having only 3 concubines. Aside from Gong Zi, who resided with him, the other 2 concubines lived in adjacent small courtyards. After departing from the dungeon, both concubines sent someone to summon him, yet Luo Tian paid them no heed. Although the night was already late, the concentrated power of his heart alleviated his mental fatigue, allowing him to remain alert even without sleep for several months. In this invigorated state, he returned to the training ground. The Black Tiger Fist encompasses both the techniques and the mental discipline associated with it, relying on diligent practice to amplify the silver power within the cultivator's body, thereby enhancing their cultivation level. However, Luo Tian had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, making it difficult to advance through the Black Tiger Fist in a short time. Thus, he decided to focus on improving his strength through the Black Tiger Grappling Technique, a mid-tier martial skill. The Black Tiger Grappling Technique consists of 72 grappling methods, along with corresponding footwork, allowing practitioners to channel their silver power in a unique manner to unleash tremendous force. The levels of mastery in martial arts are categorized as beginner, minor success, medium success, major success, perfection, and transcendence. If one could cultivate the black tiger grappling technique to the level of perfection, their hands would become immensely powerful, capable of crushing even the most resilient steel with a mere grasp. Luo Tian channeled the silver power within him. His footwork shifted with fluidity. One claw followed another, extending from unimaginable angles, each strike imbued with boundless ferocity. The air erupted with a thunderous crack, reminiscent of firecrackers, upon contact with each claw. Mastering the black tiger grappling technique necessitated the fortification of the strength within the hands and arms, which required enduring excruciating pain during practice. Wu Feiyun had trained in this martial skill since childhood, yet due to the unbearable agony, he had only managed to reach the beginner stage before stagnating. With the force of his heart, Luo Tian meticulously channeled the silver power within him, executing a unique method to refine his flesh and bones with unwavering precision. The unimaginable pain caused him to furrow his brow slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Unlike ordinary individuals, he possessed the formidable advantage of heart power. However, his adversaries were those who stood at the pinnacle of the myriad realms. He could no longer afford the luxury of languishing in comfort, waiting for gradual maturation. After approximately a quarter of an hour of cultivation, the silver power within Luo Tian was entirely depleted. He retrieved a silver ingot shaped like a yuan bao from his storage ring, holding it in his hand, and initiated the black tiger heart method to absorb the silver power contained within, replenishing his exhaustion. The first phase of a cultivator's journey is termed the silver secret realm, not only because one must first activate the silver blood within, but also because cultivators at this stage can draw upon the silver power from silver itself to enhance their strength. Nonetheless, Luo Tian had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. No amount of silver would enable him to break through. An entire hour passed before he replenished the consumed silver power, and by that time, the silver power contained within the two tails of silver he held had been entirely utilized. The originally lustrous and brilliant silver had transformed into a dismal white. This two-tail piece of silver, if placed in an ordinary household, could be utilized for nearly half a year, and most common folk would not even possess such a thing. In this world, ordinary individuals primarily used copper coins as currency. Even Wu Feiyun, after years of accumulation, had only over 300 taels of silver in his possession. Of course, even in the absence of silver, cultivators could still utilize their cultivation methods to draw strength from the heavens and the earth, thereby enhancing and restoring themselves, albeit at a significantly slower pace. For Luo Tian, time was perpetually more valuable than money. Aside from augmenting strength and enabling the execution of martial techniques, silver power also alleviated the fatigue of cultivators. Once he restored the silver power, Luo Tian felt the weariness of his body dissipate with a mere motion. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately commenced another round of cultivation. The night swiftly passed in the throes of his practice. Throughout the entire night, he remained diligently focused on mastering the black tiger capture technique. As for the black tiger spirit blade, a mid-tier martial skill, it was not only a secret technique among martial arts, but also a genuine killing art that could only be rapidly advanced through acts of slaughter. He was not yet ready to cultivate it. As dawn broke, Luo Tian inhaled the fresh air and returned to his residence. The servants had long prepared breakfast, and Gong Zi had evidently dressed with care, donning a moon-white floral gown that accentuated her graceful figure, lending her an air of elegance. Upon seeing Luo Tian's return, she immediately approached him, adjusting his attire while chiding gently, "You needn't overexert yourself. After all, Nian Shaoqian is already within your grasp. Just persuade her, and you will soon break through to the third stage of silver. If necessary, I can assist in persuading her." Luo Tian shook his head, freshened up with the hot water prepared by the maid, and after sitting down at the dining table with Gong Zi, he replied, "I have devised another method to reach the third stage of silver. As for Nian Shaoqian, you need not concern yourself with her. I have other uses for her." Sensing Luo Tian's reluctance to elaborate, Gong Zi promptly took the hint and refrained from further inquiries. Soon, the two finished their breakfast. After the meal, Luo Tian instructed the maid to bring paper and pen. He placed the paper on the desk and, after a moment of contemplation, began to write with vigorous strokes. Gong Zi stood behind him, observing the increasingly astonishing lines of characters he inscribed, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and incredulity. "Second young master, you cannot enter." Just as Luo Tian completed his writing, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a loud bang as the door to the small building was forcefully pushed open. ion strode a young man clad in black, exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing this youth, Luo Tian displayed little surprise. He gestured towards the untouched cat meat on the dining table and smiled. Second brother, have you traveled all this way simply to catch a whiff of cat and wish to partake? This young man in black was none other than Wu Feihong, the second son of the Wu family and the half-brother of Luo Tian's current form. Cat meat? What have you done to Xiaoqian? After a brief pause, Wu Feihong's eyes turned blood-red, his previously dignified visage contorting into a grimace. Wu Feihong teetered on the brink of explosion. Luo Tian spoke slowly. Do not worry, she is comfortably enjoying her time in the dungeon. That is good. Wu Feihong sighed in relief, then fixed a cold gaze upon the composed Luo Tian, declaring, I intend to take her with me. You had better not interfere. As he spoke, he summoned the power of silver, releasing a subtle aura. Under this aura, all small objects within a 3-meter radius of him trembled slightly. She is a monster. Luo Tian gradually rose from his seat, similarly invoking the power of silver to project his own aura. Although his strength did not match Wu Feihong's, through the exquisite control of his mental energy, everything within a near 3-meter radius of him came to a standstill, as if time itself had halted. You are close to reaching Silver Stage 3. At this sight, Wu Feihong's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Despite not being favored by Wu Lingfeng, he had gained confidence over the past 2 years due to his superior strength over Wu Feiyun, no longer as submissive as in his earlier years. However, if Wu Feiyun were to attain Silver Stage 3, then it could only lead to boom. Yet, what of Silver Stage 3? Suddenly, Wu Feihong's aura surged dramatically, and under the influence of his energy, everything within a 4-meter radius was swept up as if to take flight. Luo Tian felt the overwhelming pressure and, with a thought, withdrew his own aura. It was not that he could not endure, but after this probing exchange, he deemed it unnecessary to persist further. Having inherited Wu Feiyun's memories, Luo Tian was aware that Wu Feihong had been frail since childhood, which led Wu Feiyun to never take him seriously. However, at the age of 15, Wu Feihong had experienced a sudden breakthrough, transforming from a mere mortal to a practitioner of Silver Stage 3 within a mere 3 years. Luo Tian had never believed in the notion of sudden fortune. He was convinced that Wu Feihong's abrupt enlightenment must have been the result of some fortuitous opportunity. Anything that could enhance his own power. Luo Tian harbored a keen interest. Simultaneously, he sought to gauge whether Wu Feihong had made any progress during this period. The outcome of his probing, as anticipated, revealed that Wu Feihong was now but a mere step away from the silver rank 4. Should you desire to take away Nian Xiaoqian, it is not entirely out of reach, Luo Tian stated, lifting his head fearlessly under Wu Feihong's piercing gaze. What do you wish to convey? Wu Feihong's eyes were icy. He had never held any respect for his elder brother. Luo Tian pointed at the notes he had previously inscribed on the table. Wu Feihong squinted, finally noticing the paper filled with dense writing. I, Wu Feiyun of Qingbei Town, will host the 10 Towns Youth Cultivator Conference in half a month. All young talents under 25 from the 10 towns, including Qingbei, Shimo, and Guyuan, may register to participate. Each applicant must submit a registration fee of 50 taels of silver. The purpose of the conference is to elect the foremost youth across the 10 towns. The ultimate victor will receive a dual cultivation technique, giant sun skill, and a maiden from the cat demon clan who possesses the alluring physique. Upon finishing the reading, Wu Feihong's eyes widened, an overwhelming fury seemingly ready to erupt, as he bellowed, Wu Feiyun, do you truly believe that because you have someone protecting you, I would not dare to act against you? It appears you are genuinely concerned about that cat demon, Luo Tian mocked, raising his head amidst Wu Feihong's raging wrath. However, if you truly care for her, it would be prudent to adhere to my rules. After all, given your strength, you stand a significant chance of claiming her in the conference. Otherwise, the Wu family is not one to be trifled with. Wu Feihong glared at Luo Tian, yet Luo Tian remained unfazed. After a prolonged silence, Wu Feihong spoke coldly, very well, I shall participate in your cultivator conference. However, prior to that, you would do well to refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, should you truly provoke my wrath, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Of course, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. As long as you remember that attending the conference requires an upfront payment of 50 taels of silver, Wu Feihong, with a stern expression, snorted disdainfully and prepared to leave. By the way, just then, Luo Tian seemed to recall something and called out to Wu Feihong. You must have long known that Nian Xiaoqian is a cat demon, haven't you? Tell me, does her clan have any relatives residing in our Qingbei town? What else do you intend to do? Wu Feihong's gaze sharpened. Sensing Wu Feihong's heightened tension, Luo Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively, nothing of consequence. Wu Feihong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Luo Tian, yet discerned nothing. You would do well to remember my previous warning. Do not act recklessly. After a lengthy pause, Wu Feihong waved his sleeve and strode out of the small building. Watching his younger brother's retreating figure, Luo Tian shook his head, realizing that for the time being, he must not provoke his younger sibling too fiercely. Nevertheless, this was merely a temporary measure. After Wu Feihong departed, Luo Tian promptly instructed his subordinates to transcribe dozens of copies of the letter he had written. Dispatching them to the nearby young talents, he was confident that once these letters were in their possession, a significant uproar would ensue in a short period. However, whether he could leverage this opportunity to elevate his heart's power to the third stage of silver today remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Luo Tian decided to take further action as a precaution. Previously, the sluice gate at the Qingbei town reservoir had been damaged, causing countless casualties. If he were to donate funds for disaster relief, it might serve as a viable means of acquiring heart's power. Chapter 8. The Zhou family's secret treasure, grass on the fly. After some reflection, Luo Tian advised Gong Ziyi, I have matters to attend to outside for a while and may not return today. Remember. Upon hearing Luo Tian's instructions, Gong Ziyi, though surprised, nodded obediently, as her entire existence was built upon Luo Tian's favor. Following this, Luo Tian made a brief adjustment before departing from the Wu family residence, heading straight for the Zhou family. Among the 3 cultivation families in Qingbei town, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Shangde, was a formidable figure at the 5th stage of silver and also served as the mayor of Qingbei town. The Zhou residence was located in the heart of Qingbei town, where Zhou Shangde conducted his official duties. Constructed from dark blue bricks, the house featured a red-painted grand door adorned with large golden studs. Exuding an air of authority and grandeur, 2 stone lions flanked the entrance, beside which stood a large drum made of beast hide, guarded by 4 sentinels. Thump, thump, thump. Upon arriving, Luo Tian circumvented the 4 guards, seized the drumstick, and began to pound the beast hide drum vigorously. This drum, crafted from the hide of a magical beast and known as the 10-mile drum, though not classified as a secret treasure, was far superior to an ordinary drum, capable of transmitting sound for 10 miles with a forceful strike. It was typically sounded only during significant events in the town, or when Zhou Shangde summoned all townsfolk. Young Master Wu, what is the meaning of this? The 4 guards, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines. Although Wu Feiyun was usually arrogant and overbearing, he tended to temper his demeanor in the presence of the Zhou family. For many were aware that the White Whale Mansion had largely been infiltrated by the White Whale clan. Nevertheless, this world ultimately belonged to the Zhao kingdom. Luo Tian turned to one of the guards, commanding, go summon Zhou Xingping for me. Zhou Xingping, the eldest son of the Zhou family, was of the same age as Wu Feiyun, yet had already reached the 3rd stage of silver and was designated as the heir to the Zhou family. My brother is not in the residence at Wu Feiyun. You come to my Zhou mansion and strike the 10-mile drum. What is the reason? Just then, the red-painted door of the Zhou residence swung open, revealing a 15 or 16-year-old youth of striking appearance, who stepped forth. The youth bore a long red tassel sword on his back, exuding an air of nobility. Though young, he emanated a formidable pressure. Luo Tian cast a glance at the youth and instantly recognized him as Zhou Xingping's younger brother, Zhou Xingjie. With an innate talent surpassing that of Zhou Xingping, Zhou Xingjie had already cultivated to the 2nd stage of silver at the tender age of 15. Luo Tian regarded Zhou Xingjie with a fleeting glance and remarked nonchalantly, Are you in a position to make decisions? Although Zhou Shangde serves as the mayor of Qingbei town, he has, in recent years, largely relinquished his responsibilities, delegating general matters to Zhou Xingping. In my brother's absence, I naturally have the authority to make decisions. Zhou Xingjie, undaunted, regards Wu Linfeng as the foremost powerhouse of Qingbei town, and the only practitioner at the 6th tier of silver. He holds Wu Linfeng in reverence, yet looks down upon Wu Feiyun, who, despite being 20 years of age, remains a dwell, idly passing his days with the same cultivation level of silver 2nd tier. If you can take charge, then so be it. Luo Tian remarked with a faint smile, entirely unperturbed by the subtle disdain emanating from Zhou Xingjie. He continued, The Qingbei Reservoir's sluice gate has been vandalized, resulting in untold suffering for many. This winter, it is uncertain how many will face starvation. Have you apprehended the miscreant responsible for damaging the reservoir's gate? Zhou Xingjie's expression darkened slightly. Apart from the afflicted townsfolk, the Zhou family felt the brunt of this calamity most acutely. After all, as the governing family of the town, such a significant incident would undoubtedly attract punitive measures from above. His elder brother, Zhou Xingping, had already departed to Pinglang City to seek resolution for this matter. If you have something to say, please speak plainly, Zhou Xingjie replied, his tone tinged with impatience. Luo Tian's gaze flickered. I wish to inquire, should I capture the rogue known as Zhao Rentu, who vandalized the Qingbei Reservoir? What actions would your family undertake? Do you know who damaged the sluice gate of the Qingbei Reservoir? Zhou Xingjia's eyes suddenly gleamed. If they could indeed apprehend this Zhao Rentu, the Zhou family would find themselves considerably more at ease when addressing inquiries from above. However, Luo Tian remained silent, fixated on Zhou Xingjia. Zhou Xingjia quickly grasped the unspoken implication and declared, rest assured, the Zhou family has already made a decision. Regardless of who captures that thief, we shall offer a reward of 100 taels of silver. And a proclamation has been prepared, soon to be posted. 100 taels of silver is quite generous, Luo Tian replied with a subtle smile. I accept this task. By this time tomorrow, I shall present the culprit to you. Additionally, I have just sounded the 10-mile drum, and the townsfolk should arrive shortly. At that time, you can inform them that I, Wu Feiyun, am undertaking a significant endeavor for the benefit of the people, and all are welcome to witness how I bring the rogue to justice. Do you speak in earnest? Zhou Xingjia cast a skeptical glance at Luo Tian, feeling inexplicably that today's Wu Feiyun was oddly different from his usual arrogant demeanor. Indeed, I speak the truth. Luo Tian affirmed with a nod, I will proceed as you have instructed. Zhou Xingjia's gaze sharpened, yet he added, this matter is of great import. You would do well not to deceive me, lest my grasshopper be provoked. As he spoke, the red-tasseled sword strapped to Zhou Xingjia's back quivered and suddenly soared into the air, hovering above his head, its glinting tip aimed menacingly at Luo Tian. Although he dared not truly slay Luo Tian, should deception occur, a mere prick from this blade would suffice, and even Wu Linfeng would have no grounds for objection. Witnessing the sword suspended above Zhou Xingjia, Luo Tian's pupils constricted. In this world, cultivators can enhance their strength not only through the mastery of various martial arts, but also by acquiring secret treasures. The sword Chaoshang Fei wielded by Zhou Xingjia is one such treasure. Although this sword is merely a low-grade silver-tier artifact, Zhou Xingjia is likely capable of contending with an average silver-tier 3-stage cultivator thanks to it. Humph! Does this insignificant Chaoshang Fei dare to threaten me? Luo Tian suddenly snorted coldly. Could it be that you believe the phantom god blade of my Wu family is a mere trinket? The phantom god blade? Zhou Xingjia scoffed. Indeed, the phantom god blade of your Wu family is formidable. However, apart from Wu Lingfeng, I have yet to hear of anyone else mastering a second phantom god blade. The Black Tiger Phantom God Blade of the Wu family encompasses both a martial technique and a secret art. This secret art pertains to the crafting of treasures, which are referred to as the Phantom God Blade. To cultivate the Black Tiger Phantom God Blade, one must synchronize it with the Phantom God Blade. Moreover, the Black Tiger Phantom God Blade is a genuine killing technique, requiring bloodshed to grow swiftly, which is why Luo Tian has refrained from its cultivation. Nevertheless, when Luo Tian left the Wu family this time, the reason he informed Gongzi that he might not return today was to pursue the cultivation of the Black Tiger Phantom God Blade. The practice of this blade technique is exceedingly perilous. Wu Feiyun cannot cultivate it, but that does not imply he cannot. With such thoughts, Luo Tian remarked nonchalantly, the depth of our Wu family's heritage is beyond your imagination. I shall proceed to capture Zhao Renshu. Prior to that, you would do well to prepare 100 taels of silver. With that, Luo Tian flicked his sleeve and turned to depart. What a useless fool, however. Zhou Xingjia perceived this scene as an indication of Luo Tian's fear, and he felt a deep disdain within. Chapter 9. The Bear Demon. This world is known as the Silver Blood World, the extent of which Luo Tian is unaware. He only knows that the nation he currently inhabits is called the Zhao Kingdom. The location he finds himself in is a town with a population of several thousand, known as Pinglang Town, which falls under the jurisdiction of the White Whale Prefecture, one of the 36 prefectures of Zhao. Upon exiting Qingbei Town, Luo Tian followed the dirt road westward, guided by his memory. This world is inhabited not only by humans, but also by demon tribes and various other races, many of which maintain a poor relationship with humanity. Within the borders of Zhao Kingdom, there are not many other races, yet those demon tribes dwelling in the deep mountains and vast marshes are the grave enemies of humankind. Even if humans refrain from venturing into the mountains, it is common for demons to emerge from the hills to hunt humans, treating them as prey. Consequently, small towns with populations of several thousand are often the fundamental units of Zhao Kingdom, as they typically host powerful cultivators capable of defending against demon incursions. Further afield, while there are some villages with only a few hundred inhabitants, such settlements are generally concentrated in the heart of Zhao. With few existing elsewhere. To the west of Qingbei Town lies a great mountain known as Wolfmang Mountain. After over an hour of travel, Luo Tian arrived at Wolfmang Mountain. Demons typically possess many treasures beneficial to cultivators. and human practitioners occasionally venture into the deep mountains to hunt demons. Yet Luo Tian encountered not a single shadow of a cultivator along his path. As for ordinary folk, they do not dare to enter the depths of the mountains at all. Arriving at the foot of the Wolfmang Mountain, Luo Tian exhibited no hesitation and strode directly into its depths. Wu Feiyun had previously accompanied Wu Lingfeng to this mountain at the tender age of 12, and subsequently, he had ventured into Wolfmang Mountain several times with others to hunt the demon race, though his bounties had always been meager. Thus, as Luo Tian entered the mountain, he felt quite at ease. By the side of a crystal-clear stream, Luo Tian cupped the water in his hands and washed his face. The rippling water mirrored his chiseled nose and striking eyes, while the sunlight, filtering through the towering trees, cast dappled shadows upon his dark attire, seemingly transforming the ancient chill he exuded into a hue of melancholy. Suddenly, with a swift stomp of his foot, a tremendous force struck the earth, causing the damp soil by the stream to bulge upward. On the opposite side of this rise, a black mud loach, as thick as a man's arm, emerged from the ground, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, fixating its cold gaze upon him. Though this loach had yet to attain the status of a demon, it was an aberration, and if Luo Tian were to be caught off guard by its bite, he would undoubtedly have to retreat hastily. Fixating on the mutated loach, Luo Tian crouched low and executed the black tiger capture technique. His 5 fingers shimmered with a silvery light, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon the aberrant creature. Grasping its neck, he twisted slightly, and before it could react, he snapped its neck, with a resounding thud, as blood splattered around. Luo Tian gradually rose to his feet. A few drops of crimson fell into the clear stream, landing precisely on his reflected visage, transforming his once radiant face into one that bore an air of eerie ferocity. Discarding the loach's head, he turned and made his way toward a location etched in his memory. However, he had scarcely ventured far when 2 disheveled figures, a man and a woman, burst forth from the forest ahead, pursued by a massive brown bear standing over 2 meters tall. Sensing the presence of the bear, Luo Tian's expression shifted dramatically. This bear was unmistakably a bear demon. Having reached the pinnacle of the silver 3rd stage, and nearing the 4th stage, as for the man and woman, they too emanated the aura of ordinary silver 3rd stage cultivators. Upon noticing Luo Tian, the pair's eyes brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, they dashed toward him. Observing their approach, Luo Tian's countenance darkened. Both individuals were stronger than he, and should they reach him, he would likely be abandoned to the bear, allowing them to escape. With this thought, Luo Tian steeled himself, adopting a defensive stance, and called out, "Stop at once. I can assist you in slaying this bear, but should you intend to use me as a scapegoat, I assure you, I will take one of you down with me." Simultaneously, he unleashed the full extent of his silver 2nd stage aura, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanning the duo, as if deliberating whom to strike first. He did not refrain from fleeing, but rather understood that even if he did attempt to escape, the speed of the 2 would undoubtedly allow them to catch up with him swiftly. The man let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Ha ha, my dear brother, you jest. How could we ever consider you a scapegoat? It is merely that this bear is exceedingly formidable. Should we halt our flight now, we might find ourselves in grave peril. Thus, I beseech you not to misconstrue our intentions." As he spoke, he and the woman accelerated towards Luo Tian, showing no inclination to stop. "You would do well to heed my words." Luo Tian's expression hardened at this sight, and without further ado, he lowered his body, adopting a stance primed for attack. The man and woman exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with embarrassment, as Luo Tian had surmised. The moment they laid eyes on him, they had resolved to treat him as a scapegoat, yet they had not anticipated his astuteness, which surpassed their expectations entirely. With a swift movement, the 2 were compelled to halt, executing their evasive maneuvers with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, deftly avoiding the bear's ferocious strike. "Brother, we implore you to lend us your strength. I am Hai Tianla from Hai family of Pinglang City, and this is my wife, Humayr. Should you assist us, we shall ensure that upon your visit to Pinglang City, our family will treat you as our most esteemed guest." The man, wielding a long sword, shouted towards Luo Tian while simultaneously engaging the bear. Although he did not believe that Luo Tian, with his mere silver stage 2 prowess, could contribute significantly to the battle, he had no choice but to grasp at straws. Luo Tian's countenance was grave. He did not seize the opportunity to flee, for he knew that if he did, Hai Tianla and Humayr would undoubtedly disregard everything else and pursue him relentlessly. Yet, he also refrained from recklessly advancing. The swords wielded by Hai Tianla and Humayr though not magical treasures, were forged of the finest steel, yet when they struck the bear, they only left shallow white marks. If he were to rush in blindly, with his skills still at the novice level in the black tiger capture technique, he would achieve nothing of consequence. Luo Tian took measured steps, positioning himself in a circular motion around the engaged Tianla, Meyer, and the bear, utilizing his mental acuity to observe the bear's vulnerabilities. After several moments, he noticed an almost imperceptible hint of disdain flickering across the bear's countenance, prompting a sudden epiphany. He bellowed, "You too? Unleash your full might upon this bear demon, while I will attempt a surprise attack on its eyes." "Very well." Exhausted from their struggle, Tianla and Meyer exchanged glances before responding in unison, each preparing to abandon Luo Tian should his ambush fail, opting instead for a hasty escape. They then launched their full offensive, targeting the bear's vital points. However, none of them noticed that immediately after Luo Tian's shout, a flash of brilliance ignited in the bear's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished thereafter. Suddenly, from a distance, Luo Tian's body sprang into motion, accelerating towards the battlefield. As he neared the fray, he focused his thoughts, and with a tremendous leap, he propelled himself upward, landing deftly on a nearby large tree. With a resounding thud, he soared once more, nearly parallel to the ground, his fingers curling into claws, radiating a chilling glimmer as they lunged toward the eyes of the brown bear in the arena. Roar! At that very moment, the brown bear, increasingly irritated by the antics of Tianla and Meyer, suddenly opened its jaws wide, its chest swelling as it inhaled an immense volume of air. Then, like thunder erupting from the earth, it unleashed a deafening roar from its maw. Under the force of this mighty bellow, the surrounding trees trembled incessantly, countless leaves cascading from the sky. Tianla and Meyer, positioned perilously close to the bear, were momentarily stunned, rooted in place as if struck dumb. This ferocious roar was capable of penetrating the ears of cultivators, invading their very souls. Although the bear's training was insufficient to shatter a cultivator's spirit outright, proximity rendered most unprepared individuals susceptible to instant dizziness. As the echo of the bear's fury surged into Luo Tian's soul, the silver lantern within his spiritual realm quivered slightly before quelling all disturbances. Undeterred, his claw-like fingers continued their relentless advance towards the bear's eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed the bear's gaze. It had not anticipated that Luo Tian could maintain lucidity under such a formidable assault. Having unleashed its ultimate technique, the bear found itself in a state of weakness. Nevertheless, possessing the peak cultivation of the silver third stage, it raised its massive paw to block Luo Tian's strike. Yet at that precise moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. He propelled himself off the immobilized Meyer's face, utilizing the power of his heart to perfectly control his descent, while simultaneously exerting force with his claws against the bear's PW. In an instant, his body felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, crashing down from the air to the ground. As soon as he touched the earth, he rolled forward, slipping beneath the bear's undercarriage. During this maneuver, his other hand transformed into a claw, aiming directly at the bear's vulnerable underbelly. Although he had not anticipated the sheer might of the bear's roar, his augmented vision and keen instincts, aided by the power of his heart, had allowed him to discern that the creature seemed capable of understanding human speech amidst its battle with Tianla and Meyer. Thus, his command to attack the bear's eyes was merely a feint, a clever ruse. Roar. Once more, a thunderous roar erupted, this time imbued with an unmistakable note of despair. Seizing the opportunity after his successful strike, Luo Tian swiftly discarded the object in his grasp and stood, his expression grave as he regarded the enraged brown bear. Bang! The bear, clutching its injured area, charged forward, swatting at Tianla as it passed, sending him flying. The use of its ultimate technique had left it in a weakened state, compounded by Luo Tian's insidious attack aimed at its vital spots, extinguishing its will to fight. And of course, the predominant factor remained, the pain. Chapter 10. The village. As he gazed upon the bloodied bear demon fleeing in desperation, Luo Tian refrained from pursuing it. Firstly, bereft of the cover provided by Tianla and Meyer, he would not necessarily stand a chance against the creature even if he caught up. Secondly, having inflicted such grievous wounds upon the bear demon, it would undoubtedly remember him for a lifetime, serving as an excellent source of concentrated heart power. Tianla. At that moment, Meyer had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Tianla collapsed on the ground, unable to rise, she disregarded her fury towards Luo Tian for the kick he had delivered to her face and hurried to his side. Observing the flustered Meyer, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and stealthily approached, contemplating whether to strike her down at this very moment. He had clearly witnessed the exchanged glances between her and Hai Tianla during their battle with the bear demon, and coupled with his sensitivity to their spiritual fluctuations, he was convinced that should his ambush on the bear demon fail, they would undoubtedly view him as a scapegoat. However, before Luo Tian could act, Humayr, clad in a flowing green dress, suddenly sprang to her feet, brandishing her sword with its tip directed straight at him. True to her name, Humayr was enchanting and alluring, though not particularly tall. Her captivating visage and curvaceous figure were undeniably enticing, especially after the skirmish with the bear demon, during which her garments had been torn in several places, revealing her fair skin as if it could draw one's gaze into its depths. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the enormous footprint Luo Tian had left upon her face. "What are your intentions?" Luo Tian sensed the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Humayr and adopted a stern expression, feigning indignation. "Are you aware of any concealed places nearby? I must tend to my husband's wounds," Humayr demanded, her eyes locked onto Luo Tian. Luo Tian squinted for a moment before responding. "There is a village not far from here. I can lead you there. However, afterward, you must allow me to leave." "You claim there is a village within the Wolfmang Mountains?" Humayr furrowed her brow. "Indeed," Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. "However, its location is quite hidden, and ordinary people would struggle to find it. I only visited once as a child with my father, and I have no knowledge of its current state." "Very well, take me there, but you'd best not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless with my sword." Humayr contemplated for a moment before lowering herself to lift Hai Tianla, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. The bloodstains adorning his body indicated the severity of both his internal and external injuries. Luo Tian wasted no time and led Humayr towards the village from his memories. Following the markings left in the mountains years prior, he traversed for about half an hour until they arrived at a secluded valley. Towering trees flourished within this valley, perpetually shrouded in mist. Upon reaching their destination, Luo Tian pointed within the valley and declared, "The village lies just beyond. However, it is enveloped by a natural maze, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to locate the entrance without the proper method." With that, Luo Tian stepped forward into the valley, guided by his memory, he pressed onward, encountering a delicate-barked white birch tree, at which point he turned left. After making 7 or 8 turns, a sudden expanse opened before him, revealing a small village inhabited by dozens of households. Humayr, trailing behind Luo Tian, was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated the existence of a village nestled within such dense mountains and forests. Luo Tian glanced at Humayr. His intended destination was this very village, and the presence of 2 additional companions was merely a minor alteration to his plans. For reasons unknown, Luo Tian felt that this woman displayed little concern for the gravely injured Hai Tianla. However, at this moment, the seed of his heart's great path had just begun to sprout, allowing him only to sense the emotional ripples emanating from others in response to him, without perceiving anything further. Why is it so eerily quiet here? Yet soon, both individuals sensed that something was amiss. The small village within the valley was exceedingly silent, devoid of even the faintest sound. Furthermore, they noticed that the earthen stone houses were largely overgrown with tall wild grass, suggesting that they had remained uninhabited for many years. "How did you come to find this place?" Suddenly, just as Luo Tian and Humayr were engulfed in their puzzlement, a hoarse voice resonated from behind them. Startled, they quickly turned around to discover a gaunt, withered old man with white hair, slowly emerging from the mist-laden forest. What drew their attention was the enormous wild boar, nearly 10 feet long, that he was dragging behind him. Observing the lingering aura of the deceased beast, they recognized that it was no ordinary creature, but rather a demon beast that had attained a degree of sentience. "Kind sir, my husband has been injured by a demon bear. I seek a tranquil place to tend to his wounds, which is why I inadvertently stumbled upon this location. I hope you can forgive our intrusion." Humayr offered a respectful bow to the old man, demonstrating her courtesy. "It has been long since anyone has visited this place. However, guests are always welcome. Since you have arrived, you may rest here for a while," the old man replied, dragging the demon boar's carcass closer to them. He extended a hand, gesturing for them to follow, yet his withered face bore no expression. Luo Tian and Humayr followed the old man into the village. Curiosity piqued, Humayr inquired, "Old sir, it seems there are not many people in this village?" The old man sighed in response, 8 years ago, this village was struck by a plague. Only my child and I survived, while the others perished in that calamity." Upon hearing this, Humayr immediately expressed her condolences. "I am so sorry. I did not anticipate such a fate. It is of no consequence." After such a long time, I have come to accept reality, the old man replied, shaking his head. Subsequently, Luo Tian and Meyer fell silent. Trailing behind the old man in a short while, the trio arrived at the largest courtyard in the village. My surname is Gu, and I am known as Gu Yun, the former village chief. The courtyard gate stood ajar as the old man led them inside, introducing himself. However, Luo Tian and Meyer found their attention drawn to the heaps of stark white bones carelessly strewn outside the courtyard. Do not be afraid. These are merely the bones of the monstrous creatures I have hunted over the years. Ever since that plague 8 years ago, my child has become rather dull-witted and has developed a voracious appetite. This wild boar is what I have prepared for him, the old man explained, seemingly aware of the confusion in their hearts. Luo Tian and Meyer nodded in understanding and followed the elder into the courtyard. The elder's courtyard was expansive, divided into 2 sections, front and back, each containing a main house and several guest rooms. As they stepped into the courtyard, a thunderous sound erupted from one of the guest rooms in the front, as if some terrifying entity had hurled an object high into the air before crashing it to the ground. Luo Tian and Meyer turned in astonishment, and their eyes fell upon a frail and diminutive figure within an open guest room, wielding a large hammer-like object to strike at something. Sunlight streamed obliquely into the room, yet for reasons unknown, it remained shrouded in darkness, as if it could devour the very light itself. Particularly concerning was that frail figure. Luo Tian and Meyer could discern only a vague outline, but upon closer inspection, nothing was clear. Concurrently, the sound of chains being dragged echoed from within the room. Noticing their gaze, a fleeting glimmer of green light flickered in the elder's eyes. However, when Luo Tian and Meyer turned back, the light had vanished and the elder sighed softly. That is my child. 8 years ago, he was this size. 8 years later, he remains the same. It is all due to that cursed plague. The two were moved by his words, unsure how to offer comfort. After a moment, the elder opened another guest room and invited them inside, saying, although these rooms are unoccupied, I often clean them in my spare time. Your husband may be a cultivator, but having sustained such grave injuries, he should be settled as soon as possible. Thank you, kind sir, Meyer replied with a grateful smile. Luo Tian glanced at her and then suddenly addressed the elder. Elder, I only encountered this couple after entering the mountains. I fear it would be inappropriate for me to stay here. Might it be possible for you to find me a guest room as well? I have been in the mountains for quite some time and am utterly exhausted. The elder regarded Luo Tian with surprise, but did not hesitate long before nodding. In that case, young man, you may rest in the adjacent guest room for now. Meyer furrowed her brow, sensing that the elder was not as simple as he appeared, yet she refrained from voicing her concerns in his presence. Soon, under the elder's arrangement, Luo Tian was settled into a guest room next to Meyer. After ensuring Luo Tian's comfort, the elder hurried away, stating he needed to prepare food for his child. Luo Tian pondered the monstrous pig the elder had brought back and the ominous piles of white bones stacked against the wall outside, deep in thought. However, regarding his experiences since entering the Wolf Mang Mountain, he merely replayed them in his mind without dwelling further. In truth, at this moment, even if he wished to think more, it would serve little purpose. Meyer evidently conceals her true intentions, as Luo Tian, gravely injured, is not brought back to his family, leaving one to ponder her ulterior motives. In a confrontation with her, even if Luo Tian expends all his efforts, his chances of victory remain slim. As for the elderly inhabitant of this courtyard, Luo Tian finds himself at a loss for words. From the moment he stepped inside, he was met with an overwhelming sense of malice emanating from the old man, whose strength remains inscrutable. Nevertheless, the fact that he dares to venture alone into the treacherous Langmang Mountain indicates he possesses certain cards up his sleeve. Due to unique circumstances, his spiritual power cannot be projected externally at this moment, confined within his own being. Yet, the primary function of this power is to manifest one's desires. Whether Luo Tian employs it to enhance his comprehension, to exercise perfect control over himself, or to transcend cultivation bottlenecks, it all falls under the auspices of manifesting one's will. With the support of his spiritual power, while he may not match the combined prowess of his adversaries, he holds a strong likelihood of evading their grasp. Additionally, the preparations he undertook prior to his arrival at Langmang Mountain are beginning to bear fruit. With this in mind, Luo Tian took a deep breath, channeling all his thoughts into his spiritual realm. Above the silver lamp, his recently advanced silver tier 2 spiritual power simmered gently, seemingly on the verge of evolving from 2 circles into 3. The enhancement provided by a secret treasure is indeed substantial, akin to Zhou Xingjia's grass on the fly. However, given the current circumstances, I believe it is not beyond the realm of possibility to forge the martial clan's incarnation blade. Furthermore, should I succeed in advancing to Silver Tier 3, my chances of success would undoubtedly increase. Chapter 11. Silver Tier 3. What? Wu Feiyun claims he can capture Zhaoren too, the one responsible for damaging the Qingbei Reservoir Gate, by tomorrow. Is this true or mere folly? Given his debauched nature, it would be a miracle if he did not cause further havoc, let alone apprehend a thief. Nonetheless, this time, there seems to be a glimmer of hope. The Zhou family has publicly posted a notice at their doorstep, explicitly stating that whoever captures the rogue shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. That is indeed a substantial sum. Even Wu Feiyun would surely be tempted. Not long after Luo Tian departed from Qingbei town, Zhou Xingjie relayed Luo Tian's words to several townsfolk who had come in response to the tolling of the 10-mile drum. The news swiftly spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge throughout the town. The townspeople engaged in fervent discussions, sharing a multitude of opinions. As a result, Luo Tian's ability to collect spiritual fluctuations began to accelerate once again. However, apart from a small minority, the majority of the townsfolk were ordinary individuals. The spiritual fluctuations generated by these commoners hold little significance for Luo Tian at this stage. Of course, if a substantial number of ordinary people were to experience intense spiritual fluctuations due to him, the cumulative effect could lead to a qualitative change, which would be an entirely different matter in contrast to this development. Another scheme that Luo Tian had been devising, after undergoing a period of fermentation, was poised to yield far greater implications. Within a tavern in Guyuan town, several young men conversed while indulging in drink, hosting a great tournament of practitioners across 10 towns. Wu Feiyun certainly boasts a grand ambition. However, the rewards presented by Wu Feiyun are indeed enticing. A dual cultivation technique and a delicate feline demonic maiden from the Kaken clan. The combined worth of these two treasures likely exceeds 1,000 taels of silver. What does that signify? There are 2 or 3 dozen cultivation families surrounding the 10 towns, each boasting 1 or 2 exceptional young talents eager to participate in the competition. To enter, each individual must submit an entrance fee of 50 taels. Thus, the proceeds from this event alone could fill his coffers to overflowing. Humph! A young man suddenly scoffed, asserting that only a few are truly worthy of being hailed as the foremost young cultivator among the 10 towns. If only those few attend, he may surely face ruin. You are mistaken. Another voice interjected. In just over a month, the selection day for the White Whale sect will arrive. This time, the competition among the 10 towns will not only crown the top contender, those who perform admirably will likely gain significant recognition. Therefore, it seems few will abstain from participation. Indeed, chimed in yet another. Everyone claims that the Wu family produces both fierce fathers and wayward sons. Although Wu Feiyun, as the eldest son of the Wu family, is notoriously extravagant, if he orchestrated this event alone, we ought not to underestimate his acumen. Wu Lingfeng was once an inner disciple of the White Whale sect, and every time the sect seeks new disciples here, they must first visit the Wu family. Wu Feiyun has likely calculated the timing meticulously, which is why he has chosen now to host the competition. Otherwise, at any other time, who would willingly part with 50 taels of silver merely to bolster his reputation? The timing of the 10 towns young cultivator competition, set for half a month later, was indeed the result of Luo Tian's clandestine scheming. Yet, what others failed to comprehend was that Luo Tian, in addition to desiring to amass several thousand taels of silver and enhance his own renown through this event, also aimed to reap rewards effortlessly, recovering the prizes he had offered through sheer strength. This was a strategy of threefold advantage. Waves of mental fluctuations from distant realms were drawn to Luo Tian. While he could not decipher the precise meanings of these fluctuations, he could perceive the envy and resentment they embodied. However, once he entered the Silver Lantern, all of this was transformed into his pure mental power. Luo Tian once again envisioned an experience bar reminiscent of games from his past life, subsequently filling it with the mental fluctuations he had absorbed. He soon discovered that the scale of the experience bar, initially comprising 3 segments, surged rapidly, reaching 78, 89, 93.99. Before departing from the Wu family, Luo Tian had dispatched dozens of letters to the young talents of various cultivation families. These individuals, with the lowest cultivation level being Silver Tier 3, emanated mental fluctuations far beyond those of ordinary folk. It was precisely for this reason that he could gather such a wealth of mental fluctuations in such a brief span. Almost there. After resting for over an hour in his chamber, Luo Tian realized he was just one step away from condensing his mental power into Silver Tier 3. Moreover, the mental fluctuations he could absorb had begun to wane. According to his estimation, the remaining 1% would likely require quite some time before success could be achieved. However, there seemed to be no need for such complications. Suddenly, Luo Tian rose from the bed within the room, pondered for a moment, and then pushed open the door to step outside. The sunlight cascaded down at a sharp angle, its warmth somewhat intense, prompting Luo Tian to squint his eyes. Unconsciously, he cast a glance toward the small, indistinct figure that had occupied the adjacent chamber, only to discover that the door to that room had, at some unknown point, been closed, enveloping it in an eerie silence. At that moment, it struck him that since his arrival in this village, he had not heard even the faintest chirp of an insect or the call of a bird. This place certainly held an unsettling quality. Murmuring to himself, Luo Tian turned and approached the chamber where Hu Meier resided. Creak. He did not knock, but simply pushed the door open and entered. The door had seemingly been propped up by something inside, but with a firm push from Luo Tian, that obstruction proved ineffective. Yet, this was of little consequence, for the scene that unfolded before him caused the smile that had adorned Luo Tian's face to vanish abruptly. He beheld Hu Meier, having shed most of her garments, poised to mount the bloodied Hai Tianla, who lay unconscious on the bed. You? Upon noticing Luo Tian's abrupt entrance, Hu Meier froze momentarily, her eyes igniting with a fiery rage. Luo Tian regarded Hu Meier with a peculiar expression, then glanced at the slumbering Hai Tianla before discreetly shaking his head. He surmised that after this encounter, the two individuals would truly become one heart and soul. However, he felt no sympathy for the man. It was his own poor judgment that led him to choose a woman who played with the dead without consequence. Who could he blame? Do not be angry, Luo Tian said with a slight smile. Continue with your amusements. I shall merely observe and then take my leave. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Hu Meier narrowed her eyes, a subtle chill spreading across her alluring visage. In Luo Tian's perception, the aura of murderous intent emanating from Hu Meier was palpably intense. Yet, it still lacked a certain edge. Luo Tian's mind raced, and he spoke. Very well, since you do not welcome my presence, I shall take my leave immediately. However, it appears that Brother Hai may not last much longer. If you truly desire him, it would be wise to act swiftly while the moment is still ripe. Otherwise, a brief wait may render him cold and lifeless, unable to rise again. Whoosh! A frigid glint flashed in Hu Meier's beautiful eyes as she waved her hand, summoning a gust of wind within 3 meters, causing the sword at her side to hum ominously as it was propelled toward Luo Tian. Yet, in the instant before Hu Meier unleashed her attack, Luo Tian had already stepped back with a smile, exiting the chamber and deftly closing the door behind him. Buzz! A sword tip, exuding an icy sharpness, protruded half a foot through the wooden door, trembling slightly as it reflected cold light in the sunlight. Luo Tian gazed at the sword tip for a moment before turning away. He had accomplished his purpose for being there. Hu Meier, a practitioner of the 3rd tier of silver, had unleashed a torrent of murderous intent toward Luo Tian, ultimately causing the experience bar within his soul to overflow. Meanwhile, the silver lamp in the realm of his soul, after a gentle tremor, ignited a flame that distinctively transformed from 2 rings into 3. Upon returning to his chamber, Luo Tian summoned the heart power he had just attained at the 3rd tier of silver, causing his body to quiver as he infused this power throughout his being, meticulously capturing every fragment of silver energy nestled within him, setting it into rapid motion, and unifying it into a cohesive force. The hallmark of a practitioner at the 1st tier of silver is the activation of the silver blood, which manifests as silver energy within the body, allowing it to extend outward up to 1 meter. The 2nd tier practitioner is characterized by the ability to circulate silver energy rapidly through the meridians, forming a small circulation with an outward reach of 2 meters. In contrast, the 3rd tier enables the silver energy to create a grand circulation, permeating every inch of the body and extending outward to a distance of 3 meters. Luo Tian practiced the Black Tiger Fist and its accompanying Black Tiger Heart method. However, upon reaching the 3rd tier of silver, with a mere subtle guidance, even without invoking the Black Tiger Heart method, the silver energy within him surged forth, breaking through numerous obstacles like a flood breaching a dam, weaving a vast and intricate network of circulation within his body. This was the grand circulation, the 3rd tier of silver. With a mere thought, everything within a 3-meter radius of him trembled imperceptibly. He gestured with his hand, and a chair 2 meters away levitated off the ground. Generally, practitioners newly ascended to the 3rd tier of silver could not hope to master their silver energy with such perfection. Yet with the aid of his heart power, Luo Tian could arguably rival even practitioners at the 4th tier who had established their dantian in the lower abdomen in terms of control over silver energy. Since you are not in haste to act, I shall seize this opportunity to enhance my strength. Gently exhaling a breath of stale air, Luo Tian swept aside any obstructions to the corners of the room with a wave of his arm, then shifted his stance, adopting the posture of the Black Tiger Grasp. Though still at the introductory level of the Black Tiger Grasp, Luo Tian was confident that with his heart power at the third tier of silver, it would not be long before he refined this martial art to a minor mastery. Achieving a minor mastery in a mid-grade silver martial technique would almost guarantee his dominance over practitioners at the third tier of silver and below. As time passed, aside from occasionally extracting silver to restore himself, Luo Tian immersed himself in training, and before he realized it, the sky gradually darkened. Crash, Chapter 12, Demon Cultivator. While practicing the Black Tiger Grasp, Luo Tian's ears suddenly perked up. In a moment of distraction, he seemed to hear the faint sound of chains being dragged somewhere, producing a clatter. Exhaling slowly, Luo Tian ceased his training. He then retrieved a piece of silver, holding it in his hand to draw upon its silver energy and begin to restore himself in this unfamiliar place. He naturally did not exert himself to the fullest while practicing the Black Tiger Grasp. Almost every time he executed a punch, he would extract silver to rejuvenate the silver energy within him to its peak state. Before long, Luo Tian completed his restoration, returned the remaining silver to his storage ring, and approached the door, opening it with a decisive motion. During this period of cultivation, he has successfully mastered the Black Tiger capture technique to a minor level of proficiency. At this moment, both inside and outside the room are shrouded in darkness. With the assistance of his mental power, Luo Tian possesses remarkably keen eyesight, only slightly inferior to that of broad daylight. However, as he glanced around, he found nothing amiss. Suddenly, Luo Tian dismissed the notion that the earlier sound was a figment of his imagination. With a thought, he activated the mind-over-matter effect of his mental power to enhance his sense of smell. His nostrils flared as he endeavored to detect any unusual scents in the pitch-black night. At this juncture, under the cover of the night, a thin veil of mist began to rise in the village, obscuring the moonlight and seemingly isolating this place from the rest of the world. The mist thickened, yet it bore no dampness, akin to a suffocating, pitch-black hand slowly tightening its grip, intent on ensnaring everything within and tormenting it to death. Amidst the chilling silence, as if the world had succumbed to a frigid death, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly sprang wide open, and amidst the profound darkness, a flicker of light seemed to dance. Blood stirring within his heart compelled him to glance towards the adjacent room where Mayor resided. Through his immensely heightened sense of smell, he distinctly detected a strong scent of blood emanating from that direction. Although Hai Tianla had been grievously wounded, the majority of his injuries were internal and should not have resulted in such a copious loss of blood. Without hesitation, Luo Tian strode toward Mayor's chamber. Having reached the third tier of silver, he no longer needed to tread as cautiously as before. He could sense a thread of malevolence wrapping around him. Uncertain of its source, he remained undeterred. As he approached Mayor's room, he amplified all 5 senses with his mental power. After a few steps, he sensed a sound, and his eyes darted swiftly towards the gap between the door and the threshold of Mayor's chamber. At that moment, a stream of blood, frothing and crimson, surged through the crack of the door, coalescing into a small stream that carved its own path through the earth and stone. Where could such an abundance of blood come from? Luo Tian furrowed his brow. There were only a few people left in the entire village. Even if everyone perished, it was inconceivable that so much blood could be spilled. Suddenly, a faint sound akin to dragging chains echoed once more. Luo Tian turned his head sharply towards the corner of Mayor's room, where a shadow had seemingly been concealed, observing him. Yet, upon his glance, it vanished without a trace. Humph! Luo Tian scoffed softly and continued toward Mayor's room. Determined to uncover the truth, he acknowledged that even with his mental fortitude, the ominous atmosphere was beginning to unsettle him. He had already contemplated that if he could not discern the reality this time, he would set the place ablaze, illuminating the shadows and revealing all the malevolent spirits within the fiery glow. Bang! With a firm step, Luo Tian unleashed the power of silver, dispersing all the blood that obstructed his path. With a mere wave of his hand, the door that had shielded his gaze crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. It seems you are not one to remain docile. Yet, before Luo Tian could assess the situation within the room, a raspy voice suddenly echoed from the desolate silence beside him. Turning his head, he immediately beheld the old man who had led him here and had since vanished, now standing at his side. However, Luo Tian appeared scarcely surprised by the old man's presence. If I were to comply with your wishes, would you spare me? Luo Tian inquired nonchalantly. Spare you? Heh heh. The old man chuckled ominously, and in that moment, Luo Tian palpably sensed the peak of the old man's malevolence directed towards him. If I were to spare you, how would I provide for my son? The old man murmured, his hollow eyes fixated on Luo Tian, emanating an eerie green glow under the night sky. Provide for him? Does a single pig not suffice for his consumption? Luo Tian asked with curiosity, seemingly oblivious to the bizarre atmosphere surrounding them. A pig that has proven insufficient to quell his agony. Only by consuming humans can I temporarily alleviate his suffering. The green light in the old man's eyes rapidly expanded, and simultaneously, his withered skin underwent a transformation. Greenish bulges erupted upon his body, causing his previously emaciated form to swell to nearly double its size. Then, with a resounding crack, a massive tail burst forth, tearing through his garments and striking the ground. Witnessing the old man's monstrous transformation, Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He unmistakably sensed the aura of a peak silver-tier entity emanating from this creature. This meant that the old man was not in the slightest weaker than the bear demon he had encountered earlier that day. No wonder I found your aura so peculiar. It turns out you too are a demon cultivator. Gurgle, gurgled at that moment, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of boiling water. Humeire's delicate voice emerged from the room that Luo Tian had just breached. Turning once more, Luo Tian beheld the darkness of the room, which appeared even more profound under the cover of night. Yet, with the assistance of his heart's power, everything became crystal clear to him. In the center of the room, inexplicably, a blood pool approximately 2 meters in diameter had formed. At that moment, Humeire was slowly emerging from the crimson depths, her body bare. Beside her, Hai Tianla's lifeless form lay submerged in the blood pool, devoid of breath. Clearly, the blood that had previously flowed from the doorframe had overflowed from this very pool. However, the blood energy of demon cultivators is generally richer than that of ordinary practitioners. Using you as my offering would be most fitting. Humeire laughed gleefully at the sight of the transformed old man. Her gaze then shifted to Luo Tian, and upon sensing the aura emanating from him, she remarked with a hint of surprise, I did not expect you to conceal your true nature so well. I initially believed you to be a mere silver-tier second-stage martial artist. Fortunately, I refrained from striking early to preserve the freshness of your blood, so it appears you too are a demon cultivator. Luo Tian fixated on Humeire. The so-called demon cultivator is, in fact, a variant of cultivator, requiring the use of specialized techniques to refine the essence of demon blood, subsequently transitioning to demon cultivation practices. Such cultivators typically resemble humans in unremarkable times. However, when they unleash their full might, they transform into grotesque forms, their power exponentially amplified. Humeire gradually rose from the ground, and as she did, 3 sinuous blood-red tails emerged from behind her, concealing her vulnerable areas. This semi-revealing state, combined with her enchanting visage, rendered her even more alluring than if she were completely unclad. Yet, Luo Tian was devoid of any inclination to admire her beauty. The aura emanating from Humeire at this moment posed a threat far more formidable than before, as she radiated a peak presence at the 3rd tier of silver. Moreover, Luo Tian could sense that her aura continued to intensify with the passage of time. Blood fox, croaked the voice from the green-skinned monster, which had once been an elder. As he spoke, viscous drool oozed from the corners of his mouth and sharp teeth, a sight both horrifying and repulsive. And you? Luo Tian inquired, shifting his gaze toward the elder. This village is known as Ancient Crocodile Village, and I am its chief. The elder proclaimed with a tone of sanctity. Oh, it is a crocodile. Luo Tian's thoughts stirred, and he scrutinized the 2 demon cultivators, both seemingly possessing formidable trump cards, exuding confidence in their ability to manipulate circumstances to their advantage. The chief of Ancient Crocodile Village aimed to hunt both himself and Humeire to provide a feast for his son, while Humeire intended to perform some nefarious blood sacrifice to augment her strength. As for himself, at that moment, Humeire suddenly declared with triumph, had it not been for the blood sun fruit I acquired from that bear demon, which enabled me to conjure this blood pool, and the fact that this man, whom I secretly planted the yin-yang seed upon, is fortuitously gravely injured, allowing me to reach the peak of the 3rd tier of silver in a short span, I would not be initiating the blood fox ritual now. Blame your misfortune. Now, you shall obediently become my offerings, aiding me in opening my dantian and breaking through to the 4th tier of silver. Boom! As Humeire concluded her proclamation, the blood pool beneath her erupted violently, and with a mere gesture, the blood within surged forth, transforming into a colossal, terrifying blood hand that reached toward Luo Tian and his companion. The blood sunfruit? At that moment, Luo Tian's heart stirred. He had heard of the blood sunfruit, It is a rare medicinal herb for body refinement. The black tiger grasp he practiced is, in essence, a technique for body enhancement. Should he obtain the blood sun fruit to temper his hands, it is likely that he could elevate his recently attained minor mastery of the black tiger grasp directly into great mastery. A fully realized black tiger grasp, even with his current cultivation at the 3rd tier of silver, could pose a slight threat to those at the 4th tier of silver. Chapter 13. I come to retrieve the blade. As Humayr commanded the blood-red hand to seize them, Luo Tian swiftly stepped forward, executing the black tiger leap from the black tiger fist, transforming under the night sky into what seemed like a genuine black tiger, twisting his body with agility to evade the impending grasp. The sanguine hand of Humayr loomed vast and formidable, prompting Luo Tian to evade, yet the elder, transformed into a half-human, half-crocodile being, remained ensnared within her striking range. Confronted with Humayr's onslaught, the elder, a demon cultivator, merely snorted disdainfully, raising his gnarled arm, covered in greenish nodules, and lunged forward with an unstoppable momentum, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! With a resounding echo, the bloodied hand conjured by Humayr was obliterated by the demon cultivator's strike, sending droplets of crimson splattering like bullets, each impact creating a gaping hole. Remarkably, the elder emerged from this powerful blow unscathed. Following this successful assault, the elder let out a sinister chuckle, preparing to advance once more. You display great courage, but tell me, how many times can you unleash such an assault? Observing this spectacle, Humayr chuckled coldly, stepping forward, and as she did, the blood pool beneath her followed her like a shadow. With that step, her hands swept through the air, instantly unleashing a barrage of blood-red claw shadows throughout the courtyard, ensnaring both Luo Tian and the demon cultivator within their grasp. Some of the claw shadows extended to a staggering 4, 5, or even 6 meters, far surpassing her capabilities at the 3rd tier of silver. The sole distinction between her and more formidable adversaries lay in the fact that the power of these claw shadows remained confined to the 3rd tier of silver, each shadow significantly weaker than the previous colossal manifestation. Witnessing this, the demon cultivator's expression finally shifted. How is it possible for you to wield such an abundance of silver power? Humayr replied with a chilling smile. When I invoke the blood fox rite, it is at my peak strength. In this state, my consumption of silver power can be replenished at any moment. Do not think that just one of you stands a chance against me. Even 2 or 3 would be no match. Confident in her victory, she remained indifferent to Luo Tian and the elder uncovering her secret. We must unite our efforts. Otherwise, if she dismantles us one by one, we shall meet our doom. The elder raised his arms defensively, repeatedly striking, and while each blow dispersed the blood claws, he too was forced to retreat, his countenance darkening. Reluctantly, he turned to shout at Luo Tian. All right. Luo Tian nodded, opting not to withstand the onslaught of blood claws, but to evade instead. With the assistance of his mental prowess, his senses were heightened, allowing him to track the flight paths of the blood claws as Humayr initiated her attack, thus enabling him to dodge with relative ease. However, the sheer volume of the blood claws and their considerable speed proved to be a significant nuisance, even for him. A joint effort. Upon hearing their exchange, Humayr let out a piercing laugh. Beneath the night sky, her laughter was jarring, akin to a glass blade scraping against glass with great effort. As her laughter subsided, the scattered blood, remnants of the claw shadows dismantled by the demon cultivator, began to writhe and swiftly coalesce into numerous blood-red arrows. Under Humayr's command, they surged forth like a volley of arrows, hurtling towards Luo Tian and the demon cultivator with reckless abandon. This is bad. Sensing the impending threat, both Luo Tian and the demon cultivator felt their hearts skip a beat. Neither of the two anticipated that the blood ejected by Humayr would possess such remarkable properties. Luo Tian, with no time to ponder further, hastily intensified the output of his mental energy. He simultaneously heightened his senses to capture the trajectory of the crimson arrows while manipulating his silver power to execute the techniques of the black tiger fist and black tiger capture, skillfully maneuvering amidst the torrential downpour of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed past his ears. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to uncontrollably bead on Luo Tian's forehead. As he evaded the majority of the blood arrows, he suddenly took a deep breath, enveloping his hands in a layer of silver energy, and unleashed the newly attained minor mastery of the black tiger capture. Launching a series of rapid grabs, boom, boom, boom. With each resounding crash, the blood-red arrows were shattered into nothingness by his grasp. After cultivating the black tiger capture to a minor mastery, His hands had become so formidable that they could crush a stone to dust. Though the shadowy claws of Humayr were powerful, they were ultimately not tangible. Thus, his minor mastery of the black tiger capture sufficed to withstand them, of course, had he not enhanced his senses with mental power to dodge the majority of the blood claws. It is likely that if he had attempted to block this wave of attacks solely with his hands, even if they were made of iron, they would have been rendered useless. Boom, boom, boom. The elderly demon cultivator swung his arms repeatedly, simultaneously lashing his tail like a colossal whip. In terms of speed, strength, and defense, he surpassed Luo Tian. The only distinction was that he lacked Luo Tian's acute senses, preventing him from anticipating the trajectory of the blood claws, thus resorting to the clumsy method of using his arms and crocodilian tail as shields against Humayr's onslaught. However, Humayr regarded him as the mightiest foe, directing the majority of the blood arrows toward him. Thud. After a round of defense, the elderly demon cultivator inevitably revealed a flaw, allowing a blood-red arrow to pierce through layers of obstruction and create a gaping wound in his shoulder. Such formidable strength. Luo Tian's brow furrowed in concern. Humayr's power was unexpectedly potent, instilling within him a desire to retreat and contemplate whether he should leave this place and seek an opportunity in the future to refine the corpse god blade. Roar. Just then, as he witnessed the elderly demon cultivator sustaining a grievous injury, a slender figure suddenly burst forth from the shadows, letting out a fierce roar as it charged toward Humayr. Clang, clang. Accompanying this petite figure's emergence were the sounds of chains dragging across the ground. At him. As Luo Tian's gaze locked onto the slender figure, his heart stirred. With his keen eyesight, he immediately discerned that the chains emanated from this figure's very being. The chain was an extension of its spine, reaching from within its body to the outside inner. Upon seeing the slender figure charge forth, the injured elderly demon cultivator let out a thunderous shout, enduring his pain as he too rushed toward Humayr. Get back! As the slender figure barreled towards her, Humayr let out a cold chuckle. The blood pool beneath her swirled violently, akin to an enraged ocean wave, and with a decisive motion, it sent the slender figure hurtling away. After being thrown, the figure merely rolled and regained his footing. However, upon standing, tendrils of dark mist emanated from his form, rendering him even more gaunt than before. I shall see you dead, the demon elder roared with unbridled fury, resembling a beast fiercely protecting its young, his sharp teeth glinting menacingly as he charged at Humayr with reckless abandon. Observing the oncoming demon elder, Humayr laughed mockingly. Hee, is this little child truly your son? How pitiable, living in such a half-human, half-ghost state. What is the meaning of such an existence? Today, I shall send both you and your son on your way. At that moment, Luo Tian's figure flickered, swiftly pursuing the demon elder. Tiske, your strength is quite beyond my expectations. Yet, if you wish to challenge me, even with your companion, you still fall woefully short. Humayr glanced at Luo Tian. Her tone nonchalant. It seemed she had mastered some secret technique, for her words flowed with astonishing speed, articulating countless clear phrases in an instant. However, Luo Tian paid no heed to Humayr as he soared beside the elder. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed the black tiger capture technique, striking fiercely into the elder's side, where he least expected it. You are working together. The demon elder struggled to turn his head, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Luo Tian's calm demeanor. Luo Tian shook his head. Upon hearing Luo Tian's denial, the elder was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend why, at such a critical moment, Luo Tian would choose to launch a surprise attack against him. Simultaneously, Humayr wore a look of astonishment in her understanding. Having displayed such power, it would have been more prudent for Luo Tian to ally with the demon elder. She too was left baffled. With a roar, as Luo Tian's hand penetrated the demon elder's body, the slender figure that had just regained its footing let out a heart-wrenching scream. In an instant, it surged towards Luo Tian with an unfathomable speed, radiating ferocity. Humayr's eyes narrowed. The speed the slender figure now exhibited posed a considerable threat even to her. She refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to observe what Luo Tian intended to do. As the slender figure charged at him, Luo Tian sidestepped, evading the onslaught effortlessly. For him, such speed-oriented adversaries were the easiest to deal with, as he could predict their trajectory even before they made contact. After dodging the attack, Luo Tian swiftly turned, his bloodied hand, freshly withdrawn from the demon elder, shot out like lightning, precisely targeting the slender figure's back, plunging into his body enveloped in dense black mist. A piercing and chilling scream resonated. As if the dense mist enveloping the village above were on the verge of being pierced in that moment, the silver moon high in the heavens managed to shine through the seemingly burdened fog, casting a few strands of cold light upon the mountain estate. Jiu Yin. In stark contrast to the anguished cries of the diminutive shadow, the elderly demon cultivator, grasped by Luo Tian's hand, beheld this scene with an even more profound sense of despair. Ignoring the cries of the small shadow and the despair etched on the face of the elderly demon, Luo Tian, after plunging his hand into the frail figure, let a flicker of delight cross his face. He then abruptly withdrew his hand, pulling out not only the small shadow but also a 3-foot-long obsidian blade entwined with a dark chain. With a clatter, as the chain rattled, the frail form exploded with a resounding crash, disintegrating into countless tendrils of pitch-black energy that surged into the blade held by Luo Tian. Simultaneously, waves of ghostly wails cascaded along the blade, connecting to Luo Tian's arm, infiltrating his soul realm and emanating an eerie fluctuation. Attempting to ensnare him as the blade's thrall, however, the silver lamp residing in Luo Tian's soul realm trembled slightly, and all the peculiar waves that had entered were obliterated in an instant. You are. The elderly demon pointed at Luo Tian, his face contorted with loathing and despair. 8 years ago, my father's body came here and chose a youth to act as the blade's caretaker. Today, I have come to reclaim the blade. Chapter 14. End. It is you. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the elderly demon's countenance twisted in fury. You are so cruel. In our Gui village, 137 villagers perished because of your blade. How can you and your father commit such heinous acts and not fear eternal damnation after death? The Changshan blade requires the collection of tiger soul stone, blood dark iron, and various other rare materials to be forged. Once the Changshan blade is crafted, it must undergo a special ritual. This unique method involves finding a blade caretaker, sealing the Changshan blade within their body, and transforming it into a being that is neither human nor ghost. The blade caretaker, possessed by the Changshan blade, will uncontrollably hunt other lives, absorbing their souls. Generally, a caretaker must slay at least over 100 ordinary people for the Changshan blade to be perfected. This was precisely why, 8 years ago, Wu Lingfeng chose this secluded location with Wu Feiyun for the ritual of the Changshan blade. In truth, Luo Tian had long suspected that the plague the elderly demon spoke of, which occurred 8 years prior, was fundamentally linked to this Changshan blade. Furthermore, after the Changshan blade's perfection, the caretaker must endure endless torment each day. To alleviate and suppress this suffering, they must devour vast quantities of blood and flesh. This knowledge had been gleaned from Wu Feiyun's memories. All this time, the reason Wu Feiyun had not come to retrieve the Changshan blade was that to wield it, one must be able to withstand the malevolent aura it exuded. Otherwise, the user would become a thrall to the blade. Wu Feiyun lacked the confidence, and even before reaching the 4th tier of silver cultivation, he had no intention of claiming this blade. However, within Luo Tian's soul realm, there existed a silver lamp that suppressed the fiercest and most malevolent energies, rendering him unperturbed by such soul-shattering auras. Thus, it was without hesitation that he arrived at this location the day after usurping Wu Feiyun's identity. This spirit blade was a mid-tier silver secret treasure, which, should he continue to slay formidable cultivators with it, might one day ascend to the status of a high-tier silver secret treasure, rare and invaluable artifact for Luo Tian at present. With this blade in hand, his power would see a significant enhancement, enabling him to accomplish far more. Luo Tian raised his gaze to regard the elderly demon cultivator, sensing the relentless surge of malevolence directed toward him. He shook his head, choosing not to disclose that he had already avenged a portion of his grievances. In time, the elder, burdened by the weight of his previous actions, would soon meet his demise. Although he wished for the elder to linger a while longer to contribute more of that negative energy, he felt utterly powerless to alter the course of fate. Contemplating this, Luo Tian, wielding the spirit blade, slowly turned his body, his eyes resting upon Humayer, the female demon cultivator, a treasure. Humayer fixed her gaze upon the spirit blade in Luo Tian's grasp, a look of seriousness overtaking her features. It is indeed a mid-tier silver secret treasure, Luo Tian added. At his words, her pupils constricted once more. Suddenly, Luo Tian surged forward, the chains connected to the spirit blade rattling as they coiled around his arm. In a swift motion, he found himself before Humayer. The spirit blade descended, its obsidian blade merging seamlessly with the night, accompanied by the clanking sounds of the chains as they struck against one another, unleashing a chorus of ghostly wails that pierced the air and sought entrance into Humayer's ears in that fleeting moment, as she prepared to harness the power of the blood pool beneath her. Humayr was momentarily taken aback, confusion dawning in her eyes. The tiger's bite could transform a soul into a spirit. Similarly, the spirit blade, forged from the essence of Tiger's soul stone, possessed this very capability. Each link of the chains connecting to the blade was, in fact, a manifestation of those very spirits. The name Spirit Blade merely romanticized the concept of these spirits into something divine. The tragic demise of 137 villagers from ancient Crocodile Village had resulted in the creation of 137 spirits, thus accounting for the same number of dark chains. Now, these spirits, roused by Luo Tian's silver energy, surged forth like a horde of malevolent phantoms, emitting a cacophony of ghostly wails capable of directly infiltrating the soul realm of cultivators and affecting their very essence. Despite Humayr's peak strength at the third tier of silver, her soul's defenses were limited, and in an instant, she found herself under the influence of these ghastly cries. As a look of bewilderment crossed her face, Luo Tian showed no mercy. With a single stroke, he cleaved Humayr into three. Chilling scream echoed as the excruciating pain jolted Humayr back to consciousness. Yet, upon opening her eyes to the horrific sight of her own dismemberment, sheer terror washed over her features. With your abilities, losing 2 legs should not lead to your demise so easily. Luo Tian stepped forward. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. As the menacing figure of Luo Tian approached, Humayr frantically retreated on her hands and knees, her voice trembling with terror and pleas for mercy. Fear not, how could I ever bear to take your life? Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. Then, with a swift kick, he sent one of the severed legs he had inflicted upon Humayr tumbling beside her. Here, I shall return 1 leg to you. Do see if you can reattach it. Luo Tian had no intention of letting Humayr perish so easily. A peak silver stage warrior of her caliber still held considerable value for him. Furthermore, it would be far too merciful to simply allow a venomous woman like her to die without consequence. Indeed, reattaching a leg should be within my capabilities. After a moment of stunned silence, Humayr hastily grasped the leg Luo Tian had kicked towards her and attempted to affix it to her own body. In that instant, the arrogance and haughtiness she once exuded had vanished entirely. Lo and behold, you truly can accomplish this, she murmured. But just then, Luo Tian took 2 steps forward, placing his foot upon the leg she clutched. With a resounding crack, he crushed it to smithereens. My leg. My leg. You must return my leg. Witnessing this scene, Humayr, momentarily dumbfounded, erupted into a frenzy. She clawed at Luo Tian with both hands, conjuring terrifying crimson claw shadows in mid-air. Do you wish for death? Luo Tian's voice turned cold as he deftly evaded the onslaught of claw shadows using the black tiger steps. Having lost 2 legs and the support of the blood pool beneath her, Humayr's strength had plummeted to its nadir. Moreover, ordinary practitioners, before reaching the 4th tier of silver stage, could emit silver power but could only inflict limited damage. Had Humayr not drawn upon the power of the blood pool, she would not have been able to so easily overpower the elder demon cultivator. Upon hearing Luo Tian's voice, Humayr, now in a frenzied state, momentarily paused, then regained her composure. She lifted her gaze to Luo Tian, her once beautiful face marred by streaks of blood, now pallid. Do you truly intend to spare me? Luo Tian stepped back and, with a crunch, crushed the other leg he had severed from Humayr, then looked down upon her. I find this version of you rather appealing. Forever trapped in suffering, eternally harboring hatred and cursing me. So, congratulations. As Humayr remained silent, Luo Tian smiled faintly before turning his attention to the demon cultivator elder lying on the ground, who stared at him with a countenance filled with resentment. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your son. Luo Tian approached the elder, crouching down while caressing the spirit blade in his hand, and addressed this pitiful old man. He has not perished completely. Instead, he has become the soul of this blade, the master of the 137 souls of the revenants. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the elder's eyes, once filled with malice, flickered with a hint of emotion. Luo Tian continued, however, I hope you do not mind this one point. I am the master of this blade. Each time I wield it, all the wraiths contained within, as well as your son, shall experience boundless agony. At that moment, I shall provide him with special care. He emphasized the word special. You. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and as they reached their limit, all the brilliance within them suddenly extinguished. The old man perished. Yet, the intense turmoil of his spirit, just before his demise, propelled Luo Tian's heart power, which had just reached the 3rd tier of silver, forward by a fraction. Why apologies, Luo Tian sighed, slowly rising to his feet. He then cast his gaze upon the grotesque corpse of the old man, paused in silence for a moment, and suddenly spoke. When I achieve enlightenment this year. Bang! Luo Tian abruptly kicked out, sending the old man's body crashing into the corner of the courtyard. He then murmured to himself, I almost forgot. You were also supposed to feed me to your son as a delicacy. Having completed this, Luo Tian turned back to Mayor, looking down at her with an air of authority. Hand over your storage equipment, as well as the storage gear from Tianla, and then you may leave. Mayor gritted her teeth, her heart unwilling, but under Luo Tian's gaze, she had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, she removed the 2 storage rings from her fingers and tossed them to Luo Tian. After receiving the rings, Luo Tian examined them briefly before stowing them away. With a wave of his hand, he declared, You may go now. Upon hearing this, Mayor cast a deep glance at Luo Tian. Once she confirmed that he was not jesting, she said nothing further, instead flipping her body upside down and supporting herself with her hands as she swiftly exited the courtyard. As for her severed legs, it remained a mystery how she managed to staunch the bleeding in Pinglang City, the Hai family. Watching Mayor depart, Luo Tian recalled the background that Tianla had once mentioned. He speculated that if Mayor sought revenge, she would likely head to the Hai family, attempting to frame him for Tianla's demise. However, this might not necessarily be a misfortune. Next, it was time to address the spoils of war. Exhaling a breath of stale air, a genuine smile graced Luo Tian's face. During this expedition to Gulong village, apart from the wraith blade in his possession, what he valued most was the blood pool formed by the blood-young fruit on the ground, followed by the storage rings of Mayor and Tianla, as well as any items the old demon might have possessed. Setting aside other matters for now, Luo Tian sheathed the wraith blade, took a few strides towards the blood pool, crouched down, and slowly extended his hands into the crimson depths. Chapter 15. Spoils of War, Return, Exposure. After Luo Tian vanquished the gaunt, unearthly shadow and extracted the wraith blade from within, the dense fog hovering above Gulong village dissipated swiftly under the gentle caress of the wind. Moonlight cascaded down, and after many years of absence, the flying insects began to swarm towards Guyu village, particularly after some firefly-like creatures entered the village, breathing a semblance of vitality into the once quiet place. The sole exception to this newfound liveliness was the courtyard of the ancient sorcerer. The pervasive stench of blood still sent shivers down one's spine, provoking feelings of nausea. Nevertheless, this did not significantly affect Luo Tian. He rolled up his sleeves and plunged his hands into the pool of blood transformed from the blood sun fruit, instantly feeling a fiery essence permeate through the pores of his hands. Truly, it was a precious elixir for refining the body. Sensing this energy, Luo Tian wasted no time and directly activated the mental discipline of the Black Tiger Grasp, hastening the absorption of this essence to fortify his hands. Previously, while practicing the Black Tiger Grasp, he had simultaneously employed the various offensive techniques it provided while discreetly channeling his mental discipline to mobilize the silver power within to strengthen his hands. However, the efficacy of the silver power was evidently inferior to that of the blood pool derived from the blood sun fruit. This blood sun fruit, if sold before use, could fetch at least 1,000 taels of silver. Its overall worth was hardly less than that of the combined value of Nian Shaoqian and his tome, Great Yang Technique. As Luo Tian continued to cultivate the Black Tiger Grasp to enhance his hands, he contemplated his future endeavors. His path of cultivation was unique, necessitating early strategizing. Thus, time gradually passed, and as the silver moon in the sky dwindled into an almost imperceptible white streak, the sun began to rise in the east. Finally, success! Luo Tian slowly rose to his feet. Though he had squatted in one spot for an entire night, he felt no fatigue. The Black Tiger Grasp was indeed a technique for tempering the hands, but it also fortuitously strengthened other parts of his body. Yet, compared to his hands, the enhancement of other body parts was somewhat less satisfactory. Nevertheless, after a night of cultivation, Luo Tian sensed a significant improvement in his physical capabilities, especially in his arms, which were closely linked to his hands. He felt capable of exerting a force of 1,000 pounds even without mobilizing the silver power. At this moment, the blood pool on the ground had dried up, leaving only a patch of red mud that mingled with the earth. This soft red mud was likely where Meyer had soaked, and the reason for its movement was probably related to the technique she practiced. The previous battle could be considered my first since arriving in this world. With the aid of the heart power, I could perceive the advantage, otherwise, I would have surely succumbed to Meyer's onslaught. Luo Tian recognized his weaknesses. Compared to others, his combat experience was woefully inadequate. Although he had absorbed Wu Feiyun's memories, he could not fully convert them into his own experience. and Wu Feiyun's own combat experience was merely average. Moreover, now armed with the Soul Reaver blade and having mastered the Black Tiger grasp to a high level, he could almost pose a threat to practitioners at the Silver 4th stage. However, in terms of defense and speed, he still lagged considerably behind those of that caliber. Contemplating this, Luo Tian approached the lifeless body of the old demon cultivator and drew forth the Changshan blade. Casually probing at the corpse, to his surprise, upon tearing through the tattered garments of the old man, he uncovered an ancient-looking piece of beast skin parchment nestled against his body. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. After confirming its authenticity, he picked it up and began to examine it under the gentle embrace of sunlight. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian murmured to himself, realizing that the parchment contained records of the old man's cultivation techniques, which appeared to be of considerable caliber. However, it only documented a small fragment of the technique, severely incomplete. Despite its deficiencies, the principles embedded within this technique surpassed those of the Black Tiger fist by a significant margin. Even if he chose not to cultivate this particular method, it could serve as a valuable reference. Luo Tian had long devised a plan to utilize the power of his mind to deduce the most suitable cultivation technique for himself. Yet, to achieve such a synthesis, a plethora of techniques was essential for his consideration. Otherwise, relying solely on random thoughts would yield nothing of substance. Subsequently, he rummaged through the old man's dwelling but found nothing of use. Upon returning to the old man's side, he pondered for a moment before storing the corpse in his storage ring. He then retrieved the body of Gong Liang, previously stored in the ring, and discarded it in the courtyard, smashing it to pieces with the Changshan blade before striding away. With a resounding crash, not long after Luo Tian departed, a pile of firewood, long accumulated in the village by an unknown household, erupted into flames. It was evident that before long, the entire village would succumb to the inferno, and all would return to dust and soil. As he made his way towards Qingbei town, Luo Tian took a moment to examine the items stored within the rings of Hu Mayer and Hai Tianla, and he was met with pleasant surprises. However, this was not the time for such distractions. He had previously vowed to capture the rogue known as Zhaoren II, who had vandalized the Qingbei Reservoir's gate, and it would not bode well to go back on his word. Originally, he intended to present Gong Liang's disfigured corpse as evidence, but now, with the old demon cultivator's body in his possession, he had a superior alternative. Aside from Luo Tian himself, no one knew who had truly damaged the Qingbei Reservoir's gate. Thus, he could easily implicate anyone he chose. This way, he could effortlessly claim the reward of 100 taels of silver offered by the Zhou family. As for the Zhou family's opinions, that was of no concern to him. In Qingbei town, at the Zhou family residence, a young man clad in blue, holding a folding fan, addressed Zhou Xingjie. Xingjie, I have only just returned from outside, and I have been dispatched by my father. Please inform me of the current situation in detail. Qingbei town was home to 3 major cultivation families, with the Wu family led by the formidable Wu Lingfeng, a silver stage 6 cultivator, making them unrivaled. In contrast, the Zhou and Tong families were each represented by silver stage 5 cultivators, rendering them significantly weaker. Nonetheless, these 2 families had always been closely allied, and with the Zhou family's official backing, Wu Lingfeng typically refrained from provoking them. The young man clad in blue is none other than Tong Jie's eldest son, Tong Sheng. Zhou Xingjie spoke slowly. Brother Tong, while you may be unaware of many things, you must surely know that the gate of the Qingbei Reservoir has been vandalized, correct? Tong Sheng narrowed his eyes. I have indeed heard of this incident. Could it be that this matter is connected to the miscreant who damaged the gate? It is indeed related. A glint of ferocity flashed in Zhou Xingjie's eyes as he recounted the events of the previous day, when Luo Tian arrived at the Zhou residence and struck the drum that echoed for 10 miles. How would Wu Feiyun know who that thief is? After absorbing Zhou Xingjie's words, Tong Sheng furrowed his brow. Surely you do not intend to randomly accuse someone in a bid to pin the blame. That is indeed a possibility, Zhou Xingjie nodded. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is truly significant is that Wu Feiyun very likely knows who was responsible for the damage to the Qingbei Reservoir's gate. Oh. Tong Sheng looked at Zhou Xingjie in astonishment. Have you uncovered something? Zhou Xingjie nodded and continued. Yesterday, my elder brother sent a 3-day hound from Pinglang City. You must be aware of this creature, even after 3 days. It can trace the faintest remnants of a scent that I took it to the Qingbei Reservoir to seek the thief's trail. Guess what happened in the end? What happened? Tong Sheng's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief as he seemed to grasp something. Zhou Xingjie spoke coldly. Following the hound's trail, the last place that thief visited was the Wu residence. Upon further investigation, I discovered that this individual is likely a close associate of Wu Feiyun. How can this be? Tong Sheng found it hard to believe. What could Wu Feiyun possibly want? Has he lost his mind? Does he not fear being scorned to death for such a trivial sum of 100 taels of silver? While 100 taels is not an insignificant amount, Tong Sheng was convinced that Wu Feiyun, even if he were a wastrel, would not dare to pursue such a scheme. After all, should this scandal come to light, it would not only bring disgrace upon Wu Feiyun, but the entire Wu family would be cast into infamy. Regardless of his motives, this represents an opportunity. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Zhou Xingjie's eyes. It has been far too long since the Wu family, the foremost clan of cultivators in Qingbei town, had faced a challenge. What do you mean? Tong Sheng raised an eyebrow. Uncle summoned you here so that you and I might seize this opportunity. Using Wu Feiyun to gauge Wu Lingfeng's reaction. To test Wu Lingfeng's reaction. Has the town's mayor already? At Zhou Xingjie's words, Tong Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. You will find out soon enough. Zhou Xingjie replied with a mysterious smile. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the thunderous sound of drums reverberated from outside. What is happening? Tong Sheng frowned. He has returned. Zhou Xingjie rose from his seat, the sword at his back emitting a barely perceptible hum. Chapter 16. Confrontation, Part 1. In front of the Zhou family estate, the 4 guards stationed there, upon witnessing Luo Tian striding purposefully towards them, sensed that trouble was imminent. Before they could utter a word, Luo Tian had already reached the 10-mile drum, seizing the mallet and striking it with a resounding thud. His audacity was nothing short of outrageous. Just yesterday, at this very hour, Luo Tian had acted with such disregard for their presence, resulting in a severe reprimand from Zhou Xingjie. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were about to move forward, their bodies froze abruptly, feeling as though each resonant drumbeat coincided precisely with the weakest pulse of their own hearts. Within mere moments, their complexions turned ashen. Astonishingly, it proved effective. However, regrettably, this drum was no treasure, and such a tactic could only be employed against mere mortals. Luo Tian shook his head, ceasing the rhythmic drumming. This cadence had been a spontaneous inspiration, a manifestation of his will to enhance his senses and detect the subtle fluctuations in the heartbeats of those present. Yet, he surmised that if employed against a practitioner empowered by silver energy, this method would likely falter. Though his surprise, Wu Feiyun had indeed arrived. Could it be that he had captured the butcher of Zhao? Capture what? I had my eyes fixed on him the moment he approached. Just look at him, empty-handed, hardly the demeanor of a thief-catcher. Due to the events of yesterday, a crowd had already begun to gather here before Luo Tian's arrival. After he struck the 10-mile drum once more, townsfolk who had been at home hastily made their way over, eager to witness whether Luo Tian could indeed apprehend the butcher of Zhao and what this butcher might look like. After another round of drumming, Luo Tian observed that a sufficient number of onlookers had assembled. With a decisive motion, he hurled the corpse of the elderly demon cultivator, adorned with an alligator's tail and covered in dark green bumps, onto the doorstep of the Zhou estate. Esteemed guests, Luo Tian began. Wu Feiyun. At that moment, the doors of the Zhou estate swung open, revealing Zhou Xingjie and Tong Sheng stepping forth together. Zhou Xingjie fixed a furious gaze upon Luo Tian, his fair features marred by irritation. What is it that you are up to now? To his surprise, Tong was also present. Noticing Zhou Xingjie and Tong Sheng, Luo Tian offered a slight smile before addressing Zhou Xingjie. Brother Zhou, you stated yesterday that whoever captures the butcher of Zhao would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Now that the butcher of Zhao is here, it is time for you to honor your promise. You claim this individual is the butcher of Zhao? Zhou Xingjie glanced at the corpse of the demon cultivator on the ground, his brow furrowing as he grappled with the question of how Luo Tian had procured such a body. Locking eyes with Luo Tian, he demanded, what evidence do you possess to substantiate that this man is indeed the butcher of Zhao? Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, when I struck down this man, he confessed with his own lips that he was the butcher of Zhao. Humph. Zhou Xingjie suddenly let out a cold snort. Wu Feiyun. Do you think my Zhou family is easy to bully? You casually bring forth a corpse and proclaim it to be Zhaoren too, believing you can claim the reward of 100 taels? What do you mean by that? Luo Tian's voice grew unexpectedly frosty. This individual is already deceased. Do you wish for me to summon him back to speak? Or do you possess the ability to make him speak again? Or is it that your Zhou family intends to go back on your word? The atmosphere became instantly tense. The onlookers, gazing at the menacing figure of the demonic elder, felt a mix of revulsion and terror, yet the majority remained skeptical that this man was indeed Zhaoren Tuesday, much like Zhou Renjie. Nearly everyone believed that Luo Tian had orchestrated this ruse to extort the 100 taels from the Zhou family. After all, Wu Feiyun had left them with such an impression, and he had no evidence whatsoever. Anyone in his position would be hard-pressed to believe him. All awaited the spectacle of Luo Tian's misfortune, confident that the Zhou family would never part with the reward. Sensing the subtle pressure emanating from Luo Tian, Zhou Xingjie furrowed his brow, puzzled by how, in just a day, Luo Tian seemed to have undergone a transformation. After a moment of silence, he spoke first. I cannot compel a corpse to speak, but I possess a means to prove that this individual is not Zhaoren Tuo. Luo Tian revealed a hint of surprise, his gaze piercing as it swept over Zhou Xingjie. If that is the case, I shall remain here to witness your proof. Just watch. With Luo Tian's icy gaze upon him, Zhou Xingjie confidently gestured, and shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in black emerged from the Zhou family residence. However, as the old man stepped out, most people's attention quickly drifted from him to a peculiar black dog he led by the leash. One that bore 3 nostrils and was the size of a calf. The 3-day hound. Upon seeing this creature, Luo Tian's pupils constricted. His greatest fears had indeed materialized. Prior to demolishing the Qingbei Reservoir, he had known that despite his clandestine actions, they could not evade the notice of certain extraordinary individuals in this world. The 3-day hound, while not human, could prove far more effective than any human in certain circumstances. He had never anticipated that the Zhou family could procure such a creature in such a short span of time. Noticing the change in Luo Tian's expression, Zhou Xingjie smiled slightly. Surely, this creature needs no introduction. Even you, young Master Wu, must recognize it. The renowned 3-day hound is certainly known to me. Luo Tian inhaled deeply, but I have always held skepticism towards such legendary beings. Zhou Xingjie's voice turned frigid. What, do you still wish to deny it at this juncture? Denial of what? Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. The legendary 3-day hound can still discern traces of events, even if they transpired 3 days prior. I merely wish to know, if this hound is so formidable, why have you not sent it to track down the whereabouts of Zhaoren Tu? Zhou Xingjie suddenly remarked with a hint of nonchalance. So, if I manage to uncover the true Zhaoren Tu, you will concede that this time, you intended to use my Zhou family as a scapegoat? Luo Tian cast a deep glance at Zhou Xingjie, quietly speculating why he would place such an accusation upon himself. Nevertheless, in response to Zhou Xingjie's inquiry, he showed no hesitation and replied, if you can indeed find him, then I shall admit that I was mistaken in my pursuit. Zhou Xingjie furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected cunning of the usually reckless Wu Feiyun. Even at this juncture, he remained untrapped. Yet, Zhou Xingjie paid little heed, for his primary objective was to gauge Wu Lingfeng's reaction through Wu Feiyun. Even if Wu Feiyun did not acknowledge his intent to use the Zhou family as a pawn, as long as he could ascertain that the one who damaged the Qingbei Reservoir gate was Wu Feiyun's companion, he would still have grounds to take action. Contemplating this, he smirked and said, after you departed yesterday, I personally took the Sanri hound to the Qingbei Reservoir. Do you know what the outcome was? Luo Tian, with an impassive expression, retorted, if you have something to say, then say it plainly. Spare me your veiled insinuations, like some delicate woman. Zhou Xingjie's gaze suddenly locked onto Luo Tian, his voice turning frigid. Though I did not find the thief yesterday, the Sanri hound, following its scent, led me to a certain location. That place is none other than your Wu residence. Boom. As Zhou Xingjie finished speaking, Luo Tian abruptly unleashed his aura, a manifestation exclusive to a Silver Stage 3 warrior. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, surged from within a 3-meter radius around him. Zhou Xingjie, one must not speak recklessly, especially about matters of consequence. You are surely aware of the repercussions of your words, are you not? At this moment, Luo Tian finally grasped that Zhou Xingjie's audacity likely stemmed from Zhou Shangda's approval. He even cast a glance at Tong Sheng, standing beside Zhou Xingjie, conjecturing that this entire affair might have been orchestrated by Zhou Shangda himself. Was this a ploy to test Wu Lingfeng? With Wu Lingfeng possessing the strength of Silver Stage 6, could it be that Zhou Shangda, or perhaps that member of the Tong family, had already attained the capability to contend with a Silver Stage 6 practitioner? As Luo Tian's thoughts whirled, he quickly comprehended that this was a scheme devised by the Zhou and Tong families against the Wu family, with himself merely ensnared in the ensuing turmoil. Silver Stage 3'd. Zhou Xingjie's pupils constricted slightly, taken aback that Luo Tian had broken through to Silver Stage 3 in just a day. Yet, his countenance remained unchanged. He regarded Luo Tian and said coolly, consequences? Humph, Wu Feiyun. My Zhou family represents the Zhao kingdom here in Qingbei town. If the one who damaged the Qingbei Reservoir gate has no ties to your Wu family, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. However, if this matter is indeed linked to your Wu family, then it is you who should ponder the consequences. Very well, since you are convinced that the thief resides within my Wu family, I shall stand right here. Let that beast come and test me. Luo Tian's gaze flickered as he fixed his stare on Zhou Xingji. As he uttered these words, his mind was preoccupied with the thought of whether he should deliver a fatal kick to the beast should it approach, and then concoct an excuse to brush the matter aside. After all, although Gong Liang had perished, traces of his presence likely lingered within the Wu manor. If this creature were to detect it, the situation could become rather precarious. There was no need for concern. I trust that even you, the young master of the Wu family, would not stoop to such a blunder. Zhou Xingji suddenly smiled faintly. Yet he could not help but wonder whether the young master of the Wu family would require me to escort the 3-day hound for another visit to the Qingbei Reservoir. Humph! Luo Tian snorted coldly. Since you are convinced that Zhaoren is within the Wu manor, then let us proceed directly there. He understood that even if they were to revisit the Qingbei Reservoir, allowing the 3-day hound to sniff the Sinanu would yield no different outcome. In that case, let us go. With Luo Tian's words, Zhou Xingji promptly waved his hand, leading the 3-day hound along with Luo Tian and the onlookers towards the Wu family estate in a grand procession. Chapter 17. Contest of Strength, Part 2. The journey from Zhou Manor to Wu Manor was not particularly lengthy. Along the way, many townsfolk cast peculiar glances at Luo Tian if, as Zhou Xingji suggested, the one who had vandalized the gate of the Qingbei Reservoir was associated with Wu Feiyun or the Wu family, then it would be inevitable that the Wu family would face whispers and pointed fingers, no matter how they attempted to exonerate themselves in the future. Zhou Xingji subtly scrutinized Luo Tian's expression, only to find himself disappointed. Apart from a brief flicker of concern at the outset, Luo Tian maintained an impassive demeanor thereafter, revealing nothing of his thoughts. His composure had evidently strengthened. He chuckled coldly within, contemplating how he would unearth the individual responsible for the destruction at the reservoir from within the Wu family, and whether Luo Tian could sustain his current stoicism. However, as they approached the Wu family estate, Zhou Xingji's countenance abruptly shifted upon witnessing the throng of people bustling fervently in front of the Wu family's entrance. Even Tong Shang, who walked alongside him, raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What are you all doing?" Zhou Xingji bellowed, directing his gaze at the crowd gathered before the Wu family. "Young master, you have returned." The individuals in front of the Wu family were taken aback by the sight of such a large group approaching, but soon, a figure with a bruised visage hastily made his way over. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Luo Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This individual was none other than Chen Liang, Wu Feiyun's subordinate, who had previously endured 2 thorough beatings at Luo Tian's hands. After exchanging pleasantries with Luo Tian, Chengyang turned to Zhou Xingji and remarked, "Young Master Zhou, we are currently engaged in a thorough cleaning. Is there an issue with this?" Zhou Xingji was well aware of the cleaning efforts underway. At that moment, in front of the Wu family's entrance and in the vicinity, dozens of individuals were fervently scrubbing every nook and cranny, with an intensity that was nothing short of astonishing. Even the tiniest crevice had been washed repeatedly with clean water. The willow tree positioned before the Wu family's gate had been scrubbed vigorously several times, and an unquantifiable amount of water had been splashed upon it. Zhou Xingji gasped for breath, his fists clenched tightly, an unquantifiable amount of pent-up frustration residing within him. Chen Liang regarded Zhou Xingji with a puzzled expression, unable to fathom what concern this individual had with the Wu family's thorough cleaning. Indeed, he too was perplexed, questioning why, after Luo Tian's departure the previous day, Gong Zi had taken it upon herself to issue orders for the meticulous tidying of the entire Wu estate. Furthermore, today, Gong Zi had commanded that the vicinity of the estate be subjected to a similar thorough cleansing. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly turned to Zhou Xingji and spoke in a calm tone. "Brother Zhou, please, did you not claim that Zhaoren was hiding within the Wu family? I am here, waiting for you. You may inspect any corner of the Wu estate. I shall not impede you in the slightest." Before leaving the Wu family the day prior, he had discreetly instructed Gong Zi to ensure that the estate was thoroughly cleaned during his absence. It appeared that Gong Zi had executed her task rather well. Zhou Xingji's countenance darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that his carefully devised plan would unravel so effortlessly. He was bewildered, speculating whether this was a mere coincidence, or if there was a traitor in his midst. Since the young master of the Wu family had spoken, he resolved to be unreserved. However, he was ultimately unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Casting a deep gaze at Luo Tian, he coldly declared, "Yubo, take the 3-day hound inside and be meticulous. Do not overlook anything that might allow the thief to escape." "Rest assured, young master," replied the old man clad in black, who held the 3-day hound, nodding before turning to Luo Tian. With a wave of his hand, Luo Tian instructed Chen Liang, "Take him inside. Allow him to go wherever he wishes, without obstruction." Liang felt a flicker of confusion, finally realizing that these individuals had come seeking trouble. He dared not to delay, immediately responding and leading the elder towards the Wu estate. Although he harbored deep resentment for having been slapped by Luo Tian and robbed of a potion that could enhance his chances of advancing to a silver tier 2 practitioner, as a subordinate of the Wu family, he did not dare to show even a hint of his feelings. Once Liang and the black-clad elder with the 3-day hound entered the Wu estate, the atmosphere grew tense, and time seemed to stagnate. Luo Tian and Zhou Xingjie exchanged no further words, both awaiting the final outcome. The others who had accompanied them exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. However, at this moment, a growing disdain for Luo Tian welled up within the hearts of many, for no one was a fool. The Wu family's decision to clean at such a juncture was far too coincidental to be mere happenstance. Yet, Luo Tian remained utterly unfazed by their animosity. Their disdain only served to bolster his resolve. Due to the repercussions of the destruction of the Qingbei Reservoir, the various arrangements he made while striking the 10-mile drum yesterday, and the widespread news of his intention to host the Youth Cultivators Conference of the 10 Towns, alongside the spiritual fluctuations he absorbed while tormenting the demon cultivator elder and Hu mayor in Gutsao village. The experience bar within his soul realm had advanced by 7 percentage points after reaching the 3rd tier of silver, although the rate at which he would gain spiritual fluctuations would inevitably diminish over time. It was not entirely impossible for him to reach the 4th tier of silver before the arrival of the Cultivators Conference, provided he engaged in sufficient endeavors. And why, Lord, we have returned. Just as Luo Tian was mulling over these matters, Liang and the disheartened old man in black emerged from the gates of the Wu family. Upon seeing the expressions on Liang and the old man's faces, Luo Tian felt a sense of relief. He had instructed Gong Zi to thoroughly clean the Wu family premises as a precautionary measure. Whether this measure would prove effective in thwarting the peculiar tactics of extraordinary individuals remained uncertain. However, it appeared that his preventive actions had yielded satisfactory results. What do you think? Zhou Xingjie, harboring a trace of reluctance, turned his gaze toward the old man in black. The old man shook his head, offering no response. Humph. Zhou Xingjie clenched his fists, his complexion tinged with a hint of pallor. Though he possessed some cunning, he was ultimately just a 15 or 16-year-old youth, prone to emotional surges. He glanced at the composed Luo Tian and coldly remarked, Wu Feiyun, do not revel in your triumph. You are well aware of the true nature of this affair. Let us consider today's matter settled, but next time, it would be wise for you not to fall into my hands. We shall take our leave. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his companions to depart. Wait. At that moment, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Luo Tian's eyes as he addressed Zhou Xingjie. One must not speak carelessly or indulge in reckless consumption. Have you forgotten what I previously stated? Wu Feiyun, do not push me too far. Zhou Xingjie's gaze flickered. The title of the foremost cultivator family in Qingbei town was not merely for show. The Zhao kingdom, established for millennia, was once formidable enough to subjugate the world. However, as time passed, many powerful sects emerged within its territory. While these sects ostensibly belonged to the Zhao kingdom, they often disregarded its commands. Consequently, the relationship between the Zhao kingdom and these sects was quite delicate. In Qingbei town, the Zhou family represented the Zhao kingdom, while Wu Lingfeng, a former inner disciple of the White Whale sect, embodied the prestige of that sect. Thus, if the Zhou family could suppress Wu Lingfeng, they would undoubtedly attract the attention and rewards of those in higher authority. It is not that I am being unreasonable, but rather that you underestimate the Wu family. For Luo Tian, the process was of little consequence. The outcome was what truly mattered. Presently, the result was that Zhou Xingjie had been unexpectedly knocked unconscious by a decisive blow, and he intended to seize this opportunity to deliver a few more merciless strikes. And what do you intend to do? The secret treasure grass on the fly behind Zhou Xingjie emitted a faint resonance. The Zhao kingdom was not a realm of demonic practices, especially under the scrutiny of the major sects, where actions were governed by the principle of evidence. During this recent search of the Wu family, he indeed failed to uncover the desired items, which undeniably places him at a disadvantage. However, should Luo Tian choose to be unyielding in his pursuit of justice, in a moment of agitation, he could easily find a way to obscure the truth after the fact. After all, his primary objective this time was to gauge Wu Lingfeng's reaction through Wu Feiyun. Now that the situation has taken an unexpected turn, and given that Wu Feiyun has inexplicably advanced to the 3rd tier of silver, he still believes that once he employs his secret treasure, he can certainly extract some blood from the recently ascended Wu Feiyun. Moreover, he has Tong Shang by his side, who also possesses the 3rd tier of silver cultivation. Luo Tian smacked his lips contemplatively before addressing the 3-day hound held by the black-clad elder. You previously claimed this beast since Zhao Rintu entering the Wu family, yet now it has found nothing. It appears its capabilities are rather limited. In light of this, should you not concede that the person I killed was indeed Zhao Rintu? Furthermore, since this creature proves to be of little use, why not gift it to me, so I may prepare a hearty stew of dog meat? Wu Feiyun, you are hopelessly deluded. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Zhou Xingjie was instantly infuriated. Yet, in the wake of his rage, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he inquired, however, since you claim this demon was captured by you, let me ask, did you apprehend him personally, or did you have assistance? Luo Tian responded with a cold smirk, of course, I captured him myself. As for assistance, why would I need help for a mere petty thief? He had also casually brought along the corpse of the demon cultivator from the Zhou family. Zhou Xingjie fixed his gaze on the lifeless body of the demon, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he retorted, a petty thief? A being with at least peak, third-tier silver cultivation is merely a petty thief? Wu Feiyun, even I would not dare assert that I could escape from him unscathed. How could you claim to have slain him alone? Even in death, cultivators emit distinctive fluctuations, and Zhou Xingjie instantly discerned that the demon elder's strength in life was far from ordinary. It was precisely because he had reached the peak of third-tier silver that I was able to slay him. Otherwise, do you think I would leave you with an excuse for rebuttal? Luo Tian chuckled coldly. Very well, since you have stated this, do you possess the courage to engage me in a contest? A flicker of excitement danced in Zhou Xingjie's eyes, as despite the tumultuous journey, he finally found a pretext to confront Luo Tian. Engage me in a contest? Luo Tian regarded Zhou Xingjie with a smirk that hinted at disdain, declaring, with your pitiful skills, I could defeat you even if I used only one hand. One hand? Zhou Xingjie scoffed. Are you not afraid the wind might cause your tongue to slip? Clang. At that moment, Luo Tian abruptly retrieved the Soul Reaver blade from his storage ring and, with the immense strength of one hand, thrust it fiercely before him. This is, Zhou Xingjie's pupils abruptly constricted as he fixated on the blade. Tong Sheng, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly gasped, you actually refined the Soul Reaver blade. Fine, I concede. I indeed underestimated you. Zhou Xingjie finally managed to utter after a considerable pause, his voice dry and hoarse. The charmed spirit blade of the Wu family is a mid-grade secret treasure, far surpassing the grass on the fly in his possession. With the charmed spirit blade in hand and his cultivation at the third tier of silver, Luo Tian is undoubtedly not a match for him. But you think I need this blade to deal with you? Luo Tian mocked as he gazed at Zhou Xingjie. I draw this blade to convey my agreement to engage in a contest with you, and I shall wield it with only one hand. However, should I emerge victorious, the grass on the fly in your grasp will become mine. Conversely, if I should lose, the charmed spirit blade will henceforth be yours. Are you speaking the truth? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Zhou Xingjie was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Wagering the grass on the fly against the charmed spirit blade is an opportunity too lucrative to ignore. Indeed, I am serious. A mysterious gleam shone in Luo Tian's eyes. You need not wield the charmed spirit blade against me, and you even allow me to use only one hand? Zhou Xingjie's heart raced incessantly. What of me? May I employ a secret treasure? Luo Tian, having already reached the third tier of silver, knew that even if Zhou Xingjie looked down upon him, he would not dare to claim he could match Luo Tian barehanded. Luo Tian sneered in disdain. Even if I were to grant you 2 hands, you would still not be my equal without the use of a secret treasure. His journey to obtain the charmed spirit blade was aimed at elevating his reputation. He believed that after today, all practitioners intending to participate in the Youth Cultivators Conference would be made aware of this event, and they would surely be astounded. After all, a mid-grade silver secret treasure is a rarity within a 100-mile radius. As for using the charmed spirit blade as a trump card, he felt it unnecessary for the moment. His cultivation speed was his greatest asset, and he was confident that he would rise more swiftly than any adversary could anticipate. Observing the flickering gaze of Zhou Xingjie, Luo Tian calmly stated, "It was you who proposed this battle. Should you now claim to be afraid, I could easily dismiss your earlier words as inconsequential." Zhou Xingjie's fists clenched tightly. Although he recognized Luo Tian's provocation, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Yet, he also understood that Luo Tian's willingness to stake the charmed spirit blade indicated considerable confidence. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his excitement, for it was indeed a mid-grade silver secret treasure. He weighed the risks and odds of victory against Luo Tian, and ultimately, with a determined resolve, he declared, "Very well. Since you wish to gamble, I shall oblige." Yet, in uttering these words, he failed to realize that this confrontation, initially instigated by him, had now shifted the initiative firmly into Luo Tian's hands, then let it commence. Luo Tian smiled faintly, tucking his left hand behind his back. Witnessing this, those around them retreated, excitement palpable as they cleared a space for the duel. In Qingbei town, practitioners were few, and encounters between them were exceedingly rare, especially one that involved the fate of a secret treasure. Buzz, buzz. As the two men took their positions, the sword at Zhou Xingjia's back emitted a series of resonant sounds, seemingly preparing to unleash a remarkably sharp strike. At the same time, Zhou Xingjia unleashed a secret technique, harmonizing with the sword behind him, emanating an astonishing brilliance. This brilliance was so intense that even from several meters away, it caused Luo Tian's skin to prickle painfully, akin to being pierced by needles. Before the sword was unleashed, even with his heightened perception, he could not discern where the strike would land. Nevertheless, he remained poised and unfazed, standing there without a single movement, his expression betraying not the slightest hint of change, resembling a deity carved in stone that scorned all. Suddenly, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound of the sword, Cao Shangfei shot forth from behind Zhou Xingjia like a brilliant flash of lightning, reaching Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. This was the most formidable aspect of this treasure. It was not merely an ordinary artifact, but rather a flying sword. Although it did not rank as a mid-grade treasure, its practical value surpassed that of typical mid-grade artifacts. This was Zhou Xingjia's greatest assurance in his quest to defeat Luo Tian. However, just as Zhou Xingjia's flying sword was launched, Luo Tian's body stirred. Emitting a fierce tiger's roar as if foreseeing the attack, he sidestepped, evading the lethal thrust aimed at his throat. Simultaneously, at the moment the roar resonated, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, extending from his left shoulder at an angle, transforming into an uncanny tiger's maw, which snapped shut with precision to seize the hilt of the flying sword that had just whizzed past his neck. In truth, Luo Tian had detected the sword's trajectory the instant it shot from Zhou Xingjia's back, and with his cultivation surpassing that of Zhou Xingjia, there was no way the sword could evade his grasp. With a thunderous motion, as soon as his hand clasped the hilt, Luo Tian's body surged like a tempest, closing the distance to Zhou Xingjia in a single step. The treasured flying sword in his hand spun effortlessly, its astonishing sharpness poised against Zhou Xingjia's neck. Trash, Luo Tian spoke softly, just loud enough for Zhou Xingjia to hear. I want you dead. Having faced an unprecedented defeat, coupled with Luo Tian's provoking words, Zhou Xingjia finally lost his composure. He tilted his neck to evade the sword and raised his fist, aiming to strike Luo Tian's chest. However, just as Zhou Xingjia lifted his fist, Luo Tian countered with a swift knee strike to his abdomen. Zhou Xingjia was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing forth midair, his face paling to an alarming degree. Garbage! Luo Tian uttered softly, his left hand still resting behind his back. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment. In their minds, Wu Feiyun had always been the epitome of ineptitude. No one expected that, after silently breaking through to the third tier of silver, he could stand with one hand behind his back and effortlessly defeat Zhou Xingjia, who wielded a treasured artifact. Luo Tian withdrew his left hand, flicking his fingers against the flying sword, producing a faint ringing sound. Feeling the unmatched sharpness that could seemingly slice through steel, he smiled silently and, with a thought, stored the sword within his storage ring. Subsequently, he returned to the ground where the spirit-cutting knife was embedded and collected it as well. Wu Feiyun, with the assistance of Tong Sheng, Zhou Xingjia gradually rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. His eyes, ablaze with fury, were fixed intently on Luo Tian. He could hardly fathom his own defeat, let alone the extent of his humiliation. Yet, it was not merely the physical defeat that plagued him. Rather, the harsh realization dawned upon him that from beginning to end, everything he had done seemed to have been orchestrated by Luo Tian. This revelation was what left him, who had always prided himself on his intellect, in utter despair. Sensing the almost explosive rage emanating from Zhou Xingjia, Luo Tian smiled faintly. So, do you now believe that this person is indeed Jiaran too? I trust you are prepared to part with that 100 taels of silver, Wu Feiyun. I concede that you possess the capability to contend with such a formidable adversary, yet your evidence remains insufficient. Therefore, it is utterly impossible for you to claim that bounty from my hands. Zhou Xingjia retorted angrily. He had not anticipated Luo Tian's insatiable greed. Having already seized a treasured artifact from him, he now sought to obtain the 100 taels of silver as well. The thought of the Cao Shangfei, which Luo Tian had taken, caused him great distress. Although its grade was not particularly high, its worth in silver would undoubtedly exceed 2,000 taels. Even the entire Zhou family possessed few such treasures. Are you toying with me? Or do you intend to engage me in combat once more? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, his toes slightly advancing. Observing Luo Tian's movement, Tong Shang, who was supporting Zhou Xingjie, felt a surge of trepidation. Though he was also a practitioner of the silver third tier, he harbored no confidence in facing Luo Tian. Not to mention the almost divine predictive abilities Luo Tian had previously demonstrated. Even the roar that accompanied Luo Tian's execution of the Black Tiger capture struck fear into his heart. For that roar signified the mastery of the Wu family's Black Tiger capture. Generally, practitioners who could cultivate the Black Tiger capture to such a level were at least at the silver fourth tier, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how Luo Tian, who had just recently ascended to the silver third tier, could possess such strength, or perhaps, the Luo Tian of old had been concealing his true prowess all along. Wu Feiyun. My Zhou family represents the Zhao Kingdom in Qingbei Town. Zhou Xingjie suddenly straightened his posture. The Zhao Kingdom? Luo Tian chuckled softly and, amidst his laughter, took a step forward. Witnessing this, both Zhou Xingjie and Tong Shang's gazes sharpened. Speaking of the Zhao Kingdom, I must admit, I am somewhat apprehensive. Therefore, I shall grant you another opportunity. If you deny that this individual is Zhaoren Tu, let us allow those present to determine whether he is indeed Zhaoren Tu. Suddenly, Luo Tian halted in his tracks. You propose to let them decide if this person is Zhaoren Tu? Zhou Xingjie was taken aback, pointing at the hundreds of townsfolk who had accompanied them. He could hardly believe that Luo Tian would make such a sudden proposition. Among those present, it was undoubtedly these individuals who harbored the greatest animosity towards Luo Tian and possessed the keenest eyes. He could not fathom how Luo Tian could compel them to speak falsehoods with their eyes wide open. Chapter 19. The objective. Not only Zhou Xingjie, but also the ever-growing crowd of hundreds of townsfolk, stood in astonishment, utterly taken aback that this matter would ultimately connect with them. All eyes were incredulously fixed upon Luo Tian, pondering what scheme he was concocting. Did he truly believe that they would lend him their support? How could Zhou Xingjie be so indecisive, unable to take charge of such a trivial matter? Observing the taciturn Zhou Xingjie, Luo Tian let out a derisive chuckle. Very well, if you can secure the backing of everyone present, then I shall hand over the bounty to you without hesitation. Today, I shall witness what abilities you possess. After a moment's pause, Zhou Xingjie clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, realizing he was trapped in a precarious situation. After all, he could not openly admit that he had grown fearful of Luo Tian after the latter's relentless assaults. Then just watch, he retorted. Suddenly, Luo Tian turned around, addressing the dense throng gathered before the gates of the Wu family estate with a faint smile. This time, the sluice gates of the Qingbei Reservoir were shattered by Zhaoren Tu, inundating thousands of acres of arable land, resulting in widespread calamity for many families in Qingbei Town. I am deeply pained by this. I assure you, this culprit is indeed Zhaoren Tu, and I hereby pledge that as long as you support me, upon receiving the bounty, I shall donate every last coin to the affected townsfolk. What? Could Wu Feiyun truly intend to donate all 100 taels of silver? Surely this was no mere pretense. He stated it publicly, and if he were to go back on his word, it would not only be his own reputation at stake, but the entire Wu family's honor as well. As Luo Tian's words echoed, the crowd erupted in a buzz. Although the flood from the Qingbei Reservoir had devastated a significant amount of farmland, the number of affected families was relatively modest, around 200 households. If Luo Tian's declaration held true, and he genuinely intended to donate the entire 100 taels of bounty to the afflicted families, nearly every household would receive half a tael of silver. Such a sum, when saved judiciously, would suffice to see them through the winter. Watching the fervent atmosphere in the crowd, Luo Tian smiled. He possessed no extraordinary powers to compel those who despised him to rally in his favor. However, differing objectives naturally necessitated distinct approaches. Zhou Xingjie remained oblivious to Luo Tian's true intention, mistakenly believing the bounty was his sole aim, and thus was destined for failure. What Luo Tian sought was renown. He aimed to leverage each of his actions as a fulcrum to seize the myriad emotional ripples that arose from his endeavors. As for money, it was merely a means to be spent. In his view, utilizing the Wu family's 100 taels of silver to procure emotional resonance was the most advantageous transaction imaginable. Yet, as he observed the townsfolk whispering excitedly, their faces alight with anticipation, Zhou Xingjie felt a nauseating sense of disgust, as if he had ingested something repugnant. He never imagined Luo Tian would resort to such tactics. After all, it was uncommon for anyone to engage in actions detrimental to others without personal gain. What shall be your choice, everyone? After a brief pause, Luo Tian inquired loudly. Ladies and gentlemen. However, Before anyone could respond, Zhou Xingjie interjected, I, on behalf of the Zhou family, also pledge that, provided everyone is honest and earnest, the Zhou family will contribute 100 taels of silver as a donation. Enraged, Zhou Xingjie, in a fit of fury, matched Luo Tian's commitment. Regardless, it is merely a matter of 100 taels of silver. If he chooses to donate, the fame will be his, which is far preferable to letting it go to waste for Luo Tianqiang. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Xingjie's words, the smile on Luo Tian's face only grew more pronounced. For it was evident that Zhou Xingjie, who possessed a modicum of cleverness, had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by his cunning. He spoke softly, very well, since Brother Zhou is also willing to contribute 100 taels of silver as a donation. Let us speak candidly. Upon hearing Luo Tian's peculiar tone, Zhou Xingjie paused momentarily before finally realizing the implications of his words, yet it was too late to retract them. His expression darkened, a sense of suffocation filling his heart, and under the pressure of his rising anger, a faint trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. I sense that this person is Zhao Ren. After all, if he were not Zhao Ren, why would the young Master Wu seek a warrior of mere 3 segments of silver for a duel? Under the allure of wealth, a bold townsman finally spoke up, indeed, I share the same sentiment. And moreover, this individual is a demon cultivator. I have heard that demon cultivators are often influenced by the essence of beast blood, rendering their temper unpredictable and their actions erratic. Indeed, this person possesses such a fierce countenance. It is evident he is no good man. He must surely be Zhao Ren. Subsequently, other townsfolk chimed in, each presenting their own rationale, all sounding quite convincing. Brother Zhou, look here, my reward of 100 taels, should you not grant it to me? Furthermore, you previously stated that should they act with integrity, you too would donate 100 taels of silver, a matter witnessed by all. You would not dare to go back on your word, would you? Wu Feiyun, I shall remember this day. Indeed, I underestimated you, but such a situation shall not arise a second time. Mark my words. Zhou Xingjie gritted his teeth, his complexion paling to the utmost degree. However, he could not escape the pit he had dug for himself. Gazing at the hundreds of townsfolk eyeing him expectantly, his heart clenched painfully, yet he bore the intense heartache and retrieved a small chest filled with gleaming silver from his storage ring. He extracted 200 taels of silver from the chest, handing it to the old man in black who held the 3-day dog, and instructed, Uncle Yu, please tally the losses incurred by everyone and distribute these silver according to the extent of their losses. Having completed this task, he took a deep breath, preparing to turn and leave, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Luo Tian. Wait, just then, Luo Tian called out to him with a smile. It seems you have forgotten. You have yet to present me with my reward of 100 taels. Zhou Xingjie furrowed his brow. Did you not state that you would donate the entire reward? Are you now attempting to go back on your word? I shall handle the donation myself. No need for your assistance, Luo Tian remarked, glancing at the 200 taels of silver in the old man's hands with a smile. Humph, Uncle Yu, hand over the reward to him. But keep a close watch to ensure he does not feather his own nest. Zhou Xingjie snorted coldly, then with a flourish of his sleeve, he gritted his teeth and departed. Observing the figure of Zhou Xingjie, Luo Tian slowly shook his head. This child has truly been played a bit too harshly this time. Yet that his game is far from over. Chen Liang, go assist in collecting my bounty. With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Tian directed Chen Liang to retrieve his reward from the old man in black. Subsequently, he scanned the crowd and humorously remarked, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your unwavering and truthful testimony on my behalf. Otherwise, I might have been unjustly maligned as a villainous extortionist. As I previously stated, I shall donate the entirety of this bounty. Rest assured, I shall not retract the water I have spilled. However, at present, I find myself somewhat short of funds, thus I intend to borrow a bit of silver from you all. Therefore, shortly, please register with Chen Liang. It will be first come, first served. From tomorrow onward, my martial house shall distribute donations to 10 individuals daily until every last contribution has been dispensed. Upon hearing Luo Tian's declaration, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions, bewildered by his intentions. Nevertheless, given Luo Tian's commitment to distribute all the bounty, their reactions were not overly intense. Observing the slight chaos his words had incited, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile inwardly. The purported lack of silver was merely a pretext. His true aim was to tantalize these individuals. For these ordinary townsfolk, even half a tael of silver was no trivial sum. Thus, as long as the money remained elusive, they would be plagued by incessant worry, fearing any potential complications. In this manner, he he could continuously siphon off their emotional fluctuations. Although the spiritual energies produced by these common folk had minimal impact on him at present, the notion of gradual accumulation, little by little, should not be underestimated. Once this matter was settled, Luo Tian glanced at the now distant Zhou Xingjia, a peculiar smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, he approached the elderly man in black, who had just handed over 100 taels of silver to Chen Liang. Caught off guard, Luo Tian abruptly lifted his right foot and, with a resounding thud, kicked the 3-day hound, which was the size of a calf and bore 3 nostrils. A woo.hmhmhm, yip yip yip. The hound, taken by surprise, was sent flying and, upon hitting the ground, gasped heavily, wheezing as it struggled for breath. Wu Feiyun. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhou Xingjia turned to see the scene unfold, his teeth gritting in rage. However, Luo Tian paid no heed to Zhou Xingjia, instead turning to the bewildered Chen Liang and instructing, "Later, drag it back. I shall feast on stewed dog meat tonight." Chen Liang stammered in astonishment, utterly baffled by the drastic change that had occurred in Wu Feiyun in such a short span of time. Wu Feiyun, do you truly regard the Zhou family with such disdain? Or is it merely a trait shared by both you and your father? Just then, a clear voice resonated as a scholarly middle-aged man emerged from around a corner, making his way toward Luo Tian. Beside the middle-aged man clad in scholarly robes, there accompanied a man with a visage reminiscent of a zombie. At last, they have emerged. Upon sighting these two individuals, Luo Tian's thoughts stirred. The scholarly man was none other than Zhou Xingjia's father, who also held the position of mayor in Qingbei town. The man beside him was Tong Qingyuan, the head of the Tong family. Luo Tian surmised that the Zhou and Tong families intended to use him as a means to probe into Wu Lingfeng's capabilities, leading him to conclude that these two would undoubtedly conceal themselves in the shadows to observe him. However, it was precisely for this reason that he had kicked the dog to death, providing them with a motive to reveal themselves. For, akin to their intentions, Luo Tian too wished to assess Wu Lingfeng's strength. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Wu Lingfeng was the father of this body he inhabited. When others spoke of the Wu family, it was Wu Lingfeng who first came to mind, and this posed a considerable disadvantage for him. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he would. Chapter 20. Wu Lingfeng from a distance. Watching Zhou Shangda and Tong Qingyuan approach, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. Even with the enhancement of his senses granted by the power of the heart, he could not perceive the slightest hint of aura emanating from the two. Yet, he was not overly astonished by this, for cultivators of the silver 4th stage and above had already established their dantians, containing their silver power within, making it exceedingly difficult to discern their true cultivation level without extraordinary means. "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." Uncle Tong. As Zhou Shangda and his companion drew near, Luo Tian offered a slight smile. To his surprise, "You have concealed yourself so deeply. It appears we have underestimated you." Zhou Shangda cast a penetrating glance at Luo Tian. Feeling the intensity of Zhou Shangda's gaze, Luo Tian paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Uncle Zhou, you flatter me." Through the waves of Zhou Shangda's thoughts, he discerned no trace of astonishment. Rather, he perceived only two sentiments, desire and a thrill of excitement. Was it that he believed I possessed some fortuitous encounter worth seizing? Luo Tian almost instantly deduced the source of Zhou Shangda's emotional fluctuations, yet he harbored no intention to expose him. After all, the mental waves supplied by a cultivator above the silver 3rd stage were immensely more potent than those from cultivators below that threshold. Reflecting upon this, Luo Tian continued, "I merely stumbled upon a fortunate artifact that aids in cultivation." The moment these words left his lips, he sensed Zhou Shangda's desire surge dramatically. Greed, truly one of humanity's original sins. Perceiving this scene, Luo Tian's mind raced, contemplating whether, if he were to concoct an audacious lie one day, he might draw forth the most elite cultivators from this world, thereby exponentially accelerating his ability to consolidate his heart's power. At that moment, not only Zhou Shangda but also Tong Qingyuan, who bore a zombie-like countenance, exhibited flickers of greed in their mental waves. Artifacts that could enhance the speed of cultivation were exceedingly rare, and the yearning of cultivators for such treasures was unparalleled. However, at that moment, Luo Tian suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of astonishment emanating from a position not far behind him. Judging by the intensity of this mental disturbance, the orchestrator was likely even more formidable than Zhou Shangda and Tong Qingyuan combined. Could it be Wu Lingfeng? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, but upon reflection, he realized that given the gravity of the situation, it was indeed time for the Wu family's steadfast pillar, the foremost practitioner of Qingbei town, to make an appearance. Moreover, Had he not been certain that Wu Lingfeng would emerge, he would not have dared to provoke the Zhou family in such a manner. Just as Luo Tian pondered this, Zhou Shangda suddenly spoke. You are indeed fortunate, but this luck has rendered you somewhat arrogant. Do you not know that this 3-day hound was borrowed from the high family of Pinglang City? The high family of Pinglang City? Luo Tian was taken aback, for he had not anticipated such a connection with this high family. He had allowed Hu Meyer to return to her domain. And with her legs lost, if she sought vengeance, she would likely accuse him of being the one who killed Hai Tianla. However, as far as Luo Tian knew, though the Hai family was a respectable practitioner family in Pinglang City, their strongest member was merely comparable to Wu Lingfeng. It was precisely for this reason that he had refrained from annihilating them entirely the previous night. After all, ensuring his own safety while maintaining a rapport with a family of decent strength was quite advantageous for his cultivation of the heart's power. With this thought in mind, Luo Tian smiled faintly. Uncle Zhou, you may not be aware, but Hai Tianla and I are close friends. We have even fought side by side. Therefore, concerning this matter of the hound, there is no need for your concern. Is that so? Zhou Shangda raised an eyebrow. Since you are acquainted with members of the Hai family, let this matter rest. I shall inform the Hai family afterward, and how to resolve it shall be left to your two families to discuss. However, apart from this, do you not think you have been excessively harsh on Xingjia? As he spoke, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes, subtly releasing a pressure characteristic of a practitioner above the silver 4th tier. In an instant, Luo Tian felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. A sense of heaviness enveloped his chest, and his breathing became constricted. High-tier practitioners can exert pressure on those of lower tiers, yet Zhou Shangda had not yet reached the late silver stage, nor was he a practitioner of the black-silver realm. Therefore, logically speaking, the pressure he exerted should not have been so formidable. Luo Tian speculated that Zhou Shangda must have cultivated some special secret technique to achieve such an effect. With this in mind, he slowly raised his head amidst the viscous air thickened by the pressure, gazing up at Zhou Shangda, who towered over him by half a head. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he suddenly spoke. Mayor Zhou, this is merely your foolish son bringing suffering upon himself. What do you expect me to do about it? As soon as Luo Tian uttered these words, the atmosphere became instantly tense. No one had anticipated that Luo Tian, who had previously been so courteous, would suddenly deliver such a crude and blasphemous remark. 15, 16, 17%. Yet, amidst the astonishment of all at Luo Tian's audacity, he gazed at the experience bar within his soul's realm, witnessing a rapid ascent, incrementing by 1 percentage point at a time, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth in contrast to others. Whether Zhou Shangda remained at the 5th tier of silver or had ascended to the 6th, the emotional turbulence he exuded produced a wave of spiritual resonance that utterly satisfied Luo Tian. You insolent fool! Zhou Shangda suddenly bellowed. Do all members of the Wu family lack decorum just like you? What is decorum? To strike when one has already lost? Or perhaps to bully the weak and show disrespect to the elderly? Luo Tian held his head high, despite the oppressive aura emanating from Zhou Shangda making it difficult to breathe. He displayed no inclination to bow. You seek death, boom. Dressed in scholarly robes, Zhou Shangda, utterly incensed by Luo Tian, trembled as he unleashed his entire aura in a single moment. Confronted by Zhou Shangda, Luo Tian found himself submerged in an overwhelming force, as if he had sunk to the depths of the sea, the pressure closing in from all directions. Boom. However, at that very instant, another surge of energy erupted from behind Luo Tian. Unlike Zhou Shangda's aura, this one bore a ferocious intensity, reminiscent of a seasoned general, having taken countless lives, standing at the heart of a battlefield, unleashing a massacre. This force swept away Zhou Shangda's aura in an instant. Wu Lingfeng, both Zhou Shangda and his companion Tong Qingyuan took a step back, their expressions grave as they turned to regard the figure emerging from the Wu family residence. Clad in black, this figure was not particularly tall, yet his chiseled features and the fiery aggression radiating from him instilled a deep sense of apprehension in the two. Undoubtedly, this was Wu Lingfeng, the one who had shielded Luo Tian from Zhou Shangda's oppressive aura. Wu Lingfeng, your son. Upon seeing his target Wu Lingfeng step forward, Zhou Shangda raised an eyebrow, eager to find a reason to gauge his capabilities. Boom. Just as he began to speak, Wu Lingfeng, approaching Luo Tian, cast a glance his way, a smile suddenly gracing his lips, before he moved with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, closing the distance in an instant. You? Both Zhou Shangda and Tong Qingyuan were taken aback. Wu Lingfeng was the foremost cultivator of Qingbei town, yet he seldom took action, often preferring to keep things concise. Consequently, Zhou Shangde and Tong Qingyuan had little experience dealing with him. They had not anticipated that. In contrast to Luo Tian's unpredictable and reckless approach, Wu Lingfeng's actions would surpass all expectations. Having advanced to the 6th tier of silver, do you believe you have the right to provoke me? Now mere inches apart, Wu Lingfeng raised a fist towards the two as he unleashed his punch. A resounding tiger's roar erupted, far more astonishing than Luo Tian's strikes, and with that roar, a massive tiger's head materialized in front of his fist. Conjured by his profound silver power, boom! With a thunderous crash, Zhou Shangde and Tong Qingyuan, employing various means to defend themselves, were simultaneously propelled backward. They had arrived with immense confidence, intent on usurping the Wu family to become the foremost cultivation clan in Qingbei town, only to find their aspirations utterly shattered by a single blow from Wu Feiyun. Silver Mist, have you truly reached the threshold of Silver 7? After staggering back more than 10 paces, Zhou Shangde finally came to a halt, his gaze fixated on Wu Lingfeng, who stood with an air of unyielding pride, disbelief etched across his features. Leave? Wu Lingfeng uttered the word with a casual indifference. With such formidable strength, it seemed a daunting task to eliminate him in the near future, thereby establishing the Wu family as his unquestioned dominion. Behind Wu Lingfeng, Luo Tian rubbed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected prowess of Wu Lingfeng. Although he had assimilated Wu Feiyun's memories, Wu Feiyun had little insight into Wu Lingfeng, as the latter predominantly secluded himself in his residence for rigorous cultivation. Contemplating this, Luo Tian's gaze flickered as he turned to the visibly distressed Zhou Shangde and Tong Qingyuan, remarking, "Father, shall we simply allow these old dogs, who bully the weak, to depart? Would that not portray our Wu family as excessively merciful?" For some, recognizing another as a father might be a challenging notion. Luo Tian, too, was reluctant to address him in such a manner. Yet, given his current identity, he felt compelled to comply. "Oh, and what do you propose we do?" Wu Lingfeng inquired, glancing back at Luo Tian. Chapter 21. Ascendancy. Zhou Shangde narrowed his eyes, glaring at Luo Tian and Wu Lingfeng. "Do not overstep your bounds, father and son." Having been repelled by Wu Lingfeng's fist, he still felt a heaviness in his chest. Yet, as the head of a town, he was not someone to be easily intimidated. Particularly with so many witnesses present, should Luo Tian resort to the same, or even more severe, measures to humiliate him, he would truly lose all semblance of authority. "Zhou Shangde." Luo Tian raised his head, meeting Zhou Shangde's gaze directly, declaring, "This is not an instance of our Wu family overreaching, but rather, your Zhou family failing to regard us with due respect. Do you believe our Wu family is merely at your beck and call?" As he spoke, Luo Tian strode towards the Sanri dog that he had dispatched with a kick, unsheathing the Chongshan blade with a metallic clang. Using the back of the blade to lift it, then, he marched towards Zhou Shangde. The Sanri dog suspended before him. Observing Luo Tian's actions, Zhou Shangde furrowed his brow, finding Luo Tian's intentions perplexing and inscrutable. He could not fathom what Luo Tian was planning. Nevertheless, given his own strength, he harbored no fear of an underhanded attack. His only concern lay with Luo Tian's sharp tongue. Behind Luo Tian, Wu Lingfeng raised an eyebrow, contemplating the remarkable transformation in his son within such a brief span. Approaching Zhou Shangde, Luo Tian raised the Sanri dog, stating, "Upon reflection, this dog was borrowed from your Zhou family. If it were to remain with us, it might reflect poorly on our Wu family, so you should take it back. Moreover, as long as you carry it back, we shall consider today's matter settled between our two families." "Carry it back?" After a moment of astonishment, Zhou Shangde's anger ignited fiercely once more. As the head of a town, it was utterly outrageous for Luo Tian to demand he carry a dead dog back in front of so many witnesses. Sensing the intensity of Zhou Shangde's fury, Luo Tian's lips curled into a smirk. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the emotional waves emanating from someone like Zhou Shangde, who had reached the 6th tier of silver cultivation, were nothing short of immense. 2-4 in scarcely a moment, the experience bar in his soul realm advanced by a percentage point. With Wu Lingfeng locking onto Zhou Shangde's presence behind him, he had no need to worry about his own safety. Therefore, his sole objective now was to stoke Zhou Shangde's flames of rage further and prolong the confrontation. "Wu Lingfeng, are you truly prepared to forge such a formidable enmity with the Zhou family?" Chilling murderous intent flickered in Zhou Shangde's eyes as he turned to glare at Wu Lingfeng. Demanding an answer, he understood that as long as he dealt with Wu Lingfeng, even Luo Tian, no matter how troublesome he could be, would not be able to stir up any significant chaos. Although his strength paled in comparison to Wu Lingfeng's, he had the entire Zhao kingdom backing him, and he was confident that Wu Lingfeng would prefer not to offend him too gravely. Wu Lingfeng's gaze flickered as he addressed Luo Tian, saying, Fei Yun, come back. Previously, he had been somewhat taken aback by his son's transformation and wished to observe Luo Tian's next move. However, compelling Zhou Shangde to carry a dead dog back in front of so many people was indeed excessive. Despite his formidable power, he recognized that Zhou Shangde was still a town leader, and it was only fitting to extend him some measure of respect. Upon hearing Wu Lingfeng's summons, Luo Tian let out a quiet sigh of regret. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for him to relinquish such a golden opportunity so easily. With this thought in mind, Luo Tian suddenly inquired in a chilling tone, Zhou, are you truly unwilling to carry this dog back? Zhou Shangde's fury surged, his hair seeming to bristle with indignation. Yet at that moment, sensing the soaring wrath within Zhou Shangde, a cold glint flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. He then abruptly flipped the Changshan blade in his hand. Concurrently, a surging force of silver energy erupted from within him, cascading forth like a mighty river towards the Changshan blade, wailing in an instant. A cacophony of eerie cries and howls surged into Zhou Shangde's ears, attempting to ensnare him in confusion. Zhou Shangde could hardly fathom that Luo Tian would dare to strike at him. The Changshan blade, a mid-grade secret treasure, despite Luo Tian's relatively low cultivation level, still unleashed a ghostly sound that momentarily disoriented him. Just as Zhou Shangde found himself lost in that moment, Luo Tian did not attack him directly but instead raised the Changshan blade, which was poised to pierce the three-day hound. High above his head and then flipped it once more. Swish, with a sharp slice, Luo Tian deftly cleaved the three-day hound in two, causing its steaming blood, foul excrement, and scattered entrails to cascade down in a gruesome display. And thus, it cascaded down from the crown of Zhou Shangde's head. Even the zombie-faced Tong Qingyuan, who stood in close proximity to Zhou Shangde, was caught off guard by the ghostly sounds that invaded his ears, similarly affected by the fallout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Having completed this, Luo Tian fled with remarkable speed, brandishing his blade, and in just a few strides, returned to the rear of Wu Lingfeng. He was acutely aware that his actions were rather lowly, yet for him, the manner of execution mattered little. What truly counted was the ultimate outcome. As long as it fulfilled his desires, everything would be fine. Compared to other methods, this approach was undoubtedly the simplest, most direct, and most effective, capable of inciting the ire and hatred of both Zhou Shangde and Tong Qingyuan. After all, regardless of who it was, if doused publicly with such a deluge of disgrace, it was certain that they would not let it go easily. Moreover, after being drenched in such humiliation, Zhou Shangde would certainly not change his clothes on the spot. He would need to return home first, and before he could change, he would have to scrub himself thoroughly several times. During this interval, it was utterly impossible for him not to be preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Tian. In fact, Luo Tian pondered whether he might be able to elevate his mental prowess to the fourth tier of silver that very day. Wu Feiyun. Just as Luo Tian was immersed in his thoughts, the atmosphere in the arena, having been silent for a considerable duration, finally erupted with a thunderous roar from Zhou Shangde. Uncle Zhou, I sincerely apologize. I was unsteady with my blade and made a mistake. I hope you can forgive me. Observing Zhou Shangde, who now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, Luo Tian forced a smile and once again addressed him as Uncle Zhou. Zhou Shangde's gaze was icy and penetrating. Fixated on Luo Tian, his expression one of such intense hatred that it seemed he wished to devour Luo Tian whole. Coupled with his blood-soaked appearance, he was now the embodiment of ferocity, a stark contrast to the refined demeanor he had displayed upon his entrance. Brother Zhou, I think we should let this matter rest. After all, Feiyan has admitted it was an accident, and that he was unsteady with his blade. Wu Lingfeng stepped forward, unusually calm as he spoke to Zhou Shangde. Let it go. If I were to drench you with a bucket of disgrace, would you let it go? Zhou Shangde thundered in exasperation. If it were me, I would kill you. However, you are not me, and you lack the strength, do you not? Wu Lingfeng's tone remained tranquil, yet his words were capable of suffocating anyone with rage. You? Zhou Shangde pointed at Wu Lingfeng, rendered speechless by his fury. 282930. In stark contrast to Zhou Shangde's wrath, Luo Tian felt an unparalleled satisfaction swelling within him. The mental turbulence exuded by Zhou Shangde and Tong Qingyuan in their current state was akin to a furious dragon soaring into the heavens. A force difficult to articulate. Of course, this was also influenced by Wu Lingfeng's strange emotions, along with the shock felt by others present. I shall remember this day. From now on, your Wu family shall be regarded as the enemies of my Zhou household. Wu Lingfeng, do not mistake me for someone easily bullied. Feeling the peculiar gazes surrounding him, Zhou Shangda uttered this fierce declaration before angrily waving his sleeve and turning to leave. Having lost such a significant figure, it seems impossible for him to remain here any longer. Gazing at Zhou Shangda's retreating figure, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Zhou, I truly made a mistake this time. I implore you to forgive me just this once. Showing your magnanimity, I assure you that in the future, I will exercise greater caution. Aside from the melodrama, I would never let anything else splatter upon you." A faint sound, reminiscent of teeth being crushed, seemingly emanated from Zhou Shangda as he departed, though it was barely perceptible, for he had already vanished at an even swifter pace. 45, 46, 47. A smirk crept upon Luo Tian's lips. To have brought Zhou Shangda to such a state was indeed an unexpected delight. Initially, both he and Zhou Shangda had aimed to test the prowess of Wu Lingfeng, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. Nonetheless, all of this stemmed from Wu Lingfeng's formidable strength. Had it not been for his astonishing abilities, Luo Tian would never have dared to provoke Zhou Shangda so brazenly. Yet, he pondered, could this opportunity allow him to directly ascend to the fourth tier of silver? The chasm between the third and fourth tiers of silver is vast. Throughout history, unless under particularly extraordinary circumstances, it is exceedingly rare for practitioners of the third tier to challenge those of the fourth. Consequently, practitioners below the fourth tier are designated as being in the early stages of the silver secret realm. However, the disparity between the fourth and fifth tiers is not as pronounced. Therefore, should Luo Tian break through to the fourth tier, he could, with the aid of the Chongshan blade, even challenge practitioners of the fifth tier, such as Tong Qingyuan, the head of the Tong family. Chapter 22. Peculiar. After Zhou Shangda's departure, as Luo Tian pondered the unfolding events, Wu Lingfeng turned to him and said, "Come with me." With that, he strode ahead towards the Wu family estate. Luo Tian felt a chill run down his spine and fell a step behind, following in Wu Lingfeng's wake. Although Wu Lingfeng often secluded himself, no one could rival his authority within the Wu family. His words were always absolute. As he walked behind Wu Lingfeng, Luo Tian surmised that his defiance of Wu Lingfeng's orders and the enmity he had forged with the Zhou family would likely lead to severe repercussions. They made their way swiftly until they reached Wu Lingfeng's courtyard in front of a bizarrely shaped rock formation. Wu Lingfeng halted, turned, and fixed his penetrating gaze upon Luo Tian, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. Luo Tian lowered his head, feigning a demeanor of trepidation and unease, deliberately avoiding Wu Lingfeng's eyes to conceal his true thoughts. After a lengthy silence, Wu Lingfeng spoke, "Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Zhou Shangda has already ascended to the sixth tier of silver. You may not perceive him as my equal, yet a practitioner of this caliber requires only a single strike to eliminate you. Of course, with me by your side, Zhou Shangda would naturally refrain from harming you. But what if I were not present? You are no longer a child. Before you act, you must reflect earnestly. We held no mortal enmity with the Zhou family, yet your actions have irreparably altered that. Henceforth, the Zhou estate will undoubtedly be at odds with us. Why abilities are commendable. However, the Zhou family is backed by the Zhao kingdom. Am I truly capable of confronting them and annihilating their entire clan?" As I listened to Wu Lingfeng's admonitions, I lowered my gaze, my eyes flickering with uncertainty. Had it been another, one might have assumed that Wu Lingfeng spoke with earnest concern and genuine intentions. Yet, as he articulated these words, I felt no trace of compassion or a sense of disappointment in his tone. Instead, I discerned three predominant sentiments emanating from him: curiosity, doubt, and irritation. However, the lack of information rendered me incapable of deciphering Wu Lingfeng's true thoughts. These words, I implore you to remember. The path of cultivation lies in steadfastness and a solid foundation, rather than in the pursuit of rivalry. Today, having broken through to the third tier of silver, do you dare to strike Zhou Shangda? If you were to ascend another level, would you then dare to invade the imperial palace? Moreover, you have merely reached the third tier of silver. What is there to be proud of? You must understand that in this world, there will always be those stronger than you. Zhou Shangda is insignificant, and even I am not formidable in the grand scheme. If one day you provoke an enemy I cannot withstand, would our Wu family not face destruction because of you? At this juncture, Wu Lingfeng sighed, seemingly profoundly disappointed in me. Let this matter go for now. Upon your return, reflect deeply on my words. Rest assured. Father, I shall not act so recklessly again. I nodded earnestly, hoping to adhere to my promise. Remember your words, Wu Lingfeng cautioned, shaking his head. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he continued, additionally, you have lingered at the second tier of silver for several years. Now that you have ascended to the third tier, that is not particularly concerning. However, your black tiger capture technique should not have advanced to mastery so swiftly. What is amiss? This matter pertains to the Changshan blade. I ventured to ancient crocodile village yesterday. Upon hearing Wu Lingfeng's inquiry, I promptly recounted the narrative I had meticulously prepared. I did not conceal the events involving Luo Tian, Hu Mayer, and that enigmatic elder of the demon race. The only detail I obscured was that I portrayed my voluntary release of Hu Mayer as a result of her employing some strange means to escape. That so, within just a day, aside from the Zhou family, you have also entangled yourself with the even more formidable Hai family? Upon hearing my account, Wu Lingfeng's chest heaved with agitation. I remained silent. Lowering my head, I informed Wu Lingfeng as a precautionary measure. After all, although Hu Mayer might not know my name, should she seek to have my likeness rendered, with the resources of the Hai family, locating me would not pose a challenge. Given my current strength, confronting the troubles stemming from the Hai family would prove quite difficult. I would need to rely on Wu Lingfeng's power. Humph. Let this incident pass, but during this period, remain at home, not venture anywhere until that so-called youth cultivator conference commences. Wu Lingfeng, who had previously maintained his composure in my presence, now displayed a flicker of genuine anger. This was not feigned wrath. I could distinctly sense his emotions boiling over. Indeed, Luo Tian lowered his head in acknowledgement, refraining from offering any rebuttal. Very well, you may return for now. During this period, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate my skills. If you have no pressing matters, do not disturb me. With a wave of his hand, Wu Lingfeng seemed genuinely exasperated by Luo Tian's demeanor. Luo Tian slightly lifted his gaze to glance at Wu Lingfeng before slowly retreating from his courtyard. This individual possesses an air of peculiarity. Upon reaching his own residence, Luo Tian cast a backward glance, sensing that beneath Wu Lingfeng's facade lay profound depths. Nonetheless, given the pace of my progress, no matter how deeply concealed his intentions may be, it will prove futile. As his thoughts meandered, Luo Tian sensed the experience bar constructed from his willpower within the realm of his soul, discovering that its gauge had advanced to 78%. At this rate, by the end of today, he should be able to break through to the 4th tier of silver, perhaps even with considerable surplus. A wave of joy washed over him, for he understood that such rapid advancement was largely attributable to Zhou Shangda's contributions. Of course, prior to this, his repeated humiliations of Zhou Xingjia had also stirred feelings of envy within Zhou Xingjia and astonishment among others, which played a part as well. Why Lord A.S. Luo Tian entered his modest abode. Gong Zi, noticing his return, approached him with evident delight. Earlier, when the elderly man clad in black had entered with the 3-day hound, she had realized Luo Tian was back, yet the astonishing occurrences outside the gates of the Wu family had left her too stunned to disrupt him. Luo Tian nodded, taking a seat on a nearby chair, while Gong Zi stood behind him, gently kneading his shoulders. You have performed admirably this time. After a brief respite, Luo Tian addressed Gong Zi. Although he had previously instructed her to thoroughly cleanse the Wu residence, he had not requested her to extend this task to the outer gates. Gong Zi, her gaze flickering slightly, replied, "What I accomplished was merely a trivial matter. How could it compare to my lord's formidable presence today? However, my lord, you have offended the Zhou family quite severely this time. Is there truly no cause for concern? With my father present, what issues could possibly arise?" Luo Tian responded nonchalantly. "You need not concern yourself with these matters. I shall manage the affairs outside, I understand." Gong Zi replied softly, yet her heart was beset with doubts. Reflecting on Luo Tian's directive to thoroughly cleanse the Wu family premises, and recalling Zhou Xingjia bringing the 3-day hound to seek the culprit responsible for damaging the Qingbei Reservoir's gate, such coincidences left her alarmed. She could not fathom how the man before her had undergone such a drastic transformation within such a short span of time, without any prior indication. Sensing the turmoil within Gong Zi, Luo Tian shook his head, rising from his seat as he ascended the stairs. "You may dine without me. No need to call for me. I have just broken through to the 3rd tier of silver and need to stabilize my realm." Aware of Luo Tian's aloofness, Gong Zi bit her lip, refraining from further comment. Once in his chamber, Luo Tian took a deep breath, rechecking the experience bar within his soul's realm, only to find its gauge had progressed to 83%. Instead of languishing in tedium, he contemplated the gains from his recent expedition, namely the 2 storage rings acquired from Hu Mayer on his journey back. Luo Tian had already examined these rings, though he lacked the time to delve into them further. Control technique, breath concealment technique. Within one of the rings lay these 2 extraordinary secret arts. Chapter 23. Advancement and Ascension. Luo Tian had previously perused the descriptions of these techniques and was already enamored by the effects detailed in the scriptures that followed their mastery. It was only now that he could spare the time to explore the specific cultivation methods for these secret arts. After some reflection, Luo Tian set aside the scripture on the control technique and picked up the tome detailing the breath concealment technique. As the name implies, this technique serves to suppress one's own presence. Such an art holds little value for the average person. However, for someone like Luo Tian, who was rapidly increasing in strength and on the verge of advancing to the 4th stage of silver, its significance was unparalleled. After all, he had only recently reached the 3rd stage of silver, and in just a day, he was poised to advance once more to the 4th stage. Drawing attention was inevitable. Though greater scrutiny from others accelerated his cultivation, it was contingent upon specific circumstances. For instance, should he dare to reveal his true situation, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic. After calming his mind, Luo Tian began to scrutinize the tome detailing the secret technique. After a while, he set the book down and, with a flicker of thought, retrieved a towering, pitch-black stone from the storage ring that housed the technique. This stone, smooth and glossy throughout, was known as Emo stone. Legends spoke of its extraordinary nature. Even those who had attained the realm of black silver and developed spiritual consciousness could not sense this stone when unleashing their powers. The breath concealment technique he had acquired was formally named the Emo stone breath concealment technique. The cultivation of this art involves special methods to absorb the unique aura emanating from the Emo stone, thereby achieving the desired effect of breath concealment. This stone, along with the breath concealment technique and the control technique scriptures, had all been discovered in whom Mayer's storage pouch.it appeared. She had yet to cultivate these arts after obtaining them before Luo Tian seized them. As for the other scripture on the control technique, Luo Tian surmised who Mayer must have indeed practiced it on that day. When who Mayer was atop Hai Tianla, she had summoned a sword from her side with a mere flick of her sleeve. Embedding it in the door when Luo Tian burst in, he speculated that this maneuver was likely the control technique. However, it was evident that her mastery of the technique was still lacking compared to the scriptures. With a stir of thoughts, Luo Tian placed the towering Emo stone before him and began to channel the silver power within him according to the method described in the scriptures. He ignited it from his palms, subtly forming a vortex in the centers of his hands. With the aid of his mental strength, Luo Tian manipulated the silver power with remarkable finesse. After just a brief attempt, he successfully conjured 2-minute vortices composed of silver power in his palms, as instructed by the tome. Upon completing these tasks, Luo Tian, without any hesitation, promptly placed both hands upon the magic stone before him, initiating the absorption of its unique aura. The technique known as the concealment art is classified as a special secret skill, which lacks any designated grade within its tome. It merely states that once a practitioner has reached the entry-level realm, those below the 3rd tier of silver can fully suppress their aura. Upon achieving the minor mastery stage, practitioners in the mid-silver tier may also utilize it to conceal their presence, while those who attain the major mastery stage, specifically practitioners in the late silver tier, that is, between the 7th and 9th tiers of silver, can employ it as well. As for the perfected realm of this secret technique, it is speculated that practitioners at the 10th tier of silver, or even those within the black-silver secret realm, could wield it. However, this remains merely conjecture within the text, as it is unknown whether anyone has ever cultivated it to the perfected stage, that is, the realm of transforming oneself into ink. Time swiftly slipped by, and after an indeterminate duration, Luo Tian felt a stirring within his heart and withdrew his hands from the magic stone. He then subtly activated the silver power within his body, conjuring a flicker of flame-like energy in the palm of his hand. To his astonishment, he discerned a mottled trace of ink within this flicker of silver power. The entry-level realm of the concealment art involves integrating the mottled aura of inkstone into one's silver power. Clearly, Luo Tian had already achieved this secret skill, which could take others 10 days to half a month to master. To its entry-level realm. Although the entry-level concealment art can be utilized by practitioners below the 3rd tier of silver, it is still insufficient for my needs. Despite his progress, Luo Tian felt a lingering dissatisfaction with the speed of his cultivation. With a shift in thought, he directed a fragment of his consciousness into his soul realm, whereupon he was astonished to find that the experience bar within his soul realm had advanced to an impressive 98%. Almost there. Sensing this development, a spark of joy ignited within Luo Tian, compelling him to once again focus his mind and await patiently. Shortly thereafter, a gleam flickered in his eyes, coinciding with the subtle undulation of the silver light emitted from the silver lamp in his soul realm, which, after a gentle sway, manifested a 4th ring, silver tier 4. A wave of elation surged within Luo Tian. This realm was one he had originally intended to achieve through the Youth Practitioner Assembly or through other means prior to the assembly. Unexpectedly, however, Plans are often outstripped by changes, and he had reached this realm today. Now, I can embark on even more endeavors, he murmured to himself. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, his mental power could not be projected outward for the time being. Otherwise, even without opening his dantian, he could rival a practitioner at Silver Tier 4 in terms of strength. Furthermore, with the remnants of memories derived from the heart demon, utilizing his mental power to execute special techniques, he could challenge practitioners at Silver Tier 5 or even 6 with his current cultivation. Yet, to project his mental power outward, he realized there remained a long journey ahead. First, he must elevate the technique of breath restraint to a higher realm before embarking on the development of his dantian. In terms of orthodox cultivation levels, achieving the 4th tier of silver would be a straightforward endeavor for Luo Tian, especially upon sensing the surging power of his soul. However, should he attempt to advance immediately after just recently attaining the 3rd tier of silver, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and face dire consequences. Even without considering others, simply passing the scrutiny of Wu Lingfeng would prove to be a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Luo Tian resolutely resumed his practice of the breath restraint technique. The initiation of breath restraint involves the infusion of modeled inkstone energy into the silver power, while achieving minor success requires the incorporation of uniformly distributed inkstone energy. Mastery, on the other hand, necessitates the integration of pure black inkstone energy into 1's internal silver power. Once Luo Tian's heart power reaches the 4th tier of silver, his control over the silver power would become increasingly adept. Simultaneously, the silver vortex gathering in the palms of his hands expanded noticeably, with the suction it emanated significantly increasing. As time swiftly passed during his cultivation, Luo Tian remained sequestered in his room for several consecutive days since commencing the practice of breath restraint. During this period, Gong Zi approached his door multiple times, lingering briefly before being sent away. Meanwhile, tales of Luo Tian had spread like wildfire across the 10 neighboring towns. Almost everyone was now aware that the once unproductive son of the Wu family had transformed, breaking through to the 3rd tier of silver and forging his own spirit blade. The ability to forge a spirit blade at the 3rd tier of silver indicated that he had indeed been underestimated previously. Indeed, he had managed to defeat Zhou Xingjia, who wielded a treasured artifact, with just one hand, leading many to realize that his strength should not be taken lightly. Some speculated whether he harbored ambitions towards the top young cultivator, planning to reclaim the rewards he had previously relinquished during the competition. However, this seemed implausible. After all, he was merely at the 3rd tier of silver, especially considering there were several formidable cultivators at the 4th tier participating in the upcoming event. Those aspiring to attend the 10 Towns Young Cultivators Conference were particularly engrossed in this news. Concurrently, the incident that had transpired at the Wu family's doorstep had also made its rounds among the gossipers. When some cultivators learned that Luo Tian had dared to mock Zhou Shangde, they were left agape, astonished by his audacity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the very subject of their discussions had undergone a remarkable transformation during these days. Could it be that Hu Meyer had returned to the Hai family, shifting the blame for Hai Tianle's death onto him? On this day, as Luo Tian withdrew his hands slightly from the inkstone before him, he narrowed his eyes and directed a fragment of his consciousness into his soul realm. In just a few days, the experience bar meticulously constructed by his soul's power surged forth with remarkable speed after being reset, advancing rapidly to 70%. Just moments ago, the progress, which had shown signs of slowing, skyrocketed once more. Chapter 24. Escape. Although I am familiar with the Hai family, I am unaware of Hai Tianle's standing within it. However, judging by the contents of Hai Tianle's storage ring, it seems his position is quite respectable. Inside Hai Tianle's storage ring, there were no treasures that Luo Tian desired, yet it contained 300 taels of silver. Such a substantial amount of silver represented the entirety of Wu Feiyun's wealth from before. As Luo Tian pondered, he glanced again at the experience bar within his soul realm, noticing that its ascent was only half as slow as when he had previously stimulated Zhou Shangde and Tong Qingyuan. However, on that day, his heart power was only at the 3rd stage, and now it has ascended to the 4th stage, naturally requiring more mental fluctuations. It appears that he is not far from advancing his heart power to the 5th stage. Joy blossomed within Luo Tian's heart. Although an upgrade in heart power does not significantly enhance his strength, it will greatly facilitate his advancement as a legitimate cultivator, making the cultivation of various secret arts considerably easier. I hope the Hai family can be of assistance, allowing me to reach the 5th stage of heart power more swiftly. With this thought, Luo Tian raised his hand and conjured a wisp of silver power in his palm. This silver energy was pure and luminous. However, as Luo Tian subtly directed his intention to employ the breath-holding technique, This silver power remarkably transformed from a pristine white to a deep, inky black. This hue signifies the mastery of the breath-holding technique. I wonder how this color compares to that of the practitioners in the black-silver secret realm. Observing the altered silver power, Luo Tian mused curiously. Practitioners of the black-silver secret realm wield the power of black-silver, which is said to emanate this very shade of deep black. With the mastery of the breath-holding technique, he was now fully capable of advancing to the fourth stage of silver. Subsequently, Luo Tian took a deep breath, stowing away the half-remaining ink stone in his storage ring, before retrieving 10 pieces of silver from it. Over the past few days, he had been diligently practicing the breath-holding technique, leaving him no time to open his dantian and advance to the fourth stage of silver. Arranging the 10 pieces of silver around himself like stars scattered across a night sky, Luo Tian sat cross-legged, beginning to gather the silver power within his body using his heart power, directing it to surge forth like a flood released from a dam, gradually concentrating it 3 inches below his navel. In Luo Tian's understanding, the dantian is a mysterious space that exists between the tangible and intangible within the human body, a space that is originally sealed, yet can be unlocked by cultivators to store their energy. With his focus sharpened, streams of silver power traversed swiftly along different pathways, cycling endlessly like a stampede of 1,000 steeds. Suddenly, all the silver power converged like rivers returning to their source, gathering 3 inches below his navel and simultaneously launching an assault on a hidden portal. Amidst a faint murmur, a sound akin to a rumbling thunder erupted from within Luo Tian's body, causing his entire aura to surge dramatically, breaking through the previous threshold of nearly 4 meters and officially reaching 4 meters. With focused intent, Luo Tian turned his inward gaze and immediately discerned his dantian located 3 inches below his navel. It was a spherical space, its inner walls intricately etched with complex silver patterns, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Upon the establishment of his dantian, the silver energy that had been circulating through his meridians surged into it, coalescing into a magnificent mass of silvery light, filling the dantian. Prior to advancing to the 7th tier of silver, the internal silver energy manifests in this radiant form. Only upon reaching the 7th tier does it transform into a misty state. Silver Tier 4, Luo Tian released his aura, causing everything within a 4-meter radius of his body to tremble slightly. Although practitioners can project their silver energy before attaining Silver Tier 4, the destructive power remains relatively weak. However, a practitioner at Silver Tier 4 can unleash silver energy capable of posing significant threats to opponents of the same rank. This sensation was truly formidable. Yet, as I have only just advanced to Silver Tier 4, my dantian still possesses ample space to accommodate additional silver energy. Observing the silver radiance filling his dantian, which had yet to occupy even half of its capacity, Luo Tian took a deep breath, activated the Black Tiger Heart method, and began to draw in silver energy from the 10 shards of silver surrounding him to replenish his reserves. The more powerful the practitioner, the greater the consumption of silver required for cultivation. Thus, most practitioners opt to absorb silver energy from the environment, making Luo Tian's extravagant method exceedingly rare. While the silver in his possession was limited, he paid little heed to this trivial wealth. For him, time was the most precious commodity. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Luo Tian glanced at the shattered pieces of silver surrounding him, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he had completely filled his dantian with silver energy. Had he not utilized silver, it would have taken him at least half a day to achieve the same result. Feeling the sense of fullness within his dantian, Luo Tian concentrated and activated the perfected breath-holding technique, instantly transforming the silvery energy within him into an inky blackness. Consequently, his unique aura as a practitioner vanished without a trace. Then, suddenly, Luo Tian's thoughts shifted, and he gradually relaxed the constraints of the breath-holding technique. His aura began to ascend steadily, progressing from Silver Tier 1 to Silver Tier 2, then to Silver Tier 3, until ultimately returning to Silver Tier 4. The perfected breath-holding technique is sufficiently effective for practitioners in the later stages of silver, yet for me, the later stages of silver are merely a modest transition. Continue your cultivation. The secret manual of the breath-concealing technique records that since its inception, it remains uncertain whether anyone has achieved its perfected state. However, if my instincts do not deceive me, I believe attaining the consummate level of this secret art should not pose a challenge. Within Luo Tian's heart lies a fervent hope to master this technique to its fullest potential, as he foresees that once perfected, it will undoubtedly unleash extraordinary powers. With this thought in mind, Luo Tian retrieved the ink stone he had previously set aside. Yet, Just as he prepared to immerse himself in the cultivation of the breath-concealing technique, striving for its ultimate mastery, he suddenly furrowed his brow, stowed the ink stone away once more, and stood up to exit his chamber. Upon stepping out, he beheld the graceful figure of Gong Zi, who, draped in a flowing gown, hurriedly ascended the stairs. Husband. The moment she spotted Luo Tian, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. After several days of relentless training, Luo Tian felt a refreshing clarity wash over him at the sight of Gong Zi's enchanting demeanor. Approaching her, he playfully pinched a soft part of her form and reassured her. You need not worry. I shall handle it. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. The sound of his beast-hide boots echoed on the wooden steps. Thud, 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 bringing a sudden lightness to the previously tense atmosphere below. You remain as unruly as ever. As he descended halfway, Luo Tian turned his head, his gaze falling upon Wu Feihong, who had intruded upon his abode yet again. Sensing Luo Tian's scrutiny and the aura of Silver Tier 3 emanating from him, Wu Feihong's expression sharpened. Indeed, you have broken through to Silver Tier 3. His voice was frigid as he fixed his gaze on Luo Tian. Nervous? Luo Tian, while making his descent, detected the subtle emotional fluctuations within Wu Feihong, causing him to pause momentarily, puzzled as to why Wu Feihong felt anxious upon learning of his breakthrough. Nevertheless, this was not what captured his attention. Rather, it was the fact that Wu Feihong's emotional resonance now far surpassed that of before. This indicated that during these past few days, Wu Feihong must have similarly advanced to Silver Tier 4. I assume news of my breakthrough to Silver Tier 3 has circulated for several days now. Why have you only just discovered it? Have you been wandering some remote wilderness? Luo Tian observed Wu Feihong, noting the travel-worn aura about him, and inquired with a smile. Wu Feihong gritted his teeth and replied, Where I go is of no concern to you. Tell me, where is Nian Shaoqian? Nian Shaoqian. Luo Tian paused momentarily, then comprehension dawned upon him, realizing why Wu Feihong had reacted with such agitation upon learning of his advancement. He must have assumed that Luo Tian had employed the dual cultivation secret with Nian Shaoqian, facilitating his rapid breakthrough to Silver Tier 3. Amused, Luo Tian's face broke into a peculiar smile as he reassured. Rest assured, during your absence, I have taken excellent care of her. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wu Feihong's heart raced, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. What, do you not believe me? Luo Tian smiled lightly. If you doubt my words, you may accompany me to see for yourself. As he spoke, Luo Tian stepped around Wu Feihong, pushed open the door, and made his way towards the Wu family's dungeon. He was not attempting to tease Wu Feihong, but at present, he could not afford to reveal his strength. Should he provoke Wu Feihong to the point of a complete eruption, it could lead to considerable trouble. Fixating on Luo Tian's retreating figure, Wu Feihong clenched his fists, forcing himself to regain his composure before following in Luo Tian's footsteps. Suddenly, as Luo Tian had traversed only halfway, he spotted the head jailer of the dungeon rushing towards him in a flurry. The jailer, upon catching sight of Luo Tian from a distance, shouted, Young master, trouble has arisen. The cat demon confined in the dungeon has escaped. At the sound of the jailer's words, Luo Tian furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend how someone as vigilant as the jailer could allow the cat demon, Nian Shaoqian, to flee from such a tightly guarded dungeon. What on earth happened? Explain everything to me in detail. His gaze turned icy. Chapter 25. Pursuit. Young master, this matter is due to my negligence. Although I have been stationed at the dungeon, I never anticipated that the cat demon would dig her way out. The jailer, bearing a scarred visage and a fearsome appearance, trembled in Luo Tian's presence, terrified of inciting the young man's wrath in times past. He would not have acted this way, but since the incident at the Wu family gate days ago, not only he but the entire Wu household had adopted a markedly different demeanor when discussing Luo Tian. Dig her way out? Can a cat truly dig? Sensing the jailer's palpable anxiety, Luo Tian demanded sharply. The more others feared something, the more he felt compelled to press the issue, almost instinctively driving them to the brink of despair. Sweat beads cascaded from the jailer's forehead, yet he dared not wipe them away, merely bowing his head to endure Luo Tian's reprimand. Humph! Luo Tian scoffed, bypassing the jailer and striding purposefully towards the dungeon. Behind him, Wu Feihong seized the jailer, his eyes aflame with anger as he queried, Have you been stationed in the dungeon these past few days? The jailer was taken aback by Wu Feihong's demeanor, and upon hearing the inquiry, he hastily replied, Yes, I have remained in the dungeon, hardly leaving at all. Wu Feihong pressed further. Has my elder brother visited the dungeon during this time? The jailer instinctively glanced in Luo Tian's direction, and upon confirming that Luo Tian had already distanced himself, He shook his head. No, I have heard that the young master has been in seclusion for his cultivation, not leaving his room, that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Wu Feihong swung his arm forcefully, though the bloodshot in his eyes faded back to normal. He then fixed his gaze upon Luo Tian's silhouette and coldly remarked, "The 10 Towns Youth Cultivators Conference is fast approaching. I wonder what you will do if you cannot present the rewards." Next to him, the jailer shuddered violently at these words, for this was precisely his greatest fear. He worried that if Luo Tian failed to produce the rewards by the time the conference commenced, the young man, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, would implicate him as well. Bang! The heavy door of the dungeon was forcefully kicked open by Luo Tian. Although the Wu family had constructed a dungeon, it had long been devoid of prisoners. Even the jailer merely held a nominal position, rarely gracing the place with his presence unless necessary. Stepping into the dungeon, Luo Tian made his way directly to the cell where Nian Shaoqian was confined. A swift glance revealed a pitch-black hole the size of a fist nestled in one corner of the cell. Had the hole truly been dug by her? Could even a cat possess such cunning? Are creatures that have transcended their nature truly this formidable? Luo Tian murmured to himself as he unlatched the cell door and stepped inside for a closer inspection. Empowered by his mental strength, his pupils dilated slightly, allowing him to perceive numerous details that typically eluded his sight. With his mental prowess reaching the 4th stage, he could now push his body to its limits for brief periods. Suddenly, he approached the dark hole, reaching out to retrieve a slender, gray hair just beyond its entrance. This surely did not belong to Nian Shaoqian, did it? The appearance of the hair made him wonder if it might be from a rat. Was she rescued by a rat? As his thoughts churned, Luo Tian turned back, only to find the jailer approaching from behind, yet conspicuously absent was Wu Feihong. Luo Tian paid this no mind. He gestured for the jailer to come closer and handed him the gray hair, inquiring, "Does this resemble rat fur?" "Rat fur?" The jailer paused in surprise, then fixated intently on the hair. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Young master, I am certain this is rat fur. Not only does that cat lack gray fur, but no other cat possesses fur as coarse as this. I have heard tales of a group of hardened rat demons in Langmang Mountain. This must be the work of those wretched creatures. A rat demon ventured here to rescue a cat?" A faint, cold smile crept onto Luo Tian's lips as he probed, "When was the last time you saw Nian Shaoqian?" The jailer promptly replied, "I saw her just half an hour ago. I can assure you, she could not have escaped more than half an hour ago." "Half an hour, you say?" Luo Tian squinted, recalling that approximately half an hour prior, he sensed a significant surge in the experience points within his soul realm at that moment. He assumed it was due to Hu Mei heir returning to the High family, but now it seemed he had been mistaken. "I shall uncover who you truly are." A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he hastened his pace towards the exit. That moment, he could still sense the overwhelming wave of killing intent birthed from his own essence, though it gradually waned with the passage of time. Upon leaving the dungeon, Luo Tian hesitated not for a moment, swiftly departing from the Wu family estate. His speed was remarkable, and despite the jailer's efforts to catch up, he could not close the distance. While Luo Tian could not ascertain how far the source of that killing intent was from him, he could certainly determine its direction. Upon departing from the Wu family, he immediately followed the direction from which the murderous intent emanated, swiftly tracking it down. Although leaving the Wu family posed certain dangers, the intensity of that murderous aura indicated that the entity, be it human or demon, harboring such intent towards him was likely akin to Zhou Shangda, a practitioner of the 6th tier of silver. Nevertheless, he resolutely chose to pursue it. As he raced forward, Luo Tian quickly exited the confines of Qingbei town, without pausing for breath, heading directly towards the direction of Langmang Mountain. According to his senses, the source of that murderous wave resided within the mountain itself, the 6th tier of silver. While dashing forth, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes in contemplation and retrieved the treasure Chao Shang Fei, which he had won from Zhou Xingjia a few days prior. With a swift motion, this flying sword treasure soared into the air, hovering above his head as soon as it appeared at his behest. Although he lacked the arcane techniques to manipulate flying swords possessed by Zhou Xingjia, he wielded the art of object manipulation acquired from Hu Mei, enabling him to control this sword with ease. The art of object manipulation, akin to the technique of concealing one's presence, was devoid of rank. Furthermore, it lacked the hierarchical divisions of entry-level, minor mastery, and major mastery. According to the records of the art, object manipulation involves weaving the silver power within one's body into a net, which can then be used to capture objects. The ability to weave a single net signifies the first layer of this art. 2 nets signify the second layer, and so forth, with virtually no limits in sight. Such a technique, which does not rely on any external tools but solely tests one's control over their internal silver power, was tailor-made for Luo Tian. Previously, he had only glanced at this technique without earnest practice. However, with the aid of his mental force, he could still conjure a net of object manipulation to ensnare objects. While racing forward, he simultaneously employed his mental force to expedite his cultivation of the art, hoping to enhance his proficiency before reaching his destination. An invaluable means of defense. Yet, this rigorous practice caused his mental force to diminish rapidly. When his mental force dwindled to half, he felt a surge of inspiration, and another layer of the silver power-formed net materialized. Merging with the previous one in an instant, the flying sword treasure hovering above him became increasingly agile, almost rivaling its former prowess in Zhou Xingzhe's hands. However, at this juncture, Luo Tian ceased his practice of the art, storing away the treasure sword, for he needed to conserve some mental force for unforeseen circumstances. The azure sky stretched infinitely as Luo Tian ventured into Langmang Mountain, trampling the accumulated branches and leaves underfoot, producing a rustling sound. He intentionally did not stifle the sounds he made. Having reached the 4th tier of silver, he felt sufficiently confident to traverse the outskirts of Langmang Mountain brazenly. Simultaneously, as he ran, Luo Tian focused his mental force to subtly manipulate the muscles of his face, resulting in a transformation into the visage of a burly man with prominent facial muscles. He had previously contemplated methods to alter his appearance, yet this was the first occasion he put them into practice. As he passed by a brook, Luo Tian glanced around and, upon confirming that no one was paying him any heed, retrieved a set of spare clothing from his storage ring and changed into it. Simultaneously, he tousled his hair and smeared some mud from the brook onto his head, face, and body. How dare they harbor designs on me for a mere 6 silver pieces? A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. I have long warned you to avoid lingering among humans. They are all untrustworthy. After Luo Tian completed his transformation, he followed the faint trail of murderous intent for a while, then paused. With the assistance of his mental prowess, his ears, now sharply attuned, caught a distant sound. Indeed, they had not escaped too far. With this thought in mind, he slowed his pace, advancing step by step towards his objective. Who goes there? A sharp voice rang out from within the dense forest as Luo Tian took a few more steps forward. Unfazed, he continued his approach at the same measured pace. Moments later, he peered through the foliage and discerned Nian Xiaoqian, alongside an elderly woman with white hair wielding a long sword, and behind her, 3 timid-looking, coarse-haired rats. Who are you? Upon seeing Luo Tian disregard her warning and step forward, the elderly woman immediately raised her sword, pointing it at him. Chapter 26. Disguise. With the long sword aimed at him by the white-haired matron, Luo Tian's expression remained unyielding, devoid of any sign of distress, as he continued to approach her with a steady gait. Step by step, his gaze remained vacant, almost akin to that of a simpleton. Observing this scene, the elderly woman's brow furrowed, and she barked again. I am the elder of the Wolfmang Mountains cat tribe. Who are you? Cat tribe? Luo Tian's heart stirred slightly, yet his countenance betrayed no change, as if he had not heard her at all. His feet moved as if governed by a fixed program, continuing their advance towards the matron. Throughout this process, however, he heightened his senses to their utmost limits, acutely aware of even the slightest rustle in the surroundings. Could he be a fool? Yet, to traverse from the human realm to this point suggests a stroke of fortune. It appears we are in for a treat today. Noting Luo Tian's rigid expression, the elderly woman suddenly smirked and addressed Nian Xiaoqian and the 3 rats beside her. Upon hearing the phrase man-eater, Nian Xiaoqian's face blanched, while the 3 rats exhibited a spark of excitement in their eyes. Little did they realize that, while uttering these words, the elderly woman's gaze remained firmly fixed on Luo Tian. To her disappointment, despite her declaration, Luo Tian's demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any flicker of emotion in his gaze. Could he truly be a simpleton? The old woman found it hard to believe that someone could traverse the considerable distance from the human territory to this place. It was nothing short of a miracle for a fool to arrive here safely. Suddenly, as Luo Tian stepped within 6 meters of the old woman, her arm moved with a swift grace, causing the long sword in her hand to carve an arc through the air. Accompanying this motion was a brilliant white sword aura, slicing through the atmosphere with the ferocity of a silken ribbon, aimed menacingly at Luo Tian, the moment the old woman unleashed her strike. Luo Tian's dazed eyes remained unchanged, yet his feet had already shifted instinctively to the left before the blade could reach him. With a swish, the chilling sword light grazed past his body and, propelled by inertia, severed a branch from a tree several meters away. Upon reaching the fourth tier of silver cultivation, practitioners can project their silver energy up to 4 meters away. With the aid of special treasures, this range can be extended further, and the long sword in the old woman's grasp was evidently such a treasure. Indeed, however, after executing that swift strike, the old woman's expression darkened to an extreme. The speed of her attack was astonishing. Even a practitioner of her caliber would find it difficult to evade as effortlessly as Luo Tian had. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Tian had already enhanced his 5 senses through the power of his mind prior to her attack, perceiving the signs of her impending strike and predicting its trajectory, allowing him to evade with ease. Sensing the profound shock that enveloped the old woman, Luo Tian realized the situation had escalated, and the rigid expression that had previously marred his face began to shift. "Who are you, and why have you chosen to strike at me?" he queried, raising one hand to summon a sphere of silver energy. However, the silver energy that manifested in his palm was not the expected silver hue, but rather an inky black, as dark as the night. Simultaneously, as he conjured this thread of silver energy, his aura remained unchanged, identical to before F4 Bear. The old woman, already apprehensive of Luo Tian, stammered in disbelief at the sight of the pure black silver energy in his hand. This dark silver energy was characteristic of practitioners from the black silver secret realm. She could hardly fathom that this filthy, ragged human was, in fact, a cultivator from the black silver secret realm. Realizing that she had previously dared to strike at such a powerful being, a shiver ran down her spine, as if she had been abruptly transported from the sweltering heat of summer to the frigid depths of winter. The practitioner from the black silver secret realm? Meanwhile, beside the old woman, Nian Shaoqian and the 3 rat demons, who had just been lost in their gluttonous dreams, instinctively recoiled at the sight of the silver energy in Luo Tian's palm, their bodies tensing as they dared not make a sound. The Wolfmang Mountain was neither too large nor too small, yet within its deepest recesses resided only a few formidable demons from the black silver secret realm. Adjacent to Wolfmang Mountain, the nearby small towns housed at most only 1 or 2 human practitioners from the black silver secret realm. It is easily imaginable that when they discovered that the individual before them was a practitioner from the black silver secret realm, and recalling their previous intentions towards this very person, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped their hearts, as they sensed waves of sheer terror emanating from the 5 demon clan members before him. A subtle smirk tugged at the corners of Luo Tian's mouth. The other demon clan members were one matter, but the mental turbulence exuded by the silver-haired elder, who possessed a cultivation level of 6 segments in silver, filled him with immense satisfaction. Prior to his silver power ascending to 4 segments, the experience gauge within his soul had already reached 70%, and with the contributions made by this elder and others during this period, it had surged to 80%. His unwavering pursuit this time was twofold: to retrieve Nian Shaoqian and to harness the power of this elder to expedite his heart strength to a breakthrough at 5 segments. It appeared that his endeavors were proving fruitful. "Senior, I am the Grand Elder of the Lynx clan of Langmang Mountain. I humbly beseech you to show mercy, considering my previous ignorance." The silver-haired elder trembled as she spoke, astonished by the audacity of a practitioner from the black silver secret realm to present themselves in such a manner, especially after having previously appeared dazed. "Show you mercy? Are you aware that I was engrossed in contemplating critical issues regarding my cultivation, only to be interrupted by you? And now you ask for my clemency?" Luo Tian's eyes narrowed, his palm emanating pure black, ink-like silver power, flickering like flames. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's movement, the elder's heart skipped a beat, beads of sweat instantly forming on her wrinkled forehead. It was only when she realized he did not pursue further action that she felt a slight relief and spoke again. "Senior, this time it was my fault. I am willing to offer all my wealth as compensation. I implore you, in light of our Lynx clan being a subordinate race of the Black Tiger clan, to spare us this time." "The Black Tiger clan?" Luo Tian raised an eyebrow at her words. "Indeed." The elder, sensing an opportunity, pointed towards Nian Shaoqian. "This clan member of mine is the betrothed fiancée of the heir of the current generation of the Black Tiger clan." "Humph." Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened with ferocity. "Are you attempting to leverage the Black Tiger clan against me?" Determined, Luo Tian resolved that he would not relent until he extracted every ounce of value from this old cat. After all, he had previously evaded her strike at great risk, and he needed to make amends for that. Chapter 27. Black Tiger. Upon witnessing the sudden ferocity in Luo Tian's eyes, the elder's expression froze, and she hastily replied, "Senior, I assure you that was not my intention. I merely meant to suggest that the Black Tiger clan, with its formidable practitioners from the Black Silver secret realm, is not to be trifled with over such trivial matters." Humph! Luo Tian interjected with a cold snort. Even among practitioners of the black-silver secret realm, there exists a spectrum of strength. The old woman's heart jolted. Just as she was about to continue her discourse, she abruptly fell silent. The underlying implication in Luo Tian's words was unmistakable. He clearly regarded the great demon of the Black Tiger clan's black-silver secret realm with utter disdain. She was uncertain whether Luo Tian was merely bragging, but at that moment, if she were to persist in mentioning the Black Tiger clan, it would undoubtedly be a slap in his face. At that instant, Luo Tian suddenly added, "Moreover, prior to your attempted assault on me, you seem to have mentioned that we would be in for a treat today. What might that mean? Is there some delectable food nearby?" Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, both the white-haired old woman and Yin Shaoqian, along with the three rat demons, could not help but tremble slightly. 85.86. Feeling the experience bar in the realm of souls surging forward rapidly, Luo Tian could not suppress a smile. He had nearly mastered the art of striking others and delivering scornful remarks. "Elder, there is an underground black market nearby, and within that market lies a renowned tavern. What I meant to convey earlier was that once we reach that market, we shall indeed be fortunate." The white-haired old woman's mind raced, and after a moment, she uttered this statement. "Oh, an underground black market?" Luo Tian raised an eyebrow at her words. In Wu Feiyun's memories, there was no mention of such a black market. After considering it, he inquired, "What is the highest level of cultivator present in that black market?" The old woman promptly replied, "Respected elder, there are late-stage silver cultivators stationed in the black market to maintain order, and both humans and demons may freely enter. Humph, the strongest cultivator is merely at the late silver stage. What use is such a black market to you, and me?" Luo Tian's tone suddenly turned frigid. Clearly, it was you who. The old woman was filled with resentment, yet faced with Luo Tian's capricious temperament, she appeared even more terrified. "Elder, although the level of that black market is low, there are occasionally valuable items that surface. Not long ago, I heard that a technique capable of directly enabling one to cultivate to the black-silver secret realm was discovered there. In addition to a black-silver treasure? A black-silver treasure?" Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. "This was indeed intriguing. In that case, you five shall accompany me to the black market to see for ourselves. However, should I fail to obtain anything of worth there, as retribution for the affront I have suffered, I shall randomly select 3 of you to eliminate." As Luo Tian's words, laced with murderous intent, rang out, Yin Shaoqian, the white-haired old woman, and the 3 half-meter-long rat demons all turned pale, particularly the old woman, whose lips twitched as she wished she could slap herself. Had she known it would come to this, she would have certainly devised another excuse. "What, are you not leading the way? What are you waiting for?" Suddenly, observing the demon still standing before him, Luo Tian let out another cold snort. "Yes, elder, I shall lead you at once." The old woman's heart raced as she hurried to the front, dutifully guiding Luo Tian, intent on leaving him with a favorable impression. After uttering that statement, Luo Tian fell silent, acutely aware that, at least until they reached the so-called black market, these demon beasts would be unable to quell their restless hearts. Observing the expressionless Luo Tian, the demon creatures were gripped by an overwhelming fear, yet no matter how terrified they dared not flee. Each practitioner within the black-silver secret realm possessed the ability to traverse the air. To them, the notion of escaping from Luo Tian's grasp was but a fanciful delusion. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile crept onto Luo Tian's lips as he followed the old woman, once more adopting that ethereal demeanor, as if contemplating a perplexing conundrum. Pinglang City, the High family, this time there should be no mistakes. Suddenly, after merely taking a few steps, Luo Tian found himself murmuring inwardly. For at that moment, besides the elderly woman before him, he sensed a powerful psychic wave emanating from another direction. Judging by the intensity of that psychic wave, it was in no way inferior to that of the old woman, and accompanying it were several relatively weaker psychic fluctuations. Moreover, the direction from which these psychic waves originated was unmistakably towards Pinglang City. It appeared that I should soon be able to break through to the 5th stage of mental power. Luo Tian thought with a flicker of joy in his heart, noting that the experience bar in his soul realm had now advanced to 92%. However, just as he reveled in this internal triumph, a sudden tiger's roar erupted from the nearby woods, and in an instant, a remarkably agile black tiger, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, leaped forth from the thicket to his left. As soon as the black tiger emerged, it spoke human words, bellowing at the white-haired old woman, Zhou Shulan. "Was I not clear that you were to wait for me here? What are you planning to do?" Zhou Shulan, upon hearing the name of the white-haired elder, Luo Tian paused momentarily, reflecting that the naming skills of these cat demons were rather commendable. In truth, many demon clans that had taken on human forms or could articulate human speech often adopted human names for themselves, much like how many individuals in past lives would choose foreign names. Of course, this thought merely flickered through Luo Tian's mind before his focus returned entirely to the black tiger before him. Although he had not practiced any secret techniques for probing the cultivation levels of others, the black tiger's unabashed display of its own aura allowed him to discern at a glance that its strength was identical to that of Zhou Shulan, both being at the 6th stage of silver. Humans? Suddenly, the black tiger narrowed its eyes, its piercing gaze locking onto Luo Tian. Practitioners of the demon clan naturally exuded an aura. Unless deliberately suppressed, it was easily detectable. Thus, there existed an unwritten rule among the demon races that when gathered, they must release their auras to prevent humans from infiltrating. The absence of any detectable aura from Luo Tian led the black tiger to realize in an instant that he was not of the demon race. A mere human of such diminutive stature. Is this what you have prepared for me as a feast? The black tiger grinned, and without waiting for the white-haired old woman to respond, it roared fiercely. Its body darting forward like a streak of black lightning, in the blink of an eye. It covered a distance of several meters, opening its massive jaws to bite at Luo Tian's neck. Hold on, tiger. You mustn't be reckless. This individual is. The white-haired old woman, known as Zhou Shulan, was struck with alarm upon witnessing this scene. However, the black tiger's speed was too swift, and as she was not positioned in front of Luo Tian, her terror escalated exponentially. This is dire. Yet, in comparison to the old woman's dread, Luo Tian's heart turned ice-cold. He had deceived Zhou Shulan and the other demons into believing he was a formidable figure from the black-silver secret realm. Yet he knew all too well what he was truly made of. He understood that if he failed to respond adequately this time, he would face grave consequences. The thought of being besieged by 2 silver-ranked 6th-stage demons sent chills down his spine. With a swift motion, Luo Tian focused his mental energy to heighten his senses to their utmost limit. As he observed the black tiger's meteor-like body leaping towards him, a sense of urgency surged within him, prompting him to evade to the side. Roar. Just as he barely dodged, a glint of mockery flickered in the tiger's eyes, in midair. The tiger's head suddenly tilted, executing a second maneuver to pounce upon Luo Tian once more. Chapter 28. Exposure. Before the black tiger could change direction for a second time, Luo Tian detected the telltale signs of its impending strike. With no other choice, he forcibly channeled his mental energy into his legs, unlocking their potential to the limits of his current capabilities, and accelerated once more. Whoosh! His figure blurred, propelling forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind an afterimage in his wake. The black tiger's attack missed, its massive jaws brushing past the afterimage, revealing a flicker of surprise in its eyes. However, due to the abrupt evasive maneuver, Luo Tian found his steps faltering, stumbling back 4 or 5 paces before finally regaining his balance. Senior, you haven't. Seeing Luo Tian's condition, Zhou Shulan's expression turned anxious. Yet, as she began to speak, she sensed something amiss. After all, if Luo Tian truly possessed the strength of the black-silver secret realm, how could he be in such a predicament? Why would he appear so utterly inadequate? Could it be that I have been deceived? In an instant, an inconceivable thought crossed Zhou Shulan's mind. Contemplating this, she fell silent, her words trailing off unexpectedly. Go think that you, a mere human, possess some skill. Once the black tiger's massive form touched the ground, it lightly pivoted, executing the motion with such effortless grace that it far surpassed anything Luo Tian could muster. Recognizing the sudden halt of the old cat demon's voice, Luo Tian understood that the situation had become precarious. However, his expression remained unchanged. He fixed his gaze upon the tiger demon that had unexpectedly thwarted his plans, a murderous gleam igniting in his eyes. Are you seeking death? With a voice as chilling as ancient ice, Luo Tian raised a hand, summoning a wisp of pitch-black silver energy into his palm. Senior? Upon witnessing the silver force summoned by Luo Tian, the black tiger, momentarily taken aback, abruptly turned its head to Zhou Shulan and remarked, Surely you haven't been deceived by him into believing he is a human cultivator from the black-silver secret realm because of this. Have you? What? Is there something amiss? Zhou Shulan's voice remained calm, yet beneath that tranquility simmered an unparalleled fury. Of course, there is something amiss. The black tiger chuckled sinisterly. Have you ever encountered a cultivator from the black-silver secret realm who has rendered themselves in such a state? Have you witnessed a cultivator from the black-silver secret realm who, under my strike, could evade in such a wretched manner? Furthermore, Are you not aware that there exist certain secret techniques capable of altering the color of the silver force and concealing one's aura? Wouldn't you agree with my observations? At this juncture, the black tiger abruptly pivoted its head, its cunning eyes locking onto Luo Tian. In that moment, Luo Tian felt a surge of indignation rising within him, though he maintained an icy facade, declaring, "What a cunning beast, adept at twisting the truth. It appears today I must unleash a massacre. However, the heavens are merciful, and I have refrained from exerting my full strength for quite some time. Today, I shall engage you with the might of a silver stage for cultivator, and I hope you can withstand even this modest power." With a hiss, Luo Tian summoned the treasured flying sword bestowed upon him by Zhou Xingjie. A brilliant white light emanated from the sword, hovering above his head, its tip radiating an icy chill, directly aimed at the black tiger. He bore no fear of being recognized for wielding this sword. For unlike the charmed godblade in his possession, this grass on the fly could be acquired from certain shops that specialized in goods for cultivators, in addition to being crafted by the Zhou family. To confront me with the strength of a silver stage for cultivator? The black tiger erupted into laughter upon hearing Luo Tian's declaration. "I see you are one who only weeps when faced with a coffin. If I am not mistaken, you are merely at the silver stage 4 level, correct?" The black tiger sneered, its gaze fixed intently on Luo Tian, as if seeking to discern his reaction. However, to its disappointment, Luo Tian's expression remained utterly unchanged in response to this taunt. Such an admirable facade. "Very well, I shall witness how you intend to contend with me using the prowess of a silver stage for cultivator." With a roar, the black tiger unleashed a mighty cry, its colossal form momentarily retreating as it gathered strength before lunging ferociously at Luo Tian. The wind howled around it, and as it pounced, Luo Tian felt an overwhelming gale assail him, uprooting the leaves scattered on the ground, creating a barrier between him and the black tiger. With a resolute heart, Luo Tian's eyes, empowered by his mental force, pierced through the swirling leaves, locking onto the black tiger. Suddenly, he directed his thoughts, and the treasured flying sword soared to a height of 4 meters before plummeting with the force of thunder, aimed directly at the black tiger's brow. With a swift motion, the black tiger, suspended in midair, exhibited no fear as it raised a paw, swatting at Luo Tian's treasured flying sword as one would swat a fly. "Do you truly believe such a low-tier treasure can inflict harm upon me?" Just as his words hung in the air, Luo Tian deftly maneuvered his flying sword, which darted through the sky like a sinuous serpent, narrowly slipping through the gap between the claws of the black tiger. With precision, it carved a minute incision beneath the tiger's right forepaw. It was not that he lacked the desire to eliminate the black tiger in one decisive blow, thereby eradicating all potential threats. Rather, given his current strength, achieving such a feat was already pushing his limits. Should he succumb to avarice, he would likely expose himself to the tiger's counterattack, risking the loss of his flying sword. After all, his true prowess was merely at the 4th tier of silver, not the so-called realm of black silver. Having struck successfully, Luo Tian immediately commanded his flying sword to spiral away, evading the tiger's second swipe before lunging towards its underbelly once more. "You're courting death," roared the black tiger, its thunderous bellow echoing through the air. It had not anticipated that this low-tier treasure, which it had dismissed, could be wielded with such agility in Luo Tian's hands. Moreover, Luo Tian's grasp of the combat situation far surpassed its expectations. Following its roar, the tempest it had summoned split into myriad turbulent currents, each one akin to a sharp blade, encircling its massive form like an unusual armor that prioritized offense over defense. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tian's gaze sharpened, and he hastily retracted the treasured sword. With the wind swirling around, a moment's lapse could spell disaster for his precious weapon. Observing Luo Tian's retreat, the black tiger let out a contemptuous chuckle. The earlier disruption caused by the flying sword had momentarily halted its advance, but now it lifted its paws once more, and with a single powerful leap, it shot toward Luo Tian like an arrow. Luo Tian dared not hesitate. He immediately dashed sideways. The black tiger was enveloped in a tempestuous aura, and he knew that even a mere touch could prove perilous. Just as he managed to evade, the black tiger abruptly turned its head, raising a paw to swipe at him from a distance. The cold, sharpened claw, infused with a dark, otherworldly wind, sliced through the air with the speed of lightning, reaching Luo Tian in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tian raised one hand and extended it forward, silently grasping the almost corporeal claw in his grip. With a resounding thud, he activated the black tiger's capture technique, crushing the paw into nothingness, while his own hand remained unscathed. However, In executing this technique, he deliberately concealed the unique roar of the tiger. Although the sound would have augmented the power of his technique, he chose to forego such an advantage, wary of revealing his true identity. Seeing Luo Tian successfully fend off its attack, the black tiger's eyes flickered with surprise. Indeed, you possess considerable skill, and no wonder you have the audacity to masquerade as a being of the black-silver realm with mere silver-tier cultivation. Hearing this, Luo Tian suddenly chuckled. Are you so certain that I am merely at the 4th tier of silver and not truly a master of the black-silver realm? You indeed disguise yourself remarkably well. However, if such matters were to involve a true powerhouse from the black-silver mystic realm, they would not be so easily swayed by words. The heavens, after all, are gracious in their mercy. Were a genuine expert from the black-silver mystic realm to arrive, I would likely have already met my untimely demise. Upon hearing this, the black tiger let out a cold, disdainful chuckle and then, with a slight movement of its body, prepared itself once more for an onslaught. While Luo Tian remained largely unfazed by the black tiger's remarks, the elderly woman with white hair nearby was on the verge of erupting with fury. Previously, she had been so frightened by Luo Tian that she nearly lost her wits. Thus, as she gazed at him now, it was as if she could hardly contain her desire to leap forth and devour him whole. Confronting the black tiger, Luo Tian could distinctly sense the tumultuous fluctuations of the elderly woman's emotions. He had conducted experiments in the past, revealing that such abrupt emotional shifts exerted a far greater influence on him than typical mental waves. As the elderly woman's sentiments surged, his experience gauge within the realm of his soul advanced nearly 2 increments forward. In the blink of an eye, the gauge reached the 99% mark. Noticing this development, a faint smile graced his lips as he suddenly addressed the black tiger. Your analysis is indeed quite insightful. However, you have overlooked a crucial detail. What? The black tiger instinctively responded. That is, I never resort to bullying others simply because of my superior cultivation, especially since entering the black-silver mystic realm, where only challenges beyond one's level can truly bring me joy. With that proclamation, he waved his hand toward the black tiger, and in an instant, a multitude of leaves upon the ground were swept up, forming a serpentine dragon of foliage that surged toward the black tiger. This leafy dragon was a product of his mastery over the object manipulation net. Seizing the opportunity while the leafy dragon captivated the black tiger's attention, Luo Tian focused his thoughts and employed another object manipulation net he had cultivated to command his treasured flying sword, which swiftly sliced toward the black tiger. Humph! Even now you refuse to acknowledge your predicament. If that is the case, I shall thoroughly expose your true form. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's offensive maneuver, the black tiger sneered, gathering the swirling tempest around itself and causing it to spin rapidly before it, obliterating the entire leafy dragon into mere fragments in an instant. With a swift motion, it noticed Luo Tian's treasured flying sword approaching once more and let out another cold laugh. The tempestuous winds that had just annihilated the leafy dragon coalesced into a colossal maw of a hurricane, lunging toward Luo Tian's flying sword with ferocity. Concentrate. As the hurricane's maw threatened to seize his treasured flying sword, Luo Tian focused his thoughts and channeled all of his remaining mental energy into the unceasingly emanating silver force. With the unique properties of mental energy, he condensed this silver force by 1 level. The cultivation within the 4th to 6th layers of the silver mystic realm involves the continuous concentration of the silver force within oneself, transforming it from a radiant mass into a gaseous state. At this moment, under the amplification of his mental energy, Luo Tian was able to condense the silver force he was releasing outward while it still resided within him by 1 level. This is tantamount to saying that the power of his strike has escalated from silver rank 4 to silver rank 5. With a swift motion, the hurricane tiger's maw unleashed by the black tiger was poised to seize Luo Tian's treasured flying sword. Yet, astonishingly, that treasured sword seemed to have awakened its latent potential, its speed suddenly surging as it darted out with incredible swiftness from the jaws of the hurricane tiger. Following this burst, the treasured sword deftly flashed once more, returning to the previously inflicted wound beneath the black tiger's armpit, further exacerbating the injury. Whoosh! Having accomplished this task, Luo Tian exhibited no hint of overzealousness. He deftly maneuvered the treasured flying sword, which zipped back to hover above his head like a bolt of lightning. Now, what can you say? Luo Tian gazed at the black tiger with a faint smile. Very well, it has been quite some time since I was wounded by someone of lesser cultivation. This time, I shall ensure that you meet an untimely demise. The black tiger, momentarily stunned, erupted with fury. Silver rank 5. Ha! I concede that I misjudged you earlier, Yet do you believe that by fully unleashing your hidden power, you can convince me that you are a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm? With that, it turned its tiger head toward the white-haired old woman behind it, saying, Zhou Shulan, what are you waiting for? This human certainly possesses skill, but at this juncture, do you still believe he is a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm? Zhou Shulan, sword in hand, advanced step by step. Her gaze locked onto Luo Tian, icy and piercing as if it could freeze the very air. No one has ever dared to mock me so brazenly. Tell me, how do you wish to perish? After witnessing Luo Tian's several displays of skill, she had finally concluded that he was certainly not a powerhouse of the black-silver secret realm. As for why Luo Tian could so effortlessly evade her previous strike, she had discerned the truth. It was evident that everything stemmed from Luo Tian's mastery of combat timing. She was astonished that someone of silver rank 4 or 5 could seemingly predict the enemy's attack patterns and trajectories. Yet reality proved that Luo Tian indeed possessed such an unfathomable ability. Chapter 29. A breakthrough and a disguise once more. How do I wish to perish? Luo Tian scoffed. Have you forgotten how you treated me with utmost deference before? Should you misjudge me, regret will come too late. Humph, even at this point, do you still intend to feign innocence? Zhou Shulan's brow furrowed with palpable malice, and no matter who found themselves in her position, they would not feel at ease. She could hardly fathom how much longer Luo Tian would have toyed with her had the black tiger not intervened in time. Finally, success. Yet, at that moment, Luo Tian filtered out Zhou Shulan's words. For most of his mind was immersed in his own soul realm. As she uttered her final words, he gathered sufficient mental fluctuations, and the silver halo shimmered, evolving from 4 rings to 5. The power of the heart, now at rank 5. Simultaneously, as his heart's power underwent this transformation, the energy he had previously expended began to recover at an astonishing rate. Thus, I can officially elevate my silver power to the 5th tier of silver. A flicker of thought crossed Luo Tian's mind. Advancing from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier of silver was a significant hurdle, necessitating the opening of the Dantian. However, the transition from the 4th tier to the 5th tier merely required him to condense his internal silver power by 1 level. For other cultivators, achieving this feat would demand considerable time and effort. Yet, for Luo Tian, aided by the power of his mind, he could compress this entire process into a mere instant. As Zhou Xinlan and Black Tiger fixed their gazes upon him, Luo Tian closed his eyes momentarily and then opened them wide once more. This time, however, a dazzling brilliance shot forth from his eyes, a manifestation of his sudden condensation of silver power, propelling his cultivation to the 5th tier. Albeit with slight loss of control. Since that is the case, let us engage together. Upon opening his eyes, Luo Tian clasped his hands behind his back. This time, I shall allow you to wield only this treasured flying sword. However, given that both of you are at the 6th tier of silver, I must caution you that when I strike, I may unleash the might of the 6th tier as well, so do exercise caution. Moreover, suddenly, Luo Tian's gaze fell upon the black tiger. This time, you might want to guard your underarm, for I shall attack that very spot. Roar. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the black tiger seemed to take immense offense, letting out a furious roar before abandoning Zhou Shulan and charging directly at Luo Tian. If you can unleash the might of the 6th tier, I shall devour your sword. Devour my sword? You might want to let me have a taste of your tiger meat first. Luo Tian scoffed coldly, unleashing the full force of his mind and silver power. His legs, empowered by both forces, moved with the swiftness of a flying leg, retreating at a speed comparable to that of the black tiger, creating afterimages as he maintained a safe distance. Simultaneously, the flying sword hovering above him shot forth with a speed several times faster than before. Darting towards the black tiger's face in the blink of an eye, I said I would feast upon your tiger meat, and so I shall. Although Luo Tian had not practiced any secret technique to hasten his speech, with the assistance of his mind power, he was still capable of articulating his words clearly in a remarkably short span of time. Swish! The chilling brilliance of the sword light, refracted by the sunlight filtering through the dense forest, radiated a blindingly bright sheen. This brilliance seemed both coincidental and meticulously orchestrated by Luo Tian, perfectly reflecting into the black tiger's eyes. Unprepared for this sudden turn of events, the black tiger instinctively squinted. And in that very moment, the already swift flying sword surged forth with a renewed intensity, its speed escalating yet again. Luo Tian's assertion that he could unleash the might of the 6th tier was no jest. With the enhancement of his mind power at the 5th tier, he was wholly capable of condensing his internal silver power to yet another level in a fleeting moment. However, this concentration is not an absolute one. It merely condenses the portion of silver power currently in use. Simultaneously, this process demands an immense expenditure of energy from him. Even at the pinnacle of his 5th-tier heart power, he can only unleash such an attack a maximum of 10 times. As for now, apart from this strike, he could scarcely muster another. You? Sensing the piercing chill, the black tiger finally grasped the gravity of the situation. With great effort, it forced its eyes open, instinctively gathering the chaotic winds of its entire body and concentrating them into the inner side of its tiger leg, near the site of its injury. However, its movement proved to be a fraction too slow. Pain surged through it, halting its steps. Lowering its head, it beheld a fresh wound layered over the previous one beneath its armpit on the inner side of its tiger leg. This latest incision was somewhat smaller than the 2 prior injuries. Yet, it was this smallest wound that instilled a profound dread within it. This fear did not stem from the realization that Luo Tian had indeed unleashed the might of a 6th-tier silver power, but rather from the certainty that, had Luo Tian wished, that last strike could have severed one of its legs, if not outright killed it. Yet, in the end, Luo Tian refrained from such an act. It was precisely because of this restraint that the black tiger felt even more trepidation. For if Luo Tian truly possessed only the 5th or 6th-tier silver cultivation, then it would have been the most prudent choice to incapacitate or even slay it with that last blow. However, Luo Tian chose otherwise. This indicated that it might have misjudged the situation. Luo Tian could very well be a formidable presence from the hidden realms of black silver, someone who cared little for whether their opponent was maimed or unscathed. Meanwhile, Zhou Shulan, poised to follow the black tiger in launching an assault on Luo Tian, found herself frozen in place. Her strength was not inferior to that of the black tiger, and thus she clearly witnessed the potency of Luo Tian's previous strike. Why stop there? Continue. Luo Tian retracted his flying sword, holding it nonchalantly in his hand, displaying no semblance of vigilance as he fiddled with it, a piece of tiger flesh the size of a child's palm still dangling from the sword. Senior. Zhou Shulan's countenance darkened to an extreme, and in that instant, she recalled Luo Tian's earlier words, urging her not to harbor regrets. "Oh, now you acknowledge me as your senior?" Luo Tian lifted his gaze, casually inquiring. He then turned to the black tiger, which remained rooted in place, and asked, "What do you say? Am I a 4th-tier silver, a 5th-tier silver, or perhaps a 6th-tier silver?" "Senior, it is I who failed to recognize a formidable individual." The black tiger lowered its head in bitter resignation. "I have stated before that heaven possesses a benevolent nature. Hence, I shall refrain from striking you this time." Luo Tian said with an air of indifference. "We are grateful for your mercy, esteemed senior." Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Zhou Shulan and the black tiger, after a brief pause, promptly bowed to express their gratitude. Luo Tian offered a faint smile and remarked, "However, you have indeed taken action against me and have delayed me for such an extensive period. Thus, a punishment is imperative. The elder could speak freely, for whatever we possess can be offered as compensation." The black tiger rose to its full stature, thumping its chest with a powerful paw. "Compensation? No, I require no such recompense." Luo Tian's gaze swept over the black tiger, Zhou Shulan, Nian Shaoqian, and the 3 mouse demons, his tone calm as he continued. "I demand 3 of you to serve as my temporary servants. As for the remaining 3, let your actions against me lead you to atone in hell." He added, "The choice of who becomes my servant and who descends into hell for repentance is yours to make." As these words left his lips, a subtle smile graced Luo Tian's face, his demeanor tranquil. Yet, to the 6 demons, his smile and composure were laden with malevolence. His words clearly implied that they were to turn upon one another in a brutal contest. Chapter 30. A heist? In the realm of demons, the law of the jungle has always prevailed. Shortly after Luo Tian finished speaking, the black tiger's eyes flickered momentarily before it suddenly raised its paw, targeting one of the 3 distant mouse demons, and lunged with a powerful grasp. In an instant, an enormous claw, formed from the dark, otherworldly winds, soared through the air, landing upon one of the half-meter-long mouse demons. Without any chance to evade, the unfortunate creature was crushed into a mere puddle of mush beneath the black tiger's strike. Squeak, squeak. The remaining 2 mouse demons, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, immediately scattered in terror. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Shulan brandished her long sword, slicing through the air toward the 2 escaping mouse demons. The sharp glimmer of her blade cleaved the air, swiftly severing the heads of both fleeing creatures. She and the black tiger were both formidable beings of the 6th tier of the silver secret realm, while the 3 mouse demons were merely weak entities of the 1st and 2nd tiers. For them, dispatching these feeble creatures required hardly any effort at all. Observing the bloody scene, Luo Tian felt no discomfort. In truth, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to rodents. Moreover, while the three mouse demons could have provided him with some meager psychic resonance, their contributions were insignificant in his current state. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that with the demise of the three mouse demons, Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger would indelibly remember his ruthlessness. After all, there were times when excessive mercy could be misinterpreted as weakness. Furthermore, with the slaughter of these three mouse demons, the remaining three creatures would harbor greater trepidation towards him, ultimately yielding more psychic resonance than if the mouse demons had continued to live. I am somewhat fatigued from the earlier skirmish. Black Tiger, you shall serve as my mount. And you, Zhou Shulan, continue guiding us to the black market. Luo Tian smiled gently at the three demons who approached once more, his expression serene and untroubled. Upon merely gazing at Luo Tian's smile, the three demons felt a chill coursing through their hearts, as if that very smile was akin to that of a devil. The Black Tiger, initially standing upright like a human, immediately approached Luo Tian upon hearing his words, lowering its body in a gesture of submission, and said, "Senior, rest assured, as you sit upon my back, I shall ensure that you feel no tremor." Luo Tian mounted the Black Tiger, retorting, "You would do well to pray that you can uphold your promise. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to carve a piece of your flesh." The Black Tiger quivered internally, sensing that it bore not merely 100-odd-pound human, but a fiend whose fall would result in its own gruesome demise. As the human and three demons sped through the Wolf Mang Mountain, all creatures of the air and land vanished in their wake. This was the periphery of Wolf Mang Mountain. Beings like Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger seldom ventured here unless under extraordinary circumstances. Upon witnessing these two, other demons dared not even draw a breath. As for Luo Tian, seated upon the Black Tiger's back, he was regarded with awe akin to that of a deity. Throughout the journey, Luo Tian engaged in sparse conversation, yet managed to glean some psychic fluctuations from the surrounding fauna. At that moment, the psychic waves emanating from the high family of Pinglang City had diminished, though Luo Tian remained largely unconcerned. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen developments, and he had not anticipated such rapid advancement in his own abilities. Even with the entire high family continually contributing psychic energy, it would take him a considerable duration to elevate his mental prowess to the 6th tier of silver. Moreover, although the high family was a prominent clan in Pinglang City, only its head was a practitioner of the 6th tier of silver. Even combined with the rest, they could scarcely match the contributions made by the demons accompanying him. Thus, you three, Black Tiger, Ancient Wolf, and Demon Eagle, constitute the largest demon clans within Wolf Mang Mountain? Luo Tian inquired nonchalantly, relishing the softness of the tiger's fur and the gentle breeze caressing his ears. Indeed, the Black Tiger proclaimed with pride, "I in Wolf Mang Mountain, aside from the Ancient Wolf clan, which boasts 5 formidable Black-Silver Realm demons, only our Black Tiger clan and the Demon Eagle clan possess 2 Black-Silver Realm demons each." Luo Tian nodded subtly, aware that only those from the Black-Silver Realm were deemed great demons. Those beneath the Black-Silver Realm, be they the Black Tiger upon which he sat, Zhou Shulan ahead, or even the late and pinnacle Silver Realm demons, were merely lesser beings. Senior seems to possess limited knowledge about Wolf Mang Mountain, the Black Tiger queried, its gaze flickering with curiosity as it raced forward. "Indeed, I have only recently arrived," Luo Tian replied with a slight smile, unfazed by the tiger's probing, and fabricated an identity for himself. The Black Tiger inwardly lamented, for it was familiar with several renowned Black-Silver Realm powerhouses in the vicinity, both human and demon, which contributed to its belief that Luo Tian could not possibly be a Black-Silver Realm expert. Little did it anticipate that its unfortunate fate would lead it to encounter a human Black-Silver Realm powerhouse who had only recently arrived and remained oblivious to the local dynamics of Wolf Mang Mountain. Ignoring the inner turmoil of the Black Tiger, Luo Tian continued to inquire about the information he was unfamiliar with from the 2 demons, it and Zhou Shulan. With the presence of 2 beings at the 6th tier of the Silver Secret Realm, failing to extract all they could offer would be an egregious waste. Throughout this exchange, Luo Tian maintained a demeanor that was remarkably amiable. However, the chilling memory of the moment when a single word from him led to the gruesome demise of the 3 rat demons lingered indelibly in their minds, instilling a persistent sense of trepidation towards Luo Tian. This was precisely the effect Luo Tian desired. Although Nian Shaoqian, at the 1st tier of silver, was of little use to him at that moment, Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger, being a tier above him, still held considerable value. Luo Tian was confident that with proper guidance, it would not be long before he could elevate his mental prowess to the 6th tier. He even contemplated whether to employ a similar tactic to deceive a few practitioners of the late phase of the Silver Secret Realm, as Zhou Shulan had mentioned their presence in the black market. It must be said that this relentless surge of mental power, coupled with the almost non-existent risk, had begun to captivate Luo Tian. "Master, we have arrived at the black market," Zhou Shulan announced, halting before a valley after approximately half an hour. "Is this truly the place?" Luo Tian inquired, fixing his gaze on the white-haired old woman who had turned to face him. "Zhou Shulan, now that we have reached this juncture, why do you still don the visage of an old crone? Are you perhaps intending to escape my sight and assume a different identity?" Zhou Shulan was taken aback, her mouth agape in shock at Luo Tian's words. Donning the face of an old woman? At that moment, both Nian Shaoqian and the Black Tiger instinctively glanced at Zhou Shulan, but regardless of how they scrutinized her, they could not discern any semblance of another countenance beneath her aged features. They exchanged furtive glances at Luo Tian, pondering whether he might have erred, for since their acquaintance with Zhou Shulan, she had always appeared thus. Luo Tian merely smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Zhou Shulan, remaining silent. "Indeed, the elder possesses discerning eyes," Zhou Shulan replied with a faint, bitter smile. Yet, the sound of her laughter resonated not with the frailty of age, but rather with the lightness akin to pearls cascading onto jade. Following her mirthful expression, she suddenly swept her hand over her head, and in an instant, her silvery hair, once pinned up, cascaded down like a flowing river, changing hue to resemble a cascade of soft, lustrous strands. Simultaneously, as she straightened her posture slightly, her previously wrinkled and aged visage transformed within the blink of an eye into that of a strikingly beautiful maiden, her complexion as radiant as jade. Witnessing this transformation, both Nian Shaoqian and the Black Tiger were left agape. Even after knowing Zhou Shulan for quite some time, they had never conceived that she could possess such beauty. Likewise, Luo Tian was taken aback by the revelation of Zhou Shulan's true appearance, which was indeed enchanting. However, this realization held little significance for him. His intent in urging her to unveil her true face was merely to instill a renewed sense of awe in the three demons, ensuring they would not act rashly. After all, it remains unclear what the black market he is about to visit truly looks like. This is more like it. The scene before him is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Luo Tian observed Zhou Shulan's delicate features before speaking. "You may continue to lead the way now." Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the three demons quickly reined in their complex emotions and proceeded towards the valley ahead. Apart from Luo Tian and Yin Shaoqian, both Zhou Shulan and He who had previously visited this black market. Based on the information gleaned from their conversations, Luo Tian was aware that many remarkable treasures had indeed surfaced here. Thus, he held a sense of anticipation for this venture into the black market, albeit with the predicament of being short on silver. As they entered the valley, Luo Tian's gaze flickered, pondering how he might acquire what he needed without the use of money. Robbery? If he were to resort to theft, would it necessitate plundering the entire black market? Chapter 31. The black market. The valley before him bore an eerie quality, devoid of any vegetation. He who carried Luo Tian from the edge into the depths of the valley, where the ground was predominantly covered in layers of dark red stones. As they journeyed deeper, they arrived at a dark crimson cliff, where Luo Tian discovered a pitch-black cave, towering over a meter high, its depths seemingly unfathomable. Before this cavernous entrance stood an enigmatic statue of a monstrous creature with its maw gaping wide, standing silently. Upon reaching this point, Zhou Shulan immediately produced 40 taels of silver and cast them into the creature's mouth. Whoosh! As soon as the silver was thrown into the mouth of the statue, its eyes shifted, and the mouth, seemingly mechanized, opened to expel 4 blood-red tokens towards Zhou Shulan. Holding these 4 tokens, Zhou Shulan first approached Luo Tian, handing him one, before distributing the others to He Hu and Yin Shaoqian. These blood-red tokens served as the entry passes to the underground black market. Only those in possession of such tokens could gain access. And upon departure, the market would reclaim them. As he caressed the blood-red token in his hand, Luo Tian's heart stirred. If what Zhou Shulan and He Hu had said was true, that this underground black market was a bustling hub of trade among the surrounding cities, then the individuals managing it were likely to be far more formidable than merely late-stage silver cultivators. After all, the mere entry fee required 10 taels of silver per person. One could only imagine the staggering wealth amassed by the owner of this black market over the years. With such an abundance of riches, regardless of their innate talent for cultivation, it was plausible that they could elevate their own strength to extraordinary heights. Luo Tian was lost in thought. He Hu had already carried him into the cave, while Zhou Shulan and Yin Shaoqian, armed with their blood-red tokens, walked ahead of them. Just a few meters into the cave, Luo Tian noticed 3 identical forks in the path ahead. Suddenly, the blood-red tokens in their hands trembled, emitting a faint light that pointed towards one of the 3 paths. Without hesitation, Zhou Shulan followed the direction indicated by the luminous glow and proceeded down that particular fork. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and, channeling his mental energy, amplified his 5 senses to their utmost limits, seeking to discern any differences among the 3 divergent paths. Regrettably, he found himself disappointed. Even with his formidable senses, he could detect no distinction. Nonetheless, with the aid of his mental prowess, he committed this choice to memory. Thus, led by Zhou Shulan, they meandered through the labyrinthine cave for a good 10 minutes, until a vast expanse suddenly unfolded before Luo Tian. During this journey, he meticulously retained each choice encountered at the forks in the path, which amounted to several hundred instances, devoid of any discernible pattern, and potentially including redundant routes. Had it been another individual, the task of remembering even a tenth of these paths would likely have left their mind in a state of utter chaos. As they emerged from the maze, Luo Tian looked up, realizing, quite unexpectedly, that they had descended underground. Above them, several meters high, lay a thick layer of deep crimson rock. Embedded within this vast expanse of stone were countless luminous pearls, sparkling like stars. Under the gentle illumination of these pearls, the entire subterranean space basked in a soft glow. Furthermore, as Luo Tian gazed around, he discovered that this underground chamber rivaled a small town in size, replete with an array of facilities. Their arrival point was within a spacious plaza, where 7 or 8 figures, both human and demon, were setting up stalls to sell various items essential for cultivators. In the center of the plaza stood a stone tablet inscribed with the regulations of this black market, including a prohibition against fighting. The cultivators present, upon spotting Luo Tian riding the black tiger, exhibited expressions of astonishment. The black tiger was no stranger to this place. Those familiar with it were taken aback to see it so docilely bearing a rider. Meanwhile, those unacquainted with the beast, upon sensing its impressive cultivation at the 6th level of silver, regarded Luo Tian with a gaze markedly different from how they would perceive others. Luo Tian cast his gaze over the figures in the plaza. He noted that the lowest cultivation level among them was at least the 3rd level of silver, with some reaching the 4th and even the 5th levels. Gently patting the black tiger, it understood the cue and made its way towards one of the stalls. The stall owner was a middle-aged man adorned with colorful fur on his face and behind his ears, a clear indication of his imperfect transformation from a beast. Although humans and demons were natural adversaries, some cultivators engaged in trade with demons to enhance their strength. However, establishments like this black market, where human and demon cultivators coexisted peacefully, were indeed rare. Bo. It has been quite some time since my last visit. Pray tell, have you any intriguing items or happenings recently? I have brought an esteemed elder with me. Should they leave disappointed, I would be remiss, inquired the black tiger, addressing the middle-aged man with a face marked by leopard-like patterns. Upon hearing the words, the middle-aged man was taken aback. Generally, only those cultivators in the black-silver secret realm would refer to practitioners from the white-silver secret realm as seniors. He cautiously cast a glance at Luo Tian, then respectfully remarked, in recent days, there has been nothing extraordinary in the black market. However, yesterday, a senior from the black-silver secret realm did arrive here. If you cannot find anything useful, perhaps you might consider seeking that senior for a conversation. Another practitioner from the black-silver secret realm has come? Luo Tian's heart sank at these words. He was merely an impostor, and approaching another cultivator of the black-silver secret realm would be tantamount to courting disaster. Contemplating this, he replied nonchalantly, the absence of remarkable items is of no consequence. I am not particularly busy lately, and I happen to intend to enter seclusion to cultivate a secret technique. Hey-Hu, please take me inside to find an inn for accommodation. Certainly, Hey-Hu responded, bidding farewell to the middle-aged man who had transformed into a spotted leopard, and then carried Luo Tian out of the square. Another unfamiliar senior from the black-silver secret realm? What could this mean? Is something significant about to unfold here? Who knows? Regardless of whether there is any major event, it is certainly beyond the participation of individuals like us. Once Luo Tian departed, a flurry of discussions erupted in the square. It was easy to imagine that it would not be long before news of Luo Tian spread throughout the entire town, meaning that henceforth, even if he did nothing, he would inevitably attract a multitude of psychic waves. Sensing this, Luo Tian felt a flicker of joy in his heart, yet he sighed softly. I can only hope that no troubles arise, especially not from that authentic practitioner of the black-silver secret realm. Through the words of Hey-Hu and Zhou Shulan, Luo Tian understood that due to the limited scale of this black market, typically, there were few practitioners from the black-silver secret realm present. Nevertheless, many cultivators resided here under ordinary circumstances. Luo Tian intended to stay here for a few days under the guise of a practitioner from the black-silver secret realm. Thus, even if he did nothing, he believed he could steadily and swiftly elevate his mental prowess to the 6th stage. Once his strength had grown, pursuing his ambitions would undoubtedly become much easier. As Luo Tian pondered this, He carried him through the streets amidst the whispers and the gaze of onlookers who regarded them as if they were monsters, arriving at an inn situated at the corner of the black market. The entire black market boasted only 2 inns. One of these inns was currently the residence of another practitioner from the black-silver secret realm. Crafting a casual excuse, Luo Tian had He take him to the other inn. Although riding He was somewhat ostentatious, it would not be long before the authentic practitioner from the black-silver secret realm learned of his presence here. However, Luo Tian reasoned that if that practitioner wished to meet him, he could likely evade the encounter by citing his seclusion as an excuse. It was Zhou Shulan who proactively took out silver coins to cover the cost of their stay at the inn. The 3 of them, along with He, secured 3 separate rooms. Zhou Shulan and Yin Shaoqian shared a room on Luo Tian's left, while He occupied a room on his right. Although not physically present in the same room, Luo Tian harbored no concerns regarding the possibility of the 3 demons escaping. The practitioners of the black-silver secret realm had already developed the power of divine consciousness. With a mere sweep of this consciousness, nothing could evade detection, not even behind a wall, nor a 10-meter-thick fortress. While Luo Tian was not truly a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, in the eyes of the 3 demons, he was undeniably authentic. Upon returning to his chamber and closing the door, he immediately exhaled a breath of turbid air. Though he relished the role of a sage, the underlying tension was known only to him, especially during his encounter with the Black Tiger. Had it not been for his cunning and commendable strength, he would likely have met a swift demise. Nevertheless, danger often accompanies immense opportunity. Without this experience, elevating his mental power to the 5th stage would have required much more time. Yet now, perhaps with just a little more time, he could advance his mental power to the 6th stage. Henceforth, he must augment his strength further. Additionally, he must continue to refine the breath concealment technique. Otherwise, should he inadvertently cross paths with a genuine practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, having his cultivation exposed would spell considerable trouble. Chapter 32. The breath concealment technique achieved. Transforming into ink, Luo Tian sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating various matters. The plan for the 10 Towns Youth Practitioners Conference had seemed a splendid idea at the time. But now, even if the event unfolded as he envisioned, its significance for him would be minimal. In fact, with his current strength, whether or not he returned to the Wu clan was becoming increasingly inconsequential. After all, if he wished to rapidly enhance his power, he could not remain ensconced in such a secluded corner indefinitely. Nevertheless, the Wu clan remained his initial foundation in this world. Once the matters here were settled, if they were not overly troublesome, a visit back would be permissible. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Tian began to meticulously recall the routes he had noted in the labyrinth. He endeavored to deduce the entire layout of the maze through the various pathways he had encountered. After an hour of concentrated effort, he successfully manifested a grand schematic of the maze in his spiritual realm. This should suffice, as the accuracy would not deviate significantly. However, it was certain that the labyrinth contained numerous mechanisms. Without the token, even possessing knowledge of the terrain would be insufficient for escape. Contemplating this, Luo Tian retrieved the blood-red token. From Zhou Shulan, he understood that the token for entering the underground black market differed from that for exiting. Upon leaving the market, he would need to surrender this token and receive a new one, yet, such matters could wait for another time. His immediate priority was to further advance the inkstone breath concealment technique and enhance his object manipulation technique by several tiers. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as Luo Tian took a deep breath and extracted the inkstone he had placed in his storage ring. He hoped that by the time he completed his cultivation, the practitioner of the black-silver secret realm would have departed. Focusing his energy, he formed a silver vortex in the palms of his hands and placed them upon the inkstone. The cultivation of the breath concealment technique grew increasingly challenging as one progressed. As the unique essence within the inkstone increasingly melds with the power of silver, the process becomes progressively more challenging, akin to the way a person's stomach has its limits. To consume more, one must expand the stomach itself. This naturally gives rise to bottlenecks characterized by stages of entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. However, with the assistance of the heart's power, these obstacles appear almost non-existent to Luo Tian. During Luo Tian's secluded cultivation, a practitioner, who had been operating a stall in the square, suddenly dismantled their setup and made their way to a modest building in the underground black market town. "My lord." The practitioner rang the doorbell at the entrance of the small building, and upon receiving permission, entered to find a figure seated in a beast-high chair, their face obscured by a bronze mask. "Speak, who has come?" The masked figure's voice emerged in a deep tone, reminiscent of someone pinching their nose, rendering it difficult to discern whether the individual was male or female. "Reporting, my lord. I come bearing news of a powerful figure from the human black-silver secret realm, accompanied by the Black Tiger clan's Huadi who, however, it seems Huadi who has been captured and is now his steed." The practitioner succinctly conveyed the purpose of their visit. "Another practitioner from the black-silver secret realm." The masked figure fell into silence. After a moment, they waved their hand and said, "Very well, I understand the situation. You may return and continue your vigilance." "Yes, my lord." The practitioner responded, retreating cautiously. "Curse it, the time has been far too brief." Once the practitioner departed, the masked individual rose from their seat, fiercely clenching their fist. "But everything is mine. I have meticulously plotted to seize control of this secret realm from that old fool, and no one shall take what is rightfully mine." Days passed, and the process of mastering the ink stone's breath technique from the major achievement to perfection required an infusion of ink stone essence, surpassing the total amount needed from entry to major achievement. Even though Luo Tian's heart power had now reached the 5th stage, accelerating his cultivation, it still took him a full 3 days to absorb sufficient ink stone essence, elevating the ink stone breath technique to a realm that nearly exists solely in legend. Perfection. Ink stone breath. Within the room, gazing at the nearly vanished ink stones before him, Luo Tian focused his thoughts, and in an instant, his entire being, his skin, his hair, even the clothes he wore, was rapidly permeated by a color as dark as ink. In mere moments, he transformed into a lifelike ink stone sculpture. With the ink stone breath technique perfected, not only did he master the control over his own essence, but he also acquired a unique ability to become ink. At this moment, anyone who might enter his room would likely mistake his form for a true sculpture rather than a living person. How intriguing! Moments later, Luo Tian shook his head, the ink color receding as he exited the state of becoming ink. Next, it is time to cultivate the technique of object manipulation. With the mastery of the breathing technique accomplished, Luo Tian immediately resumed his practice of the object manipulation technique without pause. Although the breathing technique is wondrous, it does not enhance his strength. However, should he cultivate the object manipulation technique to a higher level, it could significantly augment his power. During Luo Tian's seclusion, Zhou Shulan, Yin Shaoqian, and the Black Tiger remained in their respective chambers, venturing only within the confines of the inn, wary of straying too far lest they provoke Luo Tian's misunderstanding. Despite the underground black market's regulations prohibiting conflict among practitioners, Luo Tian, being a formidable presence from the black-silver secret realm, could incite the market's owner to intervene should he choose to act. After all, in the region of Langmang Mountain, practitioners from the black-silver secret realm are already considered the pinnacle of strength. Even throughout the entirety of Beijing Prefecture, those from the black-silver secret realm hold sway as dominant figures. The most powerful faction within Beijing Prefecture is the whale sect of the human race. However, among the whale sect, only a scant few possess strength surpassing that of the black-silver secret realm, reaching the level of the color-silver secret realm. The object manipulation technique, now at the 5th tier, allowed 5 swords to hover above Luo Tian's head, darting back and forth with breathtaking speed. On the 5th day of his seclusion, he successfully advanced the object manipulation technique from the 2nd to the 5th tier. At this 5th tier, he could simultaneously summon 5 object manipulation nets, which, when combined, could control larger and heavier objects with greater speed. If the 5 nets were separated, he could manipulate 5 individual items at once. Throughout these 5 days, nearly all practitioners in the underground black market became aware of the arrival of Luo Tian, the practitioner from the black-silver secret realm, and his stay at this inn. Given the scarcity of such powerful figures in the black market since its inception, the news of his presence caused quite a stir among the practitioners, through the waves of their astonishment. Luo Tian drew upon a considerable amount of mental fluctuations from them. 5 days prior, he had merely entered the 5th stage of mental power. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage. In other words, the experience bar in the realm of the soul had exceeded 90%. What surprised Luo Tian was that, based on the mental fluctuations contributed by these practitioners, he estimated that among them, no more than 10 had reached the 6th stage of silver, similar to Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger. Moreover, only 4 had surpassed the 6th stage, entering the late phase of the silver secret realm. Although the 4 practitioners in this late stage had varying levels of strength, Luo Tian surmised that 3 of them were at the 7th stage. while the remaining one was either at the 8th or 9th stage. Could it be that the practitioner from the black-silver secret realm has been in seclusion all this time or has already departed? Luo Tian's mind stirred. However, setting aside thoughts of that individual, based on my previous deductions, the owner of this underground black market should not be merely a late-stage silver secret realm practitioner. Yet, it seems I have indeed misjudged. Does this mean I can finally venture out? Luo Tian gradually rose to his feet. Utilizing his unique abilities, he managed to discern the cultivation levels of nearly all the practitioners within the underground black market. He finally intended to venture out and assert his presence. Over the past few days, since his arrival, he had remained in seclusion, taking no action whatsoever, resulting in a diminishing influx of spiritual fluctuations that he could absorb daily. Even the spiritual energies drawn from Zhou Shulan and the two demons, Black Tiger and Yin Shaoqian, were notably less than before. Otherwise, he might have already ascended to the 6th tier of heart power by now. Senior, as Luo Tian pushed open the door and stepped out of his room, he noticed Zhou Shulan, Black Tiger, and Yin Shaoqian standing not far from his threshold. What is going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Luo Tian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated the three demons waiting for him. At that moment, in the bustling hall of the inn on the first floor, numerous voices were engaged in animated discussions. Typically, the black market was not heavily populated, except for the resident practitioners, and the number of guests was limited. Usually, a significant influx of visitors occurred only during the monthly market date. To Luo Tian's knowledge, there were still a few days remaining until the market opened. Black Tiger promptly responded, "Senior, there are individuals outside selling a type of body-refining pill known as Beast Strength Pill. This elixir is highly beneficial for those focused on body refinement. Although as a formidable practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, it may hold little value for you. However, a certain elder residing at another inn seems rather intrigued by this pill." Oh? Luo Tian's eyes narrowed suddenly, as if a delightful notion had crossed his mind, and a smirk formed on his lips. In that case, let us go and witness the commotion. Chapter 33. Imposter. Genuine article? As one person accompanied by three demons descended the stairs, the bustling chatter of the inn's patrons and other guests abruptly ceased. Since Luo Tian's arrival, this was his first emergence. No one knew his temperament or the purpose of his visit. Thus no practitioners dared approach him. Yet, there were some who harbored various schemes, pondering how they might win Luo Tian's favor. After all, he was a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, and any hint of his capabilities could present tremendous opportunities for those around him. The streets of the underground black market were lined with an array of establishments, including inns, taverns, and shops dedicated to practitioners' resources, such as pill shops, secret treasure pavilions, and miscellaneous stores. Upon exiting the inn, the crowd on the street regarded Luo Tian with expressions akin to those of the inn's staff. Black Tiger trailed closely beside Luo Tian, its head lowered as if fearful of drawing attention. Luo Tian glanced at it and inferred that it wished to avoid being treated as a mount in public. However, given the slight gap remaining before his advancement to the 6th tier of heart power, it was precisely the moment to make a striking impression. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Contemplating for a moment, Luo Tian took a few steps before suddenly letting out a cold chuckle. "Hi-hu, the piece of tiger meat I carved from you last time was roasted and tasted quite delightful. Tell me, should I not slice off another piece to explore a different culinary method?" With a thud, Hi-hu, upon hearing these words, immediately prostrated himself and said to Luo Tian, "Senior, I was in the wrong. It is merely that many in the black market recognize me, which led to my negligence towards you. I implore you to forgive me this once." Luo Tian, with a smile gracing his lips, replied, "What, is being my mount a source of embarrassment for you?" And no. The moment Hi-hu caught sight of Luo Tian's grin, he was drenched in cold sweat. "Humph. You had better know your place," with Hi-hu's response. Luo Tian issued a cold snort and then mounted onto his back. Nearby, Zhou Shulan and Yin Shaoqian felt a chill in their hearts. Regardless of whether one is human or beast, emotional fluctuations have their peaks and valleys. During Luo Tian's recent seclusion for cultivation, their fear of him had reached a nadir. Yet now, with merely a slight provocation from Luo Tian, their hearts immediately soared once more. As they journeyed, various cultivators, upon witnessing Luo Tian riding atop the black tiger in ostentatious display, were beset by a myriad of complex emotions. After devoting their lives to arduous cultivation, many had only achieved the status of a mere silver realm practitioner. In comparison to others, and even to the black tiger, some found themselves woefully inadequate. Yet the black tiger, which had sparked envy and resentment, was now being treated as a mount. The silver realm seated upon the black tiger, Luo Tian savored the intricate emotional waves he had absorbed, instinctively narrowing his eyes. For him, this was akin to sustenance. Although this nourishment was somewhat peculiar, and he consumed continuously, he couldn't help but exhibit a look of enjoyment whenever a substantial influx of food arrived. The black tiger moved swiftly, and soon they arrived at the location previously discussed by the inn's attendants. Before them stood a pill tower, where approximately 20 cultivators had gathered. Among them, the most striking figure was a practitioner, akin to Luo Tian, mounted upon a beast. This individual was of short stature, exceedingly slender, and while not exactly unattractive, he certainly could not be described as handsome. The beast he rode was a demon bull, pitch black as iron, appearing even more formidable than the black tiger. If Luo Tian's guess was accurate, this rider was indeed another practitioner of the Silver Realm, as referred to by the denizens of the black market. At this moment, nearly all the cultivators were vying for his favor, surrounding him with various displays of obsequiousness. As the black tiger approached, some keen-eyed individuals promptly parted the crowd for Luo Tian. Without hesitation, he guided the black tiger to the heart of the throng, positioning himself alongside the practitioner on the demon bull. My friend, I have been in this black market for several days now. I refrained from disturbing you, having heard that you were in seclusion. I hope you will not take offense, Luo Tian remarked with a smile, gazing at the practitioner whose chin was slightly pointed. Upon witnessing Luo Tian astride the formidable black tiger approach, the sharp-chinned cultivator's expression subtly shifted. When Luo Tian surged into the crowd and made his way directly before him, the cultivator's countenance darkened further. Indeed, as Luo Tian discerned the mental waves emanating from this individual, a knowing smile played upon his lips. Previously, upon discovering that a genuine black silver realm expert resided within this black market, he had been taken aback, yet now, realizing that the mental waves he had extracted from this cultivator were merely akin to those of a typical late-stage white silver realm practitioner, he understood that this individual was, much like himself, a counterfeit in a contest between fakes. Although his prowess was inferior, it was akin to a card game where the outcome hinged on mental fortitude. Armed with prior knowledge of his opponent's foundation, what was there to fear? Greetings, my friend, and I am Zhang Baiyu. May I inquire your esteemed name? Zhang Baiyu said, offering a slight fist salute to Luo Tian, betraying not a hint of trepidation. The surrounding crowd fell silent, captivated by their exchange. I am Luo Tian, he replied with a subtle smile, an insinuation glimmering in his eyes. Zhang brother, your concealing technique is indeed remarkable. I must confess, I exerted considerable effort to discern your cultivation level. Should the opportunity arise, we could engage in mutual exchange of insights. Having departed from the Wu family, he felt no qualms about revealing his true name, which he held a certain fondness for. As it had been bestowed upon him by his parents in a previous life, he was determined that this name would one day resonate throughout the heavens and the earth. However, upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Zhang Baiyu's expression stiffened, a forced chuckle escaping his lips. Can Luo brother truly perceive my cultivation? I must admit, since mastering this art, I have never been seen through by anyone. Indeed, Luo Tian replied, a smirk dancing on his lips. The late stage of the black silver realm is quite rare in this region of Langmang Mountain. He deliberately emphasized the words black silver realm. At this declaration, Zhang Baiyu's complexion shifted from ashen to pallid. Since he had successfully cultivated this technique from his inherited memories, no one had ever penetrated his concealment, not even ordinary black silver realm practitioners. Upon learning of Luo Tian's presence in the black market, he had remained in the inn to avoid potential exposure. Yet, compelled by the potent beast force pills available here, he had ventured out, only to be taken aback by Luo Tian's presence and his immediate discernment of his true cultivation level. As Luo Tian sensed the intricate psychological waves emanating from the cultivator named Zhang Baiyu, he inwardly chuckled. His own mental strength was merely at the 5th stage, while he surmised that Zhang Baiyu was a practitioner at the 7th stage of the white silver realm. The psychological waves generated by such a practitioner were immensely beneficial to him, almost equivalent to the strength of 10 black tigers. What an unexpected gain! After scrutinizing Zhang Baiyu intently, Luo Tian felt that he could add yet another intriguing plaything to his collection. Upon overhearing the conversation between Luo Tian and Zhang Baiyu, the onlookers felt their hearts leap violently. Although they were aware that Zhang Baiyu was a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, they had never realized he was actually a late-stage cultivator of that realm in the entirety of the Langmang Mountain region. Only the ancient wolf clan possessed a single practitioner at this level. Simultaneously, as they harbored a sense of wariness towards Zhang Baiyu, they could not help but ponder the cultivation level of Luo Tian, who could discern Zhang Baiyu's prowess at a glance and engage him in light-hearted banter. This thought caused many eyes to narrow like pinpricks. Meanwhile, the black tiger, who had initially felt a profound humiliation at being treated like a mere mount, oddly experienced a surge of pride in that moment, lifting its majestic head with an air of haughtiness. Isn't today the market day? How is it that this place is so lively? Just then, a clear voice suddenly resonated from afar. The sound was not loud, yet it strangely seemed to echo right beside the ears of the crowd. Luo Tian furrowed his brow and turned to see an elderly man with graying hair slowly approaching from down the street. The old man donned a flowing Taoist robe, moving with an ethereal grace that exuded an air of celestial charm. It was Wang Ziqing, the wandering Taoist. His arrival prompted curiosity about what events were unfolding, as yet another powerful practitioner of the black-silver secret realm had appeared. Upon sighting him, the surrounding individuals immediately began to murmur among themselves. Another formidable practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, and one with both a name and a reputation? Yet, upon hearing their discussions, the previously elated Luo Tian felt a jolt of surprise in his heart, for he had not anticipated that just after scaring off a counterfeit, a true powerhouse of the black-silver secret realm would emerge. Chapter 34, A Web of Deceit and Intrigue. Oh, so it is a beast power pill. How fortuitous, for I happen to have a nephew in need of such an elixir. Whose pill is this, and what is its worth? As Wang Ziqing approached, he twitched his nose slightly, and after a moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled with delight and the blink of an eye. He dashed forward, moving like a wisp of wind, and within a few strides, he stood before the crowd. Witnessing his speed, both Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu felt a tremor of astonishment. There was no doubt that this man was a genuine practitioner of the black-silver secret realm. As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Tian glanced at Zhan Baiyu and suddenly sneered at Wang Ziqing, saying, "My friend, are you not aware of the principle of first come, first served? Friend? First come, first served?" Wang Ziqing narrowed his eyes, pondering who this audacious individual could be, daring to speak to him in such a manner. He had only just arrived and, without inquiring about the circumstances, had come directly to this black market town. Thus, he was unaware that much of the recent discourse within the market had been dominated by these two unexpected black-silver secret realm powerhouses. However, upon turning to face Luo Tian and realizing he could not perceive Luo Tian's cultivation level, his brow furrowed in surprise. It seemed there were indeed fellow practitioners present. The old man acknowledged his previous rudeness and offered his apologies. Wang Ziqing slightly inclined his body towards Luo Tian, clasping his fists before speaking. Could it be that this esteemed Taoist has also taken an interest in this beast force pill? Prior to this moment, Luo Tian had never encountered any cultivators from the black-silver secret realm, and thus remained unaware that practitioners above the black-silver secret realm typically addressed one another as Taoist friends. However, he could grasp the essence of Wang Ziqing's term Taoist friend. This beast force pill holds little value for me, yet my companion does harbor some interest in it. As he spoke, Luo Tian turned his head, casting a glance at Zhan Baiyu. Upon realizing that Luo Tian had involved him in this matter, Zhan Baiyu's expression stiffened, as he was already contemplating how to extricate himself from this troublesome situation. Nevertheless, with Luo Tian possessing leverage over him and being his superior in strength, he had no choice but to feign indifference and respond to Wang Ziqing. Luo Xiong speaks truthfully. This pill indeed bears some significance for me. Wang Ziqing's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the suddenly interjecting Zhan Baiyu. He never anticipated encountering two individuals whose cultivation levels eluded his perception in this black market. As a formidable figure of the black-silver secret realm, he could typically only be deceived by peers who had mastered breath-concealing techniques. Now, encountering two such practitioners in succession and seemingly in a close relationship, caused a subtle shift in his expression. Sensing the waves of caution emanating from Wang Ziqing, Luo Tian's eyes gleamed with insight. The experience bar within his soul realm had already surpassed 90%, and with Zhan Baiyu and others contributing to his progress, it was nearing its critical point. At this juncture, the presence of Wang Ziqing, a powerful being from the black-silver secret realm, added further impetus to his advancement. Almost instantaneously, the originally 5 rings of silvery flame upon the silver lamp transformed into 6. 6 rings signified the heart power. 6 segments. Exhaling slowly, Luo Tian allowed a smile to grace his face. However, he was acutely aware that, even with his heart power reaching 6 segments, he remained among the weakest in this world. This level of strength was a far cry from his aspirations, esteemed Taoists. Wang Ziqing, after taking a deep breath, addressed both Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu earnestly. This beast force pill truly possesses great importance for my nephew, and I hope that, should neither of you urgently require it, You might consider relinquishing it to me, of course. I shall offer suitable compensation in return. Compensation? At these words, Luo Tian scrutinized Wang Ziqing from head to toe, smirking derisively. Do you truly believe that we would need compensation from someone like you? Wang Ziqing's anger flared at Luo Tian's demeanor. The sharpness of his words was already irksome, but the dismissive appraisal he received felt akin to being regarded as a beggar. He pondered, despite his Taoist robe, which, while not exceedingly precious, was a high-grade silver treasure, surely it surpassed the ordinary garments worn by these two. Yet, despite his indignation, he dared not express his fury. After all, his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the black-silver secret realm, and he found himself unable to fathom either of the two individuals before him. Moreover, their apparent familiarity with one another only heightened his unease. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly chose to suppress his indignation for the time being. In that case, I shall take my leave, he declared, preparing to turn away. Wait. Seeing such a generous bowl of heartfelt wisdom about to depart, Luo Tian hurriedly called out to him. You must be Taoist Wang. Am I correct? I am Luo Tian, and this is my friend, Zhan Baiyu. I tend to speak my mind rather bluntly, and my words may have been excessive. I hope you will not take offense. Rest assured, I am not a petty person, Wang Ziqing replied, his lips feeling somewhat parched at that moment. All he could think of was hastily vacating the premises and seeking information on the backgrounds of these two individuals. Ever since he advanced to the black-silver secret realm, he had never been subjected to such ridicule. Luo Tian, noticing his discomfort, offered a slight smile. That's good to hear. Actually, my friend here is looking to purchase a beast power pill for that rather foolish ox of his. I believe that beast holds far greater significance than your so-called nephew. Wang Ziqing's nostrils flared as he felt a surge of ominous intent rising within him. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from his being. At this point, he could easily discern that this individual named Luo Tian was simply toying with him. Yet, he could not fathom why someone he had only just met, with whom he bore no significant conflict, would choose to provoke him in such a manner. Sensing that Wang Ziqing was on the brink of eruption, Luo Tian squinted momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Just a moment ago, Taoist Wang claimed he was not petty, and yet here you are, proving otherwise. Ha ha ha! I hope you won't take offense. I have no ill intentions, merely a penchant for light-hearted banter, whether with acquaintances or strangers alike. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the murderous intent that Wang Ziqing had just summoned began to dissipate. However, after his laughter, Luo Tian cast a glance at Zhan Baiyu beside him and continued, Of course, if Taoist Wang truly cannot contain his anger, you may find solace in venting it upon my friend here. He, like myself, has no other faults except for a penchant for sparring. Since his advancement to the late stage of the black-silver secret realm, he has struggled to find worthy opponents among his peers. I believe that if you wish to engage in a friendly contest with him, he would be most delighted. Meanwhile, Zhan Baiyu, seated upon the back of a rhinoceros demon, wore an expression as dark as coal. He could not comprehend how someone so insufferable could exist in the world, nor could he fathom what heinous act he had committed to attract such attention. Although, as Luo Tian had stated, he indeed enjoyed sparring. Amidst his peers, few could match his prowess. Yet, the mere thought of standing before a genuine powerhouse of the black-silver secret realm sent shivers down his spine. The late stage of the black-silver secret realm. Simultaneously, the murderous intent that Wang Ziqing had only just begun to restrain vanished entirely upon hearing Luo Tian's words. Although he was uncertain whether what Luo Tian had said was true or false, the mere thought that he could not fathom even the slightest detail about the two individuals before him caused his heart to race. And the latter stages of the black-silver secret realm, a formidable presence in the entire area of Wolf Meng Mountain, such a powerhouse could effortlessly trample him. Sensing the renewed murderous intent emanating from Wang Ziqing, Luo Tian shook his head and remarked, What a pity. I had hoped to witness an epic battle. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wang Ziqing's heart jolted, and in the blink of an eye, he deeply imprinted Luo Tian's figure in his mind's eye. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as if this enigmatic individual, who seemed to perpetually provoke him upon their first meeting, possessed the uncanny ability to perceive all the fluctuations of his thoughts. After shaking his head, Luo Tian turned to Zhan Baiyu and said, Very well, since the matter has been settled, you may pay for the elixir and accompany me. To be honest, I find your secret technique quite intriguing. At Luo Tian's words, Zhan Baiyu felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, he truly wished to avoid the company of this unfathomable person. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must lower their head. After all, His greatest weakness was still firmly in Luo Tian's grasp. Just as he was about to pay, he suddenly recalled that the reason he had not taken the elixir immediately upon arriving was that he lacked sufficient funds to purchase the beast power pill. The realization struck him, and he froze in place, his face tinged with embarrassment. Sensing the awkwardness that had arisen from his words, Luo Tian paused for a moment before quickly deducing the source of Zhang Baiyu's discomfort. A powerhouse from the black-silver secret realm, yet lacking even the means to acquire a single beast power pill. Could there be anything more embarrassing? Could it be that you truly do not possess the silver to purchase even one elixir? He inquired, the thought echoing in his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiyu's countenance darkened to that of charcoal. How can you, with your cultivation in the latter stages of the black-silver secret realm, do nothing but engage in violence? Luo Tian shook his head in disappointment. Do not look to me for assistance. I will not help you pay. However, I perceive that Wang Dayu bears the countenance of a benevolent and charitable individual. Chapter 35. A Dialogue. I perceive that Wang Dayu bears the countenance of a benevolent and charitable individual. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wang Zicheng's expression immediately darkened. He had already exercised considerable restraint. Yet Luo Tian seemed to mistake his patience for weakness, continuously pushing the boundaries of his tolerance. Luo Dayu, do you truly believe I am without temperament? Wang Zicheng's eyes fixed intently on Luo Tian. His voice as frosty as winter's breath. He felt the necessity to adopt a firmer stance. Otherwise, he could only dread the extent of Luo Tian's bullying. Wang Dayu, do take a look at yourself. Are you not being rather stingy? Luo Tian suddenly smiled. I merely made a casual remark. If you do not intend to assist Zhang Baiyu, that is perfectly acceptable. After all, my observation that you resemble a kind-hearted person was merely a statement. It was merely a casual remark. Wang Zicheng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. It was not that he was slow to react. Rather, he had never encountered someone as audacious as Luo Tian. With each word that escaped Luo Tian's lips, Wang felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions boiling within him. A tempestuous desire to strike Luo Tian down. The experience bar within his soul's realm surged upward incrementally. From 60 to 65, Luo Tian could hardly contain the joy that illuminated his visage. Nonetheless, he refrained from becoming overly complacent, aware that he was merely an impostor, relying on the presence of another impostor. Zhang Baiyu, to exert pressure on Wang Zicheng. Their combined strength was akin to a precarious tightrope walk, thrilling yet fraught with peril, as any misstep could lead to utter demise. Zhang Baiyu, keenly attuned to Wang Zicheng's escalating emotional turmoil, felt an acute sense of anxiety as for Luo Tian. He had mentally berated Wang countless times. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly turned to the alchemist selling elixirs and declared, I may not possess silver, but I am willing to exchange a technique that allows one to ascend directly to the black-silver realm. Would this arrangement suffice? The alchemist, already pale from the invisible tension between the three, hesitated, knowing he was one of the key players in this encounter. However, the prospect of escape was far too daunting. Upon hearing Zhang Baiyu's proposition, the alchemist's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Although a high-grade beast power pill was rare, trading it for a technique leading to the black-silver realm was an exceedingly advantageous deal. Even if he could not utilize the technique himself, he was uncertain of the silver he could acquire by trading it. As Zhang Baiyu retrieved a tome from his storage ring and handed it to the alchemist, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. A practitioner at the silver realm could conceal their true strength beneath the watchful gaze of a black-silver expert, and effortlessly produce a technique allowing ascension to the black-silver realm. Zhang Baiyu's enigma seemed to run deeper than Luo Tian had initially surmised. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Zhang Baiyu present such a precious technique in exchange for the beast power pill, Wang Zicheng's initial astonishment gave way to a slight diminishment of his ire. Previously, he had suspected that Zhang Baiyu was colluding with Luo Tian to deceive him, but it now appeared that Zhang Baiyu genuinely needed the elixir. With this realization, he clasped his fists toward Luo Tian and Zhang Baiyu, exclaiming, fellow cultivators, as I am new here and have some matters to attend to, I shall take my leave for now. Without waiting for Luo Tian's response, he swiftly transformed into a gust of wind, his robes billowing as he drifted away. Wang Daoyu, once your matters are settled, you may reside at the inn to the north. I shall be staying there as well, and during our leisure, we can exchange insights on our cultivation experiences. Luo Tian called out after Wang Zicheng as he departed. Upon hearing Luo Tian's invitation, Wang Zicheng replied without turning his head, this is my second visit to this black market. The last time I came, I stayed at the inn to the south and it was quite comfortable. This time, however, I shall not change my location. Luo Tian responded, I see, That's acceptable. It doesn't matter if you choose not to come. After all, Brother Jean is staying at the inn to the south, if I have the time. I will visit you both regardless. As Wang Ziqing's figure began to fade from sight, Luo Tian hurriedly called out once more. This time, Wang Ziqing did not respond. Yet Luo Tian sensed an extraordinarily complex wave of emotions emanating from him. The myriad of feelings contained within that intricate emotional wave was beyond Luo Tian's immediate comprehension. The gains from this encounter were indeed substantial. Once Wang Ziqing's silhouette had completely vanished, Luo Tian took a deep breath. That moment, the experience bar within his soul had progressed to 80% and continued to advance. He believed it would not be long before he could elevate his heart's power to the 7th tier. However, had it not been for Wang Ziqing's earlier arrival when he provoked him, leading Wang Ziqing to choose restraint, an insight Luo Tian had caught onto along with the cooperation of Zhan Baiyu, he would not have dared to provoke Wang Ziqing repeatedly. Although each time Wang Ziqing's emotions threatened to erupt, a single phrase from Luo Tian managed to quell his anger. Such behavior was undoubtedly perilous. Luo Tian resolved that next time, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from engaging in such risky games. After all, even in his previous life, many extreme sports enthusiasts with masterful skills in tightrope walking or rock climbing had met their demise in falls. As Wang Ziqing departed, the remaining cultivators glanced at Luo Tian. Feeling that he seemed somewhat unreliable. One by one, they clasped their fists in respect to Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu before leaving the premises. Soon, only a few remained in front of the shop. Brother Jean, please, Luo Tian smiled slightly, unconcerned about others' opinions. For him, as long as he achieved his objectives, the thoughts of others were of no consequence. Please. There was no escaping the situation, and Zhan Baiyu glanced at Luo Tian, stepped onto the cow demon, and followed him. The two cat girls, Zhou Shulan and Yin Shaoqian, quickly followed suit. Wang Ziqing, the wandering cultivator, was a well-known figure in the vicinity of Langmang Mountain, and since Luo Tian dared to provoke such a person, they felt entirely dissuaded from harboring any further thoughts. Upon arriving at the inn, Zhan Baiyu left the cow demon at the entrance and followed Luo Tian into his room. What exactly do you wish to do with me? Zhan Baiyu asked cautiously as Luo Tian closed the door. Sit. Luo Tian gestured towards a chair in the room. Speak your mind. Do not hold back. Zhan Baiyu's gaze fixed on Luo Tian, revealing a defiant spirit. Faced with such a resolute Zhan Baiyu, Luo Tian felt a hint of surprise. In his perception, Zhan Baiyu's unyielding spirit was not merely a trace but rather an overwhelming force, as if he had been born with an indomitable will that would never yield. To such an individual, Luo Tian was acutely aware that it was utterly impossible for him to yield, at least not in his current state. That a flicker of doubt arose within him, yet he chose to conceal it. Contemplating, Luo Tian approached the chair, took a seat, and with a faint smile, remarked, Brother Jean, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. My purpose in seeking you out is solely due to my genuine interest in your secret technique of breath restraint. Naturally, Zhan Baiyu was skeptical of Luo Tian's assertions. However, Luo Tian's enigmatic nature rendered him inscrutable, leaving Zhan Baiyu unable to decipher his true motives. With this thought in mind, Zhan Baiyu regarded Luo Tian and candidly stated, My secret technique is of great significance. I cannot share it with you. Cannot share it? Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. That is of no consequence. However, might I request a copy of the technique you just used as a trade? Additionally, if you possess any other techniques that you could bestow upon me, I would be immensely grateful. Luo Tian's intentions were decidedly bold and audacious. Although Zhan Baiyu held steadfast to his principles and would not easily submit, as a black-silver realm expert, he could hardly refuse a few techniques requested by Luo Tian. Taking a deep breath, Zhan Baiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, imprinting Luo Tian's figure deeply within his memory. Individuals like Luo Tian were always unforgettable. Zhan Baiyu resolved that once he advanced to the black-silver realm in a few days, perhaps even just a day, he would make Luo Tian the target of his training, seeking to exact a formidable revenge for this moment of humiliation. Yet, Luo Tian sensed the burning determination within Zhan Baiyu, though he remained unfazed. His pace of cultivation was unparalleled, far beyond the reach of nearly everyone in this world. Currently, Zhan Baiyu was at a slight advantage in rank, but in a matter of days, or perhaps even hours, Luo Tian would surely surpass him. Unaware of Luo Tian's thoughts, Zhan Baiyu, having made his decision, reached for his storage ring and produced 3 tomes, stating, I have 3 techniques here that lead to the black-silver realm. I shall entrust them to you. If you doubt my sincerity, I can also give you this ring. Luo Tian accepted the tomes, refraining from examining them immediately. Instead, he glanced at Zhan Baiyu and inquired, aside from the matter of the secret technique, I have another question. Why would you risk coming here in such a capacity? Moreover, what of Wang Ziqing? Do his objectives align with yours? Zhang Baiyu replied nonchalantly, I am here in search of a precious item I lost. As for Wang Ziqing, if I am not mistaken, he likely seeks this black market. Seeking this black market? Upon hearing Zhang Baiyu's words, Luo Tian's heart stirred. As for the precious item Zhang Baiyu mentioned, he chose not to probe further, for he sensed a peculiar confidence emanating from Zhang Baiyu when he spoke of it. A confidence that seemed to convey that even if others were aware of the item's existence, it was destined to belong to him alone. Chapter 36. The sudden arrival. Indeed, the black market. Zhang Baiyu looked at Luo Tian and remarked, in truth, rather than a black market, this place is more akin to a miniature secret realm. As far as I know, this place was once a sanctuary for a sect that cultivated unique resources thousands of years ago. However, after the decline of that sect, the site gradually faded into obscurity. It was not until several decades ago that a man named Guan Jingsheng discovered this locale and gained control over this secret realm. Subsequently, Guan Jingsheng harnessed the resources here to achieve mastery in the black-silver secret realm, transforming this place into a renowned black market. Upon hearing Zhang Baiyu's words, Luo Tian furrowed his brow. Since Guan Jingsheng has managed to control this underground black market for decades, his prowess must be considerable. Is it possible that something has befallen him, prompting Wang Ziqing to target this black market at this moment? Zhang Baiyu glanced at Luo Tian and replied, not long ago, there was a gathering of cultivators from the black-silver secret realm among the human race in the vicinity of Langmang Mountain. That gathering, all the cultivators of the black-silver secret realm were present, except for Guan Jingsheng. Prior to that, Guan Jingsheng had explicitly stated his intention to attend the gathering, which led some to speculate that he might have encountered some trouble. After listening to Zhang Baiyu's account, Luo Tian understood that it was imperative for him to depart from this place swiftly. After all, Wang Ziqing was a genuine powerhouse of the black-silver secret realm. Should he take action? And if it inadvertently affected Luo Tian, the consequences for him would undoubtedly be dire. As for the control of this black market, while it held great significance for others, to him, it was merely an intriguing locale. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for sharing so much with me. Since you wish to remain here in search of your lost treasure, I shall take my leave for now. Luo Tian rose from his seat. You are leaving already? Zhang Baiyu looked at Luo Tian in astonishment. What purpose is there in staying? To spectate the chaos. The violence and bloodshed are the least appealing of entertainments, and besides, how could I possibly regard such a secret realm with any gravity? With that, Luo Tian stepped toward the door and opened it. Yet, despite his nonchalance, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation within. For at that very moment, he suddenly sensed a chaotic surge of murderous intent emanating from the most formidable practitioner of the black-silver secret realm within the black market. It was precisely to guard against any unforeseen circumstances that he sought to exit this place post-haste. Another one. Do you all consider me an easy target, a soft persimmon? There is no time to delay. The crowd continues to swell. Even with the might of the grand formation and this puppet, it would be challenging to eliminate everyone. Now is the time to set an example. Having just received word of yet another powerhouse from the black-silver secret realm arriving, the masked figure entered a pitch-black chamber. Stars gathering moon array. Activate. As the masked figure formed a hand seal, the entire underground black market trembled. Suddenly, the luminous pearls embedded in the red rock above the secret realm erupted in a dazzling display of light. Particularly the central jade-like orb, shaped like a crescent moon, which radiated a chilling brilliance. What transpired? Was there an earthquake? At this very moment, the cultivators ensconced within the black market were taken aback. Since the inception of this clandestine bazaar, such an occurrence had never transpired. This is dire. The moment he stepped outside, preparing to summon Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger and his minions to depart, Luo Tian's expression abruptly stiffened. It was precisely due to his sudden perception of a chaotic killing intent that he had contemplated a swift exit. Yet he found himself a step too late. Senior. Sensing the seismic tremor that reverberated throughout the entire black market, the Black Tiger and his companions hastily emerged from their chambers. No matter. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze cold and flickering, seemingly brewing an inexhaustible killing intent. You all remain here. I shall venture out to ascertain what malevolent force is at play. Understood. The Black Tiger and his companions exhaled in relief. In critical moments, it was indeed a powerhouse like Luo Tian upon whom they could rely. Subsequently, Luo Tian turned to glance at Zhang Baiyu and said, Brother Zhang, I must trouble you to stay behind and keep watch over these few. Zhang Baiyu's lips twitched slightly, responding very well, though I sincerely hope Brother Luo can resolve the troubles here expeditiously. Rest assured. With that, Luo Tian strode purposefully downstairs, his steps measured, each interval between them seemingly calibrated to perfection. Neither too far nor too near. Upon reaching the first floor, he found the inn's attendants and other guests standing at the doorway, astonished as they gazed at the night pearls illuminating the sky. You all retreat inside. I will intervene shortly. Should any harm befall you, it would be regrettable. Luo Tian approached, uttering those words calmly. The patrons of the inn hastily withdrew, not daring to obstruct his path. Stepping out of the inn, Luo Tian surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one took notice of him, then swiftly turned and, in silence, made his way to the rear of the establishment, a secluded area piled with firewood. He paused, contemplating, then swiftly donned a different set of attire. Employing his mental prowess, he altered his appearance and transformed his physique, enhancing his body by 3- or 4-fold in mere moments. In truth, had he possessed suitable garments, he would have preferred to diminish his stature slightly, rendering himself less conspicuous. Having completed these alterations, Luo Tian focused his thoughts and executed the inkstone concealment technique's transformation into ink, metamorphosing into a pitch-black statue akin to a wrathful Vajra at the corner of the firewood stack. This was his true intention. He was unaware of the trump card possessed by the potential current master of the black market, a late-stage practitioner of the Silver Secret Realm, who dared to confront 3 formidable adversaries from the Black-Silver Secret Realm simultaneously. Regardless, this impostor was ill-suited to partake in the fray. Thus, his plan was to remain concealed until the matter concluded, thereafter devising a means to escape. Just as Luo Tian finalized his preparations, a crescent moon radiating a chilling luminescence in the sky suddenly unleashed a dazzling arc of light. Descending like a blade's edge in an instant, it reached the inn where Wang Zicheng resided, detonating with a thunderous roar and shattering the establishment to smithereens. However, a fleeting figure, akin to a gust of wind, escaped from the inn before this moment. This figure, clad in fluttering robes, was none other than Wang Zicheng, who had recently arrived. Guan Jingxing, what do you mean by this? It would have sufficed if you had merely chosen not to welcome me upon my arrival. Yet you dare to take action against me? Wang Zicheng continued, there is no need for pretense. We both understand your purpose for being here. I shall speak plainly. That old wretch, Guan Jingxing, is dead, and I now hold dominion over this place. From a distance, a figure adorned with a bronze mask approached, rasping. At this moment, I wield an ancient pole adorned with a long banner, its stars seemingly intertwined with those in the heavens. Beside this masked figure loomed a towering maroon puppet, which, despite its size, moved with an eerie silence, its eyes radiating an otherworldly chill. You are Guan Jingsheng's disciple. Upon seeing the masked figure, Wang Zicheng squinted and remarked, Guan Jingsheng could not have perished without cause. It appears you are the architect of this calamity, and if I am, the masked figure retorted with a cold laugh. Then so be it, Wang Zicheng said, suddenly shaking his head. If I declare my intention to leave now, will you permit my departure? Permit you to leave, scoffed the masked figure. Do you comprehend the immense cost I incurred to activate this grand array? None of you shall escape this time. None shall escape. Wang Zicheng responded, shaking his head. Before you act, do you not inquire about the enemy's background? I may be an ordinary practitioner of the Black-Silver Secret Realm, but what of the 2 who arrived before me? Are you acquainted with their capabilities? Their capabilities? The masked figure felt a stir of unease. Upon learning of Wang Zicheng's arrival, he had resolved to act swiftly, unaware of the implications behind Wang Zicheng's words. Indeed, Wang Zicheng replied with a cold smirk. Are you aware that at least one of them possesses strength in the late stage of the Black-Silver Secret Realm? Do you truly believe that with this paltry formation and your puppet, you can contend with the likes of them? Late stage of the Black-Silver Secret Realm? The masked figure was taken aback, but quickly regained composure, sneering, Are you trying to deceive me? Do you think a late-stage practitioner would deign to concern themselves with my humble domain? Moreover, even if they were, none shall seize my possessions this time. With that, the masked figure swung his arm forcefully, causing the long banner in his grasp to flutter, unleashing a barrage of pale blue blades of light from the crescent-shaped jade above the black market, aimed directly at Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng, sensing the urgency, moved with the swiftness of the wind, retreating rapidly. Though the masked figure's strength paled in comparison to his own, the long banner and the puppet at his command were far from ordinary. In this world, while a practitioner's cultivation was crucial, certain treasures could significantly enhance their power. Clearly, the masked figure was a testament to this reality. As Wang Zicheng deftly evaded the pursuit of the masked man, he retreated towards the inn situated to the north. In truth, prior to the masked man's assault, he had already relinquished any hopes of seizing this secret realm, intending merely to linger for a night before departing. After all, with the enigmatic figures of Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu present, he dared not covet their treasures, no matter how enticing they appeared. Chapter 37. The True Art of Transformation. The clash between the masked man and Wang Ziqing drew the attention of all in the black market. Zhan Baiyu and the formidable black tiger, along with a few others, arrived at a room with windows, gazing intently in the direction of the two combatants. The distinctive energy fluctuations emanating from the powerful beings within the black-silver secret realm caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. But where was Luo, their esteemed elder? His absence puzzled them. Despite their astonishment at the situation, they searched high and low yet could not locate Luo Tian. They had all placed their utmost faith in Luo Tian's ability to handle such matters, considering him a true master of unparalleled prowess. Given the gravity of the situation, it seemed only he could navigate it with ease. However, the inability to find him instilled a sense of dread within them. The black market, while not immense, was not small either, and the sight of the confrontation between the masked man and Wang Ziqing was glaringly apparent, gradually encroaching upon their vicinity. If Luo Tian truly had gone to address this affair, they ought to have seen him by now. Yet, this rogue, could it be that? Zhan Baiyu's gaze suddenly flickered. Stay here and wait for me. I shall investigate. With that, he flung open the window and leaped out, vanishing around a nearby corner upon landing. The trio, Zhou Shulan, Nian Shaoqian, and Black Tiger, stood there, momentarily stunned. They waited a while longer, but when Zhan Baiyu's figure failed to reappear on the path to the battlefield, their expressions darkened with concern. What shall we do now? Black Tiger raised his massive head, looking towards Zhou Shulan. Zhou Shulan furrowed her brow tightly. We cannot remain in the inn. Should that blue light descend upon us, we would meet our doom without a trace. Let us vacate the inn and then adapt to the circumstances. At that moment, confusion enveloped their minds. The disappearance of two seemingly powerful individuals, both of whom were at the pinnacle of the black-silver secret realm, left them at a loss for what to do next. Behind the inn, amidst a concealed pile of firewood, Luo Tian remained unaware of the unfolding situation, engrossed in his own thoughts. Periodically, he checked his progress towards breaking through to the 7th stage of heart power. When he had parted ways with Wang Ziqing, the experience bar in his soul world had already surged to 80%. However, since their separation, whether due to Wang Ziqing's deep-seated resentment or some other reason, he continued to draw an abundance of mental fluctuations from him. Coupled with the energies absorbed from others, the experience bar had now advanced to a staggering 98%. Just a fraction more remained. The eyes of Luo Tian, transformed into obsidian orbs, stirred slightly within their sockets, causing a minuscule amount of obsidian dust to fall away. The silver lamp in the realm of his soul was an extraordinary treasure. Yet Luo Tian's current prowess was insufficient to harness its power. He surmised that he would need to elevate his heart's energy to a level commensurate with that of a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm before he could channel even a fragment of the lamp's strength, allowing him to project his heart's energy externally or to invoke the remarkable secret techniques inherently possessed by the silver lamp. As Luo Tian pondered these matters, a figure appeared stealthily before him. Was it Zhan Baiyu? Upon recognizing this silhouette, Luo Tian's obsidian eyes widened slightly in surprise. Had it not been for Zhan Baiyu's subsequent actions, he might have believed himself discovered. Simultaneously, as Zhan Baiyu rounded the corner, he was startled by the statue formed in Luo Tian's likeness, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing it was merely a pitch-black sculpture. However, just as he prepared to proceed according to his prior plan, he glanced again at the statue, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with insight. Contemplating this, he approached Luo Tian and adjusted his form, shifting it slightly from the pile of firewood, before positioning himself behind Luo Tian. After a few moments spent regulating his breath, he closed his eyes. A whirlwind materialized from thin air, enveloping Zhan Baiyu, transforming both him and his garments into a towering block of white jade over the span of mere breaths. Crack! Luo Tian's graphite-like eyes, having rotated too vigorously, suddenly split open a minute fissure. After placing Zhan Baiyu in front of himself, the haste of the moment left Zhan Baiyu's positioning askew, resulting in Luo Tian presenting a side profile to him. Witnessing Zhan Baiyu's myriad actions beside him, Luo Tian's astonishment nearly compelled him to open his mouth in disbelief. He had previously regarded Zhan Baiyu with a measure of esteem, yet he had not anticipated the existence of such wondrous techniques in his possession. As for the small crack in his eye, he felt no trepidation, for he was in a peculiar state. Provided he did not suffer grievous injuries, such as the loss of limbs, all his wounds would revert to their original condition upon exiting this state. Gazing at the jade figure that Zhan Baiyu had become, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile enigmatically, for even at this moment, he could still draw upon the potent waves of resentment emanating from him. While the two remained hidden, the masked man and Wang Zicheng had finally escalated their battle from the southern reaches to the north. Taoist Luo, Taoist John, this individual is a disciple of Guan Jingsheng. His ambitions are as ferocious as a wolf, having murdered his own master in a bid to seize this secret realm, and now he seeks to strike against us. I implore you both to lend me your assistance. Wang Zicheng's voice thundered, the immense sound waves whipping through the air, causing the windows of the inn to rattle violently. However, after his bellow, he waited several moments, yet no sound emerged from within the inn. Wang Zicheng, no one can save you. Since you dared to covet my interests, you shall be buried here today. The masked man spoke with a chilling voice. With each swing of the ancient banner in his hand, the celestial formation known as the 10,000 stars embracing the moon above the secret realm unleashed a crescent-shaped azure light, aimed directly at Wang Zicheng. This azure light not only traveled with astounding speed but also bore immense power, rivaling that of a mid-stage practitioner within the black-silver secret realm. Under such an assault, Wang Zicheng found himself perilously close to demise. Two fellow Taoists, I implore you to assist me. In return, I am willing to offer my entire fortune to the both of you. Wang Zicheng's desperate cry echoed, his once resplendent Taoist robe now tattered and his complexion ashen. Despite his fervent plea, the inn remained eerily silent. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of madness ignited in Wang Zicheng's eyes. He deftly evaded another azure beam and propelled himself towards the inn like a cannonball. As he surged into the inn, the crescent-shaped azure light pursued relentlessly. With a resounding crash, the entire inn was reduced to rubble, leaving only a landscape of shattered walls and debris. Indeed, Wang Zicheng emerged from the remnants of the inn, his gaze falling upon the now deserted establishment, despair evident in his eyes. The practitioners of the black-silver secret realm had attained the ability to cultivate divine consciousness, and when he previously swept this place with his awareness, he discerned that not a single soul remained within. Yet, his unwillingness to accept this fate compelled him to act recklessly. Could it be that the heavens truly seek my demise? As he beheld the encroaching masked man, Wang Zicheng inhaled deeply and exclaimed, Youngster, do not overstep your bounds. I am a cultivator of the black-silver secret realm. If I fight with all my might, even if you manage to slay me, you shall not escape unscathed. Oh, really? The masked man scoffed coldly. Thus far, he had yet to deploy the puppets at his side. Otherwise, Wang Zicheng would have long since met his end. However, until Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu appeared, he dared not let his puppets stray too far, fearing a surprise attack from those two inscrutable individuals. With only the strength of a 9th-tier silver practitioner, he could foresee a certain demise. Very well, very well. After hearing the masked man's response, Wang Zicheng forced a hollow laugh. He had never anticipated that the masked man, upon acquiring the relic of Guan Jingsheng, would possess such formidable power. After a hearty laugh, Wang Zicheng's gaze sharpened as he retrieved a fist-sized crimson orb from his storage ring. After dodging yet another azure beam, he fixed his eyes on the masked man and declared, This is a thunderfire orb, a treasure I chanced upon in my youth. When detonated, it unleashes power equivalent to the full force of a late-stage practitioner of the black-silver secret realm. I offer you one final chance. Should you refuse to cease your assault, I shall not hesitate to unleash this orb and take you down with me. Chapter 38. The poor Taoist must first die with his comrades. A thunderfire orb, is this your trump card? Wang Zicheng, it appears I have overestimated you. The masked figure let out a chilling laugh, waving the long banner in his hand, as beams of cold, luminous radiance cascaded from the crescent-shaped jade above, enveloping him in a shimmering suit of azure armor. Coupled with the mask adorning his face, he resembled a bronze war deity emerging from the annals of ancient times. In the next moment, he brandished the banner anew, and the jade in the heavens emitted another crescent beam of azure light, aiming directly at Wang Zicheng. You have gone too far. Wang Zicheng seethed with fury, clutching the thunderfire pearl tightly. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly hurled the pearl towards the masked figure. Swish! Just then, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens. However, this time, the crescent-shaped azure light did not strike Wang Zicheng, but rather targeted the thunderfire pearl he had thrown. Humph! Do you think this will be of any use? Nevertheless, upon witnessing this scene, Wang Zicheng displayed no trace of concern on his face. Following the toss of the thunderfire pearl, he swiftly summoned 3 treasures from his storage ring. These 3 treasures included a fan, a shield, and a talisman. As he extracted the talisman from the storage ring, it instantly transformed into a radiant ochre glow, enveloping him within its embrace. The shield, under his command, floated before him, emanating brilliant golden light, while the fan adorned with 9 fiery red feathers remained gripped in his hand, its purpose yet unknown. Boom. Just as Wang Zicheng completed these actions, the thunderfire pearl he had thrown detonated upon being struck by the crescent azure light, erupting in a fiery explosion that spread like a tidal wave in all directions. Wang Zicheng had indeed asserted that this thunderfire pearl possessed the might of a full-force strike from a late-stage black-silver realm cultivator. Yet he had not disclosed that it was a specially crafted large-scale, one-time-use treasure. Everything within a 100-meter radius would be indiscriminately affected. Moreover, while the explosion's force was not immense, the flames unleashed were of the heavenly thunder fire. This fire, upon contact, would reduce an average silver realm cultivator to nothingness, and even those of the black-silver realm would require considerable strength to withstand its onslaught. As the thunderfire pearl erupted, releasing an endless torrent of crimson flames, Wang Zicheng, at the epicenter of the explosion, deftly brandished the 9 feathers divine fire fan in his hand. In an instant, the flames converged towards the fan, and in the blink of an eye, it radiated a blaze several zhang long. With a swift motion, Wang Zicheng waved the fan, and a divine bird of flame, measuring several zhang in length, soared forth from the fan, heading towards the heart of the inferno, where a faint azure light flickered. 9 refinements of pure wind technique. The wind amplifies the fire's power. Simultaneously, Wang Zicheng's body trembled once more, as a violent gale erupted from within him, racing towards the flaming divine bird at an accelerated pace. As the tempest caught up to the flaming divine bird, its might surged, enhancing its ferocity even further. Wang Zicheng, I concede. I underestimated you. A radiant beam of divine light suddenly erupted from the sea of flames, revealing the masked figure. At that moment, the azure glow surrounding him had completely shattered, and his complexion revealed an extreme pallor. Relying on the might of the grand formation and the puppet in his grasp, his power had indeed reached its zenith. However, to wield such strength required a considerable amount of silver power for support. Having just withstood a formidable blow from Wang Zicheng, the depletion of his silver power was nothing short of unparalleled. Emerging from the flames, he promptly retrieved a porcelain vial, uncapped it, and consumed a mouthful of the unknown liquid within. As this liquid coursed through his body, he merely needed to circulate his energy slightly, and all the silver power he had just expended was restored. Yet, in the ensuing moments, I shall show you what true despair is. At this juncture, the flaming divine bird summoned by Wang Zicheng was already hurtling toward him. But the masked figure merely waved a hand, and the dark red puppet that had consistently shielded him unleashed a brilliant beam of golden light from its lifeless eyes. Boom. As the golden light surged forth, the fiery divine bird, meticulously coalesced by Wang Zicheng, could not endure even a fraction of a breath before being utterly pierced into nothingness by that radiant beam. How is this possible? Wang Zicheng, fully unleashing his might, was momentarily taken aback by this scene. There is nothing impossible. The masked figure sneered, declaring, compared to this grand formation, this object is my strongest trump card. With that, the masked figure waved the ancient banner once more, striking toward Wang Zicheng anew. Wang Zicheng's expression darkened severely. He repeatedly scanned with his divine sense, yet still failed to detect the presence of Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu. The only thing he discerned was behind him, where a pile of firewood had been stacked, now reduced to ashes, revealing a puppet that resembled an enraged Vajra, along with a pristine white jade slab before it. However, had these objects been presented at any other time, they might have piqued his curiosity, yet at this moment, he had no time to spare for them. Little did he know, upon the puppet and jade slab revealing themselves from the remnants of the firewood, both stirred slightly. Particularly, the jade slab trembled as if witnessing something unfathomable when the puppet beside the masked figure shot forth the golden light from its lifeless eyes. Boom. After deflecting a beam of azure light with his shield, Wang Zicheng's eyes sparkled with intensity. Upon witnessing that the masked figure possessed a treasure capable of swiftly replenishing his silver power, he abandoned the notion of depleting it entirely. At this moment, attempting to escape the black market had become impossible. Thus, his only recourse was to muster all his strength and engage the masked figure in a decisive confrontation. As for Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu, lurking in the shadows with uncertain intentions, he had neither the inclination nor the energy to concern himself with them. Resolving this in his mind, he focused his thoughts, and instantly, a tempest swirled around him, obscuring his form within its embrace. This was the first time the masked figure had battled a practitioner from the black-silver secret realm. It was only now that he truly comprehended the tenacity of its cultivators. Even a lingering sense of trepidation surfaced within his heart. He was oblivious to the intentions harbored by the two other practitioners of the black-silver realm, pondering why they had yet to make a move. Should those two practitioners choose to strike simultaneously, he genuinely feared that he might not withstand their assault, relying solely on the puppet at his side. Perhaps it would be prudent to first dispatch this puppet to eliminate Wang Ziqing before addressing other matters. The masked figure's thoughts swirled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the tempest encircling Wang Ziqing dissipated, only to reveal, emerging from the fading gale, 8 identical manifestations of Wang Ziqing. The phantom split technique, a secret art cultivated by Wang Ziqing, proved utterly ineffective against the practitioners of the black-silver realm, who could easily discern the genuine from the illusory with a mere sweep of their divine consciousness. However, for the masked figure, possessing only the cultivation of the silver realm, distinguishing between the true and false was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, as Wang Ziqing anticipated, upon witnessing the deployment of such a technique, the masked figure's pupils constricted in alarm. Seeing this unfold, Wang Ziqing felt a pang of regret. It had been far too long since he had engaged in combat with a practitioner of the silver realm. Typically, such encounters had been mere displays of overwhelming dominance, devoid of the arduous struggle he faced today. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to recall the use of this particular tactic. As Wang Ziqing's figures surged towards him from all directions, the masked figure began to frantically wave the ancient banner in his hand, summoning streaks of azure light from the heavens to obliterate the indistinguishable phantoms. In an instant, 3 of the figures were annihilated into nothingness by the azure light. Yet at that moment, the remaining 5 figures of Wang Ziqing closed in to within 3 meters of the masked figure. Boom! The dark red puppet standing beside the masked figure unleashed a beam of golden light from its eyes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more of Wang Ziqing's apparitions were reduced to naught. However, none of these were Wang Ziqing's true form. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of fear crossed the masked figure's eyes. Despite having held the upper hand, he had never anticipated that after Wang Ziqing unveiled such a cunning stratagem, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Boom! After obliterating 2 of Wang Ziqing's apparitions with the beams of golden light, the puppet advanced once more, charging towards one of the remaining 3 figures of Wang Ziqing. Simultaneously, the masked figure waved his ancient banner once more, summoning another azure light that descended upon one of the last 2 figures. Bang! The azure light struck that figure, instantly reducing it to nothingness, while the residual force carved through the ground, sending up a flurry of flying sand and stones. Yet amidst this chaotic tableau, the last apparition of Wang Ziqing finally reached the front of the masked figure. Whoosh! This final figure was none other than Wang Ziqing's true form. He snapped his 9-feathered divine fire fan shut, wielding it like a short staff, and brought it crashing down upon the head of the masked figure. Bang! The masked figure, quick to react, raised his ancient banner to intercept Wang Ziqing's assault. His strength was vastly inferior to that of Wang Ziqing. When struck by the latter's tremendous force, his body staggered, causing the long banner in his grasp to slip from his hands and fly away. In that moment, the dark red puppet, which had just dispatched Wang Ziqing's final clone, abruptly turned and charged towards him. The speed of the dark red puppet was astonishing, yet Wang Ziqing's swiftness surpassed it. After sending the masked man's long banner hurtling away with a single blow, Wang Ziqing swiftly retracted his fire fan and thrust it forward, penetrating the masked man's heart with a resounding thud. The masked man was grievously injured. Inexplicably, the dark red puppet's speed also began to wane. Wang Ziqing glanced back at the dark red puppet, which had exerted immense pressure upon him, and in a fit of frustration, delivered a powerful kick that sent the puppet soaring away. Oh no! Luo Tian, transformed into a pitch-black obsidian stone, was taken aback by this turn of events. The dark red puppet, propelled by Wang Ziqing's kick, was hurtling towards him. Given the puppet's weight and the force behind the kick, should it collide with him, he feared that losing an arm or a leg would be the least of his worries. After all, while obsidian was resistant to fire, its hardness and toughness were significantly lacking. Contemplating this, Luo Tian's mind raced as he glanced at the jade stone beneath him, silently resolving that if he was to be exposed, he would at least take someone down with him. With a determined thought, he extricated himself from his obsidian form, then delivered a swift kick that sent the jade-formed Zhan Baiyu hurtling towards the approaching dark red puppet. Chapter 39. Exposure of Cultivation. Whoosh! Zhan Baiyu soared through the air like an oversized white football, propelled by Luo Tian's kick, racing towards the dark red puppet with lightning speed. Luo Tian, The sudden movement caught Wang Zicheng's attention from a distance. He could hardly believe that the Luo Tian he had sought for so long had transformed into a wrathful, golden-eyed statue, observing every one of his actions with keen interest. Once Luo Tian emerged from his obsidian state, his mind shifted, restoring his previous disheveled appearance. However, upon hearing Wang Zicheng's exclamation, he adopted an air of arrogance, ignoring him entirely as he gazed skyward. Crack! The pristine jade stone, kicked away by Luo Tian, suddenly fractured into numerous cracks as it neared the dark red puppet. In the blink of an eye, the jade radiated a brilliant glow, morphing into the silhouette of a figure with a somewhat pointed chin. With a swift motion, the figure extended its hand and pressed it against the dark red puppet's chest, halting its advance. Then, its eyes gleamed with a fierce light, locking onto the lifeless gaze of the dark red puppet. Boom! Suddenly, the dark red puppet erupted in a violent explosion, scattering unknown dark red debris in all directions. At the center of the explosion, two blinding points of golden light shot forth, striking the nearby Zhan Baiyu's eyes. Why puppet? The masked man, lying heavily injured on the ground, stared in a daze at this unfolding scene. However, as Zhan Baiyu restored his original appearance, he did not cast a glance at the masked man or the equally astonished Wang Zicheng. The moment the golden light pierced his eyes, he immediately turned his head, allowing his radiant golden gaze to fall upon Luo Tian. Silver rank 5. A near-roaring shout erupted from his lips, and in an instant, a grimace of unparalleled ferocity twisted Zhan Baiyu's face. He could scarcely believe that he had been deceived for so long by someone who possessed merely the power of silver rank 5. Nevertheless, upon realizing that Luo Tian was indeed only at silver rank 5, Zhan Baiyu felt a sense of relief. If Luo Tian truly wielded the power of the black-silver secret realm, he would indeed face considerable trouble. Contemplating this, he abruptly turned his gaze, fixing it with a peculiar intensity upon Wang Zicheng in the distance. Boom! Two beams of golden light suddenly shot forth from his eyes, piercing the void as they surged toward Wang Zicheng. Previously, the dark red puppet could also emit such golden light, yet its projection seemed confined to a mere few meters. This limitation was why the masked man had refrained from using this golden light to eliminate Wang Zicheng. However, the golden light emanating from Zhan Baiyu's eyes directly spanned several dozen meters, materializing right before Wang Zicheng. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Zicheng reacted at last in a flurry. He hastily summoned his shield, positioning it defensively in front of himself, while simultaneously channeling the black-silver energy within him to erect layers of protection around his body. As for the defensive talisman he had previously activated, it had already dissipated amidst the earlier inferno. Boom! Yet, all of Wang Zicheng's efforts became illusory the moment Zhan Baiyu unleashed his two beams of golden light. Neither the shield nor the layers of defense could withstand even a fleeting moment against those two golden rays, which pierced through effortlessly. Poof! The two beams of golden light struck Wang Zicheng's dantian almost simultaneously, converging at a central point, resulting in a massive gaping wound upon his body. You? Wang Zicheng pointed an accusatory finger at Zhan Baiyu, utterly astonished that after struggling so desperately to eliminate the masked man, he had now been reduced to such a state by a single blow from Zhan Baiyu. As a cultivator of the black-silver secret realm, his vitality was formidable. Even with such grievous injuries, he did not perish immediately. However, given his current condition, he could only endure for a brief while longer. Brother Luo, you have concealed your strength from me so thoroughly. I never imagined that you were merely at silver rank 5. Having accomplished all this, Zhan Baiyu paid no heed to Wang Zicheng and instead turned his gaze back to Luo Tian, his eyes glimmering with flecks of golden light. Silver rank 5? At that moment, even in the face of certain death, both Wang Zicheng and the fallen masked man, clutching his chest, turned their attention toward Luo Tian. Indeed, my cultivation level is only silver rank 5. Luo Tian smiled faintly, releasing the concealment of his power from the Mo Stone's breath-holding technique. He then looked at Zhan Baiyu and remarked, however, your cultivation is merely silver rank 7. We are essentially on par with one another. Why not let this matter slide? Let it slide. In the depths of Zhan Baiyu's eyes, an overwhelming fury was evident. The lingering golden light within them seemed to coalesce uncontrollably, as if to shoot forth towards Luo Tian. Silver stage 5, silver stage 7. In this moment, both Wang Zicheng and the masked man alternated their gaze between Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Fraught with resentment and malice, it was only now that they comprehended why these two had refrained from striking earlier. Wang Zicheng recalled the previous instances when he had been toyed with by these two, and his once dimmed eyes ignited with fierce flames. In comparison, the masked man's countenance was equally grim. Had he not believed that Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu were genuine practitioners from the black-silver secret realm, he would not have acted without being fully prepared. Indeed, had it not been for Luo Tian and Zhan Baiyu's presence, he would have deployed his puppet from the very beginning, which might have altered the outcome of the situation entirely. Mind Power, Stage 7. Just as Wang Ziqing and the masked man were engulfed in their tumultuous thoughts, Luo Tian felt a surge of inspiration. His recently attained mind power, having just reached Stage 6, finally broke through to Stage 7, leveraging the strength of the two adversaries. However, amidst this breakthrough, Luo Tian found no time for elation, for at that moment, Zhan Baiyu was glaring at him with an icy demeanor. If the past remains unspoken, what else can you do? Luo Tian remarked to Zhan Baiyu with a calm demeanor. If I am not mistaken, the golden light in your eyes can no longer be wielded. Correct? This deduction stemmed from his perception of Zhan Baiyu's mental fluctuations. While not entirely certain, it was close to the truth. You are not wrong. Zhan Baiyu abruptly extinguished the golden light in his eyes, revealing that it was merely residual energy from the earlier confrontation with Wang Ziqing. Indeed, after employing it against him, it was insufficient for another assault. Yet, even if I can no longer utilize it, do you truly believe that a mere Silver Stage 5 like yourself could stand against me? Silver Stage 5? Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon Zhan Baiyu and chuckled once more. Do take another look at me? Do you still see a Silver Stage 5? After a moment of surprise, Zhan Baiyu immediately employed his newly acquired abilities. His eyes, now tinged with a hint of golden shimmer, fell upon Luo Tian. To his astonishment, the Luo Tian who had recently been at Silver Stage 5 had now ascended to the same level as him, Silver Stage 7. Little did he know, Luo Tian's mind power had transitioned to Stage 7 in an instant, and the cultivation of his silver power to Stage 7 was merely a fleeting process. However, the rapid advancement from Silver Stage 5 to Silver Stage 7 had resulted in the silver power within Luo Tian becoming scarce due to repeated compression. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Silver Stage 7 is still Silver Stage 7. Gazing at Luo Tian, who bore a faint smile, Zhan Baiyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. And what of Silver Stage 7? As long as you are not from the black-silver secret realm, you shall not escape from my grasp today. With that declaration, Zhan Baiyu leapt forward towards Luo Tian without waiting for a response, unable to restrain himself any longer. Simultaneously, he was reluctant to allow Luo Tian's tongue to continue its tirade. Chapter 40. Character. As Zhan Baiyu descended from the heavens, delivering a crushing blow to Wang Ziqing, Luo Tian had already harnessed his mental prowess to enhance his senses to their utmost potential. Upon reaching the 7th tier of his mental power, the capabilities of this force had significantly amplified compared to before. The moment Zhan Baiyu made a move, Luo Tian anticipated his subsequent actions. Although he was unaware of Zhan Baiyu's exact strength, the enigma surrounding him instilled a sense of trepidation. Thus, his immediate instinct was to withdraw. With a swift motion, Zhan Baiyu executed an extraordinary footwork, akin to a flash of lightning. Yet, under the influence of his mental power, Luo Tian had maximized the speed of his legs, weaving back and forth, leaving behind traces of afterimages that matched Zhan Baiyu's velocity. Simultaneously, as he retreated, Luo Tian summoned 5 swords from his storage ring using his telekinesis, directing them toward Zhan Baiyu with precision. Although these swords were merely ordinary ones he had stored for contingencies, under the manipulation of his telekinesis, they emanated a chilling brilliance, promising severe repercussions should they find their mark. However, in the face of Luo Tian's assault, Zhan Baiyu did not pause for a moment, not even casting a glance at the swords hurtling toward him. As the 5 swords approached from all directions, Zhan Baiyu's arm suddenly moved, revealing a radiant sword that gleamed in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed an unfathomable flurry of strikes. The air resonated with a cacophony of clashing metal as Luo Tian's 5 swords were deflected with ease, their tips severed in the process. Remarkably, Zhan Baiyu's speed in pursuit of Luo Tian remained unimpeded. Indeed, formidable. A chill ran through Luo Tian's heart. He could distinctly sense Zhan Baiyu's disdain in response to his attack, coupled with an instinctual confidence that was almost palpable. Engaging him in direct confrontation was futile. The most prudent course of action was to devise a means to withdraw from this place. Initially, Luo Tian harbored no covetous desires for this black market, but with Wang Ziqing and the masked man both incapacitated, seizing control of the black market and subsequently dispersing its denizens could yield substantial rewards in a short span. Yet now, confronted by the seemingly invincible Zhan Baiyu, he had no choice but to retreat for the time being. As he hastily withdrew, he bellowed, Zhou Shulan, hey Hu, what are you waiting for? Come forth and assist me in vanquishing our foes. In the wake of his call, silence enveloped the surroundings, with no one responding to his summons. Observing this, Zhang Baiyu was about to mock him when Luo Tian shouted once more, "What is the matter? Has compliance become too burdensome after such a brief interval? However, allow me to remind you once more that during the days I have spent in your company, I have administered a chronic poison to you all. Should you desire the antidote, it would be wise for you to comply with my request." From a distant wooden building, the three specters of the Black Tiger observed the unfolding situation, and upon hearing Luo Tian's proclamation, they felt a chill run through their hearts. Previously, when they learned that Luo Tian had only reached the 5th tier of silver cultivation, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Consequently, they instinctively found it hard to accept his words, and upon introspection, they could discern no signs of poisoning within themselves. What are we to do? The Black Tiger turned its head to gaze at Zhou Shulan. Just as the three specters exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move, Luo Tian called out once more. Of course, I understand that you may not believe my words, but that is of little consequence. In time, my character will reveal itself, though by then, the poison within you will be for you to contend with. Character. Within the wooden structure, the Black Tiger and the other specters ground their teeth at his words. Heeding his call, "We shall take action." Zhou Shulan's expression turned icy. The fear of the unknown loomed large. If Luo Tian spoke the truth, and they had unwittingly succumbed to his chronic poison, their fate would be dire should Luo Tian fall to Zhang Baiyu. Furthermore, there was the troubling thought that, although they were not allied with Luo Tian, Zhang Baiyu might perceive it otherwise and, in a fit of rage, eliminate them alongside Luo Tian after his defeat. After Zhou Shulan's words, the three specters conferred briefly before charging out of the building in unison. However, Nian Shaoqian, lacking sufficient strength, stood at a distance, refraining from approaching the battlefield. With her mere 1st tier of silver cultivation, should she dare to rush in, she would undoubtedly be dispatched in an instant. As Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger rushed forward, Zhang Baiyu's gaze turned icy, and he barked. You two would do well not to heed his seduction. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy beneath my sword. With that, he swung his treasured sword, unleashing 2 blades of sword energy that struck the ground before the Black Tiger and Zhou Shulan. Leaving deep gashes in the earth, a chill crept into the hearts of the specters. Zhang Baiyu's formidable prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. Generally speaking, a 7th tier silver cultivator is indeed significantly stronger than one of the 6th tier. But a figure like Zhang Baiyu, who possesses such overwhelming power, is utterly despairing. Moreover, their maximum attack range was a mere 6 meters, while Zhang Baiyu's could reach 7, judging by the chilling aura emanating from his sword light. It was likely that they would be unable to withstand even a single strike. What are you waiting for? At this moment, Luo Tian shouted as he retreated. I still possess a secret technique yet to be unleashed. If you can hold him for but a moment, I shall execute this technique, ensuring he meets his end without a burial place. The 2 specters, shaken by Zhang Baiyu's might and contemplating retreat, felt as if a potent stimulant had been injected into their hearts upon hearing Luo Tian's words. It is not that they are particularly foolish, but rather that Luo Tian simply requires them to endure for a brief moment. In that fleeting instant, aside from unleashing his ultimate technique, what else can he accomplish? After all, the masked man, upon activating the grand formation, has likely sealed off the entirety of the black market. With the market under lockdown, Luo Tian cannot escape alone. Aside from slaying Zhang Baiyu, what other options does he possess? Contemplating this, a glint of determination flashed in the eyes of the 2 demons. They exchanged a glance and then charged fiercely into the battlefield, positioning themselves before Luo Tian, some raising their claws while others brandished their swords, striking out towards Zhang Baiyu, prepared to buy Luo Tian a moment's reprieve. You seek your own demise. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of anger crossed Zhang Baiyu's gaze. With a swift motion of his wrist, 2 streams of sword energy shot forth. As for Luo Tian, due to the persistent distance, he refrained from wasting his strength. However, just as Zhang Baiyu found himself momentarily impeded by the 2 demons, creating a slight gap between them, Luo Tian's mind stirred, and he immediately altered his trajectory, dashing out from Zhang Baiyu's flank. Zhang Baiyu furrowed his brow, unsure of Luo Tian's intentions. Yet, having been previously ensnared by Luo Tian's cunning, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Thus, upon witnessing Luo Tian's maneuver, he promptly disregarded the 2 demons and pursued him with great speed. A practitioner at the 7th tier of silver, his speed surpassed that of a bird. Coupled with the enhancement of Luo Tian's mental fortitude, within mere moments, he arrived at his destination, the fallen Wang Ziqing and the masked man. Upon reaching this point, Luo Tian summoned his thoughts and employed his telekinetic abilities, hurling the debris strewn across the ground towards Zhang Baiyu. With a sharp clang, Zhang Baiyu's sword quivered, and in an instant, he emerged from the chaos. However, just as he did, he witnessed Luo Tian once more wielding his telekinetic power, seizing the ancient banner that had fallen to the ground, the nine-feathered divine fire fan clutched in Wang Ziqing's grasp, as well as the storage rings worn by both individuals. After acquiring the ancient banner, Luo Tian attempted to manipulate it, hoping to control the grand formation above the black market. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment, for it appeared that the banner required a special method of refinement for it to be utilized, and no matter how he infused it with silver power, the banner remained unresponsive. It seemed that escape was truly his only option. Sensing this turn of events, Luo Tian sighed inwardly and then sprinted back towards the square where he had first entered the black market, in the distance, the heavily wounded Black Tiger and Zhou Shulan. Having witnessed Luo Tian seize the treasures for which their two demons had fought valiantly, wore expressions of dismay. Clearly, they had once again fallen victim to Luo Tian's deception. Even the so-called slow-acting poison was likely a ruse to ensnare the demons. And this exemplified the concept of character. Chapter 41. Departure from the Black Market. Do you still have the leisure to seize treasures? Zhang Baiyu's voice turned icy upon observing Luo Tian's actions. As Luo Tian ran. He glanced back at Zhang Baiyu and smiled, saying, "Brother Zhang, we bear no deep-seated animosity. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly?" "No deep-seated animosity?" Zhang Baiyu replied with a sudden cold chuckle. "Indeed, you are correct. We have no profound hatred. If you stop now and allow me to give you a good beating, I assure you that I will not kill you, and thus our grievances can be resolved." "Give me a beating?" Luo Tian chuckled. "That would depend on whether you possess the capability. Today, I have directly advanced from silver rank 5 to silver rank 7. Perhaps by tomorrow, I shall break through to the black-silver secret realm from silver rank 7. I declare that all grievances are resolved. I merely extend you a modicum of face. Should you persist in your relentless pursuit, when I achieve my next breakthrough, do not come begging for mercy." "Is that so?" Zhang Baiyu scoffed, unimpressed. He did not believe that there were many who could surpass his training speed. Sensing the fluctuations in Zhang Baiyu's thoughts, Luo Tian cast a glance back at him before continuing his sprint towards the square. Now only mere meters away. Humph. Observing Luo Tian's actions, Zhang Baiyu immediately discerned his intentions. With a cold laugh, he remarked, "This secret realm has undoubtedly been sealed. Do you think you can escape the labyrinth without the token? Whether I can escape is of no concern to you. However, if you possess the audacity, feel free to follow and test it." Luo Tian maintained his pace, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the square was populated with several cultivators who had retreated here to avoid the clash between Wang Ziqing and the masked man. Witnessing the chase between Zhang Baiyu and Luo Tian, as well as their exhibited speed, the cultivators hastily cleared a path for the two. At the far end of the square stood a cave, from which Luo Tian had previously emerged. Beside this cave loomed a monstrous statue with its mouth agape. Upon reaching this point, Luo Tian tossed the token he had obtained upon entry into the statue's mouth from a distance of several meters. However, as soon as he cast his token inside, the statue promptly expelled it back out. According to the accounts of Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger, upon leaving the black market, one merely needed to throw the token received upon entry into the statue's mouth, and it would regurgitate a token for exit. The statue's failure to do so now indicated that this secret realm was indeed sealed. Nevertheless, Luo Tian was not surprised by this development. It was, after all, anticipated. Casting another glance at the closely pursuing Zhang Baiyu, Luo Tian took a deep breath, and with a determined thought, plunged headfirst into the pitch-black cave ahead. Whoosh! Zhang Baiyu followed closely behind. However, as he stood at the cave's entrance, watching Luo Tian's figure swiftly vanish, his brow furrowed deeply. He was uncertain of what trump card Luo Tian held that enabled him to dare enter such a vast labyrinth. Even if he were to enter, he would surely become lost within, unaware of when he might find his way out. Humph! I sincerely hope you survive to emerge, so that when we meet again, I can settle this animosity once and for all. With a heavy snort, Zhang Baiyu turned to retrace his steps. From this point onward, he needed to master this secret realm to reopen its seal. Hours later, Luo Tian emerged in a disheveled state from the entrance of the underground black market. Although he had meticulously deduced the labyrinthine map within the black market long ago using his mental prowess, he found, as he anticipated, that without the entrance tokens in hand, the maze remained fraught with perilous traps, even with his knowledge of the correct path. Fortunately, having advanced his mental strength to the 7th tier, he was able to evade many of these traps with his heightened senses, ultimately making his way out. It remained uncertain how Zhang Baiyu would act after gaining control of this black market. The glaring sunlight poured down from above as Luo Tian squinted and glanced back at the entrance of the black market, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Judging by Zhang Baiyu's demeanor, he seemed to hold little regard for this secret realm, which might afford Luo Tian the opportunity to claim it for himself. The title of the black market's master resonated profoundly in the region of Langmeng Mountain. Should he succeed in becoming the new master, he would undoubtedly be able to draw an unending stream of mental fluctuations from all directions. This matter required careful planning. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Tian turned and exited the valley, yet instead of returning to the Wu family, he sought out a secluded tree nearby, climbed up, and made it his temporary abode. Concealed among the branches, Luo Tian began to sense the waves of mental energy he drew from all around through the silver lamp eye in his perception. The mental fluctuations belonging to the Black-Silver Secret Realm and the 9th-tier practitioners of the Silver Secret Realm had completely vanished. This suggested that Wang Zicheng and the masked man had likely either fainted or descended to the underworld to meet the King of Hell. Below them, the most potent mental fluctuations he could currently siphon came from Zhang Baiyu's seething hatred, alongside the shockwaves emitted by 2 other 7th-tier practitioners within the black market. Aside from these 3, there were also the mental energies emanating from Zhou Shulan and the Black Tiger, as well as other 6th-tier practitioners in the black market. At this rate, it seemed that achieving an 8th-tier breakthrough in his mental strength would require a considerable amount of time. Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Previously, under the various mental fluctuations generated by Wang Zicheng and the masked man, his experience bar within the realm of his soul had filled to capacity, allowing him to advance his mental strength to the 7th tier, and it had further progressed to 40%. However, once the mental supply from Wang Zicheng and the masked man ceased, the rate of experience accumulation slowed dramatically. It appeared he would need to take more risks in the future, yet before that, he must first bolster his own strength. Zhang Baiyu's cultivation was on par with his own, yet his prowess was remarkably superior. Even with Luo Tian's mental strength as an aid, a fierce unwillingness flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. Despite Zhang Baiyu's enigmatic nature and extraordinary strength among practitioners of the same tier, he was, after all, a successor of the path of mentality. Previously, under the influence of the original identity of this body, he had limited resources at his disposal, but this time, having acquired 3 techniques from Zhang Baiyu that could be cultivated to the Black-Silver Secret Realm, as well as seizing the storage rings of Wang Zicheng and the masked man, he should no longer have to worry about techniques and secret arts in the near future. Chapter 42. Organizing, Cultivating, and Waiting. If one does not take action, it is exceedingly difficult for the power of the heart to break through to a higher tier in a short period. Becoming the master of the black market, at least for the present, evidently serves as the most expedient path to achieving this objective. Thus, Luo Tian settled temporarily upon the large tree he had cleared. He pondered meticulously and realized that the disparities between himself and Zhang Baiyu primarily encompassed 3 facets. Firstly, combat awareness. Although he possessed the assistance of heart power, with formidable senses and unparalleled mental calculations, his combat instinct paled in comparison to the nearly instinctual combat awareness exhibited by Zhang Baiyu, which seemed to be on an entirely different level. The combat awareness demonstrated by Zhang Baiyu was fundamentally beyond what should belong to the Silver Secret Realm tier. Consequently, at this moment, Luo Tian found himself at a loss, for to elevate his combat awareness, he had only 2 options. Either to wait until he attained a higher cultivation level, thereby enhancing his reflexes, or to engage in numerous battles to hone his combat instincts, neither of which could be accomplished in a short span. In addition to this, he lagged behind Zhang Baiyu in terms of techniques and secret arts. The Black Tiger Fist he practiced was merely a medium-grade silver technique, and now that he had broken through to the 7th tier of silver, this technique held minimal utility for him. As for the secret arts, the Mo Stone breath-holding technique served only as a supportive art, offering little in the way of combat utility. The Black Tiger Grappling Hand and even the Black Tiger Phantom Blade proved to be of little consequence in battles at his current level. The only technique that he could somewhat rely upon was the object manipulation technique. However, in comparison to the myriad powerful secret arts cultivated by Zhang Baiyu, it offered no significant advantage. Furthermore, the quality of his treasured artifacts fell short. The sword wielded by Zhang Baiyu was at least a high-grade silver treasure, if not a top-tier silver artifact, while he possessed only a grass on the fly and a phantom blade that only functioned effectively in close combat. How could he possibly compete? In circumstances where their cultivation levels were equal, Luo Tian found himself inferior to Zhang Baiyu in every aspect concerning combat power. If he were still able to contend with Zhang Baiyu, it would be nothing short of miraculous. However, after this battle, he had gained insight into his own weaknesses. Self-pity served no purpose. Understanding his shortcomings meant he simply needed to devise strategies to compensate for them. Luo Tian first retrieved the storage rings obtained from Wang Zicheng and the masked man, rummaging through them to extract 7 or 8 tomes. These tomes contained various techniques and secret arts. Simultaneously, he took out the 3 techniques acquired from Zhang Baiyu, which could be cultivated to the black-silver secret realm, and laid them out for careful comparison. Previously, he had envisioned creating a technique uniquely his own, tailored perfectly to his needs. While this notion was commendable, realizing it would require a considerable amount of time. Before pursuing this aspiration, if he sought to bolster his combat strength promptly, the most prudent choice would be to select a technique from those already available that was relatively suited to him. The Su Nu Heart Sutra, the White Tiger Sealing Essence Technique, the 8 dissolutions of the demonic path. However, upon closer examination of the 3 techniques acquired from Zhang Baiyu, a twitch of his lips betrayed his discontent. None of these techniques appeared to be suitable for him. The prerequisite for cultivating the 8 dissolutions of the demonic path was to capture a celestial demon. Where on earth could Luo Tian procure such a creature? As for the other 2 books, they are both techniques that can only be cultivated by women, rendering Luo Tian unable to utilize them. Reluctantly, Luo Tian turned his attention to the techniques extracted from the storage rings of Wang Zicheng and the masked man. The 9 refinements of the Clear Wind Technique and the Black Fiend's Celestial Phenomenon Technique. After studying them for a while, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled. These 2 techniques were indeed quite promising in this world. Aside from the ordinary silver power, there exists attribute silver power. Generally, techniques capable of cultivating attribute silver power are more potent than ordinary ones, with only a few exceptions among the same rank. However, a prerequisite for cultivating these 2 techniques is that one's physique must resonate with the attribute silver power produced by the techniques. He wondered if his physique would meet the requirements. A thought crossed Luo Tian's mind. Typically, the more a body's physique aligns with the cultivated technique, the faster the cultivation speed. Luo Tian had no concerns regarding his cultivation speed. What troubled him was whether his physique could handle these 2 techniques. Contemplating this, he focused his mind and began to sense his physique in accordance with the methods recorded in the 2 techniques. Boom, boom, boom. The surging silver power roared like ocean waves, crashing within Luo Tian's dantian. After a brief period of continuous agitation, the walls of his dantian began to shimmer with a few strands of dark light interspersed with fiery red, a fire attribute and a dark attribute physique. Upon perceiving this scene, Luo Tian's eyes brightened. The cultivation of the 9 refinements of the Clear Wind Technique necessitated a wind attribute physique, while the Black Fiend's Celestial Phenomenon Technique required a dark attribute physique. In his sensing, Luo Tian concluded that his dark attribute physique, while not exceptional, could be deemed above average. With such qualifications, if Wu Feiyun had cultivated a dark attribute technique, he would undoubtedly have achieved much more than his current level. Reflecting on this, Luo Tian stored away the other manuals and carefully reviewed the Black Fiend's Celestial Phenomenon Technique before tucking that volume away as well. Subsequently, he did not immediately begin his cultivation. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the secret techniques seized from Wang Zicheng and the masked man. After a moment, he selected 2 from among those techniques. One was titled The Art of the 100 Ghosts, and the other, strictly speaking, was not a technique but a true explanation called the True Explanation of the Yin-Yang Child Formation. As for the remaining techniques, they were either ill-suited for Luo Tian or required a mastery level above the black-silver secret realm to cultivate. The Art of the 100 Ghosts was a technique of movement, precisely filling a gap in his weaknesses. Although he could currently move his legs like a swift runner under the enhancement of his mental power, this method was not a sustainable solution. As his cultivation advanced, its applicability would inevitably diminish. Meanwhile, the True Explanation of the Yin-Yang Child Formation was a manual on formations. Formations are a profoundly intricate aspect of this world, and Luo Tian wished to experiment with the possibility of combining formations with his object manipulation technique to create a sword array for combat. At the same time, he intended to see if he could successfully refine the ancient banner he had obtained from the masked man through the use of formations. Time for cultivation is timeless. After selecting the appropriate techniques and secret arts, Luo Tian closed his eyes beneath the great tree, indifferent to the fleeting moments as the world around him spun and the stars cascaded. As time flows, in the blink of an eye, 5 days have swiftly passed. During this period, Luo Tian only required half a day, under the control of his mental force, to transform his practiced Black Tiger Fist into the Black Fiend Celestial Technique. In the remaining 4.5 days, he he dedicated 1.5 days to cultivating the 100 Ghosts transmigration technique. The reason it took such an extended duration was due to the necessity of capturing 100 ghostly entities to fully master this technique. Lacking any such entities, Luo Tian had no choice but to shatter the spirit blade in his possession, utilizing the over 100 vengeful souls bound within it from the ancient crocodile village to aid in his cultivation of this technique. As for the remaining time, Luo Tian devoted himself entirely to comprehending the profound truths contained within the Grand Array's true explanation. Though the path of arrays is vast and intricate, challenging to learn and master, it proved to be a most suitable avenue for Luo Tian, who possessed a keen mental force. After 3 days, while he did not claim to have comprehended every detail of this Grand Array's true explanation, he had certainly grasped its essence to a considerable degree. This true explanation was, in fact, the lifelong insights of a practitioner named Ming Yangzi from the Black-Silver Secret Realm, encompassing almost all his understanding of array techniques. Of course, even if Luo Tian were to thoroughly comprehend this detailed explanation, there would still be certain formations he could not deploy due to insufficient strength. Has it finally emerged? On this day? As Luo Tian was attempting to combine the array with his material manipulation technique to control a flying sword, a sudden impulse stirred within him, prompting him to gaze towards the entrance of the underground black market. Through his perception, he sensed 3 waves of mental energy, steeped in resentment towards him, flowing continuously from that direction. From the intensity of these waves, it was evident that 2 originated from practitioners of the 6th rank in silver, while the other was only at the 1st rank. I have truly waited far too long for you. Upon sensing this scene, a faint smile emerged at the corner of Luo Tian's mouth. Chapter 43. The Duel. The cycle of the 5 elements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 branches, sharpened to a fine point under Luo Tian's control, aligned in a straight line, resembling a school of small fish as they cut through the air, leaving behind a trail of grayish cold light before consecutively piercing into the trunk of a distant large tree. Boom. With a resounding crash, a hollow the size of an infant's fist suddenly appeared in the trunk of the tree. At last, success. Luo Tian smiled gently. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to select a minor 5 elements array from the true explanation of Ming Yangzi's array technique to combine with his 5-layer material manipulation technique. The previous strike was a testament to his recent accomplishments. However, as his treasured sword was insufficient, he had to resort to using the sharpened branches in lieu of a flying sword. Furthermore, had he not mastered the minor 5 elements sword array beforehand, he would have never been capable of delivering such a powerful blow with mere branches. There was no need for a highly refined treasure. He merely needed to return briefly to Qingbei town and retrieve all of the Zhou family's grass on the fly to set up the minor 5 elements sword array, which would undoubtedly enhance its power tremendously. A thought sparked in Luo Tian's mind. Previously, when he controlled ordinary swords to confront Zhang Baiyu, those swords were easily reduced to remnants in a single encounter. However, if he were to replace all the swords he controlled with secret treasures, even if they were merely of the lowest grade, the outcome would certainly not be as pitiful as before. With such thoughts lingering in his mind, he sensed the distant waves of spiritual fluctuations, and with a swift motion, he leaped down from the tree, whoosh, accompanied by a throng of spectral shadows swirling beneath his feet. Luo Tian's figure soared forth, covering a distance of 30 to 40 meters. Yet, despite the smile adorning his face, the presence of these phantoms cast an eerie aura around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Utilizing the 100 Ghosts body technique in rapid succession, Luo Tian moved through the woods like a wraith, traversing hundreds of meters in mere breaths. However, this speed was not significantly greater than when he previously employed his mental force to hasten his legs. Nonetheless, in terms of peculiarity and ease, it surpassed that method by leaps and bounds. Moreover, once he advances to a higher realm of cultivation and harnesses the might of silver more powerfully to activate this secret technique, his speed would undoubtedly increase further. To his astonishment, this outing had unfolded so many unforeseen events. The outside world was indeed fraught with peril. He had initially believed that his strength was commendable around the periphery of Langmang Mountain, yet a mere individual at the 5th tier of silver had managed to toy with him in such a manner. Upon returning, he vowed to enter seclusion and cultivate to the 7th tier of silver, or better yet, the 8th tier, swearing never to emerge again. A repetitive voice echoed through the forest, seemingly resolute in establishing a personal goal. What of reaching the 7th tier of silver, or the 8th? Did one wish to seek vengeance upon him? Of course, if he did not. The thought was abruptly interrupted as a massive black tiger head lifted, trembling as it addressed the figure that had suddenly appeared before it. Forbear. Simultaneously, A strikingly beautiful yet delicate pair, a large and a small woman, stood beside the black tiger, their bodies stiffening as they gazed up at the figure emerging from the woods. Undoubtedly, this trio consisted of the black tiger, He Hu, Zhou Shulan, and Yin Xiaoqian. The figure stepping forth from the forest was none other than Luo Tian. "It seems you all have been faring well these past few days," Luo Tian remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his features, akin to that of an old friend. Yet, as the trio beheld the smile on Luo Tian's face, an increasing sense of trepidation enveloped them. They could hardly fathom that Luo Tian had truly emerged from the labyrinth, and even after so many days, he had not departed but rather awaited their return. Inwardly, they cursed Luo Tian for his peculiar fixation on them, the demons. "Forbear. After you left the black market, Zhan Baiyu took 5 days to seize control of the core formations governing the black market, subsequently expelling all of us, I swear. Although he inquired about our relationship with you, we have absolutely not betrayed you." "Betrayed me? What could you possibly betray me with?" Luo Tian chuckled, yet his expression soon shifted as he furrowed his brow. "So, he expelled everyone from the black market, which means he himself remained there." Observing Luo Tian's demeanor, He Hu realized that Luo Tian harbored intentions towards the black market. He considered shaking his head to deceive Luo Tian into venturing towards a more formidable human faction, potentially leading him to his demise. However, upon meeting Luo Tian's profound gaze, one that seemed capable of piercing through any of his thoughts, he shivered involuntarily, refraining from any concealment. "Indeed, senior, from my observations of Zhan Baiyu, it appears he will remain there for the foreseeable future. Is that so?" Judging by the fluctuations emanating from He Hu's mind, Luo Tian discerned that he was not being deceitful. Contemplating this, Luo Tian glanced at He Hu and remarked, "You possess a keen sense of understanding and have not misled me. In that case, you shall escort me back to the location where we first encountered one another, after which you may depart." Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, He Hu, along with the trio of Zhou Shulan, Yin Xiaoqian, experienced a surge of excitement intertwined with trepidation. The thrill stemmed from finally glimpsing a ray of hope amid the enveloping darkness, while the apprehension arose from uncertainty regarding Luo Tian's character this time around. Once more astride He Hu's back, Luo Tian closed his eyes, relishing the gentle breeze brushing past his ears while pondering his future plans. He harbored no fear of a surprise attack from He Hu and his companions, for he would sense their intentions the moment they stirred. "Does your He Hu clan possess 2 formidable beings from the Black-Silver secret realm?" After mentally reviewing his plans, Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes and inquired of He Hu. "Indeed." He Hu promptly replied, "Currently, our He Hu clan is governed by the 2nd and 3rd clan leaders." "2nd clan leader, 3rd clan leader?" Luo Tian expressed mild astonishment. "What of your clan's great leader?" "Our great leader fell at the hands of an elder from the White Whale faction over a decade ago." He Hu spoke with a hint of bitterness. "However, our 2nd and 3rd clan leaders hold steadfast to their loyalty and have yet to usurp the position of the great leader. I see." Luo Tian slowly shook his head. This matter bore little relevance to him. He then turned his gaze towards Yin Xiaoqian, who could only keep pace with He Hu under Zhou Shulan's guidance, and inquired, "I have heard that this lady is the fiancée of your young clan leader?" As Luo Tian posed this question, He Hu fortuitously arrived at the very spot where he had first encountered Luo Tian. "Indeed, Yin Xiaoqian is the betrothed of our 2nd clan leader's son, Zhuang Zhiping," He Hu affirmed. Dismounting from He Hu's back, Luo Tian pointed at Yin Xiaoqian and declared, "In that case, upon your return, inform them that I have taken this lady. Should your 2nd clan leader desire his daughter-in-law, let him come forth to challenge me. If he arrives, I shall return her unharmed. If he does not, how I choose to deal with her remains uncertain." "Senior." The 3 demons of He Hu suddenly appeared anxious upon hearing this. "What? Is this something you cannot convey?" Luo Tian's tone turned frigid. The trio's expression stiffened, fully aware of Luo Tian's unreliable character. Yet, given their own capabilities, they dared not defy his commands. Although Luo Tian's revealed cultivation was merely at the 7th rank of silver, he exuded an aura of profound mystery. Seeing the 3 demons who dared not speak, Luo Tian coldly chuckled and said, "In that case, you may return and report back to AS for the time. Let it be set for 5 days hence, and the location shall be the entrance to the underground black market." "Yes, senior." After a moment's hesitation, He Hu and Zhou Shulan slowly withdrew from Luo Tian's presence, while Yin Xiaoqian, with her eyes reddened, wallowed in self-pity, unable to comprehend why she was so unfortunate. Once He Hu and Zhou Shulan had distanced themselves, Luo Tian turned to Yin Xiaoqian and said, "Let us depart. Having been out for so long, it is time we return to see how things fare." Yin Xiaoqian was taken aback. unsure of Luo Tian's intent. Chapter 44. A good deed under a false name. Please? No. I beg you. Spare me, spare me. Although Langmang Mountain was not insignificant in size, Luo Tian's remarkable memory ensured he would not lose his way. With Nian Shaoqian in tow, he swiftly traversed the terrain and soon arrived at the mountain's edge. However, just as they were about to leave Langmang Mountain, Luo Tian's ears perked up as he caught the sound of a woman desperately pleading for mercy amidst the gentle breeze. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the source of the voice. If it were not too troublesome, he had always been inclined to perform acts of kindness. Amidst the throngs of spectral figures, a few swift movements allowed Luo Tian to glimpse, through the lush greenery, a woman struggling beneath the weight of a black dog several dozen meters away at a dog demon. After a moment of surprise, Luo Tian's gaze fell upon a jade pendant hanging from the neck of the dog demon, intricately carved with the image of a white whale. A dog demon from the white whale sect? Witnessing this scene, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. The white whale sect was the most formidable force in the entire white whale prefecture, boasting several powerful individuals from the realm of the Cain secret. Alas, it was merely a dog. With this thought in mind, Luo Tian came to a halt, setting Nian Shaoqian down beside him. Stay here obediently. You know my capabilities. Should you dare to flee, I shall catch you and stew you. With that, he disregarded Nian Shaoqian's trembling form and, in a single motion, leaped several dozen meters into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the dog demon, who was tearing at the woman's clothing, flying upwards for over 20 meters. During this process, his bones and facial muscles underwent a rapid transformation, and in the blink of an eye, he resembled Zhan Baiyu to a remarkable degree. The dog demon, struck by Luo Tian, let out a wretched howl as it plummeted from the sky. Its hind legs tightly clamped together, thrashing and writhing as if attempting to alleviate its suffering through distraction. Who are you? Do you not know I am from the white whale sect? It snarled, its fierce gaze directed at Luo Tian, which seemed to wish to devour him whole. Yet the pain that shot through its core elicited pitiful cries, stripping it of its former authority. Name unchanged in descent, surname Zhan, given name Baiyu, Luo Tian proclaimed with pride, his chest puffed out as he gazed defiantly at the dog demon. Upon hearing Luo Tian announce his name, the canine demon immediately gritted its teeth and exclaimed, Zhan Baiyu, you are doomed. How dare you lay a hand on me? My master is not far away. When he arrives, I shall ensure he flays your skin and strips your muscles. Humph! Flay my skin and strip my muscles? The white whale sect is a prestigious establishment, yet they harbor such a vile creature as you. I would say that even a gentle kick from me would be a mere trifle. To kick you to death would be no injustice. Luo Tian's words were imbued with righteous fervor. To the unacquainted observer, he would appear as a man of virtue and honor. He sneered and continued. Moreover, do not think that just because your master is on his way, I shall refrain from seeking him out. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. I am eager to see what kind of hypocritical visage he possesses to allow such a wretched beast like you to roam free. You have quite the audacity. The canine demon was left dumbfounded. In other states, such words might not have been remarkable, but here in the domain of the white whale sect, it was the first time it had witnessed someone so brazenly dismissive of their authority. At that moment, the woman who had previously been pinned down by the demon finally managed to rise from the ground. She covered her exposed skin with her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment as she bowed to Luo Tian and said, Young Master Zhan, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Were it not for you, Luo Tian glanced at the woman. Perhaps due to the canine's differing aesthetic sensibilities, she was not particularly tall, yet appeared to weigh around 170 to 180 pounds, especially with the large dark blue birthmark adorned with black hair on her forehead and left cheek. There is no need for excessive formality. Mississippi I, Zhan Baiyu, cannot abide such vile creatures. Please wait a moment. Once I have dispatched this beast, I shall escort you home. With that, Luo Tian turned his attention back to the canine demon. From the demon's reaction after he had kicked it moments ago, it was evident that its cultivation was likely at the 4th or 5th tier of silver. Given Luo Tian's strength, killing it would require no effort at all. As his gaze fell upon the demon, it felt a chill run down its spine. The arrogance it had previously displayed, bolstered by its status as a pet of the white whale sect, vanished in an instant. The greater the cultivator's strength, the more formidable their presence. At this moment, the demon sensed that Luo Tian's aura was not inferior to that of its master. Whoosh! Upon releasing such a presence, the demon's eyes darted, and without a moment's hesitation, it turned its head and fled, its legs propelling it swiftly into the distance. Trying to escape, Luo Tian retrieved the last remaining ordinary sword from his storage ring, grasped it firmly, and gave chase. "Master, save me! Someone is trying to kill me!" The canine demon cried out desperately as it fled. "Humph! I shall see what sort of person dares to lay a hand on my pet." Just after the demon's cries echoed, a figure clad in white emerged swiftly from the distant woods, moving with such speed that it resembled a flash of lightning, arriving in an instant between the canine demon and Luo Tian. Whoosh! Luo Tian abruptly halted, gazing coldly at the youth clad in white who stood before him. "Is this dog demon yours?" he inquired, his voice laced with disdain. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Luo Tian, indicative of a late-stage Silver Realm practitioner, the white-clad youth momentarily froze, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Who are you? And why have you laid hands on my pet?" "Why?" Luo Tian cast a sidelong glance at the youth before shifting his gaze to the dog demon cowering behind him. "You might inquire with it why I am compelled to eliminate it. What trouble have you brought upon yourself this time?" The white-clad youth retorted, turning sharply to scold the black dog. The dog demon gulped nervously. "Mastered, I merely took a fancy to a human woman. She was simply too beautiful, and in the heat of the moment." "Humph! This is hardly the first time. Upon our return, I shall confine you for 3 years." The white-clad youth's anger surged, causing him to tremble with rage. He then turned back to Luo Tian, saying, "My apologies, dear Sird, my dog does have a rather lascivious nature, but rest assured, I shall deal with it severely once we return. I implore you, for the sake of our Bai Jing sect, to spare its life this time." I apologize for neglecting to introduce myself earlier. I am Zhuang Zhiping, a core disciple of the Bai Jing sect. My father serves as the elder steward of the Black Silver Realm within our sect. If you could be so kind as to spare this dog demon, I assure you that when you visit our Bai Jing sect in the future, you shall be met with the utmost hospitality. He wished to avoid confrontation with Luo Tian. Although the aura radiating from Luo Tian was not as potent as his own, the presence of such a young late-stage Silver Realm cultivator suggested an extraordinary background. Alone and unaccompanied, he dared not act recklessly, even with his status as a core disciple of the Bai Jing sect. "Spare it?" Luo Tian pondered for a moment before taking a deep breath. "Very well, in light of the Bai Jing sect, I shall grant it a reprieve." The white-clad youth's face lit up with relief upon hearing this, however. Just then, Luo Tian suddenly drew forth his soul-treasured flying sword, Grass on the Fly, and, employing his telekinetic prowess, propelled the sword forward with remarkable speed. The sword sliced through the air, leaving behind an elegant white streak, akin to a shark's fin parting the water's surface. At that moment, Luo Tian summoned a tenth of his heart's power, which had reached the 7th tier, and infused it entirely into the portion of silver energy he was about to consolidate for his telekinetic net. Under such enhancement, that segment of silver energy instantaneously surged from the 7th tier to the 8th. This was the limit of Luo Tian's current capabilities, drawing upon a tenth of his heart's power all at once. "You dare!" the white-clad youth exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury coursing through him. He swiftly retrieved a resplendent golden shield, positioning it before the dog demon, which was peeking out from behind him. Yet, at that very moment, the sound of the sword's resonance filled the air. Under Luo Tian's control, the treasured flying sword, just 2 meters from the dog demon, abruptly spun, tracing a mesmerizing and unfathomable arc before slicing towards the white-clad youth's fair neck with chilling precision. From beginning to end, this young man in white is the true target of Luo Tian. As the core disciple of the White Whale sect and the offspring of the elder responsible for the Black Silver Secret Realm, only someone of such stature would serve a purpose in his demise. Chapter 45. Leave you to deliver the message. As Luo Tian abruptly altered the trajectory of his flying sword from attacking the black dog to targeting Zhuang Zhiping's pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to fathom that Luo Tian would dare to strike against him. In a flash of thought, he hastily summoned back the golden shield that had been protecting the black dog, positioning it before himself. However, witnessing this scene, Luo Tian showed no signs of hesitation, continuing to manipulate the treasured flying sword towards Zhuang Zhiping. Whoosh! Just as the treasured flying sword approached the golden shield, Luo Tian's will shifted once more, and with the simultaneous exertion of 5 control nets, the treasured flying sword instantly altered its course again. Sizzle! This change was akin to a shark sensing blood. Turning abruptly, the sharp blade grazed the edge of the shield, sparking a flurry of intense flames, before with a splatter, the sword light was drowned by the gushing blood, and a head, contorted in a grotesque expression of disbelief, fell to the ground with a thud. In a direct confrontation, Luo Tian would likely require considerable effort to slay Zhuang Zhiping, who possessed the cultivation of Silver 8, surpassing Luo Tian by a level. Yet, taken by surprise, Zhuang Zhiping was ambushed by Luo Tian and fell in just one exchange. This was not indicative of Zhuang Zhiping's lack of strength. Rather, it was Luo Tian's mastery of the 5th tier of the control technique, augmented by the power of his mind, that rendered him adept at stealthy strikes. Recalling the treasured flying sword, Luo Tian gently ran his hand along the blade's edge, noting the unsightly nicks resembling those inflicted by a dog's bite, and shook his head in regret. His sole treasured flying sword, after a few more uses, would likely be rendered useless. You dare to kill my master? As Zhuang Zhiping's body crumpled to the ground, the black dog suddenly snapped back to reality, staring at Luo Tian as if he were a ferocious demon. It barked furiously. Do you not know his identity? You have slain him. Are you not afraid of retribution from the White Whale sect? An untrained dog reflects its master's shortcomings. What is wrong with my killing him? Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. Yet the black dog did not look at Luo Tian. After its furious barking, it slowly approached Zhuang Zhiping's severed head, picking it up and returning it to the neck. Once it completed this act, it turned back, its eyes blazing red, fixating on Luo Tian, declaring, "Did you not come to kill me? Go ahead." However, Luo Tian simply shook his head and said, "I previously promised your master that I would not kill you, and so I shall not. Why will you not kill me, Wu?" The black dog howled to the heavens, then suddenly charged at Luo Tian. Swoosh! The sword light flashed, and the treasured flying sword once again soared from Luo Tian's hand. As the blade passed, the black dog was instantly cleaved into 5 pieces, collapsing helplessly to the ground, its 4 legs severed in an instant, reduced to mere sticks. "Oh, spare your life, of course, is to keep you alive, so you may send word to the White Whale sect. Otherwise, would I not have killed you for naught?" Reflecting silently, Luo Tian summoned his will, employing his telekinesis to retrieve the storage ring from Zhuang Zhiping's hand. Afterward, he glanced at the black dog, which lay on the ground, struggling to roll toward Zhuang Zhiping, and declared, "Mark my words. If you seek revenge, head to the underground black market north of Langming Mountain. 5 days hence. I shall make an appearance there with that." Luo Tian paid no heed to the dog's reaction, and with a flicker of his form, vanished from the battlefield. Quite obedient, indeed. Moments later, Luo Tian returned to the spot where he had cast aside Nian Shaoqian. Observing her despondently leaning against a grand tree, an inexplicable smile crept across his face. The sight of Luo Tian prompted a twitch at the corner of Nian Shaoqian's lips, instantly realizing that he had undoubtedly engaged in some mischief once more, which he would assuredly attribute to Zhan Baiyu. Luo Tian, noticing her expression, smiled again, and with a mere thought, his physique and visage began to transform rapidly. In a brief span, he adopted a new appearance. Still not that of Wu Feiyun, but rather, Zhuang Zhiping. Once he had assumed Zhuang Zhiping's guise, Luo Tian turned to Nian Shaoqian and said, "Please turn around. I need to change my attire." Curiosity piqued, Nian Shaoqian wondered what scheme Luo Tian was concocting. Yet feeling bashful, she complied and turned her back. After she had done so, Luo Tian rummaged through Wu Feiyun's storage ring, extracting a token that signified his identity as a core disciple of the White Whale sect, along with a smooth, white silk embroidered robe. After scrutinizing the token carefully, he hesitated not, swiftly donning the white robe. He then styled his hair to resemble Zhuang Zhiping's. As for his shoes, he deemed it unnecessary to change them. "Very well, we may depart now," he proclaimed. Having completed his task, Luo Tian approached Nian Shaoqian, grasped her arm, and activated the 100 Ghosts transmigration technique, drifting toward the outskirts of Langmeng Mountain. "My lady, the vicious dog has been dealt with, yet Zhan has matters to attend to, so I shall not escort you home. Walk toward the sun, and you shall soon be free of Langming Mountain." As he took his leave, Luo Tian did not forget to glance back, calling out to the woman who still awaited him, "Young Master Zhan, do not forget this humble girl. I shall miss you dearly." As his words faded, a mournful wail echoed from afar, emanating from the woman. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, shortly after his departure, the rotund woman, weighing nearly 170 to 180 pounds, suddenly cast a cold gaze toward the direction in which the black dog had fled. She murmured to herself, "The beast of the White Whale sect dares to set its sights on me, nearly ruining my exquisite form. Humph! Were it not for my current peculiar state." However, despite young Master Zhan's somewhat unrefined appearance, his kind heart and considerable cultivation were commendable. If only as she spoke, a hint of rosy hue blossomed on the side of her face, unmarred by the black mark, in the vicinity of Pinglang City. Particularly near Qingbei town, the area is rather remote, and disciples from prominent sects like the White Whale sect typically do not venture here. With the impending day for the recruitment of disciples by the White Whale sect drawing near, it is my conjecture that Zhuang Zhiping has arrived for this very purpose. As he hurriedly escorted Nian Xiaoqian, Luo Tian pondered the reasons behind Zhuang Zhiping's presence in this locale. He refrained from inquiring of the black dog, wishing instead to ascertain Zhuang Zhiping's intentions. Once he returned to Qingbei town and made a casual circuit in front of the Zhou residence, all would be revealed. Chapter 46. The Stench of Blood. As he raced along the path, upon reaching Qingbei town, Luo Tian slowed his pace, gently setting Nian Xiaoqian down and instructing her to follow closely behind. He then adopted an expression of a newcomer, surveying the surroundings as he made his way toward the heart of the small town. During his stroll, Luo Tian observed numerous unfamiliar figures, predominantly young talents hailing from various other towns. Reckoning the time, he recalled that the competition for young cultivators from 10 towns, which he had initially orchestrated, must have already taken place. The presence of these cultivators from other towns indicated they were likely awaiting Zhuang Zhiping or other representatives from the White Whale sect to come and recruit disciples. Within the White Whale sect, disciples classified as outer sect members are those at the silver rank, ranging from 1st to 3rd levels. Inner sect members are those at the 4th to 6th levels, while core disciples occupy the 7th to 9th levels. Zhuang Zhiping, possessing an 8th level of silver rank cultivation, is a core disciple of the White Whale sect. Ascending further, one finds the 10th level of prospective true disciples and the true disciples of the black silver rank. As Luo Tian traversed the bustling streets, he noticed that the once lively thoroughfare fell eerily silent upon his approach. In particular, the young talents from various towns regarded him with fervent gazes. Indeed, it appeared that Zhuang Zhiping was the principal figure responsible for this recruitment mission, yet he remained uncertain whether these individuals recognized him from a previous visit or if the White Whale sect had disseminated his likeness beforehand. Typically, the White Whale sect sends ahead the image of the responsible party whenever they embark on a recruitment mission, which has become an unspoken custom. Just as Luo Tian contemplated this, a figure clad in green attire approached him, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Might I ask if you are the esteemed Zhuang Zhiping of the White Whale sect?" Taken aback for a moment, Luo Tian smiled slightly. He had initially intended to take a leisurely stroll in front of the Zhou residence for confirmation, but it seemed that this was no longer necessary. Turning to the young man in green, he replied, "Indeed, I am Zhuang Zhiping. And you are? Esteemed sir, I am Qiu Tian from the Qiu family of Guan Town." The young man in green promptly introduced himself. Noticing the expression on Luo Tian's face, he continued, "Sir, as this is your first time here, you may be unfamiliar with the area. I have been in Qingbei town for a while. If it pleases you, I would be honored to guide you." Beside Luo Tian, Nian Xiaoqian, upon hearing this, glanced at the eagerly anticipating Qiu Tianji, uncertain of how to articulate the intricate emotions swirling within her. Having lived in Qingbei town for a considerable time, she was well aware that Qiu Tianji was the most exceptional young talent in Guyuan town, possessing the remarkable cultivation of silver level 4. In fact, he was one of the few practitioners in the surrounding towns to have reached the mid-level of silver cultivation. However, Nian Xiaoqian silently regarded Luo Tian. After parting ways with He Hu and Zhou Shulan, Luo Tian had revealed to her the visage of Wu Fei Yun. "Very well," Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Addressing Qiu Tianji, "There's no need to visit other places. Simply take me directly to the Wu family. Additionally, do tell me if there have been any interesting happenings in Qingbei town these past few days." "Yes, my lord," Qiu Tianji responded, his face illuminating with excitement. Given his cultivation level, joining the White Whale sect was indeed within reach. Moreover, after a 2-month adaptation period, he could seamlessly transition into an inner disciple of the sect. Yet, despite the allure of becoming an inner disciple, he believed that securing a core disciple as a support was far more crucial. His talent had taken him over a decade to cultivate from nothing to silver level 4, and to ascend from silver level 4 to silver level 7 would require extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, even with the enhanced resources from joining the White Whale sect, such an endeavor was nearly impossible. Furthermore, even if he were to eventually attain silver level 7, should he fail to achieve this feat before turning 30, he would be deemed too old to be granted the title of core disciple. In the vicinity of the dozen or so towns, he was hailed as a prodigy, yet within the White Whale sect, only practitioners who reached silver level 7 before the age of 30 could receive the esteemed designation of core disciple. As for the prodigies of the White Whale sect, they were required to attain silver level 10 before reaching 30. Contemplating these matters, Qiu Tianji, slender in stature with a conspicuous black mole the size of a fingernail above his left eye, carefully chose his words as he led Luo Tian and remarked, "Qingbei town is rather small. I fear many matters may not capture your lordship's interest. Since you have come to recruit disciples, allow me to share insights about the recent 10 Towns practitioner competition. Very well, Luo Tian replied with a slight smile, expressing genuine interest, while casting a glance at Nian Shaoqian. She bit her lip, remaining silent. Had it not been for Zhou Shulan rescuing him from the Wu family's dungeon with the aid of 3 rat demons, she would have dutifully adorned herself as per Luo Tian's request, becoming a coveted object of pursuit among the practitioners during the burgeoning competition. In this forthcoming practitioner competition, there were a total of 43 participants, 4 of whom, like him, possessed the cultivation of silver level 4. The other 3 were Fan Zehai from Shigui Town, Li Xingqiao from Chaoyu Town, and Wu Feihong from Qingbei Town. In this competition, Wu Feihong outmaneuvered me, securing first place, while I claimed the second position. Fan Zehai. Luo Tian listened with a smile as Qiu Tianji recounted the events. Unfortunately, he was unable to participate in the contest, and the rewards he had prepared were no longer applicable. Naturally, the cultivators who entered the competition did not submit the entrance fee of 50 taels of silver he had set. However, with over 40 individuals each paying 50 taels, it seemed substantial in the past, yet now, thousands of taels of silver no longer held any significance for him. After all, on this outing, disregarding the wealth within the storage rings of the masked man and Wang Zicheng, the silver alone contained within Zhuang Zhiping's storage ring amounted to tens of thousands of taels. With such a fortune, if time permitted, he could venture out to a larger cultivator shop and easily purchase dozens of secret treasure flying swords akin to Chao Shangfei. Moreover, should he factor in the wealth of Wang Zicheng and the masked man, he could procure not only silver-grade treasures, but even several black silver-grade artifacts. Of course, while Luo Tian did not place much value on wealth, he would never disdain having an abundance of it. Contemplating this, he cast a meaningful glance at Qiu Tianji, who was guiding him, as well as the surrounding cultivators who gazed at Qiu Tianji with envious expressions. He felt little nostalgia for Qingbei Town. This time, his intention was to leverage Zhuang Zhiping's identity to gain something before departing. The Wu family. Shortly after Qiu Tianji's narration, the 2 of them and a demon arrived at the entrance of the Wu family estate. However, upon arrival, Luo Tian's brow furrowed slightly, as he faintly detected a hint of blood in the air emanating from the tightly shut gates of the Wu family. Chapter 47. A distasteful interest. Bang, bang, bang. Qiu Tianji approached the gates of the Wu family and knocked firmly. Luo Tian observed silently from behind, his brow knitted in contemplation. With the enhancement of his heart's power, his heightened senses clearly picked up a strong scent of blood wafting from the Wu family's courtyard. Normally, the gates of the Wu family were wide open. Creak. Shortly after the knock, 2 burly men warily pushed the gates open. One of the men glanced at Qiu Tianji and frowned, saying, "Ah, it is young Master Qiu. I did not expect your visit to our Wu residence." Before he could finish, his gaze swept over to Luo Tian. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Ah, it is Master Zhuang. Please, come in quickly. I shall inform our family head to welcome you." With that, the man exchanged a glance with the other gatekeeper and swiftly hurried into the inner courtyard of the Wu family. Evidently, the servants of the Wu family were familiar with Zhuang Zhiping's likeness. What could have transpired within the Wu family? As the other gatekeeper entered, Luo Tian glanced around and suddenly inquired. The gatekeeper, startled by the question, looked at Luo Tian in astonishment and replied without hesitation. "Master, your insight is remarkable. In recent days, our Wu family has unknowingly offended some formidable figure, and several of our servants have perished during the night." "Oh?" Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is it true? With your family head's strength, has he not managed to apprehend the perpetrator behind these events?" The subordinate glanced around furtively before whispering to Luo Tian, "My lord, that individual's movements are exceedingly peculiar and utterly unpredictable. Not only have we been unable to capture him, but even our family head remains entirely ignorant of what he looks like." Luo Tian furrowed his brow. Wu Lingfeng had already attained the pinnacle of Silver 6th stage, and the silver power within him had begun to mist, merely a step away from reaching the Silver 7th stage. Yet, the fact that he was utterly oblivious to the appearance of that individual indicated that the turmoil surrounding the Wu family indeed possessed a certain level of capability. At this moment, Qiu Tianji, who had entered alongside Luo Tian, suddenly realized why the gates of the Wu family had remained firmly shut for the past few days. Just as he was pondering this, hurried footsteps approached from a distance, and shortly thereafter, a figure appeared alongside the previous gatekeeper, a towering man. "Lord Zhuang, I am Wu Feihong of the Wu family. It is an honor to meet you." Accompanying the burly man was none other than Wu Feihong, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, exuding an aura of grandeur. Upon seeing Wu Feihong, Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Within a mere fortnight, Wu Feihong's presence had grown significantly stronger. After surveying Wu Feihong briefly, Luo Tian suddenly inquired, "Why have you come alone? Where is your father?" His tone carried a hint of displeasure. "My lord, due to the threats we have faced at night, my father is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to Silver 7th stage. Before he entered seclusion, he instructed that no one should disturb him at this time." Hence, Wu Feihong displayed an apologetic expression towards Luo Tian. "I see." Luo Tian replied with an understanding nod. He then stated, "Given the difficulties faced by the Wu family, I cannot stand idly by. I shall take residence in your home tonight. Please arrange for my accommodation. I am eager to uncover who dares to commit indiscriminate slaughter here." Wu Lingfeng had once been an inner disciple of the White Whale sect and was reputed to be a prodigious talent within their ranks. With prospects of ascending to core disciple status before turning 30. However, due to unknown circumstances, he suffered a setback in his foundation, leading to the grim prognosis that he would likely never break through to Silver 7th stage. Consequently, he voluntarily departed from the White Whale sect and established the Wu family in Qingbei town. Thus, it was customary for most disciples recruited by the White Whale sect to reside with the Wu family. Wu Feihong immediately responded, "Rest assured, my lord, we have already prepared accommodations for you at the Wu family." After saying this, he cast a fervent and somewhat anxious glance at the maid following Luo Tian. "My lord, may I inquire about this lady?" Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, "This lady is my maid." "So you have an issue with that, maid?" Upon hearing this, Wu Feihong's expression stiffened, and he appeared somewhat pale. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "To be honest, my lord, this lady was once a resident of our Qingbei town. Should she have offended you, I hope you might spare her, considering our Wu family's reputation." "Spare her?" Luo Tian glanced at Wu Feihong with a smile that was not quite a smile, and then remarked, "What, do you truly believe that, given my status, I would force her to do anything? This young woman has willingly chosen to be my maid. If you doubt it, you may ask her yourself." From the mental waves emanating from Wu Feihong, Luo Tian discerned that, merely a fortnight prior, Wu Feihong had just advanced to the 4th tier of silver. Yet now he had remarkably ascended to the 5th tier. Though this pace was considerably slower than his own, for others, it was akin to soaring. Wu Feihong was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Nian Shaoqian. Upon meeting his gaze, Nian Shaoqian immediately turned her head away. While she held a favorable impression of Wu Feihong and recognized his intentions to assist her, no one present understood Luo Tian's formidable strength better than she did. She was acutely aware that even if Luo Tian's identity were revealed, his prowess would allow him to carve a path through any adversaries, and he could easily extinguish her life before that. Witnessing Nian Shaoqian's reaction, Wu Feihong's already pallid complexion turned as white as paper. "Very well, you should lead the way now," Luo Tian said nonchalantly. "Yes, Master Zhuang," Wu Feihong replied, after a brief moment of hesitation, and then somewhat unsteadily turned to guide Luo Tian to the guest quarters of the Wu family. In a short while, the group arrived before a quaint building. The guest quarters of the Wu family were generally reserved for their most esteemed guests, thus they were no less lavish than Wu Feiyun's residence. Upon arriving, Wu Feihong, whose complexion had improved somewhat, addressed Luo Tian, "Master, this will be your quarters. All the rooms have been cleaned in advance, and there are maids in the house. You may dispose of them as you wish." As Luo Tian entered the small building and observed the 6 maids standing on either side, he shook his head at Wu Feihong and said, "Dismiss the others. I only require Shaoqian to accompany me." Wu Feihong's fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Yet he understood that no amount of resistance would be of any avail given Luo Tian's overwhelming strength. "Yes, you may all leave." Wu Feihong waved his hand, sending all the maids away. Seeing this, Luo Tian smiled faintly, "And you? You may leave as well. I am somewhat weary from my journey, and I shall rest with Shaoqian for the time being." "Yes, master," Qiu Tianji responded immediately, retreating at once. Though he wished to cultivate a closer rapport with Luo Tian, he recognized the boundaries. Wu Feihong cast a lingering glance at Nian Shaoqian. Had she shown even the slightest reluctance at that moment, he would have fought tooth and nail to take her away. However, to his dismay and heartache, apart from her initial reaction, Nian Shaoqian had not looked at him again. Indeed, it seemed that all of this was merely my one-sided infatuation. Wu Feihong closed his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, and left Luo Tian's room in a daze. "It appears that my brother is quite taken with you. Tell me, do you feel any flutter of the heart?" Once Wu Feihong had departed, Luo Tian cast a knowing glance at Nian Shaoqian. She merely glanced at him before walking to the side, pulling out a chair to sit down, completely ignoring him. Having spent considerable time in the company of Luo Tian, she has come to discern his peculiar tastes, understanding that his greatest delight lies in witnessing the hatred others harbor towards him, while they remain utterly powerless to affect him. Sensing the faint waves of emotion emanating from Yin Shaoqian, Luo Tian disinterestedly shook his head and remarked, "This behavior of yours is quite unseemly, truly unbecoming. Unless absolutely necessary, I seldom resort to taking lives, as I perceive that most individuals possess their own value. However, should you continue in this manner, if one day you provoke my ire, I may indeed commit some regrettable act." "What should I do then?" Yin Shaoqian replied with a dismissive glance at Luo Tian. As he ascended the staircase to the small building, he turned back to her and advised, "It would be wise for you to harbor some fear of me, or perhaps find a reason to reflect upon me daily with gratitude." Gratitude? For refraining from stewing me thus far? She thought bitterly, watching as Luo Tian's figure disappeared from view. Yes, precisely, that is the way. Suddenly, Luo Tian's nonchalant voice drifted down from the upper floor, leaving Yin Shaoqian momentarily speechless. "With my heart's power at the 7th stage, I now have the time to cultivate the art of object manipulation to the 7th tier." Upon entering the bedroom upstairs, Luo Tian took a brief respite before immersing himself in his training once more. Previously, he had been unable to allocate time to advance the art of object manipulation to the 7th tier. But now, at last, he had the opportunity. As for the individual causing turmoil within the Wu family over the past few days, he held a modicum of interest, though it ultimately depended on his availability. Time swiftly slipped away amidst his cultivation. Gradually, the setting sun retreated behind the horizon, and darkness began to envelop the earth. Chapter 48. 3 treasures. Night descended. 7 sharpened branches, under Luo Tian's command, danced above his head like intertwining ethereal serpents. The room was enveloped in darkness. Luo Tian did not light a lamp, for with his current prowess, illumination was unnecessary. Though he had successfully cultivated the art of object manipulation to the 7th tier, he lamented the absence of suitable treasures. He slowly shook his head. Now, he was capable of deploying a small 5-element sword array with a flying sword, significantly enhancing his combat power. Yet, lacking swords in hand rendered him as helpless as a skilled artisan without raw materials. After slaying Zhuang Zhiping, he had meticulously examined the contents of Zhuang's storage ring, discovering not only several tens of thousands of taels of silver, but also 3 superior-grade treasures. This alone demonstrated Zhuang Zhiping's worthiness as a core disciple of the White Whale sect. Regrettably, among those 3 superior treasures, one was a golden shield, another a bell capable of disturbing the mind, and the last, a gourd that could emit flames. None were flying swords. Although Luo Tian was not solely reliant on flying swords, it was evident that these 3 treasures were ill-suited for the arrangement of a small 5-elements formation. With a sigh, he retrieved the golden shield, placed it before himself, and dripped a drop of blood into one of its recesses, commencing the process of nourishing and refining the shield with the silver power from within his body. Every treasure requires refinement before it can be wielded with finesse. Much like the ghostly blade that once resided in Luo Tian's grasp, had he not cultivated the black tiger heart technique and possessed the silver lantern to suppress it within the realm of the soul, he would not have easily succeeded in its sacrificial refinement for his own use. Time passed, approximately half an hour elapsing, when a thought from Luo Tian caused the golden token to ascend into the air, shielding him with its presence. This manipulation was not achieved through the technique of object control. Rather, after he had refined the shield, an extraordinary bond had formed between the two, allowing him to command it with such fluidity. Having refined the shield, Luo Tian summoned forth the fiery crimson gourd, capable of unleashing flames known as the burning sun-earth fire to assail foes, a formidable offensive treasure. Until he could gather the requisite flying swords, he intended to utilize this as his primary weapon. Following his previous method, he let a drop of blood fall upon it and began to nurture the treasure with the power of silver, establishing that unique connection. Generally, a cultivator's ability to forge special bonds with various treasures is limited. Should one forge too many connections, interference may arise, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Although this limitation varies among individuals, most cultivators can only establish ties with 3 or 4 items. Of course, as one's cultivation deepens, this threshold gradually expands. Luo Tian was uncertain of his own limits, but surmised that they would not be lacking. After all, this limitation is not significantly tied to the physical body. Rather, it is primarily concerned with the soul. His soul, having absorbed the fragmented memories of the heart demon god and existing under the protection and radiation of the silver lantern for countless eons, should, in theory, differ from that of an ordinary cultivator. After another half-hour had passed, Luo Tian set down the blazing gourd and lifted the obsidian bell known as the soul-capturing bell. This bell, when rung in battle, can disturb the enemy's mind with its chime. A power akin to that of Luo Tian's earlier ghostly blade, yet infinitely more potent. Additionally, this bell stands as the most precious among the 3 superior silver treasures. In the hushed silence of the room, the ethereal sound of the soul-capturing bell resonated. Once Luo Tian had refined the bell for himself, he felt no effect from its influence. Indeed, even had he not refined it, the might of the silver lantern within his soul domain would have rendered its sound's impact negligible. Beyond these 3 superior silver treasures, there were several items of medium and low-grade silver treasures within Zhuang Zhiping's storage ring. But these held little value for Luo Tian. He planned to find a shop, when time permitted, to dispose of the items he had no use for while simultaneously procuring the cultivation resources he required, to avoid the current predicament of being stretched thin in his endeavors. Money that remains unspent in hand is merely less fragrant than a pile of refuse. With the 3 treasures stowed away, Luo Tian took a deep breath. Having dealt with so many matters in a single day, his spirit remained unwearied, yet his heart felt a touch fatigued. Rubbing his temples, he approached the window, flung it open, and let the brisk night air seep in. The refreshing breeze alleviated some of his weariness. I have no time to squander. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the endless mountains crouching beneath the pitch-black sky, and he found himself murmuring softly to himself. After this soliloquy, his expression regained its determination. I require greater strength. In a courtyard belonging to the Wu family, Wu Feihong gazed longingly at the darkened residence of Luo Tian. His eyes radiating a crimson hue. As long as you can endure, I will fulfill your desires. A voice resonated from the depths of his soul. Then let us commence. The night was particularly dark this evening. However, due to a series of fatalities occurring in the Wu family during the nights prior, the entire estate was illuminated with a plethora of lights. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with intensity as he surveyed the brightly lit surroundings, suddenly beset by an urgent desire for the one causing turmoil within the Wu family to appear promptly. Having just refined several treasures, he was eager to test his newfound prowess at this moment. The experience bar within his soul had reached 50%, yet he was acutely aware that as he progressed further, the rate of advancement would slow. Thus, he understood the necessity of taking swift action. The one wreaking havoc in the Wu family would serve as an excellent target. Furthermore, he hoped that the news of Zhuang Zhiping's demise would soon reach the White Whale faction. Previously, he had slain Zhuang Zhiping and taken possession of his storage ring. Yet he had neglected to seize the storage device belonging to that dog. He was convinced that within that device lay items capable of contacting the White Whale faction. Just as Luo Tian contemplated this, a blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the air from within the Wu family's courtyard, causing every member of the household to shudder in unison. Chapter 49. The Eerie. Upon hearing the sound, Luo Tian's thoughts shifted, and without hesitation, he leapt through the open window. Like a colossal bat in the night, he treaded upon the heavy shadows, darting forward and gliding dozens of meters away in an instant. Whoosh, 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 soaring over rooftops. After 3 consecutive leaps and glides, Luo Tian arrived at the scene of the incident. Chenliang. In a courtyard, Luo Tian beheld a figure sprawled in a pool of blood, his pupils narrowing in shock. This figure was none other than Chenliang, the right-hand man of Wu Feiyun. Luo Tian had a vivid impression of him. Though his horizons were limited to the small realm of the Wu family, he was, nonetheless, a man of both courage and strategy. Given time, he could have ascended to a higher echelon within the Wu family, but now, this once formidable individual lay lifeless in a pool of blood. His heart had been extracted. Luo Tian's gaze sharpened. Quickly, he summoned his mental energy to heighten his senses, yet he furrowed his brow in frustration. Even with his enhanced perception, he could not detect any signs of other individuals in the vicinity. Before me, do you still wish to flee? Suddenly, Luo Tian bellowed. Following this powerful shout, Luo Tian's mind stirred, and he instantly sensed a strong wave of murderous intent emanating from a particular direction. Caught you. Upon perceiving this surge of lethal energy, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Boom, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Luo Tian prepared to pursue the source of that murderous wave, several figures abruptly burst through the door, charging in from outside. Lao Qingfu is dead. Otaizhan is dead. Shun Weiming is dead. This time it is Chenliang, and who shall it be next? Observing Chenliang lying in a pool of blood, the newcomers felt a weighty dread settle in their hearts. Lord Zhuang, have you seen that man? The burly figure who had previously escorted Luo Tian into the Wu family, upon seeing Luo Tian's arrival and recalling the words he had bellowed earlier, suddenly brightened. He has already fled. but I may attempt to pursue him." After Luo Tian acknowledged this, he leaped into the courtyard. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, his figure vanished like a wraith in an instant. The earlier wave of murderous intent had already diminished. However, even the slightest trace was sufficient for Luo Tian. How could he have come here? Moments later, Luo Tian stood atop a small building, gazing intently at a nearby courtyard nestled against the mountains. After a brief hesitation, he leaped down from the structure and soon returned to the awaiting members of the Wu family who had been trailing him from behind. "Why, Lord, what news?" Everyone looked at Luo Tian with eager anticipation. This was already the 4th day. 4 days, for lives lost, and no one was devoid of worry and fear. Luo Tian remained silent, his voice cold as he inquired. "You mentioned that the deceased were Lao Chengfu, Otai's Han and Shun Weiming." "Indeed, my lord, they, like Chen Liang, possessed the cultivation of Silver Stage 1, and their gruesome fates mirrored that of Chen Liang, each having their hearts ripped from their bodies." At this revelation, a shiver ran through the crowd, particularly among those of the same Silver Stage 1 cultivation. "Have you not considered gathering together?" Luo Tian's brow suddenly furrowed. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged wry smiles. One person lamenting, "Our master insists that only by dispersing can we afford our enemies a chance. It is only by granting them an opportunity that they can be annihilated. Otherwise, how could we, the Wu family, gather together each night while that man remains alive?" Luo Tian frowned upon hearing this. Wu Lingfeng's approach was evidently a gamble with the lives of his subordinates, and it was clear that whether or not they succeeded in capturing that man, the loyalty of the Wu family's lower ranks would surely diminish. However, Wu Lingfeng had always been autocratic, preferring to wield his own strength to dictate all matters, making this course of action consistent with his character. Contemplating this, Luo Tian inquired further, "And what of your family's master? Is he still in seclusion? What of Wu Feihong? With such a commotion, why has he not yet arrived?" "I am here." Suddenly, a voice resonated from the crowd, and then Wu Feihong emerged from the shadows, his face ashen. "I apologize for my tardiness. I encountered a minor setback during my cultivation." After bowing to the assembly, he turned to Luo Tian and expressed, "Lord Zhuang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. However, I am curious if you have encountered that individual." Casting a glance at the pallid Wu Feihong, Luo Tian's gaze sharpened. Although Wu Feihong's complexion was far from robust, Luo Tian sensed that his strength had remarkably ascended from the 5th tier of silver to the 6th in a remarkably short span of time. "Fascinating. Yet, I wonder what extraordinary fortune you have encountered." A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Luo Tian's eyes. Before departing from the Wu family, he intended to thoroughly investigate the depths of Wu Feihong's capabilities. With a resolute tone, Luo Tian remarked, "The methods employed by that individual are indeed exceptional. Even I am unaware of his whereabouts. However, should he dare to strike again, I assure you I will capture him." Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the members of the Wu family lowered their heads in silence. Such declarations had been uttered multiple times by Wu Lingfeng, yet each time that was followed by the heart of one family member being extracted under the cover of night. "You need not worry. Starting tomorrow night, I shall ensure that all of you gather together. This time, I intend to see if that individual dares to act against the Wu family." At that moment, a voice, imperious and fierce, suddenly pierced through the night, akin to a formidable black tiger revealing its fangs. Luo Tian turned to behold Wu Lingfeng, clad in black, striding toward them with an air of authority. Silver Tier 7. With a mere flicker of perception, Luo Tian discerned that Wu Lingfeng, once deemed unlikely to ever ascend to the 7th tier of silver, had indeed achieved that realm. "Patriarch." As Wu Lingfeng approached, all the subordinates of the Wu family bowed their heads in deference. Within the Wu family, Wu Lingfeng's authority was a source of fear for all. Ignoring the gathered individuals, Wu Lingfeng raised his gaze to meet Luo Tian's and suddenly smiled. "Zhuang Zhiping." Luo Tian clasped his hands in salute. "Zhuang Zhiping of the White Whale sect, at your service, esteemed head of the Wu family." Regardless of the circumstances, he was still a guest and deemed it appropriate to extend a gesture of goodwill in the host's abode. "It seems your father has not mentioned this to you. In terms of seniority, you ought to address me as uncle." Wu Lingfeng's smile was subtle, yet it concealed an inscrutable depth that eluded many. "Uncle?" Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. By all accounts, his father should have been significantly older than Wu Lingfeng, and in this world, the term uncle was typically reserved for close relationships between elders and juniors. However, from the mental vibrations emanating from Wu Lingfeng, Luo Tian felt not an ounce of warmth, but rather an overwhelming chill. "Why apologies? My father indeed did not mention this." After a brief pause, Luo Tian spoke without a hint of embarrassment. No matter, Wu Lingfeng waved his hand and then turned to the crowd, declaring, I have now ascended to the 7th tier of silver. Starting tomorrow evening, I shall personally oversee matters among you. I am eager to see if that individual dares to strike again. Indeed, upon hearing Wu Lingfeng's words, the members of the Wu family were instantly filled with excitement. Now, all eyes were on the events of tomorrow. After concluding this, Wu Lingfeng turned once more to Luo Tian and said, Esteemed nephew, having just broken through to a new realm, I must solidify my advancements and thus cannot stay with you for long. Luo Tian smiled faintly, replying, The head of the Wu family is free to pursue his endeavors without concern for me. Wu Lingfeng nodded and then directed his attention to the pale-faced Wu Feihong beside him, asking, Has your elder brother not yet returned? Wu Feihong shook his head, his expression revealing little change. Wu Lingfeng frowned slightly and continued, In that case, please entertain jeeping on my behalf. I understand. Wu Feihong responded, lowering his head. His aura was well concealed, and throughout the exchange, Wu Lingfeng remained unaware that his second son had quietly broken through to the 6th tier of silver. Moreover, he was oblivious to the fact that the individual before him was utilizing the body of the son he longed for. Chapter 50. Loyalty. Your progress in cultivation is remarkably swift, my friend. Just during the day, you were at the 5th tier of silver, and now, in such a short span, you have ascended to the 6th tier, remarked Luo Tian as the cold wind blew. Once only he and Wu Feihong remained in the vicinity. Luo Tian turned his meaningful gaze upon Wu Feihong. At Luo Tian's words, Wu Feihong's body instantly stiffened. I merely accumulated my strength at the 5th tier for too long, he replied slowly after a moment. Accumulated for too long? Luo Tian responded, as if he had heard a jest. I have heard that you only broke through to the 4th tier of silver a mere few days ago. Wu Feihong clenched his fists tightly. Under the bright lights of the Wu family, his already pale complexion turned as white as snow. He pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for how to explain himself. The 6th tier of silver was indeed formidable. Even just over a fortnight ago, in the entire Qingbei town, only Wu Lingfeng had reached this level. However, in the presence of Luo Tian, a practitioner in the late stages of silver, the 6th tier held little significance. In the Silver Secret Realm stage, practitioners faced 4 critical thresholds, the first being the transition from a mortal to a formal practitioner, followed by the leap from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier, then from the 6th tier to the 7th tier, and finally, from the 9th tier to the 10th tier. Each hurdle, once surpassed, significantly enhanced one's strength. Observing Wu Feihong's nervous demeanor elicited by his mere words, Luo Tian smirked. If I am not mistaken, even your father is unaware that you have reached the 6th tier of silver, is he? Achieving the 6th tier before the age of 20, your talent is such that even among the Baijing sect, you would undoubtedly become a core disciple, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to one day attain the status of an esteemed true disciple. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wu Feihong felt a stir in his thoughts and suddenly spoke. Lord Zhuang, given my innate talent, if I were to swear my allegiance to you, would you grant me a single request? Swear allegiance to me? Grant you a request? Luo Tian was taken aback, not expecting Wu Feihong to utter such a statement. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of realization crossed his mind, and he regarded Wu Feihong with a smirk, asking, Your request wouldn't be for me to return Yin Shaoqian to you, would it? Wu Feihong inhaled deeply, a hint of melancholy etched on his face. Yin Shaoqian is indeed a wonderful girl, and I have genuine feelings for her. However, since she has made her choice, I shall not impose. I only hope, Lord Zhuang, that you will treat her kindly in the future. Very well. Luo Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Since you have stated it so, I shall ensure her well-being henceforth. As he spoke, Luo Tian placed a reassuring hand on Wu Feihong's shoulder before striding into the shadows. Watching Luo Tian's retreating figure, Wu Feihong's expression darkened with sorrow, his fists clenched tighter, a tempestuous flame akin to a malevolent dragon igniting within his heart, yet he remained shackled by the chains binding him. Wait. Suddenly, as Luo Tian was on the verge of disappearing into the darkness, he turned back, his inscrutable gaze locking onto Wu Feihong. With a tone laced with mockery, he remarked, Almost forgot to mention, Yin Shaoqian is merely my maid. I harbor no interest in a cat demon. So, if you fancy her, I might not oppose it, provided my mood permits. What? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wu Feihong's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he was about to verify the truth of Luo Tian's statement, he realized that Luo Tian's figure had vanished, rendering the previous scene akin to a fleeting illusion. He dashed to the very spot where Luo Tian had stood, yet he found no trace of him. What he said is true. It must be true, right? Wu Feihong murmured, his eyes gleaming brighter with hope. If I were you, I would keep my distance from him. This man is exceedingly dangerous, more so than your father. A voice suddenly resonated within his soul. I understand. I can sense it. He is as detestable as my brother. But what of it? Wu Feihong's nails dug deep into his flesh, yet this time it was due to an overwhelming excitement that left him disoriented. I have delightful news for you. Returning to his quarters, Luo Tian noticed Nian Shaoqian perched on the windowsill, her gaze lost in thought, seemingly indifferent to the world around her. Feeling a spark of inspiration, he spoke up. Nian Shaoqian did not turn around, appearing disinterested in anything Luo Tian might say. I just sold you, and for quite a handsome price, he announced nonchalantly, flashing a slight smile before ascending the stairs. What did you say? Nian Shaoqian suddenly spun around. However, by that time, Luo Tian's figure had already vanished at the top of the staircase. He heard her words, but chose not to respond. Nian Shaoqian's body trembled, and in an instant, her mind was flooded with sinister thoughts. She was acutely aware of Luo Tian's malevolent inclinations and understood that he might be deceiving her. Yet, she could not suppress her tumultuous imaginings. The night swiftly passed. Following Chen Liang's demise, the individual who had relentlessly slaughtered the Wu family's cultivators did not make another appearance, behaving as he typically would until dawn broke. Early the next morning, after Luo Tian had tidied himself, he stepped out of the small building to find Wu Feihong waiting outside, his eyes slightly reddened, suggesting he had not closed them throughout the night. What brings you here? Luo Tian inquired, perplexed. Wu Feihong was momentarily taken aback by Luo Tian's question, uncertain of how to respond. Oh, right. I nearly forgot. You mentioned last night that you would swear allegiance to me, did you not? Suddenly, Luo Tian seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of realization. If that is the case, you should first summon all the participants for the upcoming youth cultivator competition. Yes, my lord, I shall do so at once. Wu Feihong promptly nodded, but just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly looked back at Luo Tian and said, Lord Zhuang, I am uncertain about what you said last night. What I said naturally holds weight. Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Feihong's face brightened with excitement. He then bowed to Luo Tian and hastened away. Observing Wu Feihong's enthusiastic departure, Luo Tian shook his head. Initially, he had intended to seize the extraordinary fortune possessed by Wu Feihong for himself. However, when Wu Feihong vowed allegiance the previous night, Luo Tian realized that once he broke through to the black-silver secret realm and could wield some of the Silver Lantern's abilities, he might still find use for Wu Feihong. In the dawn's light, Luo Tian gazed toward the distant horizon, where the undulating mountains concealed an expanse of boundless territory. The layout of Qingbei town was far too limited. He aimed to conclude all matters by the end of the day. Chapter 51. Impersonation and Extortion. Not long after Wu Feihong departed, he returned with a group of several dozen individuals to the Wu residence. Zhuang Zhiping, the official responsible for the recruitment of disciples for the White Whale sect, summoned them, and to these individuals, his call felt akin to a decree from heaven in a spacious square within the Wu family estate. Luo Tian arrived fashionably late, taking approximately the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, to find a throng of people awaiting him. I beg your pardon, esteemed guests. I was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, he casually explained as he entered the crowd, his demeanor utterly devoid of sincerity. Dressed in azure robes, Qiu Tianji, standing at the forefront of the assembly, was the first to speak. Lord Zhuang is inundated with affairs. We could wait indefinitely without complaint. Indeed, it is an honor for us to be summoned by Lord Zhuang. What is a little wait to us? Following Qiu Tianji's remarks, others chimed in with similar sentiments. Amidst the flurry of compliments, Luo Tian sensed a myriad of complex emotions emanating from the crowd, including envy, jealousy, resentment, and disdain, and he inwardly shook his head. He had no intention of engaging in superficial pleasantries with these individuals. Stepping into the midst of the crowd, Luo Tian's eyes, akin to those of a vigilant tiger, surveyed the surroundings. I trust the purpose of my gathering you all here is abundantly clear. This time, the White Whale sect's recruitment of disciples will deviate from the past. Once he had captivated everyone's attention, Luo Tian continued, previously, any cultivator under the age of 25 who achieved the third tier of silver could join the White Whale sect. However, this time, the age limit has been extended to include formal cultivators under 30. What? The criteria have been loosened so significantly? The crowd gasped in astonishment, perplexed by the circumstances that prompted such a change from the White Whale sect. Yet, Luo Tian suddenly smiled subtly, adding, in addition to this new condition, all aspiring disciples wishing to join the White Whale sect must pay an entrance fee of 500 taels of silver. 500 taels of silver as an entrance fee. The moment Luo Tian uttered these words, Every cultivator present gaped in disbelief at him. While 500 taels of silver might be trivial for Luo Tian at present, it constituted a considerable fortune for the cultivators before him. My lord, there has never been a precedent for an entrance fee of 500 taels of silver, one cultivator boldly interjected. You are not mistaken, Luo Tian replied, casting a glance at the speaker. But do you believe that I, a mere core disciple, would dare to alter the rules of the White Whale sect? He pointed upward, emphasizing, this decision comes from the higher-ups. And let it be known that from this point forward, the White Whale sect will require an entrance fee for all new disciples. The cultivators in the room fell into a hushed silence. If this had been a decision made solely by Luo Tian, there might have been room for negotiation. However, since it was decreed by the senior members of the White Whale sect, it was an immutable mandate. Well, I've conveyed the matter to you. If you still wish to join the White Whale sect, you must bring the silver before nightfall. Latecomers shall not be accommodated. Furthermore, I expect each of you to return to your respective towns and post this new regulation prominently for all to see. Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively, appearing weary of associating with those who were both impoverished and lacking in strength. Yes, my lord. A group of previously enthusiastic youths exchanged glances, their spirits deflated as they trudged away. Zhou Xingping, Zhou Xingjia, you two brothers stay behind. As everyone else exited, Luo Tian's thoughts shifted, and he decided to retain Zhou Xingjia, the one he had previously reprimanded, along with his elder brother, Zhou Xingping. The relationship between the sect and the Zhao kingdom was intricate, characterized by both overt and covert conflicts. Nevertheless, many scions from the various families within the Zhao kingdom continued to join the sections. This dynamic represented not only the infiltration of the Zhao kingdom into the sects, but also the sect's encroachment upon the Zhao kingdom, making it difficult to discern the victor in the short term. It was precisely for this reason that the Zhou brothers had come to the martial mansion upon hearing Luo Tian's summons. Yesterday, the reason Luo Tian wished to pay a visit to the Zhou family before returning to Qingbei town was that, should the White Whale sect have sent over the portrait of the individual responsible for recruiting disciples in this area, it would undoubtedly have been distributed within the Zhou residence. Esteemed sir, as Luo Tian approached, the two brothers from the Zhou family felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of Luo Tian's intentions. Which of you wishes to join the White Whale sect? He inquired, gazing at them intently. Sir, it is I who wish to join the White Whale sect. Zhou Xingjia promptly stepped forward upon hearing this. Although he had only attained the second tier of silver cultivation, according to past conventions, his youth still afforded him a chance to join the sect. As for Zhou Xingping, he was all but assured of becoming the next mayor of Qingbei town. His presence here was solely to accompany Zhou Xingjia and to meet Luo Tian. Upon hearing Zhou Xingjia's declaration, Luo Tian offered a slight smile. At your age, achieving the pinnacle of the second tier of silver cultivation is commendable. However, should you join the White Whale sect, it is likely that you will need to endure several years before you can aspire to become an inner disciple. How about this? If I were to grant you immediate status as an inner disciple upon your acceptance into the sect and offer you some guidance, would you be willing to follow me thereafter? What? Zhou Xingjia, momentarily taken aback, first expressed elation, only for his expression to shift as he questioned. Sir, what would I need to sacrifice for this? Astute, Luo Tian remarked, snapping his fingers in appreciation as he regarded Zhou Xingjia. I have recently been practicing a secret technique that requires a substantial number of precious flying swords. I have heard that your martial family can forge a type of flying sword known as grass on the fly. Might I borrow a few? Rest assured, I do not require many. Just 5 will suffice. 5 grass on the fly? Upon hearing Luo Tian's request, the Zhou brothers collectively gasped. Each grass on the fly could fetch nearly 2,000 taels of silver. 5 would amount to a staggering 10,000 taels. They had not anticipated such a hefty demand from Luo Tian. Esteemed sir, we will need to deliberate on this matter, Zhou Xingjia eventually responded, after a moment's contemplation. While this proposition was undeniably advantageous for him, he was uncertain whether his family, particularly his father, would be willing to bear such an expense. After all, the Zhou family had accumulated wealth over many years. But that wealth was not inexhaustible. Very well, you may take your time, Luo Tian replied, casting a knowing glance at the two before adding with a chuckle. However, regardless of your decision, you shall not be required to pay the entry fee for the White Whale sect this time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingjia and Zhou Xingping exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with the implication of Luo Tian's words. Clearly, he was indicating that should they agree to his terms, Zhou Xingjia's entry into the White Whale sect would be a foregone conclusion, thus absolving them of the 500 taels of silver entry fee. Conversely, should they decline, they would not need to return, and consequently, would not have to pay the so-called entry fee at all. As the Zhou brothers made their way out of the martial family's gates, they were met by a throng of practitioners who had exited ahead of them, who began to murmur amongst themselves as they distanced themselves from the martial family. 500 taels of silver. The white whale sect is truly unscrupulous. Fortunately, Wu Feiyun mysteriously vanished earlier. Otherwise, had he been present, we would have likely squandered 50 taels of silver as an entry fee for that frivolous tournament of the 10 towns youth cultivators. Indeed, the very countenance of Zhuang Zhiping is as detestable as that of Wu Feiyun. However, for those of humble origins, joining the white whale sect represents a glimmer of hope for advancement. Thus, despite their reluctance, they must heed Luo Tian's command and return to their homes to procure the silver before nightfall. Chapter 52. Commencement. In the martial training ground of the Wu family, Luo Tian, having driven everyone away, stood alone in the center, diligently practicing the art of object manipulation in the lesser 5 elements sword formation with 7 finely crafted swords forged from tempered steel, which he had obtained from Wu Feihong. Both the art of object manipulation and the sword formation had been mastered, yet he sought to hone these skills for combat, necessitating extensive practice. During this process, he also took out his newly refined treasures, the golden shield, the soul-capturing bell, and the crimson flame gourd, familiarizing himself with their manipulation. Success is never easily achieved, and Luo Tian was acutely aware of this truth. Compared to the other demons who escaped the cataclysm of Pengu's creation, his starting point was significantly delayed, thus requiring him to exert even greater effort. Time flowed slowly, transitioning from morning to noon and then to afternoon. Many cultivators, upon returning home, persuaded their parents and managed to gather 500 taels of silver. Simultaneously, there were those who originally lacked the qualifications to join the white whale sect, who, upon hearing the news, were filled with excitement and hurriedly scraped together the required silver to rush over. Luo Tian did not engage with these individuals. He instructed Wu Feihong to assist him in registering all the cultivators who arrived with silver, after which he paid them no further mind. To him, these individuals were merely transient figures in the tapestry of his life. A flurry of agile and swift sword lights darted through the training ground like ethereal serpents, resembling a mesmerizing dance of blades. Meanwhile, a shield, a gourd, and a bell floated before him and to his sides. For an entire day, Luo Tian toiled without respite. In one hand, he clutched a piece of silver, multitasking as he replenished his energy with each passing moment. As dusk approached, Wu Feihong, with a flushed face, entered the training ground and, upon seeing Luo Tian, promptly extended a ring to him, stating, "A total of 102 individuals have registered to join the white whale sect. Here are 51,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, Zhou Xingjia has also brought 5 secret treasure flying swords and has agreed to your terms." The storage ring in his hand was the very one Luo Tian had previously given him. Although he was the second son of the Wu family, his father's favoritism towards Wu Lingfeng had left him without even a single storage ring. Upon receiving the ring, Luo Tian examined it briefly before storing it away. 50,000 taels of silver, even for him, was no trifling sum. The amount he had acquired from slaying Zhuang Zhiping was merely a few tens of thousands. With such a substantial sum of silver in hand, his desire to leave Qingbei town for broader horizons grew ever more fervent. Moreover, those 5 exquisite flying swords hold great significance for him. Casting a glance at Wu Feihong, Luo Tian offered a faint smile and said, "Please wait a moment. Step outside and inform the others to prepare everything for tonight. They should come over first thing tomorrow morning. I will lead them back to the white whale sect." "Yes," Wu Feihong nodded eagerly, for the white whale sect is the most prominent faction within the white whale manor, and he harbors a deep admiration for it. As for the Wu family, he has never felt a strong emotional connection to anyone within it since childhood. As dusk approached, Luo Tian exhaled softly after Wu Feihong departed, casting a glance at the darkening sky. Without a hint of weariness, he resumed another round of his monotonous training. To transcend in any skill, one must endure solitude and invest endless time as a trade-off. Even with Luo Tian's heartful assistance, this principle remains unchanged. As the sky darkened completely, the entire Wu family was enveloped in a glow of bright lights, signifying that a nightmarish dread was poised to descend once more. This time, all members of the Wu family were gathered in a spacious courtyard, where numerous tents had been erected during the daylight. With Wu Lingfeng, who had advanced to the 7th stage of silver, overseeing the assembly, the collective spirits of the people were somewhat lifted, yet they could not fully relax. After all, the abilities exhibited by the heart-picker were exceedingly unpredictable. The silver moon cast a cold, ethereal glow, and under its light, Luo Tian continued his pursuits as usual. However, this time, Wu Feihong, perhaps anticipating unforeseen events, brought Nian Shaoqian along after consulting with Luo Tian, Wu Feihong himself. under Wu Lingfeng's directive, took his position in the courtyard where the Wu family members were gathered, to safeguard against another potential assault from the heart picker. Regardless of the circumstances, Wu Feihong ranked as the second strongest within the Wu family. Nian Shaoqian crouched in a corner of the training ground, gazing at Luo Tian from afar with a complex state of mind. The experiences she had endured during this period felt nothing short of a surreal dream. Luo Tian disregarded Nian Shaoqian's turbulent thoughts and, after practicing the manipulation of the minor 5-element sword array several more times, he finally paused and turned his gaze towards the brightest spot in the Wu family courtyard. "I am curious to see what you intend to do," he murmured to himself before stepping forward and slowly making his way there. Just as he was about to leave the training ground, he glanced back at Nian Shaoqian, who wished to follow him, and said, "If I were you, I would remain here obediently." Nian Shaoqian halted in her tracks, frozen in place. After Luo Tian's words, he continued onward, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. With the family head personally overseeing matters, surely the heart picker would not dare to approach. The members of the Wu family gathered together under the lights, engaging in animated discussions. Although it was quite late, not a single one of them felt the slightest hint of drowsiness. Perhaps one individual lifted their gaze towards the figure seated in the center of the courtyard. Seemingly engrossed in cultivation, that figure, calm and composed under the illumination, was none other than Wu Lingfeng. Casting a glance at Wu Lingfeng, the man turned his head again, surveying Wu Feihong, who was seated in the corner and, for reasons unknown, was becoming increasingly pale. Yet, amidst the fervent discussions of the gathered individuals, they failed to notice that at that very moment, each of their shadows appeared elongated and slender, far more so than usual. It was as if a malevolent spirit was gradually squeezing its form through a narrow crevice. As the night deepened and the chill intensified, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept through the courtyard of the Wu family. With the onset of the wind, the large red lanterns hanging from every corner and the torches planted along the walls began to flicker ominously. Simultaneously, the shadows of everyone in the courtyard swayed under the flickering light, becoming even more elongated and grotesque. Yet, in the face of all this, no one paid heed, believing it to be merely a natural occurrence. Suddenly, with the wind gaining ferocity, a lantern hanging from the walls was violently dislodged, crashing to the ground. The flames within the lantern flared up, transforming it into a massive blaze, as the lantern swayed in the night and was cast down by the eerie wind, igniting into a conflagration. The entire Wu family estate ignited like a fuse, and in an instant, all lanterns, torches, and bonfires blazed with astonishing intensity. In that fleeting moment, the entire Wu family courtyard was illuminated as brightly as day. Yet, simultaneously, every individual present felt a tightening in their throats, as if gripped by a pair of powerful ghostly hands, intent on choking the life from them. "Who dares?" A sudden bellow erupted from Wu Feihong, his body moving with a commanding presence. Instantly, a dense cloud of black mist surged forth from him, screeching as it fled, as though struck by an unseen force. "Humph!" Wu Feihong scoffed coldly, brandishing a treasured sword that cleaved through the air, its sharp energy shooting forth like lightning, swiftly catching up to the black mist, which let out a wretched cry before being obliterated into nothingness. Silver sixth stage. A dominating and chilling voice resonated from the center of the Wu family courtyard, followed by Wu Lingfeng striding forth with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. "It was you. You orchestrated all of this. What is it that you seek?" Wu Feihong fixed his gaze on Wu Lingfeng, his eyes devoid of any paternal warmth. Concurrently, Wu Lingfeng regarded Wu Feihong with no trace of fatherly affection. "Indeed, it was I," Wu Lingfeng replied, advancing toward Wu Feihong with deliberate steps. "However, I did not anticipate that within such a short span. You would ascend to the silver sixth stage. It seems I have underestimated your extraordinary fortunes." With each step he took, his aura swelled, and Wu Feihong's expression grew grave as he discerned that Wu Lingfeng's presence had escalated beyond the realm of the silver seventh stage, reaching the silver eighth stage or perhaps even greater. "Regardless, I am still your flesh and blood. You intend to lay hands on me?" Wu Feihong inquired suddenly. "Why flesh and blood?" After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Lingfeng suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What does it matter to me, my flesh and blood?" With those words, he lunged forward, extending a massive hand towards Wu Feihong. Accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a king of beasts, his hand shot out, and in the blink of an eye, his body darted forward like the wind, closing the distance to Wu Feihong. Wu Feihong's pupils constricted in alarm as he realized Wu Lingfeng's enormous hand was about to seize his heart. He arched his body, channeling his energy, and with a powerful thrust of his arms, he retreated like a hawk taking flight, moving with lightning speed. Boom. After narrowly evading the grasp, Wu Feihong cast a wary glance downwards, only to discover that the fabric of his shirt over his left chest had been completely torn apart by Wu Lingfeng's attack. A distinct blue claw mark marred his skin, a testament to the near disaster he had just escaped. What do you intend to do? Are you truly willing to slaughter the entire Wu family, over 100 souls? Wu Feihong shouted angrily. Reminded by the mysterious voice within his soul, he had long suspected Wu Lingfeng's deep-seated intentions. Yet he could hardly fathom that it was Wu Lingfeng who had been systematically eliminating the lives of the Wu family's subordinates in recent days. Now, it appeared that he was set on targeting all the members of the Wu family. Over 100 souls. Wu Lingfeng appeared somewhat surprised that his initial strike had failed, but he remained unperturbed. Glancing at the wide-eyed members of the Wu family around him, he smiled and remarked, "To you, they are human beings, but to me, they are merely livestock to be fed. And now, it has come time for the harvest." As he spoke, a sly smile crept across his lips, and as soon as his words fell, several individuals among the Wu family, rendered powerless under the restraint of the ghostly shadows, suddenly raised their arms, transforming their hands into claws, and viciously dug into their own left chests. In that instant, their strength appeared to multiply, and with a single motion, they extracted their own still-beating hearts from their bodies, blood dripping profusely. Once these individuals perished, the ghostly shadows binding them surged forward like a cat catching the scent of blood, swiftly snatching the hearts from their grasp and devouring them. The sound of crunching echoed throughout the courtyard, mingling with the overpowering scent of blood, creating a scene that was utterly chilling. Witnessing this, Wu Feihong felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He could scarcely believe the depths of Wu Lingfeng's cruelty. The taste is far too poor. Wu Lingfeng slowly shook his head at the noise. If only your elder brother were here, it would be perfect. The flavor would surely be exquisite. Alas, after nurturing him for so many years, I inadvertently allowed him to escape at the most critical moment. You even intend to lay your hands on him? After a moment of shock, Wu Feihong looked at Wu Lingfeng incredulously. Today, he finally understood that the affection Wu Lingfeng had shown Wu Feiyun was merely a fade. He is the most delectable morsel I have ever raised. Wu Lingfeng gazed at Wu Feihong and suddenly chuckled. Well, I trust you no longer harbor any resentment towards me for the way I treated you over the years? In truth, had you not initially exhibited such meager cultivation talent, and subsequently engaged in the practice of some bizarre techniques that rendered you incapable of mastering the black tiger fist I bestowed upon you, I would have treated you far better. What does the black tiger fist have to do with this? Wu Feihong inquired after a moment of surprise. The deceased Lao Qingfu, Otais Han, Xin Weiming, and Chun Liang had all practiced a simplified version of the black tiger fist, known as the fierce tiger fist, to break into the silver secret realm. If I am not mistaken, you chose to target them first for this very reason, did you not? Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice resonated from the direction of the courtyard entrance. Shortly after, a figure with steady footsteps emerged, illuminated by the flickering flames. You have finally arrived. Upon seeing Luo Tian, Wu Lingfeng seemed entirely unperturbed. He fixed his gaze upon Luo Tian's face, and after a brief pause, he chuckled softly. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. Many years ago, he nearly succeeded in slaying me. Today, let me use his son's life to inform him that I have returned. Then it appears you are truly no longer Wu Lingfeng. Luo Tian fixed his eyes on Wu Lingfeng and spoke suddenly. Over a decade ago, when you returned to Qingbei town, Zhuang Zhiping's father was already a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm. If you were indeed Wu Lingfeng, it should have been exceedingly simple for Zhuang Zhiping's father to eliminate you, rather than leaving behind a loose end as you have now. Am I not correct? Zhuang Zhiping's father. After a moment of astonishment, Wu Lingfeng's pupils constricted. You are not Zhuang Zhiping, are you? Chapter 54. The truth. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is who you are. Luo Tian fixed his gaze upon Wu Lingfeng's fierce eyes and continued. Under the command of Zhuang Zhiping's father, you managed to escape with your soul intact, usurping the identity of Wu Lingfeng. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone of equal stature within the black-silver secret realm, correct? Practitioners of the black-silver secret realm are neither numerous nor scarce. I have had little exposure to them, save for one who perished over a decade ago, a practitioner who was not of the human race, but rather the chieftain of the Black Tiger clan from the Wolf Meng Mountain. Yet, coincidentally, the chieftain of the Black Tiger clan fell at the hands of the White Whale sect. Wu Lingfeng, do you not find this rather fortuitous? And even more fortuitously, both of the martial arts you have imparted to your sons are based on the Black Tiger fist. As he spoke, Luo Tian's gaze swept over the spectral figures binding the Wu family, and these phantoms, so obedient, are surely not the work of an ordinary individual, are they? Ha 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 ha. Following Luo Tian's words, Wu Lingfeng erupted into hearty laughter. Impressive. I never anticipated that my years of concealment would be unraveled so swiftly by you. However, what perplexes me is why, knowing I was once a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, you still possess the audacity to stand before me, especially. Suddenly, Wu Lingfeng forcefully expanded his chest, opened his mouth, and swallowed with great effort. With that single gulp, the spectral beings controlling the Wu family members around him abruptly quickened their actions, extracting the hearts from one Wu family member after another, and then consuming those hearts voraciously. Upon completing this grim task, the specters transformed into swirling, blood-tinged, ashen smoke, accompanied by chilling wails that echoed through the air, and in an instant, they surged into Wu Lingfeng's mouth like moths drawn to a flame. Boom. After devouring these specters, Wu Lingfeng's aura surged dramatically. His power not only escalated but transcended his previous limits. His cultivation level soared from the initial stage of Silver Rank 7 to the mid, late, and peak stages, ultimately reaching Silver Rank 8. Astonishingly, even after attaining the 8th rank, his cultivation continued to ascend rapidly until it reached the pinnacle of Silver Rank 8, at which point the acceleration finally began to slow. Observing this scene, Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly. What, are you finally aware of fear? Wu Lingfeng took a step forward, his fierce gaze fixed on Luo Tian as if he were a prey. Fear? After a moment of surprise, Luo Tian suddenly laughed and said, I am not afraid. Rather, I am deeply disappointed. You have created such a grand spectacle, yet in the end, you have merely advanced from Silver Rank 7 to Silver Rank 8. Had I known this yesterday, I would have unmasked your true face. You knew this yesterday? Wu Lingfeng's expression suddenly shifted, but he quickly sneered. Yet, even if you were aware yesterday, what of it? I have orchestrated this plan for over a decade. You cannot possibly believe it was merely for the sake of achieving Silver Rank 8, can you? Not Silver Rank 8. Can you still break through again? Luo Tian's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Of course, I merely need some time to acclimate, and I will return to the black-silver secret realm. Wu Lingfeng's fierce eyes glinted with keen intensity. As Luo Tian could sense the fluctuations of Wu Lingfeng's spirit at every moment. He did not mind continuing this conversation, while Wu Lingfeng seemed eager to prolong the dialogue for his own strategic advantage. Acclimate for a period, how long will that take? 3 days? 10 days? Half a month? Or perhaps a month? While sensing the complex emotions of wariness, tension, anger, and even arrogance that stirred within Wu Lingfeng, Luo Tian casually inquired, "It won't take that long." Wu Lingfeng suddenly smiled slightly. "Just give me half a day, and I will break through to the black-silver secret realm." After uttering this declaration, Wu Lingfeng's body trembled slightly, and in the next moment, his entire aura surged once more, breaking through directly from the peak of Silver Rank 8 to Silver Rank 9. Undoubtedly, the reason he was stalling was due to his apprehension of Luo Tian's mysterious nature, fearing that engaging in combat with Luo Tian at his previous Silver Rank 8 level would pose considerable challenges. The individuals from the Marshall family, who had previously met their demise at the hands of that vengeful spirit, appeared to be indistinguishable from ordinary people in their everyday lives. However, unbeknownst to many, all the deceased had been ensnared by him through a unique arcane technique for an indeterminate number of years prior to their deaths. Those ensnared by this secret art, once devoured by his extraordinary means, would bestow upon him boundless energy. The reason he had been killing one servant of the Marshall family each night was twofold. On one hand, he genuinely required the hearts of those servants to ascend to the 7th rank of silver. On the other, he sought to instill fear to awaken the seeds of the secret arts lying dormant within the bodies of others. The 9th rank of silver, you say? Just witnessing Wu Lingfeng's breakthrough brought a smirk to Luo Tian's lips. As long as Wu Lingfeng could not surpass the 10th rank of silver, he had little to fear. Moreover, in comparison to Wu Lingfeng at the 8th rank of silver, the current Wu Lingfeng was far more to Luo Tian's liking. Although Wu Lingfeng possessed the combat experience befitting a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, his current array of techniques ensured that even if he were not an equal match for Wu Lingfeng, he was unlikely to face any mortal peril. Thus, the ensuing contest between the two would revolve around who could more swiftly ascend to a new realm. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed suddenly. Yes, the 9th rank of silver. Wu Lingfeng's gaze was like lightning, fixated on Luo Tian, who showed no haste to strike him. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be. After all, he was still unaware of the true extent of Luo Tian's hidden cards. Boom! Just as Luo Tian and Wu Lingfeng engaged in their exchange, an immense surge of formidable energy erupted from Wu Feihong, who had been overlooked by both men and stood not far from them. Upon sensing this wave, both Luo Tian and Wu Lingfeng turned their heads in unison. The 7th rank of silver. Fixating on Wu Feihong, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. Wu Feihong, who had only just ascended to the 6th rank of silver the previous day, had astonishingly managed to break through to the 7th rank in a mere day, an occurrence that even he found surprising. After casting a few glances at Wu Feihong, Wu Lingfeng suddenly let out a cold laugh. Have you been stalling for time because of him? Or do you believe that the two of you, mere fledgling 7th rankers, could possibly challenge me? Regardless of who you are, we must strike together. Otherwise, once he ascends to a higher realm, neither of us will survive. Amidst the fallen corpses, Wu Feihong shot a glance at Luo Tian, his eyes brimming with seething rage, before they settled upon Wu Lingfeng. He could hardly fathom that his father had, over a decade ago, been possessed by a tiger demon. Having uttered this revelation, he summoned his thoughts and lifted the treasured sword in his hand, launching a strike towards Wu Lingfeng. Yet, as Wu Feihong's blade of light was barely unleashed, Wu Lingfeng extended a massive hand toward him, delivering a swift, far-reaching slap. Boom! A colossal palm imprint coalesced, and with a resounding crash, Wu Feihong's sword light was instantly shattered into countless fragments by Wu Lingfeng's immense handprint. Subsequently, the palm imprint that Wu Lingfeng had thrust forward continued its trajectory, striking Wu Feihong before he could react, sending him hurtling backward. Having ascended to the formidable rank of Silver 9, Wu Feihong now exuded an aura that could only be described as terrifying, akin to the incessant buzzing of a bee. Chapter 55. The Art of Slaying Enemies and Safeguarding Oneself. Struck and sent flying, Wu Feihong lay prostrate on the ground for a considerable time before finally pushing himself up with his hands. However, upon rising, he glared at Luo Tian with bloodshot eyes, demanding, "Why do you not take action? Do you truly believe that you alone can contend with this demon?" Loudmouth. Luo Tian cast a fleeting glance at Wu Feihong, nonchalantly uttering 2 words. Wu Feihong, incensed, felt his blood surge in anger. "Do not forget your station. Since you have pledged your loyalty to me, remain obedient and silent until I permit you to act." Luo Tian's gaze swept over Wu Feihong before settling once more on Wu Lingfeng. Clenching his fists tightly, Wu Feihong found himself ignored by the two present. "ISN to your trump card him?" Wu Lingfeng, taken aback by Luo Tian's response, felt an increasing wariness towards him. After all, Luo Tian had not employed any concealment techniques to mask his aura. His displayed cultivation level was merely Silver 7. Wu Lingfeng believed that a Silver 7 warrior, lacking confidence, would never dare to stand so self-assuredly before him. "You will never fathom my trump card, yet I can reveal to you who I truly am." Stealing a glance at Wu Lingfeng and then at the still furious Wu Feihong, a peculiar smile suddenly graced Luo Tian's lips. "Who are you?" Wu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Luo Tian. For the implication of Luo Tian's words suggested that, though he was not Zhuang Zhiping, he was nonetheless connected to him in some manner. "I am." Luo Tian lowered his head, wiping his face with his hand, and after completing this gesture, he raised his head, a smile illuminating his features under the crimson glow of the surrounding flames. "It is you?" At that moment, both Wu Lingfeng and Wu Feihong's pupils dilated in astonishment. For at that instant, Luo Tian's visage unmistakably mirrored that of Wu Feiyun. 70.72.74. Amidst the shock of Wu Lingfeng and Wu Feihong, Luo Tian felt the experience bar within his soul realm surging forward rapidly, and the smile on his face became increasingly serene. Upon returning to Qingbei town, he had initially intended to make a quick fortune and depart, but to his surprise, on the final night, he encountered such an intriguing affair. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Lingfeng suddenly applauded, laughing heartily. "How amusing, truly amusing. I never anticipated that, aside from Wu Feihong, you two would possess such extraordinary fortune. Furthermore, it seems your fortune surpasses that of Wu Feihong. I wonder, do you still go by the name Wu Feiyun?" Yet amid this laughter, Luo Tian could distinctly sense that Wu Lingfeng's trepidation towards him had reached its zenith. With a slight smile, Luo Tian replied, "You may call me Luo Tian. However, should you wish to continue addressing me as Wu Feiyun, that would be equally acceptable." Upon hearing those words, Wu Lingfeng suddenly inhaled deeply and spoke. "If I am not mistaken, the destruction of the Qingbei Reservoir was your doing, and it was likely at that moment that you usurped Wu Feiyun's body. After all, I am well acquainted with Wu Feiyun's character. He would never engage in such actions." Luo Tian's gaze discreetly flickered towards Wu Feihong, who stood at a distance, listening intently, Before he chuckled, "You are mistaken. I actually usurped him only after the Qingbei Reservoir was destroyed." "Oh?" Wu Lingfeng, momentarily taken aback, chose not to elaborate further, for this matter had become inconsequential to him. He then turned his attention to Luo Tian and inquired, "Since there is no animosity between us, why do you feel compelled to involve yourself in this affair?" "No animosity?" Luo Tian swept his eyes over the fallen members of the Wu family, lifeless on the ground. After a brief moment, his gaze settled upon a pale-faced woman devoid of any breath. After a glance at her, Luo Tian turned back to Wu Lingfeng and remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, after usurping this body, I did share a night with your daughter-in-law, which might serve as one of my justifications for intervening." Wu Lingfeng, taken aback, furrowed his brow and replied, "To elevate one's cultivation from Silver Stage 2 to Silver Stage 7 within a mere fortnight after usurping an ordinary cultivator's body. Do you possess such prowess yet still concern yourself with a mere mortal woman?" "Not concern," Luo Tian suddenly smiled enigmatically. "It is simply that I, under non-complicated circumstances, have never shied away from performing good deeds, and coincidentally, resolving your situation does not appear to be a troublesome endeavor to me." "Are you mocking me?" Wu Lingfeng's eyes ignited with a fierce fury upon hearing those words. "Mocking you? You are not worthy of such treatment from me." Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed, and as he chanted an incantation, 5 newly acquired magical swords emerged from his storage ring, hovering above his head. Delaying until this moment had sufficed. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must not only enhance their power but also diligently refine their skills in combat and self-defense to achieve longevity. This aspect had always been Luo Tian's weakness, and practical experience was the only avenue for swift improvement. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's intent to strike, Wu Feihong gritted her teeth, prepared to advance with her sword once more. Luo Tian glanced back, his gaze piercing Wu Feihong. "What? Have you forgotten what I just said?" Wu Feihong froze, her body halting in place. Luo Tian then shifted his focus back to Wu Lingfeng and stated, "Make your move. Let me witness the performance of one who once was a Black Silver Realm cultivator, now relegated to Silver Realm 9. I only hope you do not disappoint me." He refrained from making the first move, for this time, his aim was not to defeat Wu Lingfeng, but rather to enhance his own combat skills through this confrontation. "Very well, I shall see what confidence you possess as a mere Silver Stage 7 cultivator, daring to provoke me and speak to me in such a manner." Having endured for so long, Wu Lingfeng was equally unwilling to restrain himself any longer. His piercing tiger-like gaze coldly scrutinized Luo Tian for a fleeting moment, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura of unyielding ferocity erupted forth with a thunderous roar. With a powerful roar reminiscent of a mighty tiger, Wu Lingfeng, who had previously stood 10 meters away from Luo Tian, closed the distance with the swiftness of a tempest. A massive hand reached out, and as it cleaved through the air, it transformed into a gleaming, obsidian tiger claw, aimed menacingly at Luo Tian's chest. As the terrifyingly massive claw threatened to disembowel him, Luo Tian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he summoned the newly acquired golden shield, positioning it resolutely before him. With a resounding crash, sparks flew as the golden shield quivered but, akin to the most faithful golden-armored guardian, steadfastly withstood Wu Lingfeng's onslaught. In the next moment, with a mere thought, 5 mystical flying swords, hovering above his head, transformed into 5 streaks of brilliance, hurtling towards Wu Lingfeng. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flying swords, illuminated by the flames, surged forth like wild stallions breaking free, each carrying a chilling intent to kill, slashing at Wu Lingfeng from various angles. "Get back," Wu Lingfeng bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder on a clear day. Under the tumultuous wave of sound, the 5 flying swords, manipulated by Luo Tian's object manipulation technique, were blown off course as if caught in a torrential storm, veering away from Wu Lingfeng. Boom! In the next instant, Wu Lingfeng struck again with his claw, which bore an unusual glimmer of golden light upon its ebony surface. Sensing the scattered golden sparkles, reminiscent of distant stars, adorning Wu Lingfeng's arm, Luo Tian's pupils constricted. He felt an immense sense of peril from this attack. With a swift motion, he activated the 100 Ghosts crossing technique, vanishing like a shadow in the flames just before Wu Lingfeng's claw could reach him. However, it seemed Wu Lingfeng had been anticipating Luo Tian's movements all along. As soon as Luo Tian's figure shifted, Wu Lingfeng pursued with relentless determination, his claw, shimmering with golden radiance, accelerating once more towards Luo Tian's chest. Such formidable battle awareness. Luo Tian inhaled deeply, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He sensed that Wu Lingfeng's combat instincts were indeed far superior to his own, but they paled in comparison to those of Zhan Baiyu he had encountered previously. Such a battle consciousness was precisely what he needed to hone his skills. With renewed resolve, Luo Tian once again summoned the golden shield that perpetually hovered before him, positioning it defensively. Boom! This time. However, with a tremendous crash, Wu Lingfeng's claw, radiating with golden glimmers, struck the golden shield, which trembled violently before careening back towards Luo Tian like a rogue meteor. Narrowing his eyes, Luo Tian had no choice but to activate the 100 Ghosts crossing technique once more to evade the impending collision with the shield. Yet, propelled by inertia, the shield flew far away, crashing into a courtyard wall with a thunderous boom, obliterating it, before disappearing from sight. However, due to the obstruction presented by the golden shield, Wu Lingfeng was unable to closely follow Luo Tian's footsteps this time, granting Luo Tian a brief moment to catch his breath. Luo Tian refrained from seizing the golden shield, and as he observed Wu Lingfeng, who had already readied himself for another assault just 5 meters away, a grave expression emerged in his eyes. Wu Lingfeng truly lived up to his reputation as a practitioner of the Silver Ninth Stage and a former powerhouse of the Black-Silver Secret Realm. In just a few exchanges, he had forced Luo Tian to this extent. Moreover, the most significant factor was that, up until now, Wu Lingfeng had yet to employ any of his secret treasures. Contemplating this, Luo Tian deftly flipped his hand, and a crimson gourd materialized within it. As he cradled the gourd, he noted Wu Lingfeng charging towards him like a ferocious tiger once more. With a mere thought, a brilliant scarlet flame erupted from the gourd, soaring forth like a fiery dragon, radiating a heat akin to molten lava, sweeping towards Wu Lingfeng. Simultaneously, the 5 secret treasure flying swords, previously sent flying by Wu Lingfeng's formidable roar, returned to hover above Luo Tian's head under his command. However, this time, an inexplicable connection seemed to subtly intertwine among the 5 flying swords. Roar. Just as his figure was about to be engulfed by the scarlet flames, another resounding tiger roar echoed, and Wu Lingfeng's form transformed amidst the firelight into a magnificent black tiger, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. Within the blaze, Wu Lingfeng's eyes, ablaze with murderous intent, fixated on Luo Tian. In the next instant, he lunged forward, enveloped in an endless sea of flames, charging towards Luo Tian. Astonishingly, it appeared as though the searing flames bore no effect on him whatsoever. Such an ability. Luo Tian mused in astonishment. The innate talents of the demon race are indeed extraordinary. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, most can transform into humans. Yet, he had never heard of a human being able to metamorphose into a demon. Although this individual had once been the chieftain of the Black Tiger clan, he had, after all, usurped the body of a human. Transforming into a demon while retaining a human form must be intricately linked to the cultivation method he practiced. If Luo Tian's conjectures were accurate, Wu Lingfeng's technique was undoubtedly exceptional. With this thought in mind, Luo Tian raised a finger, and in the next moment, one of the 5 flying swords hovering above his head spiraled down to coil around his fingertip. Following his gesture, it shot forth towards Wu Lingfeng's brilliantly glowing tiger at the same time. Just as this sword was launched, the crimson gourd he held in his other hand expelled another surge of scarlet flames, enveloping the flying sword within, propelling it towards Wu Lingfeng. This maneuver was none other than the fiery sword of the lesser 5 elements sword formation. The 5 flying swords in Luo Tian's possession were ordinary secret treasure flying swords, all categorized under the wood attribute. In reality, using such swords to arrange the lesser 5 elements sword formation was rather unsuitable. To create the most perfect lesser 5 elements sword formation, one must utilize 5 swords belonging to different attributes. However, lacking superior flying swords, Luo Tian had no choice but to make do it was only through the fiery flames emitted by the crimson flame gourd that he could barely execute the fiery sword of the lesser 5 elements sword formation. Carrying the treasure sword ablaze with roaring flames, it surged forth with the might of winds and thunder, unleashing a cacophony of sonic booms as it shot towards Wu Lingfeng in the blink of an eye. Wu Lingfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the previously feeble sword technique could transform into such a terrifying force in an instant. In a state of shock, he swiftly tilted his tiger head to evade the strike, then turned to wield his tiger claw in an attempt to swat the sword away once more. Clearly, he intended to send Luo Tian's blade flying again. Whoosh! Yet, as the sword passed behind Wu Lingfeng, it suddenly ascended like an eagle soaring through the sky, climbing to a height of 5 or 6 meters before pivoting to direct its tip at Wu Lingfeng, a practitioner of the 9th rank of silver. Once a cultivator in the Black-Silver Secret Realm, was nothing extraordinary. At that moment, Luo Tian smiled faintly and pointed with his other hand. In the next instant, one of the remaining 4 swords hovering above him darted forward, positioning itself before him, also pointing its tip at Wu Lingfeng. Wu Lingfeng, transformed into a black tiger, narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Luo Tian, saying, "To possess such strength with a cultivation level of Silver 7, you are indeed formidable. However, is this truly your trump card? If so, then I fear you shall not escape today." Chapter 57, Breakthrough. Sensing the intense murderous intent emanating from Wu Lingfeng, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed. At this moment, following their earlier skirmish, the experience bar he had constructed in his soul world with his heart's power had progressed to 90%. After all, throughout their battle, Wu Lingfeng had been solely focused on how to kill him. This meant that if he could just hold on a little longer, he would be able to advance his heart's power to Silver 8. With the elevation of his heart's power, his silver power would naturally ascend as well. With this thought, Luo Tian's gaze collided with Wu Lingfeng's piercing eyes, both their battle spirits and murderous intents igniting to their utmost limits. Roar. Accompanied by Wu Lingfeng's tiger roar, his body slightly swelled. Golden specks of light shimmering on his surface. In response, Luo Tian extended a finger forward, channeling the wood attribute power from the treasure grass on the fly through his silver power, causing the sword that hovered before his fingertips to radiate a vivid green hue as it streaked through the void towards Wu Lingfeng. Attribute attacks generally possess greater potency than ordinary strikes. Concurrently, the treasure sword hovering above and behind Wu Lingfeng was also under Luo Tian's control, its fiery red flames cascading down like a dragon of fire aimed at Wu Lingfeng. With both swords striking simultaneously, one after the other, each blade bore unique attribute powers, and each sword subtly interconnected with the other 4, amplifying their might. Clang. However, what Luo Tian did not expect was that when his dual swords clashed against Wu Lingfeng's form, they not only failed to pierce his flesh but also emitted a resonant clang akin to metal colliding. This is not good. Luo Tian's pupils constricted in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the 100 Ghosts passing technique and retreated, all the while multitasking to control the 5 swords, guiding them back to his side. The golden radiance enveloping Wu Lingfeng resembled that of a legendary armor, exuding a formidable aura that was utterly alarming. Boom! Just as Luo Tian had departed from his original position, the massive form of Wu Lingfeng, akin to a fierce tiger, swiftly followed. A paw gleaming with golden light struck forth like a colossal cannon, shattering the air and unleashing a white wave of pressure akin to oceanic tides. This single strike compressed the very atmosphere itself. With a missed attack, the murderous intent in Wu Lingfeng's tiger eyes intensified, and with a sudden movement, he surged forward like a tank unleashed, channeling all his might. In an instant, he closed the distance to Luo Tian, his razor-sharp paw radiating an intense chill that extended 3 feet outward, poised to cleave Luo Tian in twain, even should he possess the resilience of iron. Fixing his gaze upon Wu Lingfeng, Luo Tian prepared to invoke the 100 Ghosts transmigration technique to evade the impending strike. However, just as he was about to act, a sudden furrow appeared in his brow. This secret technique relied on his own silver power as its source, yet it necessitated the assistance of the 100 spirits he had refined into the technique. The 100 souls Luo Tian had refined were merely the spirits of ordinary mortals, bound by the chains of the chained goddess blade. After he had recklessly employed his silver power to activate the technique repeatedly, the spirits integrated into the technique's seed began to manifest signs of strain under the pressure. This meant that should Luo Tian continue to unleash the technique with such reckless abandon, it risked total failure. Such occurrences were documented in the manual, yet Luo Tian had never invoked the technique with such urgency or ferocity before, thus avoiding such a predicament. Possessing abundant combat experience, Wu Lingfeng quickly discerned that Luo Tian was in distress. Without a moment's hesitation, a flash of cold light flickered in his tiger eyes, and his paw surged forward again, the chilling brilliance extending an additional foot in an instant. Luo Tian's expression darkened, yet he refused to yield. Ding ding ding, as a bell, as dark as ink, materialized before him. The haunting chimes pierced through the night, interwoven with the flickering flames. Upon hearing the haunting toll of the bell, a momentary daze flickered across Wu Lingfeng's eyes. Observing this, a glimmer of surprise crossed Luo Tian's face. He had presumed that, having once been a tiger demon within the black-silver secret realm, Wu Lingfeng would be relatively unaffected by the soul-capturing bell. Thus, he had refrained from deploying this treasure until now. However, he had not anticipated the profound effect the bell would have on Wu Lingfeng. With this thought, he acted without hesitation, extending his right hand. where his index and middle fingers pointed towards Wu Lingfeng's eyes from a distance. Two beams of light, white with strands of black, shot forth from his fingertips like a flash of lightning in the night, aimed directly at Wu Lingfeng's eyes. This dark-threaded light was a manifestation of the dark attribute silver power he had cultivated through the Black Sha celestial technique. Simultaneously, 2 of the 5 flying swords hovering above Luo Tian's head surged forward to strike at Wu Lingfeng. These 2 swords, once again, bore the attributes of wood and fire. The only difference this time is that the 2 flying swords entwined, and transformed mid-air. The verdant glow of the wood attribute sword gradually dimmed, while the fire attribute sword blazed forth, its flames as searing as a miniature sun. This strike was indeed the wood-fire sword from the 5 elements sword array. I underestimated you. After a fleeting moment of daze, Wu Lingfeng's eyes suddenly erupted with a fierce intent to kill Thai. In the next instant, his body moved, and the golden radiance enveloping him surged once more. At the same time, he closed his eyelids, and the 2 beams of light from Luo Tian's fingers merely emitted 2 fierce sounds upon striking his eyelids. Subsequently, he raised his right claw, previously poised, and struck fiercely at the 2 flying swords descending upon him. Boom! With a resounding crash, the golden brilliance surrounding Wu Lingfeng was instantly diminished by the cleaving of Luo Tian's wood-fire sword, and even a gash, a few inches long, appeared on his claw, from which crimson tiger blood flowed forth. However, Luo Tian felt no sense of triumph over this outcome, for in the aftermath of this strike, his own 2 flying swords were also sent flying far away by Wu Lingfeng. This time, I wonder what you will do. Casting a glance at the blood on his claw, Wu Lingfeng abruptly lifted his head, his enormous tiger eyes revealing a deadly ferocity. 98%? Yet, facing Wu Lingfeng's terrifying murderous aura, a subtle smile suddenly crept upon Luo Tian's lips. What did you say? Witnessing this scene, Wu Lingfeng frowned. He was no fool, and seeing Luo Tian smile at this juncture clearly indicated that he possessed a trump card unknown to him. 99%. However, the words that escaped Luo Tian's lips remained inscrutable to Wu Lingfeng. Playing tricks, unable to glean any information from Luo Tian, Wu Lingfeng's tiger eyes sharpened, and he prepared to launch another attack. Chapter 58. Decapitation. As Luo Tian and Wu Lingfeng engaged in their fierce battle, Wu Feihong, watching from the sidelines, was filled with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Naturally, he hoped for Luo Tian's victory, but Wu Lingfeng's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, almost despairing. Although he, like Luo Tian, was at the 7th tier of silver, his recent hasty breakthroughs had left him lacking in other aspects, be it combat experience, secret arts, or mastery of mystical treasures. All were his weaknesses. Under such circumstances, even if Luo Tian permitted him to join the fray, the strength he could muster would likely only surpass that of an average 6th tier silver practitioner by a small margin. He understood that should Luo Tian be defeated and perish at Wu Lingfeng's hands, his own fate would scarcely be better at this moment. He observed that although Luo Tian had managed to injure Wu Lingfeng, his most formidable weapon had been swatted away by Wu Lingfeng's claw, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Were it not for the mysterious voice in his soul world repeatedly urging him to refrain from acting impulsively, he might have already succumbed to the urge to confront Wu Lingfeng in a desperate battle. Playing tricks. After a thunderous roar, Wu Lingfeng's tiger-like eyes widened, glinting with fierce brilliance, as he lunged once more at Luo Tian. Just then, a torrent of flames suddenly erupted from the crimson flame gourd held in Luo Tian's grasp, surging forth like a fiery tide towards Wu Lingfeng. You have no idea how your flames affect me. With a resolute roar, Wu Lingfeng plunged into the flames, his fierce gaze suddenly intensifying. In the next moment, without a trace of hesitation, he emerged from the inferno like a hunted beast fleeing in desperation. Meanwhile, bolstered by the power of his mind, Luo Tian swiftly distanced himself from Wu Lingfeng, his legs moving with the speed of a gale as he approached the 2 precious flying swords that Wu Lingfeng had knocked aside. He reached out with his mind from afar, retrieving the swords back into his possession. The same treasures wielded by a more advanced cultivator wield greater power. Just moments ago, as Wu Lingfeng launched his assault, Luo Tian's mental strength had finally ascended to the 8th tier. Without hesitation, he immediately condensed the silver energy within him once more, elevating it to the 8th tier of silver. Employing the 8th tier of silver energy to activate the crimson flame gourd was distinctly different from when he had used the 7th tier. Although Wu Lingfeng appeared to possess a formidable affinity for the power of flames, he was still caught off guard by the sudden surge in Luo Tian's fiery might, leaving his eyes ablaze with fury. The 8th tier of silver. You actually broke through to the 8th tier of silver? However, after his initial rage subsided, Wu Lingfeng's gaze froze, fixated on Luo Tian as if he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Indeed, the 8th tier of silver. Luo Tian smiled faintly, advancing step by step from his previous distance. Before, you held the upper hand, but now, it's my turn. The 8th tier of silver, what of it? Do you truly believe that a mere breakthrough in a minor realm makes you my match? Wu Lingfeng's tiger-like ferocity surged as his tail whipped behind him, conjuring a fierce wind that sent debris swirling into the air. The 8th tier of silver may not seem formidable, yet it is sufficient to claim your life. Luo Tian's voice turned cold and sharp. He had resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. After breaking through to the 8th tier of silver, he realized that leveraging Wu Lingfeng's strength to ascend to the 9th tier would demand an inordinate amount of time, especially since Wu Lingfeng himself was only at the 9th tier. If too much time were allowed to pass, and Wu Lingfeng were to reach the 10th tier, transcending from the late stage of the Silver Secret Realm to its pinnacle, Luo Tian would not only find it impossible to slay Wu Lingfeng, but even to escape his grasp would remain uncertain. As his thoughts raced, Luo Tian pointed his hand, and immediately, two precious flying swords, one entwined with lush green energy and the other replenished with flames from the crimson flame gourd, shot forth once more towards Wu Lingfeng. Harnessing the power of the minor 5 elements sword formation, bolstered by the support of 3 additional flying swords and the strength of the Silver 8 stage, these two swords surged forth with a velocity that had increased by a staggering 30% compared to before, swiftly arriving beside Wu Lingfeng, poised to deliver a brutal strike upon his tiger head. Roar! The sound of a tiger's roar erupted as Wu Lingfeng slammed his massive tail against the ground. With this force, along with the swirling gusts he had previously summoned, his immense tiger form soared through the air, evading the 2 flying swords of wood and fire, and suddenly lunged downwards towards Luo Tian. Simultaneously, the roar he unleashed carried a soul-shattering potency. Its thunderous resonance surged into Luo Tian's ears and penetrated his soul realm, attempting to stir up tumultuous waves within. However, all of this was swiftly rendered null and void under the suppression of the silver lantern in Luo Tian's soul world. This time, your demise is inevitable. As he approached Luo Tian, all of Wu Lingfeng's formidable energy coalesced in his right tiger claw. At that moment, the chilling light, glimmering with flecks of golden radiance, coalesced into a length of nearly 5 feet atop his claw. Yet, upon witnessing this spectacle, Luo Tian did not flinch. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. In that instant, the portion of silver strength he wielded for the art of manipulation was unexpectedly refined further by his mental power, elevating it to the same level as Wu Lingfeng's Silver 9 stage. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Wu Lingfeng launched a desperate assault on Luo Tian, an icy chill gripped his heart, for at that moment, 2 incredibly sharp beams of red and green sword light intertwined and, at an unimaginable speed, blinked into existence at the nape of his neck. Thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as Wu Lingfeng's immense tiger head was cleaved by Luo Tian's red and green sword lights from either side. Roar! Wu Lingfeng let out a thunderous roar of fury. Do not shout. Your head may fall off. A peculiar smile graced Luo Tian's face as he retracted his flying swords and calmly addressed the immobilized Wu Lingfeng, stating that if he remained so obediently still, perhaps he could prolong his existence for a while longer. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wu Lingfeng, after a moment of stunned silence, fixed Luo Tian with a gaze ablaze with fury. As if the deluge of rain could not extinguish the flames within his eyes. That moment, Wu Feihong, who was watching from the sidelines, stood agape, utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that the invincible Wu Lingfeng, who had just moments ago exuded an air of dominance, could be so swiftly reduced to this state by Luo Tian. Observing Wu Lingfeng's silence, Luo Tian sighed, remarking that had it not been for Wu Lingfeng's claim of needing only half a day's time to break through to the Black Silver Secret Realm, he truly would not have wished to end his life so easily, as the living Wu Lingfeng was far more valuable than the deceased. Do you think that you have achieved victory in this manner? Yet, just as Luo Tian's words lingered in the air, the once downtrodden Wu Lingfeng suddenly broke into an enigmatic smile. Oh? As Luo Tian squinted his eyes, he inquired, what, is it possible that at this juncture, you still have the capability to turn the tables, or perhaps you can manage to push your head back in? Push it back? Wu Lingfeng's body swayed slightly, and in the next moment, his massive tiger form shimmered with brilliance. Transforming back into his original appearance, he gazed at Luo Tian and chuckled softly. There is no need to push it back, for I have already discovered a superior vessel. A superior vessel? Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, a superior vessel. Amidst the intertwining shadows of night and flickering flames, A glimmer of green light danced in Wu Lingfeng's eyes as he spoke in a haunting tone. Just as his words fell, a jet-black light in the shape of a tiger, entwined with a golden seed of light, suddenly shot forth from his brow. The black light, upon bursting forth from Wu Lingfeng's forehead, swiftly penetrated Luo Tian's brow before he could react. Chapter 59. The Demon Tiger Arhat Skill. First update, seeking subscription. Ha 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 ha. Did you not expect this? The cultivation technique I practice is exceptionally adept at seizing control of others. Henceforth, your body shall belong to me. Moreover, I am quite curious to uncover the secrets you possess that have enabled you to cultivate so rapidly. The black tiger demon soul, enveloped with a golden seed of light, erupted into raucous laughter upon invading Luo Tian's realm of the soul. At the center of Luo Tian's soul world, he supported the ethereal spirit of the silver lamp with one hand, staring in silence at the black tiger demon soul that was laughing maniacally. Could it be that upon entering a foreign domain, one does not take a moment to assess the situation? Luo Tian shook his head, struggling to comprehend how Wu Lingfeng, who had been patient for over a decade, could suddenly display such a lack of decorum. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wu Lingfeng became aware that Luo Tian's realm of the soul appeared somewhat distinct from those of others, particularly due to the silver lamp held in the ethereal spirit's hand, which emanated an aura of extreme danger. What is this? At that moment, he felt that the golden seed of light he held seemed to tremble slightly in the presence of the silver lamp. Of course, it is a valuable object. Would you care to take a look? Luo Tian offered a faint smile, and in the next instant, he raised his hand and tossed the silver lamp toward the black tiger soul manifestation of Wu Lingfeng. A valuable object? The soul manifestation of Wu Lingfeng trembled violently. He was well aware that the silver lamp was indeed a precious item, but it was not his yet, for him, who had already breached Luo Tian's realm of the soul. There was no path of retreat left. He had no choice but to risk everything for a slim chance of survival. Roaring in thought, Wu Lingfeng's soul manifestation let out a thunderous roar, and following this outburst, his enormous mouth gaped wide, as if it could swallow the heavens, as it moved to devour Luo Tian's essence. Demon Tiger Soul Devouring. This was an extraordinary secret technique inherent to the cultivation method he practiced. Are you not afraid of disturbing others with such a racket? Just then, as Luo Tian's calm voice resonated, the silver lamp hurtling towards Wu Lingfeng erupted in radiant brilliance, and in an instant, Luo Tian's entire realm of the soul was enveloped in a dazzling white light. A piercing scream resonated as the ethereal shadow of Wu Lingfeng was obliterated by the radiant brilliance emanating from the silver lamp, leaving behind only the golden seed that he had once clutched in his grasp, along with the tumultuous memories carried within his soul. I am eager to uncover the contents of your memories. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed with an unusual hue as, with the aid of the silver lamp, he absorbed the white light that embodied Wu Lingfeng's memories after his demise into his own soul. He understood that, in comparison to his previous breakthrough to the 8th stage of heart power, the memories of Wu Lingfeng and the golden seed that had entered his soul realm represented his most significant gain this time. Hurry, you must go and kill him. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed from Wu Feihong's soul as Wu Lingfeng's ethereal shadow surged into Luo Tian's soul realm. Kill him? Who should I kill? Wu Feihong was momentarily taken aback. You fool, of course, you must kill Luo Tian. The voice urged him hastily, explaining that Wu Lingfeng had already transcended and was now attempting to seize Luo Tian's body. If he succeeds in this possession, do you think you can survive? Kill Luo Tian? A shiver ran through Wu Feihong's heart. Although Luo Tian currently inhabited his elder brother's body, Wu Feihong harbored little affection for Wu Feiyun, and thus, he felt no substantial animosity towards Luo Tian. Of course, this was not to disregard the fact that Luo Tian had refrained from coercing Yin Shaoqian into any undesirable actions after capturing her. Nevertheless, upon realizing that if Wu Lingfeng succeeded in possessing Luo Tian, not only would he lose his own life, but Yin Shaoqian would also perish, Wu Feihong steeled his resolve and rushed towards Luo Tian with his sword in hand. With a swift motion, as he reached Luo Tian, Wu Feihong saw the latter with his eyes tightly shut. Gripping his sword tightly, he brought it down with ferocity towards Luo Tian's neck. Bang. Suddenly, Luo Tian lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Wu Feihong's abdomen, sending him flying far away. What do you intend to do? Luo Tian questioned coldly, towering over Wu Feihong. Crumpled amidst the debris of fallen walls, Wu Feihong's mind remained in a daze until Luo Tian's inquiry jolted him back to reality. He raised his head, his eyes warily scrutinizing Luo Tian, and asked, "Are you Luo Tian? Or are you Wu Lingfeng?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tian realized why Wu Feihong had acted as he did. However, this did not absolve Wu Feihong in his eyes. and he began to advance step by step towards him. Are you Wu Lingfeng? Wu Feihong struggled to rise from the ground. As he stood, Luo Tian abruptly raised his hand and gestured behind Wu Feihong. Instantly, a beam of golden light emerged from the debris behind him, crashing forcefully into Wu Feihong's back. Wu Feihong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body propelled forward to land at Luo Tian's feet with a thud. Luo Tian reached out to grasp the golden light that had transformed from the shield previously sent flying by Wu Lingfeng, then lifted one foot to press against Wu Feihong's chest. With the slightest exertion, Wu Feihong's eyes bulged outward. What has transpired in the Wu family that has ignited such a tremendous fire? As Luo Tian was preparing to exert himself further, a sudden movement caught his ear, prompting him to lift his gaze towards the distance. However, the presence of courtyard walls and other edifices obstructed his view, rendering even him unable to discern anything. Casting another cold glance at Wu Feihong, Luo Tian spoke icily, should such an incident occur again, I shall ensure that you and Yin Shaoqian meet your demise together, like a pair of fated lovebirds. With that, Luo Tian lifted his foot and began to stride outward, paying little heed to the deceased members of the Wu family, including Gong Zi, who had once offered him shoulder rubs and back pats. He merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing them entirely. To him, the entire Wu family was naught but a transient presence. All your misguided suggestions have led to this. Behind him, Wu Feihong, mustering his strength, managed to stand. Throughout the night, he had endured countless humiliations and defeats. Had it not been for his cultivation level reaching the 7th stage of silver, his very survival would have been in question. How could I have anticipated that Luo Tian would be so formidable? That demon tiger clearly practiced the demon tiger Arhat technique, and its realm surpassed Luo Tian's. Yet, under such circumstances, how many individuals in this world could withstand the soul-devouring secret technique of the demon tiger Arhat? The voice within his spiritual realm lamented heavily. Humph, let us not dwell on that for now. What shall we do? Wu Feihong snorted coldly. What can we do? He commanded you to follow. Do you dare to refuse? Chapter 60. Departing from Qingbei town. After taking a few steps forward, as if struck by a sudden thought, Luo Tian turned back and extended his hand towards Wu Lingfeng's body. In an instant, Wu Lingfeng's form was lifted as if by a gust of wind, floating to stand before him. Examining Wu Lingfeng, Luo Tian removed a bracelet from his wrist and then retrieved the scarlet flame gourd, directing a torrent of crimson flames towards Wu Lingfeng's corpse. In a short while, amidst the searing inferno, Wu Lingfeng's body was reduced to a pile of ashes. Toying with the bracelet in his hand, Luo Tian raised his head and addressed Wu Feihong, who stood transfixed, gazing at the ashes of Wu Lingfeng. What are you dawdling for? Go fetch Yin Shaoqian. We must depart. The distance from the periphery of Langmeng Mountain to Qingbei town was merely a few dozen li. For practitioners of the black-silver secret realm, such a distance could be traversed in under 10 minutes with little exertion. Not long after Luo Tian had slain Wu Lingfeng, he sensed an overwhelming wave of hatred emanating from the direction of his recent kill. Zhuang Zhiping. Judging by the intensity of this aura, Luo Tian surmised that the source of such animosity was most likely Zhuang Zhiping's father. After more than a day, this father had finally learned of his son's beheading at Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian was uncertain whether the father could trace his whereabouts, yet at this moment, no matter how he pondered, the wisest choice was to vacate the area promptly, as Wu Feihong went to retrieve Yin Shaoqian. Luo Tian surveyed the surrounding flames that were gradually extinguishing. With a flicker of thought, he urged the scarlet flame gourd once more, unleashing terrifying torrents of crimson flames that shot forth in all directions. Let everything return to dust and soil, as Wu Feihong rushed towards him. Dragging Yin Shaoqian from the increasingly raging flames, Luo Tian had already arrived at the entrance of the Wu family's estate. With a resounding crash, Luo Tian kicked open the grand gate and stepped outside, immediately confronted by a throng of over 100 people gathered at the threshold. Most of these individuals were practitioners who had already registered to join the White Whale sect. My lord, I do not know. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with uncertainty as they regarded both Luo Tian and the blazing inferno consuming the Wu residence. What do you mean you do not know? Do not delay. Go extinguish the fire at once. Luo Tian bellowed in a fierce reprimand, having reverted to the guise of Zhuang Zhiping. My lord. A practitioner who stood nearest to Luo Tian felt the chilling pressure emanating from him and, startled, hurried towards the courtyard of the Wu family. The others, too, dared not hesitate and swiftly followed suit. These practitioners, having been trained, moved with a speed far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Within moments, the crowd of over 100 had dispersed entirely. My surname is Jean, given name Bayu. I having slain the vile bandit Zhuang Zhiping in the Wolfmang Mountains, have now assumed his appearance to procure funds in Qingbei Town. Once the area was devoid of spectators, Luo Tian took to etching bold characters into the outer wall of the Wu estate with his hand, as if it were a quill. With a flourish of his sleeve, he led the bewildered Wu Feihong and Yin Shaoqian into the obsidian night. As for the practitioners who had paid 500 taels of silver as dues to the sect, their thoughts upon emerging from the fire would be of no concern to him. On the outskirts of the Wolfmang Mountains, where Zhuang Zhiping had met his demise at Luo Tian's hand, a thick scent of blood lingered in the air. The black dog, reduced to a battered state, lay beside Zhuang Zhiping, surrounded by several slain beasts. These creatures had sought to devour the black dog and Zhuang Zhiping but had met their end at the dog's fangs. Despite its grievous injuries, the black dog still possessed the cultivation level of the Silver Secret Realm's 4th stage, rendering it far from ordinary. At that moment, a middle-aged man with hawkish eyes, clad in a black embroidered robe, listened grimly to the black dog's account. Given the circumstances, the black dog revealed everything without reservation, including the events that had led to this moment. With its limbs severed and its master slain, it harbored no desire to continue living. Had it not been for the wish to relay the events to this figure before it, hoping for vengeance for its master, it would have taken its own life a day prior. Zhan Baiyu. Upon hearing the black dog's tale, the man in the black robe's eyes gleamed with a potent murderous intent. The underground black market, you say? I shall investigate. Carefully considering the black dog's words, he surmised that someone was attempting to lead him to the underground black market nestled within the Wolfmang Mountains. As for the individual named Zhan Baiyu, he remained uncertain of the truth of this person's existence. However, should he encounter this individual in the black market, he would be convinced that his son's death was intrinsically linked to him. Even if this person had not directly caused his son's demise, he must certainly be an enemy who sought to frame the culprit. In such a case, that individual would also have no reason to continue living. Certainly, prior to this, he would follow the clues to unmask the true mastermind behind the death of his son. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the black dog, now reduced to a mere stick. However, at this moment, the black dog, having fulfilled its mission, had shattered its own heart with its silver power, completely losing its breath. You wretched creature! The middle-aged man suddenly struck out with a large hand, his ink-black silver power transforming into an enormous handprint, forcefully pressing the lifeless black dog deep into the ground, reducing it to a puddle of muck. After completing this, a thought crossed the middle-aged man's mind. Alas, venturing into the underground black market of Wolfmang Mountain alone may not be prudent, if the true culprit is an enemy lurking in the shadows. Thus reflecting, he carefully gathered the dismembered corpse of Zhuang Zhiping before propelling himself into the air on a flying sword. Just as he prepared to return to the White Whale sect to summon a few fellow disciples, his gaze suddenly shifted towards the direction of Qingbei Town. Such a large fire. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before swiftly directing his sword light towards Qingbei Town. My lord, where shall we go next? Wu Feihong and Yin Shaoqian followed Luo Tian, gazing at him as if he were a devil. Previously, upon realizing that Luo Tian was not Zhuang Zhiping, they had assumed he merely disguised himself as Zhuang Zhiping, never contemplating that he had actually killed him. Zhuang Zhiping was a core disciple of the White Whale sect, backed by a practitioner from the Black Silver Secret Realm. Luo Tian's actions were akin to plucking a tiger's whiskers from its mouth. Why ask so many questions? Just follow me, Luo Tian replied coolly, casting a glance at the two. At this moment, he had no particular destination in mind, only sensing the movements of the practitioner from the Black Silver Secret Realm who harbored murderous intent towards him. In truth, had he not sensed this, he would not have allowed the fire at the Wu family to escalate so dramatically. His intention was to lure Zhuang Zhiping's father, intensifying his animosity towards him. Chapter 61. The fury of 3 powerful practitioners from the Black Silver Secret Realm. Half an hour later, Wu Feihong and Yin Shaoqian followed Luo Tian, traversing the majestic mountains, arriving at Wolfmang Mountain. Following behind Luo Tian, they felt perplexed, unable to comprehend why he chose this obscure path instead of a more direct route. After all, with Luo Tian's strength, even if the people of Qingbei Town were incensed upon seeing the words he had inscribed, they likely would not dare to pursue him. However, upon reaching Wolfmang Mountain, Luo Tian turned back for a moment to glance towards Qingbei Town, a flicker of something inscrutable crossing his eyes. During their journey along the secluded path to Wolfmang Mountain, he had sensed a surge of vengeful energy emanating from the direction of Qingbei Town towards himself. Simultaneously, the murderous intent of the practitioner from the Black Silver Secret Realm had shifted from its previous location to the direction of Qingbei Town. As anticipated by Luo Tian, upon the arrival of the formidable black-silver realm cultivator at Qingbei town, the malevolent intent emanating from him surged dramatically. A faint, elusive smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze towards Wu Feihong and Yan Shaoqian, who accompanied him, and remarked, "From this point onward, you may venture wherever your heart's desire. Wherever you wish to go, you are free to do so." After a brief moment of astonishment, both Wu Feihong and Yan Shaoqian felt a stirring in their hearts. "You may go wherever you please, and I shall not interfere. However, it would be prudent to act swiftly. Otherwise, I may very well reconsider my stance," Luo Tian stated with a smile. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Wu Feihong and Yan Shaoqian felt an increased sense of urgency. To them, Luo Tian was akin to a demon. Escaping his grasp would be an unparalleled relief. Yet, they were oblivious to whether this was yet another of Luo Tian's cruel jests. Thus, after Luo Tian concluded his statement, they exchanged glances, remaining silent. "Should you choose not to depart, then perhaps you should never leave at all." Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. With a swift motion, he retrieved the crimson flame gourd, unleashing a brilliant scarlet flame. "Stop!" Wu Feihong's heart sank at this sight. He quickly pulled Yan Shaoqian back, retreating hastily while shouting, "We implore you, Lord Luo, do not take action. We shall leave at once." "May you find longevity in your lives," Luo Tian murmured to himself. Observing the terrified pair retreating into the distance, he pondered the capabilities of a black-silver realm cultivator and was uncertain whether he could trace their escape route through the slightest clues. It was precisely this uncertainty that led him to bring along these two burdensome companions, allowing them to act independently once they arrived here. Once Wu Feihong and Yan Shaoqian's figures vanished completely from sight, a flicker of dark light shone in Luo Tian's eyes. In the next moment, radiant brilliance enveloped him, and he transformed in the blink of an eye into a massive, pitch-black tiger of considerable length. With a swish, he clawed the ground powerfully, propelling himself forward like the wind, while simultaneously utilizing his mental strength to close the pores on his body, preventing any scent from escaping. He was confident that after all his meticulous preparations, even if the black-silver realm cultivator could locate this place, he would likely pursue Wu Feihong and Yan Shaoqian, overlooking him entirely. This was, indeed, his true intention. The demon tiger arhat technique is truly a remarkable art. As Luo Tian leaped through the forest in his tiger form, he simultaneously directed a fragment of his consciousness to the golden seed of light nestled within his soul realm. This golden seed represented the essence of the demon tiger arhat technique, a legacy left by Wu Lingfeng within the realm of his soul. Not all techniques are capable of condensing into a seed. Even the black-silver realm technique that Luo Tian had previously cultivated, the Black Sha heavenly phenomenon, did not achieve such a feat upon reaching its pinnacle. A formless technique seed, once refined, may be wielded by anyone. The mere desire to refine the seed of the cultivation technique requires an extensive amount of time. However, Wu Lingfeng took the initiative to send this seed into Luo Tian's soul world. Under the suppression of the silver lamp, after Luo Tian examined Wu Lingfeng's memories, it did not take long for him to assimilate this seed as his own. Although Luo Tian practiced the Black Sha heavenly phenomenon technique, once he refined this cultivation seed, a slight activation transformed his innate silver power into a unique silver energy interspersed with faint golden and deep black luminous points. Simultaneously, this cultivation seed also harbored three secret techniques: the Demon Tiger Transformation, the Demon Tiger Soul Devour, and the Demon Tiger Diamond Claw. At this moment, Luo Tian was employing the Demon Tiger Transformation technique. Whoosh! A figure gliding on a beam of sword light, guided by a pink butterfly, swiftly traversed the mountainous terrain. Before long, upon reaching the location where Luo Tian, Wu Lingfeng, and Yan Shaoqian had separated, the pink butterfly halted, then darted off in the direction pursued by Wu Feihong and Yan Shaoqian. "I shall see just how far you can flee." The middle-aged man on the flying sword wore a frosty expression. After a fleeting thought led him to Qingbei town, he beheld the large characters inscribed on the outer wall of the Wu family. Upon learning the events from the group of cultivators surrounding the Wu family, he was nearly driven to the brink of exploding with rage. He had never encountered such audacity. The pink butterfly flitting ahead was an extraordinary insect, not only swift in speed but also capable of tracing scents left throughout the day to locate its target. After more than a day, a response finally emerged. Just as Zhuang Zhiping's father, consumed with unbridled fury, sought Luo Tian's whereabouts, Luo Tian, transformed into a fierce tiger racing through the forest, felt a sudden stirring within his heart. At that moment, waves of furious mental fluctuations were conveyed to him from the Black Tiger clan's territory, previously relayed by the haughty tiger he had released. What thrilled him was that among these mental waves were those from cultivators of the 8th, 9th, and 10th tiers of the Silver Realm, and even 2 from the Black-Silver Secret Realm. Yet, distinctions existed even among the Black-Silver Secret Realm practitioners. Compared to Zhuang Zhiping's father, the 2 leaders of the Black Tiger clan, the 2nd and 3rd elders, while formidable, still paled slightly in comparison. Nevertheless, regardless of the hierarchy, these were mental waves transmitted to him from 3 practitioners of the Black-Silver Secret Realm, coupled with the supporting mental waves from other cultivators. The experience bar in his soul world surged forward, invigorating Luo Tian with a sense that he was on the verge of transcending the heavens. Chapter 62. The Great Advancement. In the territory of the Black Tiger clan, the Black Tiger that had been repeatedly bullied and teased by Luo Tian had actually returned to the clan for a day. However, as both clan leaders were in closed-door cultivation, it was only now that it finally encountered these 2 formidable beings. You say someone has taken Ziming's fiancée and intends to challenge me in the underground black market. The 2nd elder of the Black Tiger clan, Rantiani, sat upon a stone chair, and as haughty tiger finished recounting the events, a glimmer of coldness emerged in his tiger-like eyes. He has transformed into a humanoid figure, sporting a head of short black hair that stands erect like a hedgehog, coupled with a stern visage that exudes an intense sense of aggression. Indeed, the clan leader stated precisely that. Huadihu cautiously remarked, "Humph, I believe he must have the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard." Suddenly, Rantiani forcefully slammed his hand onto the table before him and rose from his seat. "Enough, you may leave for now. We are aware of the situation." That moment, a man seated on a stone chair not far from Rantiani waved his hand, signaling Huadihu to withdraw, then said, "Second brother, this matter may not be as simple as you think. I have an inkling that the person's intention is not merely to engage you in battle, but rather to lure us into the underground black market. Deliberately leading us there?" Rantiani furrowed his brow and after a moment's contemplation said, "Upon your suggestion, I reflect on it, and indeed, there is a possibility. However, how can we simply overlook such a blatant provocation?" The man clad in a green robe, with a black mole at the corner of his right mouth, smiled. "Naturally, we must take action. I shall accompany you, second brother, on this venture, but prior to that, we must make adequate preparations before proceeding." Luo Tian currently possesses a mental power level of only 8 segments. Yet the psychics influenced by him consist of 3 practitioners from the Black-Silver Secret Realm, indicating the rapid advancement of his mental prowess. The surging mental fluctuations, akin to the drifting willow catkins of spring, were absorbed by Luo Tian into his soul realm and then compressed together by the power of the silver lamp. 30.40.50. Just as Luo Tian was secretly elated, Zhuang Zhiping's father, Zhuang Yutong, the middle-aged man pursuing Wu Feihong and Yin Shaoqian, had already flown over 10 miles, guided by the pink butterfly. However, upon reaching a valley, Zhuang Yutong's pair of eyes, brimming with murderous intent, suddenly narrowed, as the murderous aura emanating from Luo Tian surged dramatically once more. For what appeared before him was neither the expected Zhan Baiyu nor Wu Feihong and Yin Shaoqian, but rather a large-eared rabbit with a dab of black mud on each ear. Realizing this, Zhuang Yutong instantly understood that he had undoubtedly been deceived, and the one who tricked him might very well be watching from nearby. With a flash, the sword light gleamed as the flying sword beneath Zhuang Yutong's feet shot forth at lightning speed, effortlessly cleaving the rabbit in 2 within the blink of an eye. He then unleashed the divine sense reserved for those above the Black-Silver Secret Realm, sweeping in all directions, only to be met with disappointment as he found nothing. 5 days hence, I shall undoubtedly venture into the underground black market. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to toy with me. A glint of murderous intent seeped from Zhuang Yutong's eyes. Indeed, I knew that Luo Tian's decision to let you 2 go was certainly not made with good intentions. Just as Zhuang Yutong severed the large-eared rabbit with his sword, a voice resonated within Wu Feihong's soul from a tree abundant with foliage, situated 3 to 4 miles away. "What? Has that rabbit encountered trouble?" In the depths of his heart, Wu Feihong pondered the grim reality. He was indeed dead. A voice within his soul softly articulated that the assailant was a practitioner of the Black-Silver Secret Realm, and not just any practitioner of that realm. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Wu Feihong's eyes widened in sheer horror. It is conceivable that had it not been for the timely guidance he received shortly after Luo Tian and the others departed, specifically, the method to conceal his own aura and redirect it towards other life forms, he would have found himself without a grave to call his own. The power of the heart, 9th tier. Simultaneously, as Zhuang Yutong was consumed by an uncontrollable fury after cleaving the rabbit in 2, Luo Tian, far away, felt a jolt within his being. The silver lamp in his soul's realm erupted with the emergence of a ninth heart flame ring. Yet for Luo Tian, this was merely the beginning, that moment. The experience bar within his soul's world continued to surge forward at an astonishing pace. Without a moment's hesitation, upon reaching the ninth tier of heart power, he swiftly harnessed this newfound strength to elevate his silver power to the ninth tier of white silver in a remarkably brief span. Following this breakthrough, he unleashed the tiger transformation, stepping forth to cover several tens of meters in an instant. Indeed, with all his might, it was not beyond possibility for him to leap nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Swish, 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 as Luo Tian raced through the forest, he attuned to the whereabouts of the three practitioners of the black-silver secret realm. Along with the myriad of mental waves they emanated due to his presence, I wonder if I can seize this opportunity to break through to the black-silver secret realm. If I could achieve such a breakthrough, perhaps I might stand a chance to seize control of the underground black market. Otherwise, should the two black tigers and Zhuang Zhiping's father arrive at the underground market, I fear I might not even qualify to participate. He possessed the self-awareness to recognize that while his strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to those practitioners who had cultivated their skills for countless years within the black-silver secret realm. There remains a span of time. I shall use this interval to journey to the White Whale Prefecture to procure items of utility. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Luo Tian's eyes. He currently possessed a substantial sum of silver, which was of no use sitting idly in his hands. Thus, he had long intended to seek out a larger shop to acquire some goods. As for whether he would venture to the underground black market in 5 days, that would depend on the circumstances. After all, his initial challenge to the two black tigers and his intent to lure Zhuang Zhiping's father to the underground black market were merely whims born of spontaneity, and a desire to irritate Zhan Baiyu in passing. Time flowed inexorably, as Luo Tian leaped swiftly, preparing to traverse the Wolf Mang Mountain and exit from the opposite side. His recently attained heart power experienced a slight surge, culminating in the generation of a 10th light ring. 10 rings of heart power corresponded to the 10th tier of the white-silver secret realm, signifying the pinnacle of cultivation within that domain. His pace began to slow. It seemed that to achieve a breakthrough to the black-silver secret realm within a few days, he would need to undertake further actions. Chapter 63. The White Whale Prefecture. Emerging from the Wolf Mang Mountains, Luo Tian's form swayed, and he effortlessly transitioned from the state of the demon tiger back to his human guise. Approaching the bank of a crystal-clear stream, he gazed into the water, where his reflection revealed a striking visage. A prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and well-defined features that would undoubtedly stand out in any crowd. Yet, this appearance was neither Zhuang Zhiping nor Wu Feiyun, but rather his own likeness from a past life in that previous existence. His looks were merely above average. However, in this life, through rigorous cultivation, his entire demeanor had undergone a sublime transformation, rendering him unforgettable at a mere glance. A handsome and distinctive countenance should effortlessly earn him significant influence over the hearts of others. By the gently rippling waters of the stream, Luo Tian pinched his nose before loosening the bindings that restrained his hair, allowing it to cascade freely. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his mental energy throughout each strand of hair, swiftly concentrating the melanin to the very core of each follicle. The result of this endeavor was that his hair transformed at an astonishing pace, shifting from a deep black to a brilliant, lustrous white. Having completed this, he made subtle adjustments to his appearance once more before unleashing his agility, leaping into the air like an eagle, arms outstretched as he glided toward the direction of the White Whale Manor. Previously, upon attaining the 10th level of mental energy, he had rapidly elevated his silver power to the same rank. With this mastery, he could glide effortlessly for 100 meters with minimal exertion. Upon traversing the Wolfmang Mountains, Luo Tian found himself at the boundary of Seabird City. Like Pinglang City, Seabird City served as a fortress for the White Whale Manor. If Luo Tian wished to reach the manor in a straight line, he would need to pass through not only Seabird City, but also the fortresses of Giant Wave City and Shark Slaughter City, covering several hundred miles. Even at his current velocity, it would take him several hours to arrive. Previously, he had acquired the memories of Wu Lingfeng, a fusion of the recollections of the patriarch of the Black Tiger clan and those of Wu Lingfeng prior to his possession. Wu Lingfeng had been an inner disciple of the White Whale sect, and through his memories, Luo Tian gleaned much about the affairs of the White Whale Manor. Although these memories dated back over a decade, they remained invaluable to Luo Tian, who had only recently arrived in this world. Even seemingly mundane information was crucial for him, and among these memories was a general map of the White Whale Manor region. With a swift motion, Luo Tian resembled a primordial bird, alternating between running and gliding. As he reached Seabird City, he showed no signs of halting. With a mere thought, he soared high above the city, directly entering its confines. Such audacity! As Luo Tian glided above Seabird City, onlookers among the cultivators began to murmur in astonishment. After all, apart from the formidable beings above the black-silver secret realm, ordinary cultivators typically prefer to navigate slowly through satellite cities such as Hainyao City. Rarely does anyone dare to glide freely above Hainyao City like Luo Tian does. However, even in the face of the overwhelming aura exuding from Luo Tian, despite the rising anger among many cultivators, none dared to provoke him. A practitioner at the 10th rank of the Silver Realm is not to be trifled with, regardless of the location. Moreover, Luo Tian, with his striking white hair, each strand gleaming and devoid of any sign of aging, stands as a youthful practitioner at the 10th rank of the Silver Realm point. One cannot help but wonder where this white-haired youth hails from. Possessing such strength, he could very well be regarded as a prospective true disciple within the White Whale sect. Some individuals exchanged grave glances, speculating among themselves. In addition to the ordinary cultivators, there were also a black-silver secret realm general named Jin Yuan from the Zhao Kingdom and another black-silver secret realm expert stationed by the White Whale sect to assist in the city's defense. They too recognized Luo Tian, yet, despite their stirred thoughts, they did not pay him much heed. After all, the leap from the 10th rank of the Silver Realm to the Black-Silver Realm is a significant hurdle. Practitioners who manage to break through to the Black-Silver Realm are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, it was unlikely that Luo Tian would intersect with their paths again, so as he soared above Hainyao City, he merely stirred a slight ripple in their tranquil minds. Indeed, this approach proved inefficient. After departing from Hainyao City, Luo Tian glanced back and slowly shook his head. Not long after his exit, the ripples he had created within the city quickly subsided, and the psychological waves he could absorb became regrettably scarce. The minimal fluctuations he encountered might have allowed for a swift advancement from the 2nd to the 3rd tier of his mental prowess, or even from the 3rd to the 4th, but for him now, their significance had diminished considerably. Of course, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Merely by traveling, he could still gather some mental waves, rendering this endeavor worthwhile for Luo Tian. As for whether this would attract the ire of any Black-Silver Realm experts seeking to teach him a lesson, he harbored little concern after all. He possessed the token of Zhuang Zhiping. Should a Black-Silver expert confront him, he could easily present it as a token of trust, claiming he was delivering a message to the White Whale sect, thus likely securing their confidence. If that failed, with his current peak strength in the Silver Realm and the aid of his mental prowess, he might very well escape from an ordinary Black-Silver practitioner if he exerted himself fully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Tian resumed his journey. He employed the same method to swiftly traverse through Xiangui City and Lusha City, and after several hours, he arrived at the city of the White Whale Prefecture. During this interval, the experience bar in his soul realm advanced to 20% after absorbing the intermittent waves of killing intent from Zhuang Yutong, along with various other fluctuations. Regardless of the type of mental wave, it is challenging for them to persist indefinitely. For instance, although Zhuang Yutong's son was slain by Luo Tian, he could not remain idle, endlessly pondering how to capture Luo Tian and what kind of severe punishment to inflict upon him once apprehended. As for the two Black Tigers of the Black Tiger clan, their fury towards Luo Tian has now nearly dissipated. Perhaps in a few days, when they venture into the underground black market, their wrath against Luo Tian may rekindle. However, during this interim, barring any extraordinary circumstances, their contributions towards Luo Tian will undoubtedly be minimal. Thus, as time progresses, the emotional resonance that Luo Tian can draw upon dwindles. White Whale Manor. Gazing at a magnificent peak rising amidst the undulating mountains, Luo Tian's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. The city of White Whale Manor is not constructed upon flat plains, but rather built upon a verdant range of modest mountains. Chapter 64. The Purchase. In a fortified city like Seabird City, Luo Tian could act with impunity, yet upon entering White Whale Manor, with his current capabilities, he must conduct himself with utmost propriety. As he approached the northern city gate of White Whale Manor, he descended and began to walk toward the entrance step by step. The location he occupied was the northern gate of White Whale Manor. This imposing gate towered over 150 meters, while the surrounding grand walls coiled like a colossal dragon, safeguarding the entirety of White Whale Manor within. The walls, uniformly towering at a height of 100 meters, may pose no deterrent to aerial practitioners of the Black-Silver Realm, yet the menacing demon-slaying crossbows positioned every 1,000 meters atop the walls would instill trepidation in any cultivator with intentions of mischief. A single demon-slaying crossbow, when fully drawn, could potentially incapacitate or even slay an ordinary practitioner of the black-silver realm if aimed accurately. Should a dozen such crossbows be unleashed simultaneously, even mid to late-stage practitioners of the black-silver realm would be filled with apprehension. Atop the northern gate, a resplendent mirror was embedded, and as Luo Tian approached the entrance, the mirror's brilliance flickered, casting a radiant light upon him for a fleeting moment before receding. This mirror, known as the Demon Discerning Mirror, serves to accurately identify whether those entering and exiting are transformed members of the demon race, as White Whale Manor prohibits any demon beasts bound by restrictions from entering. Guarded by a contingent of practitioners, all at mid-stage of the Silver Realm, the entrance was orderly, with no idle personnel permitted to approach. To the left, right, and ahead of the gate lay broad thoroughfares. Luo Tian proceeded onward, and after distancing himself 100 meters from the entrance, he discovered a plethora of practitioner shops along the adjacent streets, bustling with cultivators perusing the wares. All edifices within White Whale Manor were either adorned or harmoniously intertwined with the surroundings, entwined in vines and shaded by verdant foliage, creating a seamless blend with the peculiar mountains. At the very edge of these shops, closest to the entrance, there stood a store bearing the sign guide. Practitioners entering this establishment generally did so in haste, quickly departing thereafter. Upon his arrival, Luo Tian hesitated for a moment, guided by the echoes of memory, before stepping into the quaint establishment. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, but not before acquiring a pristine map of the White Whale Mansion and a wooden bird that fluttered before him. In truth, these were the only two items available at the guide shop. The map was self-explanatory, while the wooden bird, known as the guide, was a remarkable creation, a fusion of artifact forging and mechanical puppetry. This extraordinary contraption allowed cultivators to claim it as their own by dripping a drop of blood upon it. Once bonded, they could communicate their destination, and the bird would escort them at unparalleled speed. Naturally, such a wondrous object came at a steep price. This singular wooden bird was valued at 1,000 taels of silver, equivalent to a common low-grade silver secret treasure. Take me to a shop that offers low-grade silver flying swords with complete attributes of the 5 elements. Moreover, it would be preferable for this establishment to be modest in scale, with a daily transaction volume that is not excessive. Following Luo Tian's directive, the wooden bird paused momentarily before flapping its wings and soaring along the street. Luo Tian followed closely behind, and before long, he found himself led deep into the mountains, arriving at a shop dedicated to the sale of treasures for cultivators. This shop, carved into the mountainside, was called Weijiang Boutique. Its exterior exuded a soft white hue with gentle hints of yellow, presenting an elegant aesthetic, though it was evident that foot traffic was sparse. Upon securing the wooden bird, Luo Tian entered the shop without hesitation. "Greetings, esteemed friend. May I inquire about the secret treasures you wish to procure?" As he stepped inside, he was immediately approached by a young woman clad in a pale yellow dress. In her 20s, she wore a smile that radiated elegance. "Might I see the flying sword treasures available here?" Luo Tian inquired, casting a glance at the array of artifacts displayed on the shelves. The boutique boasted approximately 30 to 40 treasures, yet to Luo Tian's discerning eye, most were of the low-grade silver variety. With his financial means, purchasing the entire shop would pose no challenge. "Of course, esteemed friend." The elegant woman, somewhat perplexed yet intrigued, led Luo Tian to a display. She pointed out a selection of over a dozen flying sword treasures. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Tian's aura was unconcealed, and upon his entrance, she immediately sensed that his prowess far exceeded her expectations. Yet, she could not fathom why such a formidable cultivator would grace their humble shop. However, she felt no fear, for the regulations in White Whale City were stringent. Aside from enforcers, no cultivator was permitted to engage in conflict within its confines, a rule even those from the black-silver realm dared not breach. Luo Tian reached for a fiery red flying sword treasure from the shelf, a weapon imbued with the essence of fire. He flicked his finger against the blade, feeling the latent power within, and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the elegant woman beside him and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "My surname is Lu, and I am called Lu Ruoxuan," she replied. The elegant lady, after introducing herself, inquired, "So, do you have an interest in this treasure?" "Indeed," Luo Tian nodded, then raised the fire attribute flying sword treasure in his hand, asking, "Might I inquire as to its value in silver taels?" Lu Ruoxuan responded, "Attribute treasures generally command a higher value than other treasures of the same rank. Among inferior treasures, flying sword treasures are likewise more precious. Furthermore, due to the unique forging method of this sword, it possesses greater power than the average attribute flying sword. Therefore, we offer this treasure for 2,500 silver taels. 2,500 silver taels, Luo Tian mused. A wooden attribute flying sword named Grass on the Fly was valued at 2,200 silver taels. If this fire attribute flying sword indeed had a slightly greater power, its price of 2,500 silver taels would not be unreasonable. However, 2,500 silver taels could also purchase a somewhat inferior middle-grade silver treasure. The poor business of this shop likely had much to do with this disparity. In light of this, Luo Tian's gaze fell upon Lu Ruoxuan as he suddenly proposed. Might I inquire how many silver taels would be required to purchase all the treasures in this establishment along with the shop itself? Chapter 65. A modest proposal, to buy all the treasures of this shop and the establishment itself. Lu Ruoxuan, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Luo Tian in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you jesting, my friend?" "Certainly not," Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. "Of course, if you have no intention of selling the shop, I shall not press the matter. However, I believe it would be beneficial for you to hear my offer." "What is your offer?" Lu Ruoxuan inquired swiftly. Sensing the urgency radiating from her, Luo Tian, somewhat puzzled, pondered for a moment before responding. "Before I disclose my offer, I would like to know your price." Seemingly eager to sell the shop, Lu Ruoxuan promptly stated, 150,000 silver taels. If you can provide that sum, both the shop and all its treasures will be yours from this day forth. However, I will not sell for a single tael less. 150,000 silver taels, Luo Tian contemplated. He possessed roughly 100,000 silver taels, but liquidating some miscellaneous items to reach 150,000 would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, the 30-odd treasures within the shop varied in value, totaling at most around 50,000 silver taels. As for the shop itself, both its location and reputation were lacking. Even though the land in the White Whale Prefecture's capital was as precious as gold, this establishment, when Wu Lingfeng was still a disciple of the White Whale sect a decade ago, was worth at most around 50,000 silver taels. Even accounting for appreciation, it could not have risen significantly in value. This indicated that Lu Ruoxuan's asking price was a direct markup of 1/3. However, Luo Tian, aware of these intricacies, chose not to articulate them overtly. He regarded Lu Ruoxuan and spoke mildly. 150,000 taels of silver is somewhat extravagant. Nevertheless, should you be willing to part with the refining secrets of your shop as smiths along with these rare treasures and establishments, I might consider it. You seek the refining secrets? Lu Ruoxuan was taken aback. Indeed, Luo Tian affirmed with a nod. Lu Ruoxuan pondered for a moment and replied, "I must consult with my brother regarding this matter. The treasures here are all crafted by him, and the refining secrets left by my father are also in his possession." "That poses no issue," Luo Tian said with a slight smile. Due to the persistent lack of suitable treasures in his possession, he had contemplated crafting his OW in it. As he understood, the art of forging treasures primarily tests a cultivator's meticulous control over the power of silver, a skill that was almost tailor-made for him, akin to the intricacies of array formations. Luo Tian was confident that if he devoted himself to the path of crafting, he would soon grasp its essence, perhaps even reaching a profound level comparable to that of array formation in a remarkably short span. Moreover, he harbored a modest ambition: to establish a renowned shop that exclusively produced exquisite treasures. In such a scenario, he could implement regulations for his little establishment, such as selling only a few treasures each day, rejecting reservations, and requiring all interested buyers to queue, selecting purchasers from the line based on merit rather than wealth. Undoubtedly, as long as Luo Tian's crafting skills met expectations, this modest shop alone could yield him countless waves of admiration. It's quite remarkable, Lu Ruoxuan, that you have patrons coming to purchase treasures here?" Suddenly, a flippant voice echoed from the entrance, followed by a youth, adorned with flamboyant attire, peering in. "My dear friend, if I am not mistaken, you must be relatively new to the White Whale capital, am I correct?" Upon entering the shop and sensing Luo Tian's formidable aura, the youth's expression momentarily shifted before he grinned and continued. "I would suggest that if you seek treasures, you might want to visit the sacred Elephant Treasure Pavilion nearby. It is the only establishment around that offers treasures befitting your caliber. This place is truly ill-suited for someone of your status." "You are affiliated with the sacred Elephant Treasure Pavilion?" Luo Tian inquired abruptly. "Indeed," the youth replied, somewhat smugly. "The sacred Elephant Treasure Pavilion was founded by my father, and I am its young master." "Humph." As soon as the youth finished speaking, Luo Tian let out a cold snort, declaring, "A mere young master of a treasure shop? Yet you come to belittle others' treasures while elevating your own. With such character, I doubt the sacred Elephant Treasure Pavilion is as reputable as you claim." "What did you say?" The youth, with an air of frivolity and a hint of youthful charm, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Luo Tian's blatant disregard for his status, let alone such a brazen retort. Luo Tian replied coolly, "What I mean is, with your kind of trash, you might find your place in the white whale capital, but elsewhere, even with 10 heads, you would not be enough for me to deal with." "You?" The youth pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Tian, his body trembling with fury. Generally speaking, even those who harbor animosity towards him would not dare to berate him so openly, for many value composure. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to provoke me further?" Luo Tian suddenly raised his head, his piercing gaze, imbued with a chilling frost, fixed upon the young man. "Very well, you shall await your reckoning. I, Yu Chongsheng, shall remember you. Whether the mountains shift or the waters flow, we shall see how this unfolds." With that, Yu Chongsheng turned his attention to Lu Ruoxuan, stating, "As for you, within a month, should you and your brother fail to repay the sum of 150,000 taels of silver, I shall take you both as servants in my Yu family. This shop of yours will henceforth bear the surname Yu." Upon uttering these words, the youth angrily swept his sleeve and departed hastily. Is this the origin of the 150,000 taels of silver? After Yu Chongsheng left, Luo Tian turned his gaze to Lu Ruoxuan, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "I beg your pardon, my lady, but I truly find myself devoid of alternatives." Lu Ruoxuan lowered her head, her expression one of despondency. The sum of 150,000 taels of silver was a debt incurred by her father to the Yu family, meticulously documented in black and white. If they failed to repay it within a month, both she and her brother would be sent to the Wu family as servants, and this very shop would be relinquished to them. Therefore, you ought to be grateful to me. Luo Tian smiled faintly. "You should seek out your brother without delay, and inform him that I have purchased this shop for 150,000 taels of silver, which I shall provide. As for the conditions, in addition to the previous stipulations, both you and your brother shall work for me in this establishment for a year." Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind a door at the rear of the shop, followed by the sound of the door creaking open. A frail young man, with a delicate visage and a pallor as white as snow, stepped forth. "Is this your brother?" Luo Tian inquired, regarding Lu Ruoxuan. It was hard to believe that such a feeble youth was the creator of numerous treasures within this secret store. Luo Tian discerned at a glance that this young man possessed a cultivation level of Silver Stage 5. With such limited prowess, he had managed to forge so many treasures. Were it not for the capriciousness of fate, given time, this youth might indeed accomplish great things. "Yes, this is my brother, Lu Ruoxuan." Chapter 66. Resolution. As Lu Ruoxuan felt the penetrating gaze of the strikingly handsome Luo Tian, whose deep-set eyes resembled fathomless abysses, he took a deep breath and spoke again. "Esteemed sir, I accept your terms, provided you can procure the 150,000 taels of silver. This shop, along with the treasures I have forged and the Lu family's smithing techniques, shall be yours." Lu Ruoxuan, standing nearby, was immediately beset by a wave of sorrow upon hearing her brother's words. This shop and the treasures within constituted the entirety of their fortune. Should they sell these to Luo Tian, they would truly be left with nothing. Yet, they found themselves compelled to express gratitude towards him. For without Luo Tian's intervention, if they could not repay the Yu family's debt within a month, they would be forced into servitude, and the shop, along with its contents, would similarly fall into the hands of the Yu family. "Very well." Luo Tian spoke softly, however. 150,000 taels of silver is not a trifling sum. I must first attend to some matters. Familiar with the White Whale Mansion, he added, "If you require, I can guide you, my lord." Lu Ruoxuan, having composed herself, smiled at Luo Tian. "In no need," Luo Tian replied, shaking his head in refusal. "I can manage on my own." With that, he bid farewell to the Lu siblings and slowly exited the shop. As he watched Luo Tian's retreating figure, Lu Ruoxuan took a deep breath and said, "Sister, do you think this person is merely toying with us? Our shop, along with the treasures within and our Lu family's forging techniques, is worth at most 12 or 13,000 taels of silver, yet he offers 150,000. Don't overthink it." Lu Ruoxuan gently ruffled Lu Ruoxuan's hair. "After enduring such prolonged misfortune, perhaps this time we are fortunate enough to encounter a good person." Luo Tian's possessions were rather eclectic, comprising items acquired from Wang Zicheng, the masked figure from the underground black market, as well as from Zhuang Zhiping and Wu Lingfeng's storage bracelet. Uncertain of their exact value and aware of their sensitive nature, he declined Lu Ruoxuan's offer to guide him. After leaving the Lu siblings' Weijiang little shop, Luo Tian meandered through winding alleys until he reached a somewhat secluded corner. There, he produced 5 pieces of silver, drawing forth their energy with his own silver power. Following a specific orientation, he tossed them, uttering the word "open" softly. The 5 pieces shimmered, each contributing a surge of silver power that intertwined above. Soon after, this amalgamated force cloaked the corner, distorting the vision of any onlookers from afar. This was a deceptive formation recorded in the Mingyang Zizhen Dao Zhunji. Tio Luo Tian. It seemed exceedingly simple. After a single attempt, with the aid of his mental strength, he fully mastered the array. Within the formation, Luo Tian stretched his limbs, changed his attire, and rubbed his eyes and nose, while also reintegrating the black pigment that had gathered at the center of his white hair back into each strand, before finally exiting the illusion. Having mastered the art of altering his appearance, he retrieved the map purchased from the guide shop, found his bearings, and proceeded along the indicated route to a shop that acquired treasures and various oddities. Before long, he arrived at a shop marked by a black skull insignia. This establishment was even smaller than the Lu sisters' shop, cluttered with assorted bric-a-brac, while behind the counter sat a wiry old man, squinting as he absently counted a string of prayer beads. "If you wish to sell something, just place it on the counter," he remarked, his eyelids drooping at the sight of Luo Tian. "All right, could you please take a look and estimate the price?" Luo Tian nonchalantly approached, producing a storage ring and placing it on the counter. The lean old man raised an eyebrow, setting down the prayer beads, rising without a word, and directly took the storage ring to probe its contents. However, after a brief moment, the old man suddenly trembled, not for any other reason, but because the contents of the storage ring belonging to Luo Tian far exceeded his wildest imagination. After a considerable time, the old man finally regained his focus from the storage ring and gazed deeply at Luo Tian, saying, "I can offer you these items." Suddenly, Luo Tian interrupted the old man, stating, "I have another item here. Could you assist me in evaluating it? If the price is agreeable, I shall sell it to you as well." With that, he turned his hand and produced the exquisite 9-feather divine fire fan, which he had acquired from Wang Zicheng. This is a black silver grade treasure. Upon seeing the 9-feather divine fire fan, the old man's pupils constricted instantly. The aura emanating from a black silver grade treasure is distinctly different from that of a white silver grade treasure. Even without any external prompting, the fan exhibited a subtle flicker of firelight that danced upon its surface. Upon encountering this remarkable artifact, the old man seemed to recall something and hastily looked at Luo Tian. When cultivators reach the black silver realm, they can retain their youthful appearance. However, the vast majority of cultivators typically enter the black silver realm in their 40s or 50s. Luo Tian's youthful visage had initially led the old man to overlook this possibility. It was only after witnessing Luo Tian produce such an array of treasures that he realized he might have misjudged him. "Forgive my ignorance, esteemed senior," the old man said. "Your storage ring contains items that I can appraise at 80,000 taels of silver. As for this black silver treasure, I can offer 10,000 taels of black silver based on market value. What say you, esteemed senior?" Upon discovering that his spiritual eye technique could not penetrate Luo Tian's cultivation, the old man's heart trembled, and he immediately donned a broad smile. "That is acceptable," Luo Tian replied with a nonchalant nod, sensing the old man's newfound wariness and the unexpectedly high offer. Black silver is typically currency used by those who have reached the black silver realm, with 1 tael of black silver equating to 10 taels of silver. Thus, even an ordinary black silver realm treasure is worth 100,000 taels of silver. After receiving Luo Tian's consent, the old man promptly retreated to the inner chamber behind the counter. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a storage ring, which he handed to Luo Tian. Luo Tian accepted the ring and glanced inside, noting the neatly stacked silver and black silver coins, nodding in satisfaction before departing from the small shop. The renowned treasure of the wandering Taoist, the 9-feather divine fire fan, had unexpectedly fallen into this individual's hands. Could it be that the rumors circulating a few days prior regarding Wang Zicheng's demise in the underground black market of Langmang Mountain were indeed true? After Luo Tian left, the old man pondered for a moment, then closed the shop's door and made his way to a location within the White Whale City. Chapter 67. The Sword Gourd. After leaving the lean old man's shop, Luo Tian sought a secluded spot to set up a formation, restoring his original appearance. Crafting treasures is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. Even if I were to obtain the crafting manual and thoroughly comprehend it, the creation of a black silver grade treasure would require an extensive period. Moreover, the crafting manual possessed by the Lu siblings may not necessarily contain methods for forging black silver grade treasures. After restoring his appearance, Luo Tian retrieved the wooden bird, allowing it to lead the way towards a shop that sold secret treasures. Following the recent events, apart from the ancient banner belonging to the masked man and a mysterious liquid in a small white vial that was used for rapidly restoring silver power, he was left with only 3 superior silver secret treasures: the soul-capturing bell, the crimson flame gourd, and the golden shield. all of which he had previously refined in no time, guided by the wooden bird. Luo Tian arrived at a shop that was in stark contrast to the humble establishment of the Lu siblings. Before this shop stood a golden sphere, intricately carved with various patterns, supported by pillars. As the midday sun bathed the sphere, it transformed the light into gentle, silky beams. This establishment not only attracted numerous cultivators, but also saw visitors from the later stages of the Silver Secret Realm, those at the pinnacle of the Silver Secret Realm, and occasionally even cultivators from the Black Silver Secret Realm. Greetings, esteemed sir. How may I assist you today? As Luo Tian entered the shop, he was met by a woman clad in simple yet elegant white attire, her face adorned with a warm smile. Accompanying her were similar attendants attending to other patrons. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement and said, I wish to purchase a black silver level attribute secret treasure, specifically a flying sword. Could you show me? Certainly, the woman replied with a smile. The black silver level treasures are located on the second floor. Please, follow me. Under her guidance, Luo Tian made his way to a corner of the shop and ascended the staircase to the second floor. During his ascent, he glanced back at the ground level, observing shelves laden with hundreds of silver-level secret treasures. Among them were even a few top-tier silver treasures. The higher the grade of a secret treasure, the rarer it was to find. In terms of rarity, top-tier silver treasures were even more elusive than ordinary black silver treasures. Furthermore, the power of top-tier silver treasures typically rivaled that of common black silver treasures. Given that most cultivators within the Silver Secret Realm were unable to refine black silver treasures, top-tier silver treasures could command prices comparable to mid-tier black silver treasures. Lord Wu, this esteemed sir wishes to purchase an attribute flying sword secret treasure. I kindly ask for your assistance. After leading Luo Tian to the second floor, the woman promptly bowed to another attendant, a lady adorned with a small red flower embroidered on her chest. Apart from Luo Tian, 2 other cultivators were present on the second floor, perusing secret treasures. Additionally, several attendants, each bearing the emblem of a red flower, were present, their auras indicating that they were all at least in the later stages of the Silver Secret Realm. Very well, I understand. You may leave, the lady named Wu greeted with a smile, and after bowing respectfully to Luo Tian, she inquired, May I ask which type of attribute flying sword treasure this esteemed sir is interested in? Any flying sword treasure of the 5 elemental attributes will suffice. May I see them first? Luo Tian replied. Ordinary silver-level treasures held little significance for Luo Tian, while top-tier silver treasures were exceedingly expensive for him. Most importantly, in Luo Tian's estimation, it would not take him long to break through to the Black Silver Secret Realm. Therefore, it would be wise to prepare the black silver treasures in advance, to avoid the embarrassing predicament of being left without resources during a confrontation. No problem, esteemed senior, please follow me. As she spoke, a fair-skinned woman of approximately 30, with a graceful posture and hair elegantly pinned atop her head, led Luo Tian to a shelf by the window. Esteemed senior, please take a look. These are all the black silver level flying sword treasures we have in our store. The shelf displayed over a dozen black silver level treasures. Among the silver level treasures, flying swords are relatively rare, yet within the black silver category, flying swords are the most popular type of treasure. Luo Tian's gaze flickered as he beheld the various black silver flying swords radiating a spectrum of colors. This treasure is called flowing snow sand. Noticing that Luo Tian lingered a bit longer on a completely white flying sword, the woman promptly explained, this treasure possesses the ability to summon a blizzard and flowing sand, obstructing the opponent's line of sight while accelerating the consumption of their spiritual consciousness. Luo Tian nodded, his attention then shifting to a resplendent golden flying sword. The woman continued, this flying sword treasure is named Meteor Fall. It boasts incredible speed and is virtually indestructible, making it a favored choice among orthodox sword cultivators. Luo Tian acknowledged her words, particularly appreciating the indestructible attribute of this treasure. Previously, he had acquired 5 flying sword treasures named Grass on the Fly from the Zhou family, 2 of which had been nearly rendered unusable during his battle with Wu Lingfeng, and he had disposed of them while sorting through his belongings. Just as he intended to pick up this flying sword for a closer inspection, Luo Tian's gaze suddenly fell upon a black gourd placed alongside the array of flying sword treasures. This is a sword gourd. The woman seemed to sense Luo Tian's curiosity and smiled as she explained. This gourd can generate tangible sword energy to combat foes. Furthermore, the sword energy produced through this gourd is innate sword energy, which can be transformed into various acquired sword energies through the gourd's built-in formation. It is quite an extraordinary artifact, capable of manifesting sword energies of various attributes. Luo Tian's eyes narrowed at the revelation, pondering the price of such a treasure. This item is the creation of a master refiner. priced at 15,000 black silver. Upon hearing Luo Tian inquire about the price, the woman's eyes brightened. 15,000 black silver, equivalent to 150,000 silver. Luo Tian suddenly cast a knowing glance at the elegant woman before him and inquired, "What are the drawbacks of this treasure?" While she introduced the artifact, he had distinctly sensed a subtle tension rising within her. "Indeed, esteemed senior, you possess a discerning eye." The woman offered a wry smile in compliment before continuing. "The drawback of this treasure is that the sword energy it generates cannot be redirected according to the wielder's intention. It can only strike linear targets. Only capable of targeting linear paths?" Suddenly, Luo Tian spoke in an exaggerated tone. "For such a rare treasure, you are pricing it at 15,000 taels of black silver. What about the others, for instance, this meteorite drop?" Chapter 68. The long-faced cultivator targeted by Luo Tian. "Respected senior, this meteorite drop is priced at 13,000 taels of black silver in our establishment." The woman surnamed Wu, not showing any sign of anger at Luo Tian's exaggerated tone, replied with a smile. "In truth, I too believe the price of this sword gourd is somewhat excessive. However, due to its origin from a renowned master craftsman, its cost is substantial. Nevertheless, if you genuinely admire this sword gourd, I can consult our manager to see if we might offer a discount." Just as the words left the mouth of the woman surnamed Wu, before Luo Tian could respond, a long-faced cultivator, observing the treasures from another shelf, suddenly turned and derisively mocked. "A junior from the silver realm. Even if you were to reduce the price of this treasure to 1,000 taels of black silver, he likely could not afford it." Luo Tian furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the long-faced cultivator, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Good sir, I trust one have not offended you in any way?" He found it somewhat peculiar. Not that this long-faced cultivator sought trouble with him for no reason, for in this world, one encounters all manner of personalities, and occasionally encountering a few fools is hardly a rarity. What struck him as odd was that, while the long-faced cultivator mocked him, he did not emanate that particular mental energy reminiscent of a disdainful gaze. "Do you truly consider yourself worthy to address me as friend?" The long-faced cultivator sneered dismissively at Luo Tian. A spark of indignation flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. The disdainful glance from the long-faced cultivator finally ignited his anger, as the cultivator had failed to contribute any mental energy towards him. To Luo Tian, mockery was inconsequential, even welcomed, but to mock him without providing any mental resonance was simply intolerable. If he did not seek retribution, then the long-faced cultivator would forever remember him after his demise. A disgrace to the legacy of the path of the heart. With this thought in mind, Luo Tian immediately channeled a portion of his mental power, heightening his senses to their utmost limits as he regarded the long-faced cultivator. A cultivator from the black-silver realm provoking him without cause, and yet offering no mental energy, was undoubtedly suspicious. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tian discerned that this cultivator was likely attempting to conceal something by using him as a diversion. At this juncture, the woman accompanying the long-faced cultivator spoke urgently. "Esteemed guest, our shop has certain rules, so we kindly ask you to restrain yourself and avoid placing us in a difficult position. Fear not, I shall not bring you to dire straits. He is merely a junior from the silver realm. What harm can he do? Or do you genuinely believe he possesses the means to purchase treasures from your store?" As the long-faced cultivator's remarks grew increasingly outrageous, the expressions of the woman surnamed Wu and another female attendant darkened. They cast a cautious glance at Luo Tian, silently imploring him not to explode in anger. At that moment, after a brief silence, a hint of a smile unexpectedly appeared on Luo Tian's face. He lifted his head and addressed the long-faced cultivator, saying, "Fool, do you truly believe I lack the silver to purchase a black silver-grade treasure?" The long-faced cultivator, momentarily taken aback by Luo Tian's audacious remark, immediately felt a surge of anger. He had never anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to address him in such a manner. Although, in the city of White Whale, no cultivator was permitted to resort to violence except for the enforcers, a black-silver realm cultivator was still a black-silver realm cultivator. With a black-silver realm cultivator fixating on him, how could a mere silver realm cultivator even think of leaving the city? Moreover, he was well aware of the backgrounds of nearly all the influential silver realm cultivators in White Whale City, and among them, there was certainly no one like Luo Tian. It was over. Observing Luo Tian's reaction, the woman surnamed Wu and another woman felt a chill in their hearts. If the two cultivators were to quarrel in their shop, regardless of the cause, it would be deemed their negligence, and both would inevitably face repercussions afterward. Ignoring the increasingly menacing gaze of the long-faced cultivator, Luo Tian stepped closer, reaching for a peculiar banner that was a meter long, which was perched on a nearby stand. This banner, entirely black, was enveloped in a chilling aura, adorned with a grotesque skull that rendered it exceedingly fearsome. How much is this ghost banner? After seizing the eerie banner, Luo Tian turned his head directly towards the woman surnamed Wu and inquired. The woman instinctively replied, "This banner is called the Thousand Souls Ghost Banner, priced at 15,000 taels of black silver." "Very well, I will purchase this banner. Where shall I make the payment?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tian declared. "Senior, please follow me. I will lead you to the payment area," the woman surnamed Wu said, her heart brimming with joy, as she had not anticipated such a turn of events. Luo Tian merely offered a mild retort and was now intent on acquiring the ghost banner due to a momentary clash of egos. "Wait!" Just then, the long-faced cultivator, after casting a stormy glance at Luo Tian, coldly asserted, "I was the first to lay eyes on that ghost banner." "Put it down." Luo Tian did not respond to his words. Instead, narrowing his eyes, he turned to the woman surnamed Wu and the other woman, asking, "What do you have to say about this, esteemed senior?" The woman surnamed Wu, with a visibly distressed expression, addressed the long-faced cultivator. "If you are here to purchase treasures from our Mingzhu treasure pavilion, we welcome you wholeheartedly. However, if you intend to cause trouble here, I suggest you reconsider your actions." Upon hearing this, the long-faced cultivator's expression oscillated between green and white. Fixating on the Thousand Souls ghost banner in Luo Tian's grasp, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I genuinely desire this ghost banner. I am willing to offer 16,000 taels of black silver for the right of first purchase." The woman surnamed Wu was taken aback, and then, reluctantly, she turned to Luo Tian, offering him an apologetic smile. "Esteemed senior, I am truly sorry, but our treasure pavilion has a rule. If multiple cultivators vie for a single treasure, we typically sell it to the highest bidder and no matter." Luo Tian offered a faint smile, stating that he could add an additional 2 taels of silver to the base of 16,000 taels of black silver. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the long-faced cultivator could no longer contain the fury bubbling within him and shouted, "You truly wish to contest me for this ghost banner, brat? Fool!" Luo Tian turned his head and retorted, "If you dare to speak to me in such a manner again, I wouldn't hesitate to destroy this ghost banner right now." The long-faced cultivator's expression stiffened instantly. Although the Thousand Souls ghost banner was a black silver-grade treasure, it was not akin to a flying sword or a shield. Even though Luo Tian was merely at the pinnacle of the silver secret realm, he could easily obliterate it from close range. Should Luo Tian destroy the ghost banner, the items he had embedded within it would undoubtedly be exposed. Chapter 69. The Limits of Insult, 4th Update. Contemplating this, a tumultuous knot formed in the heart of the long-faced cultivator. He gazed deeply at Luo Tian, as if attempting to peer into his very essence. Yet, regardless of how intently he looked, all he discerned was the strength of a peak silver realm cultivator. He could not fathom how such a junior could possibly uncover his vulnerabilities. My fellow Taoist, with this thought in mind, the long-faced cultivator calmed his tumultuous emotions and addressed Luo Tian in a conciliatory tone. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. This treasure is of paramount importance to me, and I earnestly hope you can part with it." "Now you realize your tongue has betrayed you," Luo Tian scoffed, then turned to the elegant woman surnamed Wu, stating, 16,000 taels of black silver, plus an additional 2 taels of silver. This treasure is mine." The anger, anxiety, and myriad mental fluctuations of a black silver realm cultivator were, to Luo Tian, merely a bounty delivered to his doorstep. It would be a disservice to not extract every advantage from the long-faced cultivator's overture. "You?" The long-faced cultivator's countenance darkened considerably, yet as he beheld the strands of silver energy swirling between Luo Tian's fingers, he was compelled to stifle his wrath. "Esteemed senior, I kindly request that you refrain from employing unscrupulous tactics in this bidding." At that moment, the elegant woman surnamed Wu glanced at the silver energy emanating from Luo Tian's hand and uttered coolly, "Please be assured, I am aware of my limits. Now, can we proceed with the payment?" "That would depend on whether this esteemed senior agrees." The woman turned her head towards the long-faced cultivator. Their establishment boasted substantial backing, rendering them unafraid of the long-faced cultivator. Moreover, for her personally, remaining in the White Whale capital for her entire life posed no significant issue. The long-faced cultivator's expression soured. He remained silent, recognizing from Luo Tian's demeanor that the latter was resolute in his intent to bid for the ghost banner. He could not comprehend how a cultivator at the silver secret realm could amass such wealth. 16,000 taels of black silver was no insignificant sum, even for him. Yet, his greatest concern remained that if he engaged in bidding, Luo Tian might destroy the Thousand Souls ghost banner. thereby exposing the items he had concealed within. In that case, it would be exceedingly arduous for him to leave this establishment alive today. The long-faced practitioner remained silent, prompting the woman surnamed Wu to turn to Luo Tian and say, "If that is the case, esteemed elder, please follow me." Luo Tian offered a faint smile, holding the thousand-soul ghost banner, and followed the woman as they slowly approached a counter at the corner of the second floor. Upon reaching this spot, the woman surnamed Wu addressed a woman behind the counter. "Xiaoyu, this esteemed elder wishes to purchase this thousand-soul ghost banner. Could you kindly register it?" "Certainly, Sister Wu, it will be done shortly." The fresh-faced woman with the ponytail smiled slightly, swiftly filling out a form. She then lifted her gaze to Luo Tian and said with a charming smile, "Esteemed elder, the total comes to 16,000 taels of black silver and 1 tael of white silver." Luo Tian retrieved a storage ring, presenting the recently acquired sum of 10,000 taels of black silver and 80,000 taels of white silver to the ponytailed woman, saying, "Would you be so kind as to exchange the remaining white silver for black silver?" The woman accepted the ring, glanced inside, and replied, "No problem, but please bear with me for a moment." As she spoke, she placed the storage ring atop a funnel-shaped treasure behind her and activated it with the power of white silver. Instantly, the silver within the ring cascaded down into the funnel like dumplings. Total: 10,000 taels of black silver, 80,000 taels of white silver. A mechanical voice resonated, leaving Luo Tian somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated such an advanced silver verification device in this world. Previously, he had relied on the power of his mind to ascertain that the thin, elderly man had not deceived him, as counting such a vast amount of silver would have taken considerable time even with that assistance. After a moment, the fresh-faced woman returned the storage ring to Luo Tian, smiling, "Esteemed elder, here is your remaining silver." "Thank you," Luo Tian replied, accepting the ring and sensing with his mind that all the white silver had indeed been exchanged for black silver. "It is my pleasure to assist," the woman beamed. Just then, a cold snort pierced the air, and Luo Tian turned to find the long-faced practitioner still glaring intensely at him in the time that had passed. Luo Tian's experience bar in the realm of his soul had increased from 21% to 23% since entering the shop. Comparing notes, he deduced that this practitioner of the black-silver realm was likely only an early-stage practitioner. This level, in fact, was quite favorable for him. For if the long-faced practitioner were of a significantly higher cultivation level, there was a chance he might act rashly in anger, disregarding the rules of the White Whale City and attacking him, which could prove troublesome. However, an early-stage practitioner of the black-silver realm would be manageable. Should he exert his utmost, even if he were not an equal match, he could still have a fair chance of either escaping or holding his ground for a time. With this in mind, Luo Tian cast a glance at the long-faced practitioner and raised the black banner in his hand, saying, "What is it? Do you desire this? What do you intend to do?" The long-faced practitioner replied, his gaze icy. Luo Tian turned his head, his gaze landing on the rack where the flying swords were displayed. He spoke in a calm tone. "I require one of each flying sword possessing the 5 elemental attributes. And I shall also take that sword gourd." "You are being exceedingly unreasonable," the long-faced cultivator erupted in fury. 5 flying swords of the 5 elemental attributes would cost no less than 60,000 taels of black silver, and with the addition of the sword gourd, it would undoubtedly exceed 70,000 taels. Not only could he not produce such a vast sum, but even if he could, he would never play the fool in this transaction. "This 1,000 souls ghost flag is now mine. If I wish to destroy it, I trust there will be no one to impede me this time, right?" Luo Tian smiled faintly. "You dare?" The long-faced cultivator's voice turned icy, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Tian. However, upon seeing Luo Tian's lack of reaction, he was left feeling utterly helpless. Had he known earlier that Luo Tian would be such a formidable opponent, he would have risked a little more and avoided provoking someone so impervious to threats. Clenching his fists tightly, he finally spoke in indignation after a while. "I do not possess such an abundance of black silver. You may choose at most 2 black silver treasures." "Pauper?" Luo Tian scoffed, though he understood that for an ordinary cultivator in the black silver realm, being able to produce over 20,000 taels of black silver was already commendable. When Wang Zicheng perished, he had seized his storage ring, which contained merely a few hundred taels of black silver. Casting a glance at the array of flying sword treasures, Luo Tian stated, "Then you shall assist me in purchasing that treasure flying sword meteor fall, as well as that sword gourd." Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, the long-faced cultivator gritted his teeth in frustration. Chapter 70. Toying, Returning, Purchasing, 5th Update. "I shall await you below." Luo Tian glanced at the long-faced cultivator and, after signaling to the woman surnamed Wu, He descended the stairs. "Take care, senior." The woman swayed gracefully as she accompanied Luo Tian, her admiration for the dashing, youthful man with silver hair evident. Although Luo Tian's remark of fool caught her off guard, his succinct words had deftly seized the long-faced cultivator's weak spot, rendering him unable to retaliate, which left her thoroughly impressed. Once outside the Pearl Treasure Pavilion, Luo Tian turned back and smiled at the approaching woman. "You certainly have other matters to attend to. It would be best for you to return promptly, indeed." The woman nodded but added, "However, senior, you must also exercise caution. That man is unlikely to let this matter rest." Luo Tian smiled kindly. "Rest assured, I will be careful." Upon hearing his words, the woman felt reassured enough to return. Watching her sway away with an alluring grace, Luo Tian chuckled to himself. With his capabilities, he could easily sense the subtle stirrings of warmth within this captivating lady when she was in his presence. Yet, for him, time always appeared insufficient. Had this woman possessed the cultivation of the black-silver realm, he might have been inclined to engage further, but her mere status as a seventh-tier silver cultivator held little intrigue for him. "Young man, are you certain you wish to oppose me?" Luo Tian had not waited long downstairs when the long-faced cultivator emerged from the Mingzhu secret treasure pavilion with a stern expression. Luo Tian cast a fleeting glance at the long-faced cultivator, remaining silent as he turned and walked away into the distance. Witnessing this scene, the long-faced cultivator was momentarily taken aback. After Luo Tian had walked several meters away, he clenched his teeth in frustration and hastily quickened his pace to catch up with Luo Tian, exclaiming, "Young man, how do you intend to return my treasure to me?" "Your treasure?" Luo Tian turned his head, his gaze lingering on the long-faced cultivator for a brief moment. "You'd best understand that this is a treasure I purchased for 16,000 taels of black silver." The long-faced cultivator inhaled deeply. It was only now that he fully realized Luo Tian was entirely unafraid of him. He was uncertain where Luo Tian derived his confidence, yet he had to confront the reality that he must find a way to retrieve the item he had lost to that spectral banner. "Very well, we can discuss other matters later. You desire that secret treasure flying sword, meteor fall, and that sword gourd, correct? Wait here. I shall procure them for you," the long-faced cultivator declared solemnly. "However, you best consider this. Once I acquire those two secret treasures, should you still refuse to return my belongings, I cannot predict what I might do." Evidently, during the time Luo Tian had been waiting for him, the long-faced cultivator had been foolishly hoping to reclaim the spectral banner from Luo Tian's possession and had neglected to purchase the two black-silver-gray treasures. Upon hearing the long-faced cultivator's words, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Very well, then go and retrieve those two treasures for me now." The long-faced cultivator tightened his fists. Were it not for being in the White Whale Prefecture's capital, he would have certainly hurled a punch at Luo Tian's face. Gritting his teeth in resentment, he spun around like the wind and headed back towards the Mingzhu secret treasure pavilion. Sensing the waves of malice emanating from the long-faced cultivator, Luo Tian smiled lightly as the cultivator entered the pavilion and then turned to make his way to the Weijiang small shop run by the Lu siblings. For him, the long-faced cultivator's primary utility at this moment was to contribute his mental fluctuations, enabling Luo Tian to swiftly break into the black-silver realm. Once he achieved that breakthrough, he would follow the direction indicated by the mental waves to locate the two black-silver treasures procured for him. This was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As for waiting here, that was out of the question. However, by saying this, it seemed he would have to renege on his earlier promise to purchase the Weijiang small shop for 150,000 taels of white silver. After all, he had just spent an equivalent of 160,000 taels on the spectral banner from the black-silver realm. Subtracting this expenditure, he was left with merely 50,000 taels of white silver acquired from the young cultivators of Qingbei town, nearly 40,000 taels obtained from slaying Zhuang Zhiping, and the remaining 20,000 taels after purchasing the spectral banner. All combined, it amounted to just over 100,000 taels. This time, Luo Tian did not venture elsewhere. Under the guidance of the wooden bird, he returned to the Lu siblings' Weijiang small shop at the swiftest pace possible. My lord. Upon seeing Luo Tian's return, both Lu Ruoxuan and Lu Ruoxin's eyes brightened with anticipation. However, in response to their eager gazes, Luo Tian merely shook his head and remarked, "I regret to inform you that due to unforeseen circumstances, I can only offer 100,000 taels of silver. I am uncertain whether this amount would suffice to purchase your establishment along with the Lu family's refining techniques." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Lu siblings stiffened immediately. After a brief moment, Lu Ruoxuan managed a wry smile and replied, "My lord, we understand that even if you were to present 100,000 taels of silver in exchange for our shop and refining techniques, we would still be at a considerable advantage. However, without 150,000 taels of silver, we cannot repay the Yu family. If we fail to do so, the shop effectively serves as collateral for the Yu family, leaving us without the authority to sell it to you. This. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in contemplation. In that case, he proposed, I shall first procure the Lu family's refining techniques for 50,000 taels of silver, and I assure you that within a month, I will produce another 100,000 taels to acquire your shop and these secret treasures. However, I have a condition. You must provide me with accommodation and all necessary resources for practicing the refining techniques within that month. To acquire our Lu family's refining techniques for 50,000 taels of silver. After a moment of surprise, the Lu siblings exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded. This is undoubtedly a favorable deal for us, and we can certainly agree to it. Very well, then I shall transfer the silver to you now, but I hope you will expedite the arrangements for my lodging and the requisite materials for refining practice. Yes, my lord. Lu Ruoxuan accepted Luo Tian's storage ring, glancing at the 50,000 taels of silver within, her elegant cheeks flushing with excitement. Observing her reaction, Lu Ruoxuan realized that the silver was indeed genuine. He then retrieved several thick, black-covered tomes from the storage ring and presented them to Luo Tian, stating, My lord, this encompasses the entirety of our Lu family's refining techniques. Please take good care of it. Additionally, we will promptly prepare your accommodation and all necessary items for refining practice. Indeed, Luo Tian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, not solely due to the acquisition of the refining techniques, but rather because the tall-faced cultivator seemed to have haggled for an excessively long time within the Mingzhu treasure pavilion, only to emerge now, realizing he had not been awaited there. Chapter 71. The Great Trend. Excuse me, fellow cultivator, have you seen a white-haired man? He is slightly taller than I am in front of the Mingzhu treasure pavilion. The tall-faced cultivator anxiously inquired of passing practitioners. The white-haired man, somewhat taller than you and appearing relatively youthful. A female cultivator, upon hearing this, pointed down a nearby path and replied, The individual you seek just went that way. As for where he has gone since, I am afraid I do not know. Thank you. With that hasty expression of gratitude, the tall-faced cultivator swiftly dashed in the direction indicated by the female practitioner. In the quaint establishment of Weijiang, beyond the grand hall that offers a myriad of secret treasures for sale, there lie several chambers suited for residence and cultivation. Naturally, the crafting room where Lu Ruoxuan typically forges his mystical artifacts is also situated here. Lu Ruoxuan harbors a singular aspiration, to become a renowned master craftsman celebrated throughout the realms. However, at present, the most pressing concern for him is to extricate himself from the shackles of servitude to the Yu family. Thus, upon receiving 50,000 taels of silver from Luo Tian, he meticulously prepared an empty room for him and entrusted his crafting chamber entirely to Luo Tian. Within his own quarters, Luo Tian extracted the 1,000 Souls Ghost banner, which he had recently acquired for 16,000 taels of black silver. By harnessing the power of his mind, he heightened his senses to their utmost limit, and through this ghost banner, he beheld a dark butterfly voraciously devouring the spirits ensnared within its confines. With the enhancement provided by his mind reaching the 10th tier, his sensory acuity surpassed even that achieved through the application of certain specialized secret techniques. Suddenly, Luo Tian sensed a surge of urgency intermingled with excitement emanating from the long-faced cultivator upon retrieving the banner. He promptly returned the ghost banner to his storage ring. Although he was aware that the altered appearance he had deliberately adopted could potentially draw the long-faced cultivator's curiosity, he relished the thought of prolonging his anxiousness for a moment longer. Damn it! On a street in the city of White Whale, the long-faced cultivator, having experienced a fleeting thrill, attempted to re-establish his connection with the spirit of the divine butterfly ensnared within the ghost banner, only to find that the connection had vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, he was certain of the direction. It was unmistakable. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he turned and hastened in pursuit. Back in the Weijiang establishment, Luo Tian rose from his chamber. The art of crafting is not something that can be mastered in a day. As for other secret techniques, I only deem the art of object manipulation worthy of further cultivation. However, I anticipate that mastering the art of object manipulation to the 10th tier will not take much time. For now, having just arrived in White Whale City, it would be prudent to familiarize myself with the surroundings before seeking advantageous opportunities, all the while keeping that individual in suspense. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Tian exited his room and, upon encountering Lu Ruoxuan in the sales hall, instructed, if anyone inquires about my whereabouts, kindly inform them that I have asked them to wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Of course, my lord, Lu Ruoxuan replied swiftly, her gaze fixed on Luo Tian's sharply defined features beneath his shock of white hair. "Thank you, but there is no need for you to extend any courtesy towards that person. Our relationship is rather tenuous," Luo Tian added, pausing at the threshold before turning back to offer one final reminder. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Ruoxuan assured him, "Rest assured, my lord, I understand." With a hint of a smile gracing his lips, Luo Tian slowly emerged from the Weijiang shop, embarking on a leisurely stroll through the city of White Whale. He found himself lacking in many respects, particularly in the realm of powerful secret arts. The art of object manipulation he had previously acquired from Humayr proved to be a highly practical skill, likely to serve him well for an extended period. However, aside from that, the 100 Ghosts transmigration technique he had recently practiced had lost much of its relevance to his current self. As for the 3 secret techniques, Demonic Tiger Transformation, Demonic Tiger Soul Devourer, and Demonic Tiger Diamond Claws, he had inherited from Wu Lingfeng, he preferred not to reveal them in public for the time being. Additionally, the Black Tiger Capture Technique and the Black Tiger Phantom Blade were now rendered obsolete. Luo Tian estimated that he would soon cultivate to the Black-Silver realm, thus investing in silver-grade secret arts felt like a waste of both time and resources. He also possessed a Black-Silver secret technique from the Masked Man, gifted by Wang Ziqing, but he could not practice these techniques until he reached the Black-Silver level. As he wandered, thoughts swirled in his mind. Along the way, he purchased for 10 taels of silver a dossier containing information on the major factions and key figures within the White Whale Prefecture from a shop specializing in information. The entire White Whale Prefecture was ostensibly under the control of the Lord's Manor, presided over by Yin Tianan, a powerful figure in the color silver realm. In the Zhao Kingdom, which comprises 7 states and 21 prefectures, Yin Tianan held considerable sway as the master of one prefecture. However, the dossier revealed that 200 years prior, Yin Tianan had been an inner disciple of the White Whale sect. The circumstances surrounding his departure from the sect remain unclear, but he subsequently joined the Zhao Kingdom, rapidly ascended in power, and ultimately broke through to the color silver realm, being appointed as the master of a prefecture in the current world. The righteous path is dominated by 3 top sects and 5 first-rate factions. The 3 premier sects are Yuntian, Longxiang, and Shunjian, while the 5 first-rate factions include Huanhai, Yinyuri, Yingyue, Xianbing, and Jifeng. Among the second-rate sects, the White Whale sect stands as the most formidable force, closely approaching the status of a first-rate faction. Located in Haizhou, a territory of the Huanhai sect, the White Whale sect occupies one of the 3 prefectures in Haizhou, underscoring its immense strength. The current leader of the White Whale sect is Imo Xinyuan, a figure of great talent and vision. Under his leadership, the sect has surged in prominence, subtly positioning itself alongside the 5 first-rate factions. Moreover, Luo Tian learned that within the White Whale Prefecture, there were over several hundred practitioners of the Black-Silver realm, nearly 200 of whom hailed from the White Whale sect. Given the vast population of several million in the White Whale Prefecture, the mere hundreds of Black-Silver practitioners highlight the rarity of such cultivators in the Zhao Kingdom's martial world. Yin Tianan. Luo Tian murmured to himself, lost in thought after perusing the information. His gaze suddenly lifted toward a towering mountain in the distance, contemplating the martial combat peaked in the city of Beijing. Combat is strictly prohibited. Should anyone engage in private fighting, they shall be apprehended by the enforcers. However, atop the martial peak, 2 conflicting cultivators may resolve their disputes through life and death battles, provided they have entered into a formal agreement. This location, indeed, is quite remarkable. The uniqueness of Martial Peak has drawn the attention of many, and through years of development, it has undoubtedly become the largest source of wealth in Beijing City. Chapter 72. The Transaction. It is time to return. Luo Tian glanced at the sky. He had been away from the Wei River shop for several hours. The midday sun had already shifted to the west, casting a golden hue tinged with a hint of crimson. If he delayed any longer, that individual might very well lose patience and depart. Perceiving the intensifying waves of resentment emanating from the long-faced cultivator, Luo Tian noticed that the latter, seemingly lacking in patience, was making minute adjustments within a confined area, akin to pacing restlessly within a room. A smile involuntarily crept across Luo Tian's face. Having spent such a considerable amount of time, the experience bar in his soul realm had progressed to 90%, merely a fraction away from leveling up. For him, encountering the long-faced cultivator was entirely serendipitous. Leveraging the latter's power had expedited his progress to this extent, a delightful surprise indeed. After all, under normal circumstances, the mental fluctuations generated by an individual are rarely sustained for hours on end, as experienced with the long-faced cultivator. Perhaps in a few days, I might indeed have the opportunity to participate in the underground black market. As various thoughts flitted through his mind, Luo Tian ambled leisurely for several minutes until the Elegant Way River shop finally came into view. Even from a distance, he spotted the long-faced cultivator. A frown etched on his face, anxiously pacing in circles before the shop. Boom! As Luo Tian noticed the long-faced cultivator, the latter also became aware of him. In an instant, he darted forward like a cannonball, arriving in front of Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. This the speed of a cultivator from the black-silver secret realm? Truly astonishing. Luo Tian raised his gaze to meet the long-faced cultivator's bloodshot eyes and offered a mild smile. "Where is my item?" The long-faced cultivator glared at Luo Tian, his voice raspy and filled with ire, as it seemed that his prolonged wait had taken a toll on his throat. Were it not for the restrictions in Beijing City, even a powerful cultivator from the black-silver secret realm would have scoured the mountains and plains in search of Luo Tian. Luo Tian rubbed his storage ring and then looked at the long-faced cultivator. "Before you ask that question, I believe you should first demonstrate your sincerity." The long-faced cultivator's expression darkened, yet he understood at this juncture that his identity as a black-silver secret realm cultivator would not intimidate Luo Tian. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved the treasured flying sword, Meteorite Fall, which he had acquired after bargaining for nearly 25,000 black silver, along with the accompanying sword gourd from his storage ring. "Here is what you requested. Now, where is my item?" The long-faced cultivator clenched his fists tightly, gazing upon the resplendent golden treasure sword, Meteorite, and the enigmatic black sword gourd. A flicker of fervor ignited in Luo Tian's eyes. It would not be long before he transcended into the realm of black silver, at which point these two artifacts would serve as his formidable weapons in battle. Contemplating this, he spoke. "These are indeed two black silver treasures. Are you truly willing to exchange them for that Thousand Souls Ghost banner? Do not attempt to deceive me. I am referring to the contents of the Thousand Souls Ghost banner." The long-faced cultivator exclaimed with indignation. "Very well, since you are amenable to the trade, I would request that you first hand over these two treasures to me." Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. "Humph." The long-faced cultivator suddenly scoffed. "You wish for me to relinquish these items without reservation, but the condition is that you must accompany me to a shop for the exchange, or to the enforcement camp, where the transaction will be witnessed by the officials of the White Whale Mansion." Having been outmaneuvered by Luo Tian on several occasions, the long-faced cultivator had learned his lesson well. Within the city of White Whale Mansion lies a powerful ancient artifact, the Celestial Mirror of Transcendence, which possesses numerous sub-artifacts. These sub-artifacts are scattered throughout every shop, and under the scrutiny of the Celestial Mirror and its sub-artifacts, every transaction in the city is recorded and transmitted to the enforcement camp. Thus, deception in the transactions within White Whale Mansion is exceedingly difficult. Luo Tian, unfazed by the long-faced cultivator's vigilance, replied nonchalantly. "Very well, let us proceed to the shop for the exchange." With that, he sidestepped the long-faced cultivator and made his way toward Wei Zhang's small shop. "Wait!" The long-faced cultivator called out from behind. "What is it?" Luo Tian turned his head. "Let us choose another shop," the long-faced cultivator insisted. Luo Tian turned back once more, disregarding the long-faced cultivator entirely, and continued toward Wei Zhang's small shop. For he held the reins of the situation. "Why, Lord, you have returned," exclaimed Lu Ruoxuan, her face lighting up with a gentle smile upon seeing Luo Tian. In truth, she had already sensed his return while he was conversing with the long-faced cultivator outside. But she refrained from interrupting. "Indeed," Luo Tian replied with a smile and a nod. "Previously, you instructed me not to be overly courteous to those seeking you. When that person arrived, I noticed he merely wandered aimlessly around my shop without making any purchases, so I asked him to leave. Was that inappropriate of me?" Lu Ruoxuan inquired cautiously, leaning closer to Luo Tian. Being in such proximity, Luo Tian could detect her subtle yet refined fragrance even without the aid of his spiritual power. He turned to face Lu Ruoxuan, who was adorned in a light yellow dress, her fair complexion exuding an air of intellect, and said approvingly, "No, you acted commendably." Outside, upon witnessing Luo Tian enter Wei Zhang's small shop, the long-faced cultivator gritted his teeth and reluctantly followed suit. He dared not allow Luo Tian to vanish from his sight for too long. "Are we ready to negotiate?" he asked, eyeing Lu Ruoxuan, who stood beside Luo Tian with a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Certainly," Luo Tian replied with a slight smile, "but before we proceed with the transaction, I have one more condition that I hope you will acquiesce to." "What is your additional condition?" Gazing intently at Luo Tian, the long-faced cultivator was incensed, with white vapor seemingly emanating from his nostrils, rising like two celestial white dragons into the heavens. "Rest assured, You need not spend any more of your money to procure the secret treasures for me this time. Observing the wary gaze of the long-faced cultivator, Luo Tian stepped behind the counter, took a seat, and lifted his head to speak. Yet if you wish to trade with me, you must first relinquish those two secret treasures. And what about my possessions? The long-faced cultivator inquired coldly. Your possessions? Luo Tian chuckled softly, tapping his fingers against the armrest of the chair as he replied. At noon tomorrow, at the martial battle peak, you shall come to face me in combat. Should you manage to defeat me, everything I possess will be yours. You expect me to exchange two secret treasures for the mere opportunity to engage in battle with you? As a mere cultivator of the silver secret realm, do you truly have the audacity to confront me? The long-faced cultivator fixed his gaze upon Luo Tian, seemingly attempting to see through him entirely. However, the smile on Luo Tian's face was like a dense fog, obscuring all of his thoughts. That is my concern, and you need not worry about it, Luo Tian replied with a light chuckle. He contemplated that if his plan succeeded, taking the treasures that the long-faced cultivator had procured for him and defeating him atop martial battle peak would indeed be quite amusing. Chapter 73. Advancement. Black Silver Secret Realm. The long-faced cultivator was oblivious to Luo Tian's true intentions and was unaware of the cards he held close to his chest, but it was evident that this was his only opportunity to reclaim his possessions. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Luo Tian. Since that is the case, let us establish a contract under the witness of the celestial mirror. No objections here, Luo Tian replied, rising from his seat and turning to Lu Ruoxuan. I am not well versed in the trading practices of the White Whale City. Could you assist me? Of course, Lu Ruoxuan smiled as she approached the counter, retrieving paper and pen, which she then handed to Luo Tian. My lord, please fill this out. Upon receiving it, Luo Tian discovered that the paper was indeed a trading agreement. After reviewing it, he affixed his signature and detailed the terms of his trade. Once he finished, the long-faced cultivator, familiar with the process, stepped forward, took the pen, and inscribed his trading terms as well. Upon completion, he produced the two black silver-grade secret treasures, Meteoric Fall and Nameless Sword Gourd, placing them before the agreement. My lord, all that remains is for both of you to affix your handprints on this document. This sight. Lu Ruoxuan beamed with delight. The long-faced cultivator, upon hearing this, looked up and noticed a mirror embedded in the center of Lu Ruoxuan's shop, flickering with a gentle luminescence, before he confidently raised his hand and pressed it against the agreement. Seeing this, Luo Tian smiled and followed suit, pressing his hand upon it as well. Him. This method of signing agreements was infinitely simpler than the myriad contracts he had encountered in his previous life. It was only at this moment that he learned the long-faced cultivator's name was Sikong Chung. Thus, does it mean that these two treasures now belong to me? After completing these tasks, Luo Tian picked up the two black-silver secret treasures placed on the counter by the long-faced practitioner, a smile illuminating his countenance. Sikong Cheng, with a grim expression, coldly retorted, You are merely holding them for me temporarily for one night. Do you wish to purchase the secret treasures? Luo Tian inquired, casting a glance at Sikong Cheng. Startled by the question, Sikong Cheng was momentarily at a loss for its meaning. Luo Tian shot him a sidelong glance. If you do not intend to buy the treasures, it would be prudent for you to leave, as both I and the proprietor of this establishment do not particularly welcome your presence. Humph. Sikong Cheng's expression stiffened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he exited the Weijiang shop, my lord. However, once Sikong Cheng departed, Lu Ruoxuan nervously turned to Luo Tian and remarked, That individual just now must be a powerful figure from the black-silver secret realm. Are you truly prepared to confront him? Sometimes, what is seen may not reflect reality. Luo Tian smiled faintly, summoning a wisp of silver power between his fingers, which transformed into a pitch-black hue within the span of a breath. Lu Ruoxuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of astonishment on her face. So this is how one can earn money? Subsequently, a thought crossed her mind. If Luo Tian was indeed a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm and believed himself stronger than Sikong Cheng, then clearly he was attempting to outsmart him. What he had managed to acquire were two treasures of immense value. Yet, for some reason, Lu Ruoxuan did not feel particularly troubled by this, unsure whether it was due to Sikong Cheng's poor impression or Luo Tian's favorable one. 95%, one step closer to a breakthrough. Under Lu Ruoxuan's somewhat admiring gaze, Luo Tian glanced outside the Weijiang shop. After leaving, Sikong Cheng had not gone far but lingered just outside the shop. Seemingly intent on remaining there the entire night, he afraid I might abscond with the treasures after obtaining them? Luo Tian chuckled. The agreement signed under the witness of the Tongtian Divine Mirror in Beijing City held significant binding power. However, Should a practitioner choose to leave Beijing City after signing the agreement without fulfilling it, the enforcers would typically issue a bounty rather than pursue them with full force. This serves as a loophole of sorts in the agreement, as the enforcer's resources are limited. Contemplating this, Luo Tian informed Lu Ruoxuan before stepping back to his new room from behind the counter. In truth, even if Xikong Cheng had allowed him to escape, he would not have fled, for in his view, Beijing City was a grand stage where many of his aspirations could be realized. 96%, nearing completion. However, there was certainly room to accelerate the pace. In his room, Luo Tian chuckled at the thought of Xikong Cheng waiting outside, and suddenly retrieved the Thousand Souls Ghost Banner from his storage ring. As its name suggests, the Thousand Souls Ghost Banner is a secret treasure that seals within it 1,000 vengeful souls. However, under the gaze of Luo Tian's heart's power-enhanced eyes, the 1,000 vengeful souls sealed within the Ghost Banner had all been completely devoured by that enigmatic black butterfly. Yet, after consuming such a multitude of souls, the black butterfly seemed to have had its fill, exuding strands of black silk that wove into a chrysalis, enveloping itself within. What on earth is this creature? Curiosity flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. However, he was on the brink of advancing into the black-silver secret realm, and once he achieved that, he should be able to harness a portion of the Silver Lantern's abilities. That moment, it would be perfect to conduct an experiment on this butterfly. A smile curled at the corners of Luo Tian's mouth. Outside the small shop by the Wei River, Xikong Cheng, who was on guard, sensed that Luo Tian had retrieved the Ghost Banner, and his face darkened to an almost charcoal hue. 97.98.99. Time trickled away in anticipation, and at a certain moment, the silver lantern within Luo Tian's soul realm, along with the 10 white halos burning upon it, suddenly shuddered. In the next instant, the 10 white halos inexplicably contracted inward, merging into a singular pure black halo. What should this be called? The Black Heart's Power? A segment? For a moment, Luo Tian found himself at a loss for words to describe the nature of this state of heart's power. Yet, none of this was of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that he had finally broken through. As a smile illuminated his face, Luo Tian focused his thoughts and, without hesitation, began to condense the white-silver power within him, once more using the newly birthed Black Heart's power. Whoosh! A tempest of wind surged within the room, and moments later, Luo Tian's body defied the natural laws, levitating off the ground. Simultaneously, all the white-silver power within him transformed into a pure, black-silver power. Chapter 74. The Abilities of the Silver Lantern. Practitioners of the black-silver secret realm, even without cultivating any secret techniques, could levitate into the air and fly slowly. If one were to cultivate techniques suited to themselves, they could soar through the heavens like a bird. Is this the power of divine consciousness? At that moment, within Luo Tian's soul realm, a ring of gray mist emanated from his soul as he broke through to the black-silver secret realm. In the next instant, as Luo Tian's thoughts stirred, a wisp of that gray mist separated, forming an invisible net that disregarded the surrounding walls and other objects, encompassing all directions. Through this net, it was as if Luo Tian had gained countless peculiar eyes. Even if he closed his own, he could observe his surroundings through this net, and in some respects, it provided clearer insight than his own eyes. However, through experimentation, Luo Tian discovered that the limit of his divine consciousness extension was merely 100 meters. Thus, for the time being, his divine consciousness could not completely replace his eyes. Moreover, even before his breakthrough, his eyes, under the enhancement of heart's power, had already exhibited numerous peculiarities, capable of penetrating the surface of the Thousand Souls Ghost Banner to see the internal space. Now that he had broken through to the black-silver secret realm, it remained to be seen what extraordinary power his eyes would wield under the influence of Black Heart's power. Due to the recent breakthrough, there is an overwhelming amount of adaptation required. Luo Tian has yet to test the true capabilities of his own eyes. After retracting his spiritual consciousness, he slowly descended from the air, directing his attention to the silver lamp within his soul realm. The transformation of this artifact is what he cares about the most. Heart's seal. As his thoughts settled upon the silver lamp, it wasn't long before Luo Tian's eyes widened with a hint of joy. This treasure has accompanied him for an extended period. Although he has not utilized it thoroughly, he still possesses a certain understanding of its nature. Before he ascended to the realm of black silver, he had speculated about the abilities he might acquire from the silver lamp upon his breakthrough. Now, his conjecture has indeed manifested into reality. The heart seal is an exceptionally potent ability. Under the nurturing of Luo Tian's black heart power, the silver lamp is capable of producing a peculiar talisman-like seal every month. The primary function of this seal is to be infused into other living beings, thereby rendering them as Luo Tian's heart slaves. The sole limitation is that the target must either not resist or possess a significantly lower strength than Luo Tian. However, once the target soul is imbued with the heart seal and becomes a heart slave, it too can cultivate heart power, albeit with certain conditions. 1/3 of the mental fluctuations absorbed by Luo Tian's heart slave will be utilized to solidify the heart seal. Another third will be transferred to Luo Tian, and the remaining third will transform into the heart power of the slave itself. Simultaneously, any being marked with the heart seal can be compelled to self-destruct the seal at Luo Tian's mental command, inflicting irreparable damage upon its soul. Previously, during his time with the Wu family, the reason Luo Tian spared Wu Feihong, who had assaulted him, and made him a bait was only one of his objectives. Another was to await his breakthrough to the Black-Silver realm to experiment with the effects of the heart seal on Wu Feihong. Reflecting on Wu Feihong, Luo Tian felt a stirring in his thoughts. Even now, he could still sense the waves of resentment emanating from both Wu Feihong and Yin Shaoqian towards him. Run, then I shall see how far you can escape. A smile crept at the corner of his lips, only to be swiftly reined in, for time is no longer on his side. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tian retrieved the secret treasure flying sword meteorite and the nameless sword gourd he had acquired from Xikong City not long ago. It was not that he did not wish to use the seemingly slumbering black butterfly from the Thousand Souls ghost banner to test the wondrous effects of the heart seal, but rather that having just ascended to the Black-Silver realm, he must wait a month to cultivate a heart seal. I hope it does not disappoint me. Gazing at the meteorite and the nameless sword gourd before him, radiating a golden brilliance, a spark of fervor flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. For him at this moment, these two treasures represent the fastest avenue to augment his power. After all, once this night passes, he shall engage in a contest of prowess with Xikong City at the martial combat peak. As he contemplated, Luo Tian resolutely grasped the meteor falling in, utilizing the power of his mind, controlled his body to exude a drop of fresh blood through the minuscule pores of his fingertips, allowing it to fall upon the exquisite flying sword. Subsequently, he began the arduous process of refining this black-silver grade treasure, adhering to the method of tempering precious artifacts. Time swiftly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The black-silver treasure was significantly more formidable than its white-silver counterpart. Even after Luo Tian's ascension to the black-silver realm, it took him a full 2 hours to successfully refine the meteor falling, and this was achieved without a single misstep, aided by the power of his mind. If an ordinary practitioner of the black-silver realm were to attempt refining such a black-silver treasure, it would likely take them no less than 3 to 5 days to accomplish the task. Once he successfully refined the meteor falling, Luo Tian took a deep breath and immediately commenced the refinement of the nameless sword gourd. For reasons unknown, his anticipation for the nameless sword gourd surpassed even that for the meteor falling, and by a considerable margin. Time flowed like water, and soon another 2 hours had elapsed. At a certain moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Luo Tian's eyes as he abruptly hurled the nameless sword gourd above his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, with a flick of his mind, streams of sword energy erupted from the nameless sword gourd. The woman surnamed Wu from the Mingzhu Treasure Pavilion had previously mentioned that the sword energy released from this nameless sword gourd could only strike linear targets and could not be controlled. Thus, to mitigate any unforeseen consequences, under Luo Tian's deliberate control, the power of these sword energies was intentionally kept minimal. These tangible sword energies, resembling genuine swords, shot forth from the nameless sword gourd. Luo Tian focused his mind and promptly executed the art of object control, attempting to weave a net of control to restrain these sword energies, intending to utilize them to form a small 5-element sword array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After being ensnared by the nets of control that Luo Tian had summoned, the sword energies immediately surged within, attempting to break free from the confines of the control net. However, due to the diminished power under Luo Tian's careful manipulation, they were indeed captured and held in place by the net he had conjured. It truly works. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Next, he intended to explore the extent to which he could control the power of the sword energies and continue his cultivation of the art of object control. Chapter 75. Cultivation and Unpredictable Strength. Having broken through to the black-silver realm, his mind power had likewise solidified into black heart power, granting Luo Tian access to an array of secret techniques for cultivation. For instance, his mastery of the art of object control was still below the 10th level, along with various secret techniques he had appropriated from Wang Zicheng and the masked myriad practitioner of the black-silver realm. Wang Zicheng naturally possessed some black-silver grade secret techniques and methods, while the masked man, due to his transgressions, also had in his possession a number of commendable items. However, the techniques and methods in their possession, rather than being classified as black-silver grade, could more accurately be described as pseudo-black-silver techniques, surpassing the highest quality of white-silver techniques. The true essence of black-silver level secret techniques and practices, even the most inferior among them, is imbued with profound mysteries. These must be sealed within specially crafted jade slips or treasures using the power of divine consciousness to ensure their transmission through generations. However, such jade slips or artifacts typically lose the imprint of divine consciousness after a few uses, rendering them ineffective. Consequently, the value of these items is hardly inferior to that of genuine black-silver level treasures. Indeed, a jade slip or artifact inscribed with a low-grade black-silver level technique often commands a price exceeding 10,000 black-silver. Unfortunately, Luo Tian found none of these items in the possession of Wang Ziqing or the masked man. Fact, the cultivation method he is currently practicing, the Black Sha Tianxiang Gong, is merely a pseudo-black-silver level technique. Nonetheless, should he choose to persist with this practice and delve deeply into its intricacies, there exists a possibility for it to evolve into a low-grade black-silver level technique, or even ascend to greater heights. After all, many advanced techniques have similarly evolved from their rudimentary origins over time. Moreover, it is for this reason that when Luo Tian dealt with miscellaneous items, even after disposing of his own secret techniques, including several black-silver level methods, he only managed to acquire 80,000 taels of silver. Techniques and secrets below the black-silver level, including pseudo-black-silver level methods, are regarded as worthless in a place like the White Whale City. Wealthy practitioners of the black-silver level tend to cultivate authentic black-silver level techniques and are disdainful of pseudo-black-silver level methods. Furthermore, there are few among silver-level practitioners, like Luo Tian, who can successfully engage in the study of pseudo-black-silver level techniques. For me, with the assistance of mental strength, transforming a pseudo-black-silver level technique into a low-grade black-silver level technique should not prove overly challenging. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Luo Tian's eyes. Although he lacked any genuine black-silver level secret techniques, he possessed several pseudo-black-silver techniques. However, with a battle against Sikong Cheng at the martial duel peak looming tomorrow, it would be prudent to swiftly elevate his mastery of the object manipulation technique. This would allow him to employ it in conjunction with the nameless sword gourd to execute the minor 5-element sword technique, thereby enhancing his combat prowess in the most expedient manner. With his thoughts racing, Luo Tian continued to harness the black-silver power within him to unleash streams of postnatal 5-element sword chi of varying colors from the nameless sword gourd, then employed the object manipulation technique to diligently capture these sword chi. After breaking through to the black-silver secret realm, utilizing black-silver power to weave the object manipulation net significantly amplified its strength and resilience. Whether due to the relatively low level of the object manipulation technique or some other reason, Luo Tian experienced remarkably swift progress under the assistance of his Black Heart's mental strength. In no time, he had woven the 8th net, the 9th net, the 10th net. This advancement was akin to a geyser erupting. Even as he completed the 10th object manipulation net, there was no sign of abatement. It wasn't until an hour had passed and he formed the 20th net that he seemingly encountered a true bottleneck, making further progress exceedingly challenging. 20 pieces of the spirit capture net. As Luo Tian's thoughts began to stir, he merged the spirit capture nets 2 by 2 simultaneously. He channeled the innate 5-element sword chi through the nameless sword gourd with all his might. Streams of sword energy, solidified into physical form, surged forth from the gourd's opening. However, these tangible sword energies, barely making their appearance, were swiftly ensnared by the combined spirit capture nets, forcibly redirected in their trajectory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In quick succession, another 10 vibrant strands of innate 5-element sword chi erupted from the nameless sword gourd, and upon being drawn by the spirit capture net, they arranged themselves like an army poised for battle, spreading out in all directions. The dual minor 5-element sword formation. The next moment, as Luo Tian murmured to himself, the 10 strands of innate 5-element sword chi divided into 2 segments, with each segment's 5 strands subtly intertwining under his command, successfully forming the minor 5-element sword formation. Each of these sword energies possessed considerable power. By utilizing 5 strands of sword energy to establish the minor 5-element sword formation, their potency was significantly amplified. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary practitioner at the early stages of the black-silver secret realm to contend with me. Furthermore, if I were to layer an additional minor 5-element sword formation atop this, it would likely become a nightmare for many. If recalling an amusing thought, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. he began to ponder whether he could use these two minor five-element sword formations as the foundation to construct a simplified version of the two-instrument sword formation. If successful, it might further enhance his strength. Of course, such a whimsical notion, even if achievable, would likely consume a considerable amount of time, rendering it impractical for him at this moment. After attempting to simultaneously establish two five-element sword formations, Luo Tian adeptly practiced how to launch attacks using these formations within the confines of the small room. It was only after several hours, as dawn approached, that he finally paused, with a method of attack at hand. The next step was to explore flight techniques and defensive measures, gentle breeze control technique, fire cloud explosive technique. Luo Tian murmured, recalling these two secret arts he had acquired from Wang Ziqing and the masked man. Both techniques were integrated martial arts, akin to a jack-of-all-trades, as the powers derived from these practices, the gentle breeze force and fire cloud force, could be employed for offense, form protective barriers, and enhance a practitioner's flight speed. With no superior techniques available, it seemed prudent to begin with the gentle breeze control technique. As Luo Tian's thoughts crystallized, he calculated the time, realizing that daylight would soon break. Thus, he resumed his cultivation of the gentle breeze control technique. This technique belonged to the wind attribute and did not align perfectly with the Black Sha heavenly phenomenon he practiced. Nevertheless, he could eliminate the dark attribute from the Black Sha heavenly phenomenon while employing this technique, utilizing only the pure black-silver force. Although this would diminish the technique's efficacy, for Luo Tian, who had no better options, it was a necessary compromise. While Luo Tian immersed himself in tranquil cultivation, outside, Sikong Cheng felt the night gradually receding, and a heart long subjected to tribulation began to stir restlessly. Luo Tian, as a blinding ray of light pierced the distant horizon, he abruptly rose to his feet and, directing his voice towards the Weijiang shop where Luo Tian resided, let out a thunderous call. Chapter 76. Onward, Sikong Cheng stood tall, half of his face illuminated by the first glimmer of dawn's light, resembling a war god brimming with indomitable spirit. Yet, as the gentle breeze tousled his hair, it swayed back and forth, and no one within the Weijiang shop paid him any heed. Suddenly, as though struck by a revelation, Sikong Cheng's expression shifted drastically. In an instant, he dashed towards the Weijiang shop like a ferocious hound, taking a step to thrust the door open. Where is Luo Tian? Where has he gone? Is there a back entrance here? Upon entering the Weijiang shop, Sikong Cheng confronted Lu Ruoxuan, who had risen early, groomed, and was seated behind the counter. Lu Ruoxuan elegantly lifted her gaze, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and inquired sharply, "What do you intend to do? The shop has yet to open. Do you wish for me to summon the enforcers?" Sikong Cheng clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue. "I ask you, where is Luo Tian?" Seeing Sikong Cheng's reaction, Lu Ruoxuan's heart skipped a beat. In the White Whale City, it was forbidden for cultivators to act recklessly. Yet if Sikong Cheng lost control of his emotions and took drastic measures, even the enforcer's arrival would be too late to remedy the situation. "Why are you in such a hurry? I promised to go to the Wu Do Peak today, but I did not specify that we would depart at first light." However, just as Lu Ruoxuan inhaled deeply, preparing to offer a brief explanation, a languid yet magnetic voice suddenly resonated from the inner chamber behind her. "You?" Upon hearing Luo Tian's voice, the crimson light in Sikong Cheng's eyes surged momentarily before gradually receding. It was not without reason for his heightened sensitivity. The memory of Luo Tian abandoning him alone at the Mingzhu Secret Treasure Pavilion the previous day was still etched in his mind, as vivid as if it had just transpired. Were it not for the formations that shielded the inner chambers of all shops from external divine senses, he would have already scoured the entire establishment with his own. "What do you mean, you?" Luo Tian spoke coolly. "If you are willing to wait, you may continue to linger at the entrance. The shop does not welcome you." "Humph." Sikong Cheng, filled with fury, flicked his sleeve. "Then I shall grant you more time. I am eager to see how long you can delay with that," he stormed out, his face darkened with displeasure. Once Sikong Cheng exited, silence enveloped the room once more, with Luo Tian remaining steadfastly within. Lu Ruoxuan steadied her breath, glancing back towards the inner chamber, her beautiful eyes flickering with a peculiar glimmer. It seemed that with Luo Tian present, she felt a sense of assurance regardless of the challenges that may arise. Even if, in reality, Luo Tian bore little connection to her. Shaking her head to dispel the absurd thoughts, she resumed her daily routine of observing the shop while practicing her cultivation. In the confines of the dimly lit chamber, Luo Tian exhaled slowly, and with a mere thought, a faint azure, formless energy began to coalesce beneath him, lifting him gently off the ground. After a period of diligent cultivation, he had finally mastered the Qingfeng Yushi technique, achieving it at the consummate level. However, he was about to face a bona fide practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, so after a brief moment of recuperation, he resumed his rigorous training. This time, he intended to cultivate the fire cloud explosive technique. Typically, a practitioner's sole attribute aligns with their physical attribute. For such individuals, mastering a technique that diverges from their inherent attributes can prove exceedingly arduous, sometimes taking months or even years to succeed. Yet, during his practice of the Qingfeng Yushi technique, Luo Tian discovered that, although his body possessed only the attributes of darkness and fire, his soul seemed to have undergone a peculiar transformation due to the presence of the silver lamp or the power of the heart. After breaking through to the black-silver secret realm, he found himself capable of sensing the myriad elemental forces permeating the cosmos. This revelation indicated that he could potentially harness and cultivate almost all elemental powers. With intent focused, Luo Tian cleared his mind and, under the influence of his heart's power, began to practice the fire cloud explosive technique as described in its manual. Merely 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed when a large orb of fiery sparks, reminiscent of a bursting firework, materialized before him. This occurrence signified that he had reached the introductory stage of the fire cloud explosive, a pseudo-black silver level technique. It appeared that his physical attributes still held some significance for him. Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes. During his earlier practice of the Qingfeng Yushi technique, he had taken a full 10 minutes to reach the introductory phase. After murmuring to himself, he closed his eyes once more, embarking on a new round of cultivation. As the sun rose and fell, Xikong Cheng stood like a statue outside the Weijiang Inn, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Being a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, his presence attracted some attention, bringing a modicum of business to the usually overlooked Weijiang Inn. Observing this scene, Xikong Cheng's expression darkened, his fists clenched tighter, his wrath having reached a boiling point. Now, he awaited the moment he could unleash his pent-up fury upon Luo Tian at the martial combat peak, allowing Luo Tian to experience firsthand the wrath of black silver, the essence of absolute fury. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through his thoughts. "Hey, don't dawdle, time is of the essence. Don't make me wait for you." Startled, Xikong Cheng looked up to see Luo Tian, who had emerged from the Weijiang Inn and was already 100 meters down the path toward the martial combat peak. With a sharp crack, Xikong Cheng's fist tightened as if the bones might shatter under the pressure. His dark visage flushed with a tinge of crimson in the blood-red sunset. That moment, he felt utterly humiliated. Humph! With a heavy, disdainful snort, Xikong Cheng strode purposefully after Luo Tian. Such persistence is truly remarkable. A faint smile played upon Luo Tian's lips. Practitioners of the black-silver realm, akin to those of the silver realm, are categorized into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. Moreover, if one were to delve into finer distinctions, the initial stage of black-silver can be subdivided into 3 tiers, the intermediate stage into 3 additional tiers, followed by the advanced stage, which consists of 3 tiers as well, culminating in the peak of the black-silver realm at the 10th tier. Since Luo Tian's breakthrough to the first tier of the black-silver realm, a significant amount of time has elapsed, during which the experience gauge in his soul realm has progressed by 50%. Furthermore, the majority of the mental fluctuations he has experienced have largely been contributions from Xikong Cheng. Thus, had it not been for Xikong Cheng's intention to draw attention through him yesterday, his impression of this individual would have been rather favorable. Therefore, Chapter 77. The Battle Among Black-Silver Practitioners. The martial combat peak does not refer to a singular mountain, but rather to 2 peaks separated by several hundred meters. Warriors resolve their disputes not upon the peaks themselves, but on the 9 platforms situated between them. As dusk approached, with crimson clouds painting the sky, on the largest of the platforms nestled between the 2 mountains, Luo Tian, clad in black with white hair and sharp features, stood facing Xikong Cheng, dressed in green and wearing a grim expression. After hastily completing the necessary formalities upon arriving from Wei River's small shop, the 2 ascended to the platform. "Luo Tian, this time I shall make you comprehend the wrath of a black-silver powerhouse, teaching you a lesson," declared Xikong Cheng, as he stood on one side of the platform, gradually intensifying his aura to its pinnacle. "Teaching me a lesson? So, you have no intention of killing me this time?" Luo Tian replied, raising his head as the evening breeze tousled a few strands of white hair across his chiseled visage, bestowing upon him an air of melancholic handsomeness. "Intention of sparing you?" Xikong Cheng scoffed with a chilling laugh. "The lesson I intend to impart will ensure you remember it for lifetimes to come." With that, without further ado, he thrust his finger forward, unleashing a fierce jet of pure black energy that, akin to a unique magnet, captured the attention of countless onlookers. It shot forth from his fingertip, reaching Luo Tian in the blink of an eye. Smack! Luo Tian raised a hand, swatting the dark energy away as if it were a mere fly. Such probing attacks were no longer necessary. Observing the rapid dilation of Xikong Cheng's pupils, Luo Tian smiled faintly before suddenly unleashing his own formidable aura. Black-silver level. You two are of the black-silver level. You have been plotting against me all along. Feeling the astonishing energy released by Luo Tian, Xikong Cheng's fists clenched tightly, and an overwhelming shadow loomed over him, darkening his thoughts. His eyes blazed with rage. He had practiced a technique known as the spirit eye art, and during their previous encounters, he had employed it against Luo Tian. Yet he had never discerned that Luo Tian was, like himself, a practitioner of the black-silver realm. Damn it. Did Xikong Cheng truly remain oblivious to the fact that Luo Tian was also a black-silver practitioner until now? Indeed, it is quite lamentable. The aura of one known as Luo Tian is exceptionally well concealed. Previously, even with my spiritual eye technique, I was unable to discern the specifics of his cultivation level. Yet, Xikong Cheng hastily concluded that he possessed merely the prowess of the silver secret realm. Has he lost his senses? Due to the unique nature of Wudo Peak, it attracts a multitude of visitors daily. Some come to enhance their own experience by observing the duels of others, while many more are drawn here for the purpose of gambling. After years of development, Wudo Peak has long since become the most lucrative venue in the city of Beijing. Those cultivators seeking to resolve conflicts must first enter into agreements with the overseers of Wudo Peak. When the conflicting parties engage in battle on the arena, the overseers will establish betting opportunities for the spectators. Naturally, a portion of the earnings is subsequently awarded to the ultimate victor. Over the years, these practices have evolved into a comprehensive set of regulations. At this moment, although evening is approaching, a significant number of spectators still gather atop the two mountains. Upon hearing Xikong Cheng's words, some cultivators immediately displayed expressions of exasperation, clearly indicating that they had wagered their silver on him. From observing Xikong Cheng's countenance, it was evident that he had been thoroughly deceived by the one named Luo Tian. Coupled with Luo Tian's composed demeanor, I thoughtlessly placed a bet of 1,000 taels of silver on him. It appears I may soon reap a small profit. Where there are losses, there are gains, and on the two mountains, cultivators erupted in hearty laughter. Suddenly, Xikong Cheng raised an eyebrow as the tension in the arena escalated. After a fleeting moment of dread, he sensed that the aura emanating from Luo Tian seemed slightly weaker than his own. With a stir of determination, he promptly steadied himself, casting aside all negative emotions, and boisterously declared to Luo Tian. However, as we are both in the early stages of the black-silver secret realm, your cultivation is somewhat inferior to mine. Are you truly confident that you can best me? Whether one can prevail will become evident in battle, replied Luo Tian with a faint smile. Soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Xikong Cheng's gaze sharpened. Then let us engage in combat. With a swift motion of his hand, a flurry of ice crystal needles, radiating a pale blue glow under the waning sunlight, suddenly manifested before him, surging towards Luo Tian like a swarm of bees. Go! Witnessing this scene, Luo Tian also gestured with his hand, and in the next moment, a burst of fiery sparks, enveloped in a gentle breeze, hurtled toward the ice crystal needles summoned by Xikong Cheng. After a full day of cultivation, Luo Tian had not only perfected the fire cloud explosive technique to its utmost stage, but had also, with the aid of his mental prowess, fused the gentle wind manipulation technique with the fire cloud explosive technique, creating an entirely new secret art. This new technique, which Luo Tian named Gentle Wind Fire Cloud Technique, possesses a strength far surpassing that of either original art, having amalgamated the characteristics of both. At that moment, as a swarm of ice crystal needles was about to collide with the Qingfeng Huayan technique unleashed by Luo Tian, Xikong Cheng's mind stirred, and the cluster of ice crystal needles suddenly spun in midair, attempting to evade Luo Tian's technique while continuing their assault. However, Xikong Cheng underestimated Luo Tian's formidable five senses. The moment the ice crystal needle showed any sign of deviation, he similarly wielded the Qingfeng Huayan technique to intercept the needles. Boom! With a resounding crash, the sky erupted in a tempest of fiery clouds, and amidst the chaos, the cluster of ice crystal needles summoned by Xikong Cheng melted instantaneously under the most scorching sunlight, transforming into water and subsequently evaporating into invisible gas. Just then, from a distance, Xikong Cheng brandished a blue spear, leaping into the air, and pointed it at Luo Tian, releasing a beam of azure spear light that shot forth like a bolt of blue lightning. Ha ha ha, to come uninvited would be rather rude, Xikong Cheng. Behold the treasure I possess. Luo Tian laughed heartily, his thoughts shifting as he retrieved the black-silver grade secret treasure, the flying sword meteor fall, from his storage ring. With a swish, it transformed into a brilliant golden light, resembling a true meteor, hurtling towards the icy blue spear light in midair. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's deployment of meteor fall against him, Xikong Cheng's expression soured with a mix of rage and astonishment. Upon its launch, meteor fall collided with the azure spear light in the blink of an eye, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that rendered the spear light to nothingness. Following this, Luo Tian's thoughts surged again, and meteor fall, now infused with fresh black-silver power, surged forth at an even greater velocity towards Xikong Cheng. Xikong Cheng's countenance grew grave, tinged with a hint of terror. When Luo Tian first unveiled meteor fall, his heart had burned with fury, but then he recalled that he had only entrusted this secret treasure to Luo Tian the previous night. Within just a day, Luo Tian had successfully refined it and could wield it with ease. Was this truly something achievable by an early-stage practitioner of the black-silver realm? This contemplation led him to consider Luo Tian's earlier concealment of his cultivation level, which had allowed him to perceive Luo Tian as a silver realm practitioner. So now, was Luo Tian's displayed prowess truly reflective of his actual cultivation? The sensation of dread intensified within him, yet Xikong Cheng was unwilling to concede defeat. Only by exerting his utmost would he have no regrets. As he witnessed Luo Tian's meteor fall hurtling towards him, he took a deep breath, drawing a semicircle in front of him with one hand. Instantly, a shield etched with intricate, unknown snowflake patterns appeared before him, poised to collide with meteor fall. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the icy blue shield trembled and sent meteor fall flying away like an overconfident mayfly. However, after traveling several dozen meters, meteor fall suddenly flashed with brilliance, soaring upwards like a rock, locking onto Xikong Cheng from a lofty vantage. A commendable technique indeed. Gazing briefly at the ice-blue shield before Xikong Cheng, Luo Tian waved his sleeve, and with a surge of fiery sparks intertwining with the gentle breeze, he soared into the air, aligning himself horizontally with Xikong Cheng, who stood suspended in the void. If his instincts were correct, the ice-blue shield summoned by Xikong Cheng concealed some arcane lower-grade black-silver secret technique. Once I slay you, you shall truly comprehend what is commendable. Xikong Cheng scoffed coldly, banishing his fear once more. The ice-blue shield before him, under his control, suddenly shattered into countless fragments, which then adhered to his form like scales, effectively donning him in an ice-blue armor. Subsequently, wielding an ice spear, he pointed forward, transforming into an invincible war deity, treading upon the void and charging towards Luo Tian. You shall have no chance to approach. Upon witnessing Xikong Cheng's demeanor, Luo Tian discerned his intention to engage in close combat, yet he knew that without invoking the tiger transformation, this would be his most vulnerable moment. Thus, with a swift thought, he retrieved the nameless sword gourd also obtained from Xikong Cheng. Compared to the meteor fall, this artifact was his ultimate trump card. How could it be that? Among the onlookers, a well-informed cultivator immediately recognized this peculiar black-silver secret treasure, the most bizarre item within the Mingzhu treasure pavilion. What is the matter? Someone inquired in confusion. The sword gourd in Luo Tian's hand had languished on the second floor of the Mingzhu treasure pavilion for several years, deemed a useless item capable only of striking linear targets. How could he have purchased such a treasure, only capable of striking linear targets? The questioner was momentarily taken aback. You intend to use this artifact against me? As Xikong Cheng rapidly advanced towards Luo Tian, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly sneered. Though I am unaware of your incessant desire to humiliate me, you wish to wield this. Swish, swish, swish. 5 vibrant postnatal 5-element sword energies erupted from the sword gourd and were swiftly captured by Luo Tian with a dual binding technique, each directed toward a different trajectory. Then, under his manipulation, the 5 streams of sword energy, arranged in 5 distinct directions, intertwined at an astonishing speed, forming a small 5-element sword formation composed purely of sword energy. Buzz! The 5 sword energies crisscrossed above Luo Tian's head, stirring restlessly, while the formidable Xikong Cheng, witnessing this spectacle, suddenly trembled in shock. This secret treasure is but refuse in your hands, yet in mine, it is a rare gem. Indeed, I must thank you for procuring this artifact for me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Luo Tian smiled faintly, then pointed his hand, sending forth the 5 sword energies arranged into the postnatal small 5-element sword formation, which surged forth like a tempest of thunder and wind towards Xikong Cheng. What kind of technique is this, to form a formation from sword energy? At this sight, not only was Xikong Cheng taken aback, But all the cultivators observing from the two martial peaks were also left in stunned disbelief, erupting into fervent cheers. Luo Tian's display of prowess had utterly astonished everyone present. No one anticipated that a seemingly worthless treasure of black silver could radiate such brilliance in his hands. A prodigious talent, a stroke of genius. The sword aura emitted from that sword gourd could solidify into substance. If I am not mistaken, he has employed this characteristic to manipulate the sword aura using object control techniques, thereby establishing this small 5-element sword aura array. However, even with the power of black silver to refine the object control nets, I suspect he has at least condensed 10 such nets to set up this formation. A practitioner from the black silver secret realm gazed at Luo Tian's small 5-element sword aura array, exclaiming in admiration. 10 object control nets. Although this secret technique has virtually no limits, most individuals struggle to maintain focus after condensing 3 or 4 nets, making it nearly impossible to utilize more. He is currently operating as if he has 10 minds, which seems inconceivable. Upon hearing the analysis from the black silver practitioner, the crowd erupted in astonishment. While multitasking is not a challenge for advanced cultivators, achieving such a feat in the early stages of the black silver realm showcases an extraordinary innate talent. The practitioner remarked in a hushed tone, employing the spirit speech technique. This technique accelerates speech, and many cultivators have mastered it in battle. Some employ language to disrupt their opponent's mental state. Without this technique, one could only endure the piercing words of the enemy, akin to daggers plunging into the heart, while being forced to swallow their own words, inevitably tipping the scales of combat. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the 5 streams of 5-element sword aura that flew from Luo Tian drew closer under his control. Eventually, the 5 streams merged into a singular, multicolored sword aura through the simultaneous influence of the small 5 elements, array, and object control technique. Sikong Chung, did you not claim this treasure to be worthless? Then come and test the might of my sword. Chapter 79. A forceful overwhelm. Concluding the battle, under Luo Tian's command, the multicolored sword aura he conjured howled through the air, resembling a magnificent 5-colored sword imbued with overwhelming pressure, charging towards Sikong Cheng. The farther it traveled from Luo Tian, the more it expanded. As it approached Sikong Cheng within a mere 10 meters, the multicolored sword aura had swelled to a size of 7 or 8 meters. Sikong Cheng's expression grew grave. Even before the sword arrived, he felt waves of pressure converging upon him from all directions. This multicolored sword aura was a fusion of 5 postnatal 5-element sword auras. Yet, this fusion was not complete. Upon closer inspection, one could still discern minute gaps between the sword auras. These gaps represented the condensed power field of the small 5-element sword array, which expanded as the multicolored sword aura grew larger. It was akin to thermal expansion. As the power field expanded, it necessitated the absorption of energy from the surroundings. Thus, as the multicolored sword aura drew nearer to Sikong Cheng, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being inexorably drawn into the power field between the sword auras. Open. Sikong Cheng's gaze was piercing as he brandished his ice blue spear. Steadying himself, he suddenly lunged forward. He had no alternative. Close combat was his most formidable means of attack. If he could not reach Luo Tian, defeat in this battle was inevitable. Tio closed the distance. He first needed to shatter the vibrant sword energy before him. Given Luo Tian's remarkable reaction speed, he knew that evading this multicolored sword energy was beyond his capabilities. Bang! The clash of spear tip against sword tip resonated with a dull thud, and Sikong Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. The spear he wielded felt as though it had encountered a force tenfold greater than his own, recoiling violently over his head, nearly slipping from his grasp. The overwhelming backlash and pulling force nearly sent his body into a staggering tumble mid-air. Boom! Before Sikong Cheng could regroup and launch a second assault, the multicolored sword energy, which had previously been halted by his strike, trembled slightly before erupting with a cataclysmic roar, akin to a volcanic explosion, unleashing an unparalleled surge of power. Rumbling, the radiant colors shot out in all directions, resembling a miniature sun detonating, its searing brilliance causing many onlookers among the cultivators to squint against the glare. Fragments of sword energy burst forth from the epicenter of the explosion, and under Luo Tian's deliberate manipulation, most of them hurtled towards Sikong Cheng's unsteady form. Bang bang bang, as the shards of sword energy impacted Sikong Cheng. The layer of ice blue scales enveloping him emitted a shimmering blue light, deflecting many of the fragments. However, the sheer number of exploding sword energy shards was overwhelming and seemingly endless in a matter of moments. The ice blue scales encasing Sikong Cheng were shattered into countless pieces. His complexion darkened as a golden orb the size of a fist materialized in his hand. Tightening his grip, he summoned a layer of golden battle armor that enveloped his body. The relentless barrage of sword energy fragments continued to rain down, only ceasing after what felt like an eternity. Puff. Although Sikong Chung had been propelled backwards several dozen meters without sustaining any visible injuries, he paled and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant golden light descended from above, revealing the long-anticipated meteor fall. Sikong Cheng's brow furrowed as he stifled the internal injuries he bore. Raising his ice-blue spear to counter the impending meteor fall, bang bang bang. This time, meteor fall did not simply retreat after a single strike. It unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, akin to the masterful maneuvers of an unparalleled swordsman, persistently assaulting Sikong Chung. His countenance darkened as he faced such an onslaught, compelled to wield his spear defensively while retreating due to the prior injuries he had suffered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Simultaneously, the nameless sword gourd hovering above Luo Tian unleashed waves of sword energy in various hues towards Sikong Chung. Under normal circumstances, these sword energies would pose little threat to cultivators of the black-silver secret realm. However, with Sikong Chung already injured and under the relentless pressure from meteor fall, he found himself in grave peril as the incoming sword energies approached. After fervently evading several waves of sword energy, he was compelled to divert a fragment of his focus to once again conjure an ice-blue shield before him. However, at that very moment, as Sikong Chung was preoccupied with manifesting the ice-blue shield, Luo Tian swiftly extended a great hand, striking towards Sikong Chung from a distance. This strike embodied the technique of the clear wind fire cloud. Exploding sparks surged forth in droves, and under the restraint of the clear wind, they coalesced into a colossal handprint, racing through the air and reaching Sikong Cheng's head in the blink of an eye. With a resounding boom, the handprint descended from above, forcefully slamming Sikong Chung, who was nearly at his limit and could no longer evade, onto the arena below. Brother Sikong, I am truly grateful for these two treasures you have bestowed upon me. I am utterly destitute. Without the prior gift of these two items from you, vanquishing you would have been an insurmountable challenge. Standing amidst the clear wind fire cloud, Luo Tian hovered in the air, casting a slight smile at the pallid Sikong Cheng below. Spare me your superfluous words. I concede that I underestimated you. Whether you wish to kill or maim, I leave it to your discretion. After being struck down by Luo Tian's enormous handprint, Sikong Chung remained prostrate on the arena, gazing skyward with hollow eyes, only revealing a flicker of resentment when Luo Tian began to speak. Kill? Maim? Luo Tian suddenly burst into laughter. You initiated this conflict. You sought trouble with me, and should I eliminate you, it would be entirely reasonable. However, I am inherently averse to bloodshed, so let us consider this matter concluded. As for your item, if you still desire it, you need only wait a month. After a month, I shall return it to you. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Sikong Chung, lying on the arena, was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, rising to his feet and gazing at Luo Tian with uncertainty. Are you saying that not only will you spare my life, but you will also return my item in a month? Indeed, I always speak with utmost sincerity. A smile graced Luo Tian's face. Yet your item does possess some intrigue. I wish to study it for a month. You have no objections, I trust? Brother Luo, you spare my life and even wish to return my treasure. I, of course, have no objections. Sikong Cheng's expression shifted, instinctively sensing that Luo Tian harbored ulterior motives, yet he remained oblivious to Luo Tian's true intentions. The crux of the matter was that the initiative lay entirely in Luo Tian's hands. Even if he had reservations, they were of no consequence. Had this battle concluded far too swiftly? As Sikong Chung was struck down onto the arena by Luo Tian, the observers among the cultivators began to murmur amongst themselves. No one had anticipated that two practitioners, both in the early stages of the black-silver secret realm, would determine the victor so swiftly. I have seen Sikong Chung on several occasions. I never imagined he would be so feeble. One cultivator gritted his teeth, evidently having wagered a substantial amount of money on Sikong Cheng. Previously, the practitioner from the black-silver secret realm, who had adeptly employed the principles of the five-element sword array using an unnamed sword against Luo Tian, wore a grave expression and remarked, "It is not that Sikong Chung is weak, but rather that Luo Tian is exceedingly strong." Though both are at the initial stage of the black-silver secret realm, if my observations are accurate, Luo Tian has only recently ascended. Yet, his prowess seems to rival that of some practitioners at the mid-stage of the black-silver secret realm. The crowd was stirred by his words. The practitioner continued, I have never encountered Luo Tian before. If he has just arrived in the White Whale capital and lacks backing from any other forces, then from this day forth, numerous factions will surely seek to recruit him. Congratulations, Taoist Luo. Upon the conclusion of the battle, Luo Tian returned to the base of the Wudo Peak in the north, where a portly man with thinning hair, clad in short sleeves and oversized shorts, greeted him with a beaming smile. That battle truly had me on the edge of my seat. I never anticipated that the treasure from the Pearl Treasure Pavilion would unleash such formidable power in your hands. Remarkable indeed. Taoist Gong, you flatter me, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. This rotund individual, known as Gong Jiao, was the overseer of the Wudo Peak and also a practitioner of the Black-Silver Secret Realm. The Wudo Peak was renowned throughout the White Whale capital, yet most of the practitioners who fought there were of the Silver Secret Realm. Conflicts between practitioners of the Black-Silver Secret Realm occurred infrequently, sometimes not even once a month. After all, there were only a few hundred Black-Silver practitioners in the entire White Whale capital, most of whom were well acquainted with one another. Even if disputes arose, they rarely resorted to settling them here. Thus, each duel among practitioners of the Black-Silver Secret Realm marked the most bustling times at the Wudo Peak. However, this particular clash between Luo Tian and Xikong Cheng had not been publicized in advance, resulting in a modest turnout. I am not exaggerating, to be candid. I seldom admire anyone, but from this day forward, I must count you among them. Gongju chuckled heartily, but Taoist Luo, should you have any such splendid occurrences in the future, do ensure to inform me beforehand. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. Rest assured, Taoist Gong, I shall certainly remember to do so, Luo Tian replied with a smile. For him, the Wudo Peak was indeed an excellent place to gain renown. Had he been aware beforehand, he would have undoubtedly notified the Wudo Peak to publicize the event, allowing more individuals to be informed. Gongju raised an eyebrow, discerning the implication behind Luo Tian's words, and his smile broadened. For him, Luo Tian, who had just arrived in the White Whale capital and had set a trap for Xikong Cheng to engage in battle, was a potential asset. He particularly favored combative individuals, especially those from the Black-Silver Secret Realm. I nearly forgot. Taoist Luo, this is the silver you are entitled to receive. It has been tallied, amounting to a total of 21,000 taels of silver. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Luo Tian, Gong Jiao produced a storage ring and handed it to him. This was the customary practice at the Wudo Peak, where the ultimate victor of the duel would receive a considerable reward based on a predetermined ratio. Luo Tian smiled as he accepted the storage ring, containing 21,000 taels of silver, which was quite commendable. However, the most significant gain from this battle was not the silver itself, but rather the spiritual vibrations contributed by the onlooking cultivators. In such a brief moment, the experience bar within his soul realm had already reached 90%, on the verge of reaching its maximum capacity once more. He firmly believed that it would not be long before his information appeared on the desks of prominent figures in Beijing Prefecture, and at that time, his experience bar would surely witness another substantial leap. Suddenly, Gongjiao casually inquired of Luo Tian, by the way, Taoist Luo, forgive my ignorance, but the secret techniques you employed during your previous battle were unfamiliar to me. May I ask where you have trained before? With a slight smile, Luo Tian replied, I have been cultivating alone until recently when I broke through to the Black-Silver Secret Realm, which inspired me to venture out. Oh? Gongjia's eyes brightened suddenly. Might I inquire if Taoist Luo has any inclination to join the City Lord's mansion? Though Gongjiao was aware that inviting Luo Tian at this juncture was somewhat premature, he felt compelled to act before Luo Tian's name became widely known among the major factions. The City Lord's mansion? Luo Tian's heart stirred. Until now, he had been unaware of the true power behind the martial combat peak, and only now did he come to realize. Contemplating this, he shook his head and said, I apologize, but I need to ponder this matter carefully. After all, I only arrived in Beijing Prefecture yesterday and am uncertain how long I will remain here. That is understandable, Gongji replied, somewhat regretfully, yet reluctant to press further. However, Taoist Luo, should you encounter any issues here, feel free to seek me out. Moreover, if you are considering joining any faction, I hope you will give the City Lord's mansion serious thought. Our esteemed City Lord treats his subordinates exceptionally well, and the benefits available upon joining are undoubtedly among the finest across all major factions. Rest assured, Taoist Gong, I shall remember your words, Luo Tian replied with a smile and a nod. After bidding farewell to Gongjiao, Luo Tian departed from the martial combat peak and swiftly pursued a green figure, following a complex trail of spiritual fluctuations. Taoist, please hold, he called out upon catching sight of the figure. The green figure paused, startled by Luo Tian's voice, before slowly turning to reveal a pale, elongated face. Without a doubt, the figure was Xikong Cheng. Seeing Luo Tian, Xikong Cheng's emotions grew increasingly complicated, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Taoist Xikong, may I ask where you are headed? Luo Tian inquired, quickening his pace to catch up with Xikong Cheng. I am residing at an inn in the city. What brings you to seek me? Taoist Luo? Xikong Cheng took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him as he posed the question. Staying at an inn? Luo Tian shook his head and remarked, previously, I mentioned that returning the treasured item of Taoist Xikong would require a month's time. However, this is merely a hypothetical estimate. It could very well be completed a few days earlier or later. Therefore, I propose, if you do not mind, that you stay at my residence. Stay at your place. Xikong Cheng was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating Luo Tian would make such a suggestion. Hesitation crept into his thoughts. While Luo Tian's reasoning held some merit, he harbored a profound apprehension towards him, not solely due to Luo Tian's prowess, but also because of the actions he had undertaken. Haha. Observing Xikong Cheng's expression, Luo Tian chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Taoist Xikong, during your stay at my abode, I shall ensure you are no longer relegated to the outdoors. Xikong Cheng's lips twitched in response, gazing at the jovial Luo Tian, wishing fervently to silence his laughter. Yet upon considering their respective strengths, he begrudgingly stifled his frustration. Chapter 81. Extracting Residual Value. Since Taoist Luo has extended an invitation, I shall impose upon you. Xikong Cheng finally decided after a moment of contemplation. He was uncertain of what awaited him, yet he could not relinquish his precious Ming Shen Dai, a rare insect he had acquired through great toil. He possessed a secret technique that could refine the Ming Shen Dai into his own life spirit insect. Should he succeed, it would bolster his prospects of advancing to the color silver secret realm. Trust me, you will not regret the decision you make today, Luo Tian assured with a radiant smile. Xikong Cheng remained noncommittal, harboring an unwavering distrust towards Luo Tian, who had previously deceived him regarding two treasures. Yet, akin to many practitioners of average talent, his yearning for items that could enhance his prospects for future advancement was unfathomable to those gifted individuals. After all, a typical practitioner in the black-silver secret realm could only live for 200 years, whereas those in the color-silver secret realm could survive for at least 500 years. For a practitioner of average talent in the black-silver secret realm, the notion of breaking through to the color-silver secret realm within 2 centuries was nothing short of a delusion. Upon Xikong Cheng's acquiescence, Luo Tian accompanied him back to the Weijiang boutique. Within the boutique, Lu Ruoxuan, following Luo Tian's instructions, prepared a secluded chamber for Xikong Cheng's accommodation. By this time, she was aware of Luo Tian's victory over Xikong Cheng with just a few moves at the martial combat peak. Yet, she could hardly fathom that after defeating Xikong Cheng, Luo Tian would bring him here. Observing Xikong Cheng's expressionless visage, she felt a twinge of peculiarity. Luo Tian, however, chose not to elaborate further. In the secluded chamber, Luo Tian and Xikong Cheng sat opposite each other. Luo Tian regarded Xikong Cheng and spoke, Brother Xikong, I have just broken through to the black-silver secret realm, and the techniques I have mastered are, at best, of pseudo-black-silver grade. Might you possess any lower-grade black-silver techniques? Under the penetrating gaze of Luo Tian, whose eyes seemed capable of discerning the very depths of one's soul, Xikong Cheng hesitated momentarily before speaking. The cultivation technique I practice, Xianbing Zhenjue, along with the previously employed secret art, Xianbing Shield, are both of the low-grade black-silver tier. However, it is likely that these two techniques and arts may not align well with your constitution. Luo Dao Yu. That is of no consequence, Luo Tian replied, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Xikong Cheng. I desire these two secret arts primarily for reference. Xikong Cheng clenched his fists tightly, and after a brief pause, he responded, if that is the case, I kindly ask you to wait for one day. After that, I shall inscribe these two techniques and arts for you. Luo Tian immediately broke into a smile. Then I must trouble you, Xikong Dao Yu. Recording black-silver tier techniques and secret arts requires a semi-permanent consumption of one's spiritual consciousness. Given Xikong Cheng's current level, inscribing his cultivated techniques and arts would likely consume at least 30% of his spiritual power, and it may take several years for him to recover to his peak state. This is precisely why techniques of the black-silver tier and above are so exorbitantly priced. Observing the smile on Luo Tian's face, Xikong Cheng felt a shadow of displeasure darken his own countenance. At that moment, he began to ponder whether Luo Tian had refrained from killing him on the martial stage merely because he still saw some residual value in him, intending to extract every last ounce of that value. After their agreement, Luo Tian took his leave from Xikong Cheng and returned to his secluded chamber. Following this period of contemplation, the experience bar within his soul realm had reached its maximum value, and the black heart power surrounding the silver lamp quivered ever so slightly, giving rise to a second circle of black heart power. This did not surprise Luo Tian. After all, prior to his journey to the martial combat peak, the experience bar in his soul realm had already reached 50% due to Xikong Cheng's contributions. The multitude of cultivators who witnessed his battle against Xikong Cheng at the martial combat peak, though primarily of the silver secret realm, collectively contributed significant mental fluctuations due to their sheer numbers. Tomorrow, after acquiring Xikong Cheng's techniques and secret arts, he would depart from the White Whale City and proceed to the underground black market of the Langmang Mountains. A spark of brilliance flickered in Luo Tian's eyes. He understood that his recent rise to fame in White Whale City would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous factions, and some of them might even extend invitations to him, much like the city lord's mansion had done. This presented him with an invaluable opportunity. As for whether he would align himself with a particular faction, turning it into his puppet for personal gain, or traverse among different factions, clandestinely developing his own power, that would depend on the circumstances. Of course, he was not obliged to join any faction or establish one of his own. However, having a faction at his disposal, should the opportunity arise, would undoubtedly save him significant time in executing various tasks. Furthermore, such a faction would certainly aid him in acquiring even more mental power. Yet before all that, he intended to tantalize those factions that sought to invite him. By doing so, he could extract a certain degree of mental fluctuations from certain individuals within those factions, all while attending to matters in the underground black market. A splendid opportunity to achieve two objectives at once. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Luo Tian slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, redirecting his focus to the recently mastered technique of the clear wind fire cloud art. This secret art amalgamates the characteristics of the prior clear wind chi manipulation technique and the fire cloud explosive technique, significantly amplifying its power. However, it remains merely a pseudo-black silver level secret art, failing to attain the status of a low-grade black silver level. To qualify as a low-grade black silver level technique or secret art, it must embody a certain profundity. What, then, is this profundity? Luo Tian murmured to himself, pondering this question within the confines of the secluded chamber. A low-grade black silver level technique or secret art is worth at least 10,000 taels of black silver, a sum far beyond his current means to procure. Thus, he contemplated, with the aid of his mental strength, to devise a low-grade black silver level secret art himself. This technique of mine harbors both wind and fire attributes. Must I then comprehend fragments of the profundities of wind and fire separately before attempting to merge them, thereby elevating this art to the low-grade black silver level? Wisps of gentle breeze and clusters of flames rose from both of Luo Tian's hands, dancing, swirling, and even merging together, reminiscent of the spirits of wind and fire. Yet, as time swiftly elapsed in contemplation, Luo Tian found himself making little significant progress. This was not due to a lack of comprehension on his part, but rather the fact that he had yet to even peruse a genuine black silver level secret art jade slip. This is what you seek. The following day, Luo Tian encountered Xikong Cheng once more. Mere hours had passed since their last meeting, yet Xikong Cheng's complexion had turned a ghastly pale, evidently a result of the immense strain from inscribing black silver level techniques and secret arts. Thank you, Luo Tian expressed, as he grasped two peculiar jade slips intricately carved from rare stones from Xikong Cheng's hands, a surge of elation swelling within him. With these two slips, his endeavor to deduce a black silver level secret art would undoubtedly save him considerable time. Furthermore, although he lacked an ice attribute constitution, his soul could perceive the essence of ice within the world. This implied that the techniques and secret arts bestowed upon him by Xikong Cheng were indeed cultivable by him as well. Chapter 82. A Fortuitous Encounter. May I inquire if fellow Taoist Luo Tian resides here? A man clad in elegant white garments, bearing a gentle smile, addressed Lu Ruoxuan in Wei Zhang's quaint shop. Lu Ruoxuan felt a twinge of anxiety, for the individual before her was none other than Hong Yuan, an elder of the Hong family, one of the three prominent families in the White Whale Prefecture. However, recalling that Luo Tian was also a formidable figure in the black-silver realm, and considering that Xikong Cheng, another practitioner of the same level, was currently staying in her shop, she felt a slight easing of her apprehension. I respectfully inform you, Elder Hong, that Lord Luo indeed resides here, but he departed early this morning and mentioned that he would not return for several days. Lu Ruoxuan replied with utmost reverence. I see. Hong Yuan's brow furrowed momentarily. In that case, I shall refrain from intruding further and will visit again another time. Once Hong Yuan took his leave, Lu Ruoxuan let out a deep breath, a faint smile of resignation gracing her delicate features, for she knew that others would undoubtedly come seeking Luo Tian. In the early morning, the air was particularly refreshing. Outside the city of White Whale, Luo Tian, with a mere thought, executed the technique of clear wind and fire cloud, soaring into the sky towards the direction of Wolf Mang Mountain. After quietly departing from White Whale City with the jade slips containing the records of the true art of profound ice and the art of profound ice shield obtained from Sikong City, he felt a sense of certainty. Indeed, the so-called profundity referred to certain mysteries inherent in various attributes. As Luo Tian journeyed forth, he probed into the two newly acquired jade slips, absorbing the information inscribed within concerning the arts and secrets. Multitasking was an effortless endeavor for him. The true art of profound ice and the art of profound ice shield both encompassed the ordinary essence of ice, which, under specific circumstances, transformed into the enigma of indestructible profound ice. Under Luo Tian's mental exploration, the jade slips revealed not only streams of information but also a depiction of a common ice block gradually evolving into indestructible profound ice within the depths of the eternal ice abyss. This imagery condensed eons into mere moments. Yet within that fleeting instant lay the profound secrets of the transformation from ordinary ice to indestructible profound ice. True art of profound ice shield. Art of profound ice shield. Luo Tian murmured softly, his eyes gently closing, as he spoke. His right hand extended forward as if in a trance, tracing a semi-arc in front of him. Suddenly, pure black-silver energy surged from within Luo Tian, coalescing before him into a somewhat indistinct ice-blue shield. The low-grade black-silver secret art, imbued with certain profundities, proved to be no insurmountable challenge. Once the profound ice shield materialized, Luo Tian's eyes opened wide as he beheld the shield before him, a flicker of satisfaction gracing his features. Clearly, he had successfully cultivated the art of profound ice shield. Although his current mastery was merely at the entry level, with the aid of his mental strength, it would not take long before he could refine this secret art to a state of great accomplishment, or even perfection. However, compared to the singular attribute black-silver secret arts, mastering multi-attribute black-silver secret arts would undoubtedly present a far greater challenge. This was not only due to the need to comprehend the mysteries of both attributes, but also to find a means to harmoniously fuse them together. Thus, the next step was to first evolve the techniques of clear wind manipulation and fire cloud explosion into low-grade black-silver secret arts, and then discover a way to intertwine the two. As these thoughts emerged in his mind, Luo Tian focused and immediately withdrew the technique of clear wind and fire cloud, opting solely for clear wind manipulation to aid his flight. Clear wind manipulation. While soaring through the air, Luo Tian extended his consciousness to sense the winds surrounding him, discerning the mysteries they contained. Upon breaking through to the black-silver secret realm, Luo Tian, through experimentation, discovered that his mental strength still could not be externally projected. However, he found that he could merge his black mental energy with his consciousness, enhancing the perceptive power of his awareness when it was projected outward. Indeed, the reason he is capable of perceiving nearly all attributes of power in the universe lies partly in the extraordinary ability of his soul to resonate with any form of energy, and partly in the formidable perceptive strength of his consciousness, amplified by the power of his heart. As he was deeply contemplating the mysteries of the wind, Luo Tian suddenly felt a stirring within him and lifted his gaze to the distant horizon. At that moment, two figures were soaring high above, thousands of meters away, heading towards the direction of Wolf Mang Mountain. Just as he was it was evident that those capable of flying at such altitudes were primarily cultivators whose strength surpassed the realm of the black-silver secret. However, this was not the source of Luo Tian's astonishment. Rather, it was the unmistakable aura of intense killing intent he had just sensed emanating from one of the two individuals, an intent directed towards him. The intensity of this psychological disturbance. Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind sparked with realization, and he deduced the identity of one of the figures. What a remarkable coincidence! A smile crept upon his lips, for he had never anticipated encountering this person in such a place. Yet, abruptly, Luo Tian's brow furrowed as he noticed that the two figures, without any prior indication, had altered their course and were now heading directly towards him. Could it be that a wave of tension surged through Luo Tian's heart as he began to scrutinize the myriad psychological waves generated by the two individuals in response to his presence? After a brief moment, he exhaled a deep breath. He had indeed been startled, but upon examining the mental fluctuations they produced in relation to him, he felt a sense of relief. For at that moment, the two approaching figures bore no malice towards him. Could it be that they are fellow Taoists? As they drew within 100 meters, a middle-aged man clad in a black embroidered robe, with eyes sharp as a hawk, suddenly called out to Luo Tian. Indeed, It is may I inquire as to the esteemed names of the two Taoists? Luo Tian feigned a look of vigilance. Please do not misunderstand, Taoist Luo. We are both elders of the White Whale sect, and upon hearing of your remarkable prowess displayed at martial combat peak yesterday, defeating Sikong Chang in mere moments, we have come specifically to meet you. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. I see, Luo Tian said, finally allowing himself to relax. He then looked up at the middle-aged man in the black robe and another cultivator who bore a somewhat fierce expression with a sword strapped to his back. Might I ask for your names? The middle-aged cultivator responded, I am called Zhuang Yutong, and this is my junior brother, Song Yijian. Zhuang Yutong. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian suddenly interjected, before I broke through to the black-silver secret, I had the honor of meeting someone from your sect named Zhuang Zhiping. Might you know him? Chapter 83. Arrival. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Zhuang Yutong and Song Yijian, who were approaching, both paused in surprise. Zhuang Yutong's expression turned somber as he replied, to be candid, Taoist Luo, Zhuang Zhiping is my son. Tragically, he perished a few days ago in the depths of Wolfmang Mountain, and my junior brother and I are here to investigate this matter. How could this be possible? Luo Tian exhibited a look of astonishment. Merely a few days prior, I had a fleeting encounter with young Master Zhuang. However, as I was on the verge of breaking through to the black-silver secret realm, I had to take my leave in haste. My apologies. With that, Luo Tian paused, gazing at Zhuang Yutong and remarked, I did not anticipate matters would unfold in such a manner. Not to worry, Zhuang Yutong waved his hand, his expression returning to normal in the blink of an eye. Only Luo Tian could perceive from Zhuang Yutong's emotional fluctuations the deep-seated animosity and sorrow that had been rekindled within him by Luo Tian's words. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yutong regarded Luo Tian with an unusual gaze and exclaimed, Luo Daoyu, you mentioned encountering my son when he was still at the Silver Secret Realm just a few days. You have ascended to the Black-Silver Secret Realm, and moreover, you managed to swiftly defeat Sikong Chang at the martial duel peak. Your future is indeed boundless. The battle between Luo Tian and Sikong Chang had already spread like wildfire throughout the White Whale City. Even Zhuang Yutong and Song Yijian had heard of it. You flatter me, Daoyu, Luo Tian chuckled. I merely relied upon the advantage of some treasures. Zhuang Yutong understood that Luo Tian was referring to the nameless sword gourd acquired from the Mingzhu secret treasure pavilion. Yet, he also recognized that regardless of that treasure, Luo Tian's ability to condense at least 10 object control nets immediately after breaking through to the black-silver secret realm was truly deserving of admiration. Contemplating this, he inquired, Luo Daoyu, may I ask where you are headed this time? Upon hearing Zhuang Yutong's question, Luo Tian's expression suddenly darkened, and he replied coldly, I intend to visit the underground black market at Langmang Mountain. Both Zhuang Yutong and Song Yijian's expressions turned serious. Luo Tian did not look at Zhuang Yutong but continued, having grown up in the mountains, my ability to cultivate to this current realm is entirely due to the grace of a benefactor. My benefactor is named Sandao Renwang Zicheng. Not long ago, I had the opportunity to meet my benefactor, but yesterday, I received word that he fell at the hands of someone named Zhan Baiyu just days prior. I am going there to uncover the truth. As Luo Tian spoke, his countenance remained impassive, yet his white hair fluttered gently in the wind, brushing against his face, adding a touch of melancholy to the scene. Zhan Baiyu? Upon hearing Luo Tian's account, Zhuang Yutong's voice suddenly heightened, Luo Daoyu. Are you certain that the person who killed your benefactor is named Zhan Baiyu? Luo Tian shook his head. The information I received came from individuals who escaped from the underground black market at Langmang Mountain. Whether it is true or not remains to be verified. Why? Does this Zhan Baiyu have a connection to you, Daoyu? As he spoke, Luo Tian's voice suddenly turned frigid, as if the sultry heat had transformed into the biting chill of winter. You have misunderstood, Luo Daoyu. Zhuang Yutong hastily interjected, to be candid, according to a servant by my child's side, the one who killed my son is also named Zhan Baiyu. Oh? Luo Tian's gaze sharpened. Does Zhuang Daoyu have any knowledge of who this Zhan Baiyu truly is? Coming from nowhere, I too am unaware of his identity. Zhuang Yutong shook his head and said, however, since Taoist Luo shares the same objective as I do, why don't we venture forth together? Luo Tian pondered for a moment and replied, then I shall humbly comply. It is indeed a rare opportunity to accompany Taoist Zhuang on this journey. Thus, he suggested, shall we converse whilst we travel? Upon receiving Luo Tian's response, Zhuang Yutong immediately broke into a smile. Excellent. Luo Tian activated the Qingfeng Ichi technique and, standing alongside Zhuang Yutong and Song Yijian, remarked, however, I have just recently broken through to the black-silver secret realm, and unfortunately, I lack a proficient flying technique. I only possess this Qingfeng Ichi technique, bestowed upon me by my benefactor. I hope it does not displease you both. Noticing the gust of wind that lifted Luo Tian, Zhuang Yutong squinted. Although the scattered cultivator Wang Zicheng was not particularly formidable, he was nonetheless a practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, and Zhuang Yutong had heard of him. He was aware that Wang Zicheng, being a solitary cultivator reluctant to join any sect, possessed few commendable arts or techniques. The Qingfeng Ichi technique was indeed Wang Zicheng's signature skill, and some had claimed that, given a few more years of refinement, he might elevate this technique to a low-grade black-silver secret art. Furthermore, he had recently heard rumors that Wang Zicheng had perished in the underground black market of Langmang Mountain, though the circumstances surrounding his death were shrouded in ambiguity. Thus, after witnessing Luo Tian employ this technique, Zhuang Yutong found himself believing the majority of what Luo Tian had said. Not to worry, Zhuang Yutong said, casting a glance at the wind beneath Luo Tian, it is still early, and even if we proceed at a slower pace, we shall arrive in due time. Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. It would be prudent for us to deliberate further along the way. As he flew in tandem with Zhuang Yutong and Song Yijian, Luo Tian concurred, indeed, I too sense something is amiss. That individual named Zhan Baiyu must possess extraordinary capabilities if he dares to linger in the underground market after slaying young Master Ling, enticing Daoist Zhuang to follow him. Through his mental resonance, Luo Tian discerned that Zhuang Yutong was at the mid-stage of the black-silver secret realm, and given his affiliation with the White Whale sect, it was improbable for an ordinary cultivator to foolishly engage in such reckless behavior. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Zhuang Yutong's suspicions deepened. He had contemplated this matter himself, and it was precisely due to his caution that he had returned to the sect to seek out his junior disciple. Song Yijian, like him, was also at the mid-stage of the black-silver secret realm, and both hailed from prestigious sects. Together, they felt confident in their ability to escape even in the presence of a late-stage black-silver powerhouse. As the three of them soared through the air, even with Luo Tian's slightly reduced speed, it did not take long for them to reach Langmang Mountain. Having the capability to defeat a practitioner at the early stage of the black-silver secret realm within a few exchanges, Zhuang Yutong and Song Yijian acknowledged Luo Tian's prowess as comparable to that of an ordinary mid-stage practitioner. Consequently, upon arriving at Langmang Mountain, the trio hastened towards the direction of the underground black market without any thoughts of concealment. Boom! Just as they were several miles away from the underground black market, they were met with the thunderous sounds of battle reverberating from that vicinity. Let us investigate. Zhuang Yutong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he slightly quickened his pace. Luo Tian closely followed, and before long, the three of them arrived near the battlefield. Is at them. Just upon catching sight of the two opposing parties engaged in combat, Luo Tian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. How has this fellow's strength increased so rapidly? Chapter 84. Puppet. Zhan Baiyu. I have made it clear that our intentions here are not to target your underground black market, but rather to engage in a duel as agreed with another. Should you persist in your obfuscations, do not blame us for being ungracious. A stern-faced cultivator, his short black hair standing upright like a hedgehog, spoke coldly. Ha ha ha, you two little tigers, since you have come to battle here, why not warm up with me before your opponent arrives? A diminutive and frail human cultivator, whose protruding forehead suggested he could be toppled by a gust of wind, laughed heartily. The stern-faced cultivator and a companion beside him, a young man in a green robe with a black mole at the corner of his mouth, darkened their expressions upon hearing this. They had never encountered such an unreasonable troublemaker in all their lives. The two fierce beasts of the Black Tiger clan. Could that person be Zhan Baiyu? Zhuang Zhitong, having arrived at the battlefield first, narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the combatants, this moment, before the entrance of the underground black market. Three cultivators from the black-silver secret realm were locked in fierce battle. Among these three, two were members of the Black Tiger clan from the Langmang Mountain. Over a decade ago, he had slain the clan's grand patriarch. Thus he was quite familiar with the Black Tigers. At present, the two Black Tigers were controlling a pitch-black puppet from the black-silver secret realm, surrounding and attacking a human cultivator. What astonished Zhuang Zhitong was the human cultivator, who, despite being besieged by the two Black Tigers and the puppet, wielded his sword with remarkable ease, appearing to revel in the clash. Are more people arriving? At that moment, Zhan Baiyu, engaged in combat with the two Black Tigers and the puppet, suddenly turned his head. His eyes, shimmering with a faint golden hue, fell upon Luo Tian and his companions. When Zhan Baiyu's gaze rested on Zhuang Zhitong and Song Yijian, his brows slightly arched. However, when his eyes landed on Luo Tian, they widened in shock, as if a murderous intent surged forth in an instant. Feeling the abrupt wave of murderous intent emanating from Zhan Baiyu, Luo Tian's heart jolted. Could it be that this fellow has seen through me at a glance? Zhuang Zhitong, Song Yijian. Simultaneously, the second patriarch of the Black Tiger clan, Ran Tianyi, and the third patriarch, Shui Beiyuan, also emitted intense murderous intent upon seeing Zhuang Zhitong and Song Yijian alongside Luo Tian. Was this all orchestrated by you? Zhuang Zhitong, you killed my elder brother years ago, and now you scheme to lure us brothers here. Do you intend to eradicate our Black Tiger clan completely? Ran Tianyi, with his spiky hair standing on end, glared fiercely at Zhuang Zhitong, demanding an answer. Zhuang Zhitong's brow furrowed tightly. He felt as though he had plunged into a vast whirlpool. Indeed, he had slain the patriarch of the Black Tiger clan in the past. Yet he was acutely aware that the two Black Tiger demons before him were not summoned by his hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yutong endeavored to steady his tone and spoke. Ran Tianyi, I come not to engage in combat, but rather to inform you that my son perished a few days ago in the Langmeng mountain range. Thus you presume we are responsible for your son's demise? Ran Tianyi's voice was frigid, devoid of any semblance of negotiation. You? Anger flickered in Zhuang Yutong's eyes. What of it? Enough with your prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. I shall stand my ground until the end. Before Ran Tianyi could respond, Zhan Baiyu, standing with his sword sheathed, let out a derisive laugh, exhibiting an appalling disregard for the situation. A piercing cold light surged in Zhuang Yutong's gaze as he fixed his stare on Zhan Baiyu. The servant of my son once told me that the one who killed him bears an uncanny resemblance to you and is also named Zhan Baiyu. Do you have anything to say regarding this? If you say so, then so be it. Zhan Baiyu replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Zhuang Yutong. You seek death. A fierce killing intent erupted from Zhuang Yutong's eyes. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, puzzled by Zhan Baiyu's intentions. From the murderous aura Zhan Baiyu had directed at him moments before, he discerned that Zhan Baiyu had recognized him. However, to his astonishment, apart from that initial surge of hostility, Zhan Baiyu seemed to have completely forgotten his presence, even the malice in his heart waning almost entirely. Yet, in the face of the enraged Zhuang Yutong, Zhan Baiyu turned his gaze to Ran Tianyi and Shui Beiyuan, asking, What do you think? Can the two of you together withstand one of them? He glanced at Zhuang Yutong and Song Yijian. What do you mean? Ran Tianyi's eyes narrowed. My meaning is that you are woefully inadequate. I intend to seek a different opponent. A hint of indescribable excitement crept onto Zhan Baiyu's face. Ran Tianyi and Shui Beiyuan, clad in azure robes, were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. The very Zhan Baiyu who had previously battled against them now sought to assist them against Zhuang Yutong and his companions. Taking a deep breath, Ran Tianyi replied, No problem, in a one-on-one duel. My brother and I are no match for any of them, but if we join forces, we can certainly delay one of them for several hours. If that is the case, why dally any longer? Zhan Baiyu laughed heartily. Then, in an instant, he moved like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Zhuang Yutong with his sword drawn. You seek death. Zhuang Yutong roared in fury as his murderous intent surged to its zenith, commanding his flying sword to engage in battle with Zhan Baiyu. Seeing this, Song Yijian attempted to assist, but was intercepted by the advancing Ran Tianyi and Shui Beiyuan. As the two battlefields gradually pulled apart, Luo Tian glanced at the pitch-black puppet standing opposite him. Rendered speechless, he stood in place for a moment, observing that the puppet merely stared at him without taking any action. Unable to contain himself, he initiated the conversation. Do we still need to fight? As you wish, the puppet replied in a nonchalant tone. You can still speak. Luo Tian expressed his astonishment, and of course, the puppet's voice carried a hint of pride. What exactly are you? Luo Tian inquired, his gaze fixed upon it. I am not merely an object, the puppet stated. I possess the ability to speak because I am a puppet that has attained sentience. So you're not just an object. Luo Tian deliberately elongated his words. Yes, you are indeed quite perceptive, the puppet acknowledged. The moment I spoke, you understood. Luo Tian's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 85. The First Drop of Blood. Luo Tian scrutinized the puppet before him. Logically, if this entity possessed sentience, it should be capable of emitting some form of mental wave. However, Luo Tian felt no trace of such a wave emanating from it, which was exceptionally perplexing. Since you say it's up to me, let us engage in combat and see. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, then extracted Meteor Fall, chanting an incantation as he controlled the flying sword, sending it hurtling towards the puppet like a bolt of lightning. With decisive resolve, he struck without hesitation. The humanoid puppet raised a hand, revealing a pitch-black shield grasped firmly within it. As Luo Tian's Meteor Fall surged towards it, the puppet slightly bent its body, exerting force with one hand as it forcefully swatted at Meteor Fall with the shield. Clang! A resounding echo reverberated, and a continuous wave of force emanated from the shield, crashing like relentless ocean waves. Luo Tian's flying sword, after a brief pause, was sent hurtling back several dozen meters until he amplified the output of his black-silver power, stabilizing the sword at last. Following this strike, Luo Tian refrained from further assault, instead tilting his head with a hint of mockery to glance toward another battlefield where Zhan Baiyu was fiercely engaged in combat with Zhuang Yutong. At that moment, Zhan Baiyu was embroiled in a heated battle. In truth, when the puppet had previously remarked that he was truly clever, he had sensed a trace of jest emanating from Zhan Baiyu, though he had paid it little mind at the time. However, just now, after his attack was thwarted and rebounded by the puppet, he once again felt a flicker of mockery from Zhan Baiyu, stirring a sense of inspiration within him. Could it be that this puppet is being controlled by Zhan Baiyu? Luo Tian's thoughts stirred, yet he found it perplexing. If this puppet were indeed under Zhan Baiyu's control, why then did it just join the two black tigers in besieging him? However, he also did not believe that Zhan Baiyu could be so idle as to divert attention to him while battling Zhuang Yutong. Zhuang Yutong was a genuine mid-stage practitioner of the black-silver secret realm, his formidable strength evident even from the residual waves of energy emanating from their clash. Yet, inexplicably, Zhan Baiyu, who had initially been at the same level as Luo Tian, merely a 7th-tier silver practitioner, had somehow advanced to the black-silver realm without losing any speed, and now faced Zhuang Yutong without a hint of fear. Instead, he displayed a hint of madness, wielding a golden longsword, and with an extraordinary combat instinct, he blocked all of Zhuang Yutong's attacks. Simultaneously, beneath the barrage of sword energies unleashed by Zhuang Yutong, he tread upon the void, his tattered garments fluttering as he approached Zhuang Yutong step by step, resembling an indefatigable machine of war. I am curious to discern your true intentions. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, and he swiftly commanded the meteor fall, transforming it into a streak of light, once more charging towards the obsidian puppet. This inferior-grade black-silver flying sword, in his hands, was akin to a precious pearl cast into darkness. Practitioners wielding flying swords are referred to as sword cultivators. However, sword cultivators can be divided into false sword cultivators and true sword cultivators. Luo Tian, who was unversed in any sword techniques and solely relied on the might of treasured artifacts, was a false sword cultivator. True sword cultivators not only cultivate sword path secrets, but also practice methods closely related to the sword. If the meteor fall were in the hands of a genuine sword cultivator, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of Luo Tian by a significant margin. In the future, he aspired to master 1 or 2 sword techniques. Luo Tian turned his gaze towards Zhuang Yutong, who was engaged in battle with Zhan Baiyu. If he was not mistaken, Zhuang Yutong was indeed a true sword cultivator. With a flying sword in hand, Zhuang Yutong stood at a distance, unleashing an array of sword techniques, showcasing an astonishing might that was truly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Song Yijian was also a sword cultivator, battling against 2 black tigers. However, he wondered if he could acquire 1 or 2 sword techniques from these 2 formidable opponents. Luo Tian's thoughts stirred. Bang! Just as numerous thoughts flitted through Luo Tian's mind, the puppet before him once again raised its shield, deflecting his flying sword back. Subsequently, the puppet spoke in a haunting tone. Surely, this cannot be all you possess. If so, you would truly disappoint me. With your current prowess, you lack the capability to compel me to exert my full strength. Luo Tian let out a cold laugh, then turned to shout towards Song Yijian, who was grappling with the 2 black tigers. Song, my friend, come over here. I will assist you in fending off those 2 demon tigers. You must swiftly support Zhuang and subdue that Zhan fellow. With that, Luo Tian soared toward the center of the 2 battlefields before Song Yijian could reach him, and during this course, he summoned the nameless sword gourd, suspending it above his head. The battlefield of Luo Tian and the obsidian puppet. The battlefield of Song Yijian and the 2 tiger demons, and the battlefield of Zhuang Yutong and Zhan Baiyu formed the vertices of an equilateral triangle. Upon hearing Luo Tian's call, Song Yijian's eyes brightened. He held considerable trust in Luo Tian's strength, especially after witnessing him retrieve the nameless sword gourd. Thus, he was inspired to unleash a continuous barrage of sword techniques, using his flying sword to break free from the entanglement of the 2 black tigers and soar towards Luo Tian. Behind him, the 2 black tigers pursued relentlessly. Under ordinary circumstances, even if he could support Zhuang Yutong, he would only be able to exchange a couple of moves before being ensnared by the 2 black tigers once more. However, if Luo Tian could assist him in holding off the 2 black tigers, he and Zhuang Yutong would undoubtedly manage to subdue Zhan Baiyu in no time. You human brat, are you seeking death? If you dare to obstruct us, I shall devour you whole. Witnessing this scene, the short-haired and spiky-haired Rantiani roared furiously at Luo Tian. Just based on the two of you worthless fools? With a cold sneer, Luo Tian glanced at the pitch-black puppet pursuing him from behind. In an instant, a thought crossed his mind, and a dazzling array of colorless sword energies surged forth from the nameless sword gourd hovering above his head. This time, instead of 5, 10 sword energies erupted from the gourd. Simultaneously, Luo Tian employed a mastery of object manipulation at the 20th level, causing the manipulation nets to intertwine, swiftly arranging 2 minor 5-element sword arrays with the 10 postnatal 5-element sword energies. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Yijian, who was flying towards Luo Tian, felt a sense of bewilderment. The comparison between a single minor 5-element sword array and 2 such arrays was undeniably vast. Taoist Luo, I did not expect you to possess such a formidable trump card. This puts my mind at ease. Naturally, Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. Otherwise, how could I dare accompany you in Taoist Zhuang? With that, he launched the previously retracted treasure sword meteor fall once more, but this time, his target was not the dark puppet, but rather the 2 relentless black tigers pursuing Song Yijian. Haha. Brother Zhuang, do not worry. I am coming to assist you. However, before Song Yijian could finish his sentence, the meteor fall, which was aimed at the 2 black tigers, suddenly spun around and pierced through his unguarded back. Chapter 86. Transformation into a tiger. Luo Tian manipulated meteor fall, and with a swift strike, it pierced through the unsuspecting Song Yijian's back, leaving not only him in a state of shock, but also causing the second clan leader of the Black Tiger tribe, Ran Tianyi, and the third clan leader, Shui Beiyuan, who were relentlessly pursuing Song Yijian, to halt in disbelief. Even the pitch-black puppet seemed momentarily stunned, coming to a standstill. Why? Looking down at the blood hole in his chest and then at the flying sword summoned back by Luo Tian, Song Yijian gazed at Luo Tian, bewildered. He never anticipated that this outing with Zhuang Yutong would nearly cost him his life. More importantly, he was puzzled as to why Luo Tian had chosen to strike against him. Buzzing. Because Zhuang Zhiping is the one I killed, and you all came here because of me. As Luo Tian's calm voice resonated, the sword energy surged, and the 2 minor 5-element sword arrays suspended above him coalesced into 2 vibrant sword energies under his command. Pointing a finger, in an instant, those 2 radiant sword energies soared through the air like a majestic rainbow bridge, hurtling towards Zhuang Yutong, who was locked in battle with Zhan Baiyu. Who on earth are you? As the 2 vibrant sword energies closed in, Zhuang Yutong felt a tightening in his chest. If not for his entanglement with Zhan Baiyu, he might have evaded these 2 energies. However, in his haste, he could only retrieve a bronze bell, suspending it above his head. Upon activation, a series of mysterious golden-yellow protective glows descended from the bell. Simultaneously, Zhan Baiyu, engaged in combat with Zhuang Yutong, sensed the tremendous power of the 2 vibrant sword energies. With a concentrated expression, he swiftly retreated as if walking on clouds, quickly distancing himself by over 100 meters. Boom, boom. 2 vibrant streams of sword energy collided with the mysterious yellow aura descending from the bronze bell. After transmitting a tremendous force to the bell's surface, they exploded with a thunderous roar, drowning everything in a dazzling burst of multicolored light. Under the intensity of this radiance, all semblance of color seemed to vanish. Once the tumult subdued, Luo Tian gazed towards the epicenter of the explosion, and to his astonishment, he beheld Zhuang Yutong plummeting from the sky, drenched in blood, while the bronze bell he had just extracted lay shattered into fragments, some descending alongside him, while others were flung to unknown locations. Did you truly kill my son? Was it all you're doing? Who exactly are you, and what are your intentions? After his fall, Zhuang Yutong knelt on one knee, his complexion pale and his demeanor utterly defeated. Indeed, all these events were orchestrated by me, Luo Tian replied with a faint smile, observing Zhuang Yutong's disheveled state. Why singular aim is revenge. Revenge for what? Zhuang Yutong's pupils contracted, yet he could not fathom the existence of an enemy like Luo Tian. Zhan, it's good to see you unharmed. However, this time, Luo Tian did not respond to Zhuang Yutong. He turned to regard Zhan Baiyu, who had just escaped the remnants of the explosion, and offered a slight smile. His previous strike was meant to ensnare both Zhuang Yutong and Zhan Baiyu, but Zhan Baiyu's combat instincts were too keen. He had reacted swiftly, evading the impending danger with remarkable speed, far surpassing the capabilities of his former self at the 7th tier of silver. A commendable thought, though it is regrettable that you lack skill with the sword, and your cultivation remains insufficient. Observing Luo Tian from a distance, Zhan Baiyu shook his head at so, you have no intention of fighting me? Luo Tian inquired of Zhan Baiyu. Fight. How naive of you, Zhang Baiyu sneered. This time, I intend to kill you and uncover the secrets that have enabled you to ascend to the realm of black silver in such a brief span. Do you truly believe you can end my life? Luo Tian smiled slightly, unfazed by Zhang Baiyu's words. I am uncertain why you wish to eliminate these two members of the White Whale sect. Had they been at your side, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to vanquish you today. Yet now, though they still live, they have been rendered powerless. Do you truly think you can escape from me alone a second time? Zhang Baiyu scoffed. Or perhaps you believe that your recent attack poses a threat to me. With my combat awareness, your strike couldn't even graze a single hair on my body. You are mistaken? Luo Tian countered, shaking his head after hearing Zhang Baiyu's words. Who told you I am alone? Zhang Baiyu's heart sank at this revelation, and he instinctively scanned his surroundings, only to quickly realize that his gaze had fallen upon the two black tigers. You don't expect them to assist you, do you? And if they do? Luo Tian spoke softly, as time flowed on. Influenced by his battle with Sikong Cheng at the Wu Do Peak yesterday. After advancing to the second stage of the Black Heart Power, the experience bar in his soul realm continued to progress swiftly at this moment, coupled with the contributions of the two stunned black tigers, and the hatred-filled gazes from Song Yijian and Zhuang Yutong, who remained alive due to their formidable vitality. His experience bar was merely a few increments away from reaching its maximum once more. Hearing Luo Tian's words, Zhang Baiyu scoffed mockingly and turned to Rantiani and Shui Beiyuan, saying, Aren't you two going to leave? Do you want me to come to your clan's territory every day for some rigorous training? Upon hearing Zhang Baiyu's taunt, Rantiani and Shui Beiyuan's expressions turned grim. They were utterly wary of this battle fanatic. However, just moments ago, Luo Tian had stealthily attacked Song Yijian, simultaneously employing a mysterious technique to severely injure Zhuang Yutong, effectively avenging them, making it difficult for them to simply abandon the thought of Luo Tian. Humph! At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly let out a cold snort, saying, After all these years, you two haven't made any progress. You truly bring shame to the Black Tiger clan. What did you say? Upon hearing Luo Tian's words and the familiar tone in which he spoke, Rantiani and Shui Beiyuan seemed to recall something, their bodies jolting in unison, and they gazed at Luo Tian with intense focus. Roar! Seeing the two tigers looking his way, Luo Tian felt a surge of energy, and with a mighty roar, he transformed into a majestic black tiger, roughly the length of a zhong. Elder brother, observing Luo Tian's transformation, Rantiani and Shui Beiyuan, who had already sensed something, rushed towards him in excitement. Boom! However, as the two tigers moved, the previously subdued pitch-black puppet, which had fought against Luo Tian with leniency, suddenly sprang forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Luo Tian. Chapter 87. The second battle against Zhang Baiyu. The puppet, wielding a dark shield in one hand and a jagged, ink-black sword raised high in the other, leaped into the air upon reaching Luo Tian, striking downwards with tremendous force. The sheer strength compressed the air, causing Luo Tian's glossy black fur to billow in the wind. Luo Tian turned his tiger head, gazing at the charging dark puppet, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes in the void. He pivoted his tiger body, channeling all his strength into one claw, coalescing points of golden light, which thrust outwards. With a resounding boom, his claw collided with the puppet's sword. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Luo Tian's body paused momentarily in the void. However, the pitch-black puppet was forced back, retreating several dozen steps under the immense force emanating from Luo Tian. Elder brother! It was only at this moment that the voices of Rantiani and Shui Beiyuan reached him, filled with urgency. Subsequently, the two clan leaders of the Black Tiger clan rushed to Luo Tian's side, protectively surrounding him. Elder brother, you have finally returned. As they beheld the towering black tiger that Luo Tian had transformed into, both beings were overwhelmed with tears of joy, their excitement palpable. Let us set aside other matters for the time being. I must inquire about this puppet. What is its significance? Luo Tian's gaze was frigid as it swept over the pitch-black puppet he had just sent flying. He had been on guard against this puppet, yet witnessing it truly under the control of Zhang Baiyu left him astonished. He could not fathom why Zhang Baiyu would command this puppet to join forces with the two tigers to assail him. Upon hearing Luo Tian's question, the two tigers exchanged awkward glances. Rantiani, blushing, exclaimed, Big brother, that human is an absolute combat fanatic. When he clashed with me and the third brother, he deemed our strength inadequate. Thus he cast forth a puppet to launch a joint assault against himself. Humph! How dare he look down upon our Black Tiger clan? Second brother, prepare to join me in eliminating him, while third brother, you stay behind to confront this puppet. As Rantiani recounted the events, Luo Tian appeared exceedingly enraged. After issuing a command, he turned the tiger's head and cast a chilling glance towards Zhang Baiyu. Since his transformation into a black tiger, Zhang Baiyu had done nothing but control that puppet to launch a sneak attack against him. Understood, big brother. At Luo Tian's directive, the two tigers responded in unison, their voices reflecting unwavering trust in him. Whoosh! After making his arrangements, Luo Tian's body surged forward like a streak of black lightning, charging towards Zhang Baiyu alongside the bristling Ran Tianyi. I never anticipated that you would be a black tiger possessing the demon tiger arhat technique. This indeed surprises me. However, I shall test just how much of this technique you have mastered. Zhang Baiyu grinned as he observed Luo Tian's approach, his tone suggesting a profound familiarity with the demon tiger arhat technique. Luo Tian remained silent. Having absorbed Wu Lingfeng's memories, he naturally acquired the battle experience of Wu Lingfeng, who was once part of the tiger clan and possessed extensive knowledge on combating with the tiger's form. Upon swiftly reaching Zhang Baiyu, he leaped forward, his paws shimmering with glimmers of golden light, akin to a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Concurrently, Ran Tianyi, who had surged forward alongside him, let out a roar and transformed into a tiger, joining Luo Tian in launching a ferocious assault from the void. Both Luo Tian and Ran Tianyi were cultivators of the black-silver secret realm. Their tiger forms, when attacking, were inherently distinct from ordinary tigers. This distinction manifested not only in their speed and strength, but also in the overwhelming aura of tiger ferocity that accompanied their assault. Such a menacing wind would likely send ordinary cultivators fleeing in terror. Yet, as Luo Tian and Ran Tianyi lunged at him, Zhang Baiyu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with his sword drawn. Swish! Zhang Baiyu moved with remarkable swiftness, his figure flashing as he cleaved a path through the tempest of tiger ferocity. Positioning himself beside Ran Tianyi and evading the onslaught from Luo Tian and Ran Tianyi, he raised his sword, striking towards Ran Tianyi's tiger head like a ram's horn. Should this strike connect, it would surely result in Ran Tianyi's immediate defeat. Roar. After failing to land a blow, Luo Tian lifted his tiger head and let out a roar directed at Zhang Baiyu. Accompanying his roar were waves of tiger-patterned energy surging forth towards Zhang Baiyu. The roar of the tiger was not merely a secret technique wielded by the magic tiger arhat, but rather an innate ability of the Black Tiger clan. Indeed, this natural gift could also be classified as a form of secret art, specifically referred to as bloodline secret arts among the demon race. Upon hearing the tiger's roar from Luo Tian, Zhang Baiyu's body momentarily hesitated, and in that fleeting moment, Ran Tianyi seized the opportunity, pivoting the tiger's head to bite at his neck. In an instant, Zhang Baiyu reacted. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he raised his sword, successfully blocking Ran Tianyi's claw. With a resounding clang, Zhang Baiyu was sent hurtling away by the sheer force of Ran Tianyi. However, it seemed as though this entire sequence was part of Zhang Baiyu's strategy. He was propelled in the direction of Luo Tian. As he neared Luo Tian, his body twisted in an uncanny manner, drawing his sword